30 years after the hero secured peace, life returns to a semblance of normalcy in Seoul. Then, from the chaos of burning skies, the great cataclysm began. The god of war, Dimas, roared in fury, his power echoing in the bloody inferno. A savage clash. Blood sprays as the metahumans, the hunters, faced the endless tide. The void of space offered no comfort as the second cataclysm occurred. The celestial race arrived, their light clashing against the fires of pandemonium. Amidst the carnage, the demon god Dimas rises, radiating sinister power. The world gradually turned into hell. The rush of speed distorts everything, a blur of motion. A blinding surge of celestial energy erupts, shaking the very air. In a blinding surge of light, the hero appeared once more. The hero of mankind, frozen in time, stands as a monumental silhouette against the cold light. The story shifts now to the demon god of war, Dimas. A child's echoes before the stone likeness of the savior. The atmosphere hummed with hushed reverence inside the Seoul National Art Museum. The gathering crowd buzzed with excitement near the monument. Minchul waited, the slight tension in his neck betraying his composed facade. What just happened? Did I faint? The excited children clung to their guardian, ready for the day's adventure. A slight smirk played across Minchul's face as he prepared for the exchange. Hero, the children gasped, dwarfed by the colossal monument. The sheer scale of the hero's memorial left the boys awestruck. The divine sword, Caliph, was finally put on display for the first time. Standing beneath the towering monument, the teacher gathered the young students, the awe of a child, gazing upward toward the legend. The teacher faced the eager crowd, ready to dispense answers, becoming an official hunter. It's so incredibly difficult. Minchul checked his phone, waiting for the crucial moment. The punctual Minchul was already waiting as his classmates hurried in. A sudden, collective dread washed over the students. I guess the world. Minchul, known for his strictness, arrived early for the impending assignment. A stifling crowd pressed in, jostling those eager for a glimpse of history. Minchul stood there, his expression unreadable. The hero of mankind, bathed in celestial light, had saved the world. The hero stood against the vast ocean, cloaked in white, a silent sentinel at the edge of the world. The teacher nervously checked the roster, facing a silent, intimidating audience. The divine sword Caliph blazed with an undeniable, blinding light. The divine sword Caliph is revealed, shimmering with divine, untold power. The teacher organized the nervous students, leading them toward the grand destination. The crowd surged forward, eager for the spectacle. A sharp gasp escapes as the divine light intensifies. An explosive sound tears the air as Minchul collapses toward the illuminated display case. No wonder. This truly is the hero's sword. The divine sword Caliph, radiating immense power, hung suspended in the air. The dense darkness began to give way to an overwhelming, blinding white. The divine sword Caliph surged with blinding, ethereal light. What is happening here? A special event, or some sort of performance? The sword flies, a crimson shockwave, striking with impossible force. A guttural gasp escapes as the shocking memory overwhelms him. A terrifying realization strikes the young man's mind. The divine sword Caliph, stained with the blood of the demon lord, pierces the very essence of existence. A silent scream tears through the vision, a sudden, sharp moment of absolute shock. The world fractured, revealing a horrifying duality within one man. A demonic presence looms, its eyes burning as it presses a blinding power onto the victim. A voice echoes from the inferno, a title seized in fire and ruin. A sickening sound echoes as the divine sword Caliph pierces its mark. The blinding flash of power, an ultimate collision echoing through the void. The god of war, Dimas, confronts the memory of the past. A primal scream echoes across the void, dripping with blood and fury. A blinding flash, a terrifying descent, and the shattering impact. An explosion of purple energy erupted, threatening to tear reality apart. A sudden, sharp shock jolted the senses. The crowd pressed in, awestruck by the spectacle unfolding before them. Minchul, Are you even listening to us? Minchel, you're here early. They greeted, observing the uneasy dynamic. The divine sword, Calidus, gleamed under the spotlights. The sentence I spoke. It wasn't meant for me. The moment Minchel gazed upon the divine sword Caliph, the world fractured. The air shimmered with an impossible dust, a chaotic veil descending. 23 years passed since the darkness first struck. The king of demons, I, the god of war, Dymas. The memory returned, sharp and unwelcome. A sudden shock after the illusion faded. Minchel stood there, a strange tension gripping him. The moment the divine sword Caliph was near, everything returned. That sentence, spoken by the god of war Dymas, was a declaration for his own existence. Demon Lord's martial ascension. The dark saga begins anew. The semester is finally over, bathed in a warm, celebratory glow. Right. Good work, you guys. He quickly waved goodbye. A sudden, silent departure from the group. My mind is a mess right now. The weight of his past life pressed down. A quiet moment before the storm of memory. A blinding shockwave erupted, signaling a change beyond measure. The sheer, blinding surge of energy, Ramana being violently forced into his core. A fleeting memory of youthful ambition, a stark contrast to the warrior's current burden. Sigh. Being trapped in this mundane existence. The memories crashed down, a dizzying weight against the fragile human mind. The warrior's desperate strike connects, echoing the violent clash of their true natures. The torrent of celestial energy threatened to tear the mortal body apart. Sharp celestial light pierced the clear blue sky. The torrent of cosmic energy demanded absolute concentration. The intense energy finally settled. The system registered the successful surge. Now, if I slowly manage this influx of power, the world's data systems connect, forging a new existence. Wow. The power surge was so intense, it broke through the ceiling of his composure. Awakening this easily, the cosmic data streams connect, revealing a power beyond reckoning. Demon Lord's martial arts ascension. Barely making it, he sought out the ancestral magic circle. The spectral image of Dymas, the former demon king, stares back from the screen. All right, I'll check, he conceded, the annoyance clear in his expression. The system confirms the accumulation of work, powerful enough to warp reality itself. The system was processing, analyzing the data within the Akashic records. The mind of Jen Minchel churned, caught between two impossible lives. The demonic world, pandemonium, resides in a higher dimension. These kinds of cosmic occurrences truly define the gulf between dimensions. His hand reaches out, an imposing gesture against the deepening gloom. The sheer force of his resolve, a primal crack of intent, the sheer pressure mounted. A single word caught in the darkness. A chilling, confident smirk breaks through the shadows of his bangs. Stop fighting. The wounded earth just wants some rest. They passed beneath the towering statue, oblivious to the world-shattering secrets he now carried. The power of the stars collects, threatening to rip the fragile mortal body apart. His resolve solidified, the memory of Dymas now fueling a human purpose. Mana. The lowest possible starting point. A cold light shines under the moonlit sky above the indifferent city. The air hums with anticipation as the ancient circle glows beneath his feet. He stepped onto the glowing rune, the air thick with latent energy. Mana surged, channeled through an ancient mechanism, the air crackling with raw, contained power. The system acknowledges the connection, preparing for the awakening. Mana has been detected. The conditions are met. Mana surges within, a blinding focal point awakening in his chest. Breathe in the mana. Let it flood your very being, collecting the flow of stars. But what I learned, a technique that channels the very energy of the stars into one's core, a vision of the demonic sex ceremony, steeped in menacing red energy, ancient celestial art. I learned various martial arts there. The surrounding starlight condensed, a power almost too much for a mere human to contain. The immense blue energy erupted around him as the transformation began. Collecting the flow of stars, the cosmic power begins to coalesce around him. A desperate grunt escapes as reality threatens to tear him apart. The sheer influx of energy threatened to tear his human frame apart. The sheer force of the collected starlight jolted his very being. The cosmos seemed to bleed into his very being, a desperate siphon of celestial energy. Mana flooded his core, the energy sparking violently within his chest. The sheer power was too much, threatening to tear this mortal vessel apart. The celestial void pulsed as a system countdown began, awaiting the culmination of unimaginable power. The celestial brilliance overhead signals a dramatic conclusion. The ancient celestial art now manifests, a glowing symbol etched upon the very earth. The collision of light and dark powers has reached a new height. A slow, controlled breath escaped his lips, the ancient technique settling within him. The power of the light nebula and dark nebula are combining, stretching out the lingering stiffness from the forced meditation. The ancient celestial art skill had been acquired, flooding his senses with new power. The system finally revealed his core statistics, dominated by the terrifying new power source. The system displays the stark reality of his initial standing. Level 1, human, and utterly devoid of a recognized class. Actually, the ancient celestial art harnesses the power of both light and dark nebulae. The sweat of exertion cools on his skin as he pulls the hood down, focused on the transformation within. The impact resonates, a muffled sound accompanying the mundane reality of a laundry basket. This terrifying intensity burst forth. A sharp sound split the air as he stood, testing the strange stiffness in his newly enhanced body. A sudden, intense sound announced the awakening. The line slowly moves, ticking down toward the registration desk. A crucial message arrives as the young man is roughly apprehended. The assessor's voice cut through the tension as Jen Minchell waited for the final word. The initial assessment confirmed his existence as an awakened. The small murmurs of the gathering crowd could not escape his enhanced hearing. Her smile suggested a delighted confirmation, a subtle acknowledgement of the awkward situation. The Hunter Association results are finally in, leaving him in stunned silence. The towering shadow of the dark nebula, met by a brilliant swirl of light energy, signals a dramatic convergence. His expression held a knowing smirk. The troubles of others held no weight for him now. The assessor delivered the tragic news of his low E-rank classification. The assessor's wide, eager grin masked the grim reality of the rankings. The sheer joy of witnessing an awakening bursts forth. The young man steps out, leaving the blinding light of the association behind him. The crowd surged, eager for their results at the Hunter Registration Center. The sheer potential of these newly awakened metahumans. A desperate grab for strength. The recruiter's eager smiles and held papers only amplify the protagonist's silent interrogation. The assessor's shock was palpable as the low rank was finally revealed. He scratched his head, a smug, challenging grin spreading across his face. The association's message arrives, outlining the required examination for formal registration. He checked his phone, contemplating the deluge of incoming offers. My posture remains absolutely stable, even through the most intense movements. The collision of light and dark nebulae has birthed something new. Chaos power. The Hunter license examination looms, testing raw combat ability and sheer will to survive. The heavy, deliberate sounds of his practice echoed against the bright afternoon. The sheer effort leaves him gasping, sweat pouring down his strained body. The sheer blinding joy of awakening, a moment others clearly celebrate. With a final, decisive rejection, he pushed away the notion of failure. The sheer effort, the cost of blood, sweat, and tears over the past week. It was all worth it. The exhaustion was total, pushing his body past every limit. The ancient celestial art is fully activated, drawing celestial energy under the pale moonlight. 10 days? Already? The relentless grind continues. The system flashes, charting explosive growth across his core attributes. The system flashes, confirming his power surge with a sharp sound effect. The ancient technique has been acquired, flooding his body with celestial power. Chaos power is now unlocked, along with a steady regeneration rate. The powers of the light and dark nebulae are combining, birthing chaos energy. The collision of light and dark nebulae creates a power unlike any before. The vagrant 7 stars punch is unleashed, a torrent of focused power erupting from his fist. The force detonates, a sharp, singular impact echoing the power unleashed. The power of the 7 stars technique erupts, channeling his immense, newly forged strength. The vagrant 7 stars punch takes initial hold. See rank against his celestial art mastery. The magnificent scenery stretched out, juxtaposed against the towering city structures. Standing alone in the dense woods, the screen before him displayed the newly acquired truth. The sheer power of the EX rank celestial art against the mere C rank martial technique. He flexes his hands, sensing the raw power coalescing within. The power of Cloud Step manifests, allowing him to move as if walking on air. Cloud Step, a Qigong technique to walk as if on clouds. This is different from what I know. It's too fast, a blinding impact. The air shatters under the force of the technique. The world blurred around him, a confused reaction escaping his lips. This speed. It's overwhelming. This incredible speed. Even at just the first star, the speed is incredible. Yet his core remains unshakable. His martial arts fueled by chaos energy inherently superior to those using dark magic power. The power surging from the collision of light and dark nebula now manifests with terrifying force. The ancient celestial art flares to life, shaking the very air around him. A glint of dangerous eagerness shines as he considers his next move. Shall I test this new power? With a fierce cry, the fusion of nebulae unleashes raw power. The raw power of the martial art shattered the earth beneath him. The impact shatters the air, echoing with raw, explosive force. A manic laugh erupts as the raw power shatters the surroundings. The title shimmers. Demon Lord's Martial Arts Ascension. The hunter test site materialized around him, a sudden, vibrant, and unnatural jungle. The weight of his past power threatened to shatter this fragile new body. Many martial arts were learned, but returning to this level was a grim reality. Awakener license verified. Jen Minchell, Hunter Association certified. Entry permitted, granting passage past the monolithic guardians. The receptionist, eager to serve a potential VIP, offered immediate assistance. They're one of the 3 biggest powers of the multiverse, wielding immense influence. He stared, trying to process the casual demand from this unlikely host. A sharp, knowing smile beneath the shadow of the hood. The dwarf manager visibly strained, letting out heavy, wheezing breaths. The nervous clerk scrambled toward the manager's summons. A single, sharp sound cuts the tension as an employee witnesses the arrival. The stout manager wiped a sudden tear, overwhelmed by the sheer presence before him. He must be skilled, achieving such a rank already. The seasoned dwarf's aged appearance contrasts sharply with the younger human's wary glance. A sharp, echoing sound cuts through the cold, blue abyss. The portal shimmered, revealing the heart of interdimensional commerce. The dimensional storage. The imposing gate shimmered with immense energy, dwarfing the 2 men below. I think it'd help this. A VP. They recognized the status, even shrouded in shadow. The magic pattern confirmed. The hidden gateway yielded with a soft click. The arcane circle glows, confirming the access, a connection bridging dimensions. The moment of impact, exploding with primal energy. A brilliant, otherworldly light flooded the sterile corridor. He squinted through the haze, the weight of his prestigious position evident in his guarded expression. The gate shimmered, revealing a passage through the cosmos. Authorization complete. The echoes of a past life resonate through the cosmic energy swirling around him. A primal cosmic energy surges, threatening to tear his very being apart. The system confirms the artifact's properties. It is indestructible and currently locked down. So what about the current me? The air itself crackles with the raw, textured potential of what's to come. The legendary arsenal of his past life materialized, awaiting his command. The required code, the key to everything. The hunter test site was not natural terrain. It was an artificial gate leading to the challenge. The Alliance monitors the veiled VIPs, their identities a closely guarded secret. The woman smiled, her professional demeanor softening slightly. She was ready to lead the VIP forward. The branch manager seemed pleased, bathed in the light filtering through the dusty archives. The illuminated office revealed an imposing holographic display tracking unseen targets. The manager stood bathed in the brilliant light, his imposing figure silhouetted against the bright window. The branch manager's diligence secured this crucial post. The heavy grain and encroaching darkness suggest a deep system level, perhaps hidden from view. His strained expression betrayed the urgency of the conversation. They had to keep this important customer close. This simple appearance belies the true nature of the organization. The glare of the sun shines upon the immense facade of the Alliance building. The throng of reporters surged forward, their cameras flashing as he arrived. The polite reception shatters as rough hands grab him. The sudden surge of reporters nearly body slammed him. Suddenly, the famous Shin Yumi and Yu Sungwoo are mobbed by the press. The casual dismissal only fueled the rising tensions among the assembled crowd. The branch manager Martin arrived, a figure radiating surprising authority for such a remote outpost. I apologize for the rudeness. VIPs are rare in this remote branch. 10 minutes left until the 55th hunter license test begins. This place is utterly unfamiliar, shrouded in dense, suffocating foliage. The suffocating jungle heat immediately pressed down on the assembled candidates. The theme of the 55th hunter license test will now be announced. The hunter watch materializes, displaying the initial 0 points. The watch confirmed the transfer. The great weapon was now his. The test zone materialized. A dense, jungle island displayed on the tactical map. A dark aura of smoke and power swirls around the gathered candidates. The awakening is complete. The synchronization sealed. The vibrant, glowing title card declared the saga's premise. Despite calls for unity, some sought only to survive alone. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the dense, sun-drenched jungle. A sound breaks the humid silence of the jungle, as a massive coil suggests something ancient is stirring. The lush, verdant forest hid the coming clash. He waited, watchful. The sound of his steps echoed faintly on the earthen path. Hiding in the thicket, he watches the unfolding chaos. The shadowy beast stares down, its predatory gaze fixed. His ominous grin was framed by the swirling, cosmic energy. The illusory monster's true strength felt terrifyingly real. The illusory strength felt terrifyingly real as he braced for impact. The monstrous roar echoed, as the hunter moved with incredible speed. The glow of the arena illuminated the participants' focused gaze. The devastating blow lands with a sound that shakes reality itself. The spear connects with a sickening, metallic shriek. The monstrous, spiked orb loomed large, radiating an imposing, real threat. Using flowing cloud steps, he lunged forward, the air itself seeming to buckle from his swift movement. The air crackles as he prepares his attack, a powerful stance against the illusory threat. The killing intent of the illusory beast felt terrifyingly real. The monstrous roar shattered the air, a primal declaration of war. The time is up. The strike landed, an explosive release of power that shook the very air. The sheer force of the demonic spearmanship crashes down. The system updates, displaying the devastating power of the demonic spear. A blinding, magenta shockwave erupted, consuming the space where the fighter stood. A massive sound erupts as the attack connects. The dungeon quality exceeded all expectations. Forward to the final challenge. The hunter, armed and ready, faces down 3 hulking shadows approaching fast. The infamous Black Trinity stands revealed, a wall of muscle and menace. A sinister laugh echoes as the victor emerges from the confrontation. The eye of truth gazes into the swirling cosmos. A spectral flash accompanied the shocking display of raw combat data. The infamous Black Trinity stood, radiating menace, challenging the young man before them. That dark, knowing smile suggested he knew something they didn't. The sheer power emanating from this illusory monster felt terrifyingly real. The infamous Black Trinity steps forward, their faces twisted in menacing grins. The brothers lunged forward, weapons drawn, but he met their aggression with a chilling roar. A devastating impact echoes through the dusty air as the first blow lands. The technique was revealed. Demonic spearmanship. A sharp cry of pain as the blow lands. the fight closing in fast. The air itself shrieked as the weapon descended. The barrage of strikes ripped through him. His defense was utterly shattered. The system flashed its mechanics, bonuses for counterattacks and critical strikes, all draining precious chaos ki. The flurry of clashing strikes rings out, a chaotic symphony of combat. Get off. Get off of me. The raw force of the attack was immediate and devastating. With a burst of energy, he drove his blade low. The youngest brother channels overwhelming flame power. The fiery assault of the burning flower technique barrels toward him. The world erupts in blinding, searing heat as he grips his weapon. The demonic spearmanship met the fiery end of the Black Trinity's master. The illusory monster's might feels terrifyingly real. The system flashes, detailing the required chaotic power. The sound of impact echoed as the dark aura surged, trapping the youngest brother. The hulking figure registered the sudden, startling intrusion. A sharp impact rings out as the foot connects. He launched himself forward, a blur of lethal intent. The hulking brute recoiled, his arrogant reach failing as his target vanished. The illusory monster's strength felt dangerously real. The blinding force of the attack connected, stealing the breath from his lungs. The final moments ticked down. Time to claim the real prize. The sound of clashing steel. An opportunity to see the skills of others. The sheer, demonic presence behind him paralyzed the onlookers. Shield energy depleted. Another participant has been eliminated from the test. Even in the spectator booths, the tense atmosphere of the ongoing battles was palpable. The smug laughter of the observer contrasted sharply with the shock radiating off the blonde participant. The announcer, finally on screen, is basking in the sudden spotlight. A chilling, mocking laugh echoed, the dark energy surrounding the victim intensifying. Yangjin. The fight has begun. The overseers watched the unfolding conflict with exhilaration. Ho, looks like Sumu did something. Who's that figure appearing on the monitor? The time for the final confrontation was drawing near. The roar echoed through the dense, oppressive forest canopy. The youngest brother cried out, struck by a force he couldn't comprehend. A sudden, agonizing blow, the sound of impact echoing as his shield energy plummeted. The final blow lands, a victory secured in the haze of conflict. A sharp intake of breath, the sound of a hidden fight echoing in the humid air. The final countdown displays on the wrist device. The air crackled with latent power as he waited, an empty speech bubble hanging over his intent gaze. Let's go get the boss. The imposing title calligraphy shimmers, promising a tale of overwhelming power. The title card glows, signaling the dawn of a new struggle. The narrow passage finally yielded to a blinding, otherworldly light. The path is narrow, but the destination, the boss, awaits. The enormous golem stands revealed, a colossal form of stone blocking the path. His formidable stats and traits are laid bare. Indomitable warrior and self-recovery. A storm of purple energy erupts around him, his resolve solidified. The colossal golem looms, its gaze fixed upon the charging warrior. The air thrummed with focused energy, gathering around his grip. The shattering axe technique unleashes its power against the hulking stone behemoth. The attack, though powerful, barely scratched the surface. Too shallow slash. A mighty strike slams into the rock formation, shattering the defense with blinding force. The behemoth shatters under the relentless assault, forcing another painful system prompt. The smoke cleared, revealing a man whose composure defied the brutal battle just finished. A furious downward strike, shattering force meeting the earth. I'll have use then. The user unleashes a surge of power. The shattering axe meets stone, a violent purple impact echoing deep within the structure. A stark interface flickered to life, displaying the mechanics of his final blow. The shattering blow connected, cracking the massive stone structure. The counterattack landed, a massive surge of blue energy tearing through the air. A confident smile plays on his lips, poised against the dissipating mist. The massive stone body shuddered under the relentless barrage of impacts. The crack appears, but victory remains elusive. The sound effect echoed, a final declaration as the light washed over the descent. The shimmering barrier holds a cold, impassable surface. A sinister grin surfaces as a new player enters the arena. A sudden interface reveals her hidden power. Spirit magic. Rank day. Damn it. He talked too long, and the golem started its recovery sequence. Enemy dot opening, the behemoth reveals itself, and the clash begins. The shattering axe technique unleashes a blinding wave of purple chaos. A hand, perhaps a gesture of caution or distance, interrupts the view of the ongoing battle. The battle seemed won, yet someone else had arrived to steal the spoils. She offered a dangerous, knowing smile, ready to strike a deal. The impact shatters the air. One final strike to bring the colossal foe down. A calculated risk, proposed in the echoing depths of the cavern. A bet. Time is running short. Only 20 minutes remain on the clock. The horned man grinned with malicious intent, already setting his sights on the prize. A moment of quiet realization, obscured by digital noise and shadow. The victor stood before the colossal wreckage, utterly spent yet victorious. Damn it. I talked too long. It started to self-recover. The dark power faded, leaving the stranger to reluctantly agree. A confident smirk. The threat of the shattering axe hangs in the air. A sudden impact shatters the frigid stillness, trapping her gaze. The shattering axe technique connects, channeling raw power into the impact. A maniacal grin breaks across his face as he unleashes the shattering axe technique. The final second ticks down, the test finally ending in a blinding surge of light. The blinding light of system completion fades, revealing the aftermath. The exhausted survivor let out a pathetic groan, reeling from the aftermath. The test concluded abruptly, leaving stunned silence in the aftermath. A relaxed, almost unnerving smile settled on his sweat-streaked face. A sharp sound as she lands, poised and ready. Silence hung heavy as the victorious woman regarded the exhausted figures below. She paused, that offer hanging in the air, a single, heavy word exploding between them. Shattering AXE technique, a skill fueled by raw chaotic power. The smoke clears, revealing an intense standoff. Steel meeting unseen resolve. The crowd murmured in disbelief, watching the sudden outcome. The final rankings flash across the screen, the test results made manifest. The relentless flashbulbs erupt as the crowd surges forward, demanding answers. Two imposing figures, clad in dark suits, stand guard over the clamoring crowd. The crowd murmured, seeing the victor for the first time. He's number one. A sharp sound echoes as hands grip the edge, forcing the way open. The crowd surges, eyes fixed on the figure emerging from the blinding light. The sudden flash of cameras and blinding demands for an interview descends upon the victor. WOW. IWONBEABLE home at this rate. The shocking realization hit him like a physical blow. The test has ended, plunging the arena into the harsh reality of aftermath. A stunned silence fell over the onlookers as the results were revealed. The crowd murmured, scrutinizing the results of the grueling test. Wait, seriously? There's a guild that would actually pay that much? The final moments tick down as the test concludes. I need to see the proof of that bastard's power. A booming presence commands attention as figures react with shock. The title card flashes. Demon Lord's Martial Arts Ascension. The imposing spire of the Interstellar Union pierced the brilliant sunrise. The initial meeting commences within a richly paneled office, golden light illuminating the serious figures. The cool light illuminated his posture, a quiet judgment forming in his eyes. The powerful guild leader chuckled, convinced he had the rising hunter cornered. A sudden placement of documents. The tension in the air sharpens. The weight of his skill against the allure of riches. A clear choice was laid bare. A sharp intake of breath. The terms of the contract weighed heavily on his mind. The holographic contract landed with a soft thud, the weight of the offer settling on the table. All we require in return is your faith. A faint sound escapes him, a subtle acknowledgement of the proposal. A relieved sigh escaped the man, clasping his hands together with clear satisfaction. With a decisive flourish, the pact was sealed. Be okay? A voice echoes through the gilded hall as the manageress watches the figures depart. The imposing figure looms large, his eyes narrowed in skeptical scrutiny. A divine figure looms, pointing a decree toward the standing mercenary below. The bureaucrat stammered, utterly floored by the sheer audacity and scale of the offer. A sudden, sharp impact shatters the composure of the bearded man. When I presented the VIP proof, he showed no visible reaction. He swings down with blinding speed, a focused strike born of desperate necessity. Shadows deepen as the figure contemplates the glowing orb, their intent obscured. A hulking silhouette, bound by heavy chains, emerges from a blood-red haze. A sharp, decisive impact lands, draining the air from the hunter. What time is it? Why didn't my alarm go off? What time is it? Why didn't my alarm go off? Over here, Hunter Jen. The Interstellar Union representative offered a smile that felt too easy. The elevator doors shuddered open, revealing the woman waiting on the threshold. 306 missed calls screamed from the screen. A sharp arrival, interrupting the small chaos of home life. When you entered the Union building, you presented your metahuman registration certificate. His eyes held a knowing, almost secretive glimmer. The quiet room held a tense negotiation between the suited agent and the casually resting hunter. My body feels restless, itching for a real fight. The sheer magnitude of the deposit sent a shockwave through him. He hid his face behind the simple blue registration card, a tense closeness. His expression shifts, a beat of genuine shock in his eyes. Her expression shifted, caught mid-thought, surprised by the revelation. A sudden, sharp realization cuts through the tension. The silence was heavy, broken only by the stark declaration hanging in the void. What? The hunter looked up, utterly confused by the abrupt offer. I say I was competent. A sudden confidence flashes as the newcomer arrives. This is the beginning of something unexpected. The portal stabilized, revealing the mission parameters for this dangerous descent. The imposing figure stood before them, a massive sword strapped to his back. The man in front, smiling too widely, presented his offer. This mercenary's terms were unexpectedly generous, requiring only faith in return. A sudden, sharp sound cut through the serene backdrop. The contract was sealed with a firm handshake. I'll only go in alone, he declared, facing the swirling abyss. The gate tore open, shimmering with powerful, mystical energy. Hunter Jen Minchell. It's Ellie from the Interstellar Union. Hunter Jen Minchell stands at the edge of the shimmering gate, his newly formed support team waiting in anticipation. Over here, Hunter Jen. The scout eagerly gestures forward. Ah, I see, the bearded man muttered, watching the seemingly overly confident support team. The boomer veterans stared, utterly baffled by the rookie's confidence. The blade pierced deep, a brutal end to the beast's struggle. The void opens, beckoning the descent into the unknown. The rookie Hunter Minchell unleashes raw power, meeting the creature's monstrous form head-on. A sudden, horrified cry echoes through the forest as the team witnesses the impossible. That notorious D-rank boar, resilient in a single blow, the system confirmed the kill. 7.5% experience points accrued. I feel like this is going to be a long chat, so come inside. The monster roared, caught mid-strike as raw power flowed in. A sharp chime rings out as the beast reels from a devastating blow. The final, decisive blow lands with blinding purple energy. It's increasing. The power surges through him as the system demands action. The blinding light fades, revealing the aftermath of his swift massacre. That confidence, even after a near-death battle, was truly blinding. Exhausted from the fight, they desperately search for a moment of respite. The seasoned hunters barely hid behind the monstrous boar. A sudden, unexpected gate has ripped open the sky. The system demanded his attention. The status window was open. The system explained the rules of advancement, a vital piece of knowledge for any newly ascended player. A sudden, jarring system notification shatters the quiet. A grim smile spread, fueled by dark energy. His heart pounded with anticipation. The wisdom monkeys unleashed their fiery, arcane attacks amidst the jungle heat. 2 astral enhancements. The wisdom monkeys were preparing their attack. The chaos energy surges, gaining him significant experience in mere moments. A blinding purple vortex of power, Minchell tears through the monster in a single, devastating arc. The team leader, visibly relieved yet still wary, watched the young hunter complete his first raid. The world shifts, the familiar textures replaced by a sudden, jarring appearance. That grin promised swift, utter devastation. With a primal roar, Minchell launched his devastating attack. A sudden, violent impact shatters the established quiet. The raid was over. The grotesque threat silenced beneath his weapon. The battle was over, leaving the victor leaning heavily on his newly bloodied weapon. The others could only manage a stunned, hesitant response. The veteran's weary expression suggested a difficult truth was about to be shared. His confident, unsettling smirk promised brutal efficiency. A sudden, blinding power erupts from the void. A blinding light pierces through the shadowed foliage, a sign of immense power being released. The golden light of battle pulsed as Minchell faced the monstrous chain of monkeys. The gate raid has ended, and Minchell is presented to the leader of the wisdom monkeys. The seasoned hunter wore a grim expression, while the younger man grinned with unsettling confidence. A blinding surge of power, the raw strike connecting with explosive force. The great monkey king stares down, bewildered by the sudden, violent intrusion. A sudden, terrified roar erupted from the monstrous foe. The wisdom monkey's stone visage registered sheer terror upon impact. A sudden field of effect washes over him. Paralysis begins to set in. A sudden debuff washes over him. Agility slashed. The dreaded wisdom monkey leader faces the ultimate technique. The monstrous leader roared its challenge, cornered by the sudden, violent breach. A golden blur of motion, slicing through the chaos. The sweeping purple arc connects with brutal force, tearing through the monstrous forms. The behemoth roared in agony as Minchell stood amidst the wreckage. A sudden ripple in reality. A gate ripped open without warning. The monster's transformation flared, radiating raw, terrifying power. A monstrous roar echoed as the wisdom monkey's final, desperate magic flared to life. The team leader barely holds back the panicked shouts of his subordinates. What exactly are they discussing now? The beast roared its challenge, but Minchell met it with surging purple power. Over something this weak? The raw power of chaos erupted. The team leader struggled wildly against the panic grip of his subordinates. A celestial body burns bright against the deepening indigo sky. The exhausted team leader watched as Minchell strode confidently toward the boss. The manager offered him water and a towel, her smile suggesting a well-earned break. You waited this whole time. Of course I should after your first gate raid. The successful raid concluded under the dark, mysterious woods. She offered the object, while Minchell stood glowing with newfound strength. He stood beneath the fading forest light, radiating a quiet, dangerous confidence. After the quick success, Minchell was ready to move on. The gate raid has ended. The hunter is summoned back to the surface. The sheer cost of survival settles in his mind, a ghost of fortune clinging to his lips. The Union Master, a stumpy figure, awaits introduction. He tried to mask his disappointment with a forced, hearty laugh. Back in the mundane world, the chaos followed. Back on the move, Minchell reflects while bathed in the afternoon sun. A sudden shockwave ripped through the mundane space, striking fear into the civilians. A gate appeared out of nowhere. Chaos erupted on the busy streets. An accident out of nowhere? Did the world just shift again? A gate suddenly materialized, tearing open the ordinary world amidst the panicked traffic. A gate appears, shattering the calm. Suddenly, a major crisis hits the heart of the city. The title page blazed forth, hinting at an ascent powered by pure might. The ominous title card arrives, marking the beginning of a dark new saga. Chaos erupted as a colossal, purple vortex materialized in the heart of the city. The Hunter Association representative was here, face drawn with strained formality. The impact was deafening, shattering the ground beneath him. A monstrous snarl tears through the silence, its glowing eyes promising only carnage. Panic erupts as the monstrous gate solidifies above the city streets. The beasts howled, driven by a ravenous hunger for sustenance. The city erupts into chaos as citizens scatter from the encroaching horrors. Amidst the chaos, A child cries out for their mother. Amidst the devastation, a small child wept, unable to comprehend the terror. A towering monster, armed and ready, blots out the world behind a small, terrified figure. A monstrous hunger screams. Human. Food. A flash of blinding power erupts as the hunter delivers a furious strike. A beast roared, its gaping maw splattering crimson against the oppressive red light. Amidst the smoke and ruins, he stood, a silhouette of unexpected calm. The immense beast finally falls, and the system confirms the reward. The system alerted him, a chance to absorb the chaos energy itself. The heavy assault begins, a clash between desperate defenders and monstrous might. The armored defender strained, breath caught in his throat as the enemy tide surged. The monstrous wolf beast locks its sights, weapon drawn against the fragile defense. Brother, there's too many of them. My mana is almost depleted. The silhouette of a charging warrior, bathed in blinding light, meets the savage hunger of the beast below. A maniacal grin splits his face, hunger blazing in his eyes. A sharp, sickening impact. The beast's final, savage scream. A swift, decisive strike sends one beast reeling. The hunter moved with impossible speed, swinging from the metal structure. A blinding surge of power erupted, tearing through the air. The beasts are overwhelming their defenses, the desperation palpable in the face of certain doom. The torrent of scarlet energy exploded around him, a grim aura promising carnage. You guys help evacuate the citizens. I'll hold them off. A flash of movement, the sound of swift action cutting through the chaos. The hulking beast stands tall, its massive frame overshadowing the fallen below. The static intensity of the chaos energy begins to fade. The sky glowed with an unnatural, searing light above the modern structure. A week later, the air thick with unspoken tension. The official representative offered a card with a disarmingly wide smile. The aftermath of the clash hung thick in the air, but for the moment, they needed a break. The victor stood over the slain beast, a bloody weapon plunged deep. The dark energy surged around him, a stark contrast to the celestial glow. The passage of time felt like a blur, a full week gone by. A week later, the Hunter Association sought him out once more. 1 week later, the Hunter Association official was waiting. I doubt I'll see him again. There's no need for my special sight. A hunter, clad in association gear, stands small beneath the imposing presence of the other man. Pleasure to meet you, Sir Hunter. The blinding light of the aftermath. Two figures stand at the threshold of consequence. Demon Lord's Martial Arts Ascension. The title card sets the stage. Demon Lord's Martial Arts Ascension. Fate had delivered an unexpected encounter in this place. This story flashes back 2 whole days. The story flashes back, setting the scene for a dangerous confrontation. The monstrous beast roared, engulfed in a blinding surge of purple energy. With a decisive upward strike, he channeled raw power through the ornate blade. The relentless grind pays off. A quiet smirk as the system confirms the ascent. Level 11 achieved. The A-rank hunter stood ready, his power coalescing in the air. The strain of relentless training pushes his body to the absolute limit. I'm Yongsung Gui, an A-rank hunter appointed as the examiner for this certification. Gosh, arrogant. The relentless training continues, even under the weary eyes of his support team. His dedication to constant grinding was noticed, even by his support staff. The branch manager offered a warm, professional smile, holding the requested documents close. The branch manager's inner vision paints the dwarf as utterly cordial. Yo, work, everyone. IT must have been so hard coming in to teach gate every day. The Interstellar Union staff finds his relentless pace amusing. He gave a slight, knowing smirk, feeling confident in his next move. A firm step onto the cool floor. The surrounding chaos of reporters momentarily vanished as he approached. Reporters swarmed, hungry for a word about his role in the gate break. The Interstellar Union finally addressed the incident caused by Hunter Jin Minchel. A warm welcome awaits the hunter in this opulent hall. The branch manager arrives in a dramatic rush of dust and excitement. The craftsman presented his perfected wares, an eager display of skill. Ho ho. The craftsman seemed genuinely pleased with the transaction. The certification exam room awaited, silhouettes looming in the bright expanse. The requested equipment, gleaming under the light, has finally arrived. He surveyed the expertly crafted items, his expression one of pure, unadulterated awe. Hey, do you like my products? He was utterly flustered by the artisan's enthusiastic praise. He roared with excitement, finally able to see the fruits of his labor. The branch manager, eager to please, gestured Minchell toward the prepared treasures. The A-rank hunter, Yung Sung-gui, stands ready. He pondered the impossible request, the sheer scale of the challenge settling upon him. His smirk held the cool confidence of someone who knew exactly what he was capable of, a direct path to higher ranks, previously unknown. The Hunter Association rivals the power of the United Nations itself. I never hold a grudge when someone leaves me alone and runs away by themselves. I prepared everything well. Her bright eyes promised satisfaction. He offers a confident smirk, the final denial echoing the unspoken truth. The gate to higher tiers is locked by power, equipment, and crucial past experience. The Interstellar Union staff member waits patiently, ready to lead them forward. A hasty whisper exchanges secrets between the support staff and the hunter. The sterile confines of the building gave way to a strange, shimmering anomaly, a gate. A solid footstep lands. The confrontation is about to begin. The examiner, Yung Sung-gui, finally appeared, radiating calm authority. The path to advancement demands a trial. The hunter certification exam. I'm Yung Sung-gui, an A-rank hunter appointed as your examiner. A confident smile, a subtle display of newfound power. The blinding clash echoed as the A-rank hunter unleashed his fury. A brutal impact shakes the air as the A-rank hunter's attack crashes down. The fierce energy erupted, a display of power barely contained. A flash of purple energy accompanies a determined strike. A blinding shockwave erupts from the point of impact. Then, the confrontation begins in a flash of motion. The intense blue energy crackled, slicing through the air with blinding speed. The impact rings out, a blinding flash of blue energy against the chaos. His eyes widen in sudden recognition. The examiner's voice rings out, astonished by Minchell's unexpected power. The referee's expression remained calm, ready to judge the impending clash. The clash reverberated, a deafening impact between blades. A flash of movement, a clean, expert strike. The examiner draws a strange, reinforced weapon, crackling with energy. The branch manager offered a warm, enthusiastic round of applause. Pardon? The sudden, earnest question hung in the air, cutting through the tense moment. If you don't, I'll kill you. A chilling promise echoed in the suffocating red aura. The narrative fades into a dramatic, shimmering black and white expanse, a cinematic transition. The final moments of the qualification match were underway. Demon Lord's martial arts ascension. A sudden tension permeates the air, crackling with unseen power. I think there's a misunderstanding here, he offered with a forced smile. The victor's chilling smirk confirmed the overwhelming gap in their abilities. A sudden, visceral exertion of power, staining the air crimson. Rage boils over, fueled by sheer disbelief. He will not endure being dismissed. The shock registers, mixed with the sting of his own blood. His true power materialized, an imposing blade of glowing energy. The summoned sword descends, crackling with concentrated, ethereal power. 7 swords. The true power begins to manifest. A cruel smile played across his lips as the initial clash erupted into a blinding mist. The air tears open as devastating strikes clash in a brilliant display of power. The 7 stars demonic sword, a full power strike, was repelled. The flash of blinding speed. The air cracks from the impact. The full force of the attack slams down, manifesting as a terrifying, sweeping strike. The clash ignites, power surging around the blade. A blinding flash of energy erupts at the point of impact. He readied his strike, the energy crackling around the blade. This single sword, barely significant, speaks volumes of his true, terrifying power. A deafening clang echoed as the forbidden technique struck. His eyes gleamed with a cruel, focused intensity as the sword flared with dark energy. The air crackles as he readies his full power. The sheer difference in power was overwhelming. How long could this fight last? The true power of the Seven Stars demonic sword is finally unleashed. A single, blazing strike descends, shrouded in swirling, ethereal mist. The clash erupts, a devastating surge of raw power meeting an unbreakable defense. The clash of powers erupted in blinding, blue-streaked light. This is it. He's finally attacking properly. A tense standoff, steel flashing between them, inches apart. The ultimate move descends, cloaked in dark, swirling power. Damn it. That fucking hurts. The clash reaches its zenith, an explosive expulsion of energy shaking the very air. The sky itself seemed to crack under the immense surge of pure, white-hot energy. The sound of the impact, a violent, searing shockwave. The dust settles around the victor, the cracked floor a testament to raw power unleashed. A colossal release of power. The shattered remnants of the confrontation hang heavy in the air. The boot lands with a sharp thud, stirring dust and debris against the pale sky. The aftermath settled. He watched the unexpected conclusion unfold. The dust settled, revealing the battered figure kneeling amidst the shattered arena. The cost of this unexpected encounter was immediate and visceral. The system registered the defensive measure. Hard armor activated. The haze of battle clears, revealing the exhausted, determined gaze of the hunter. The sudden surge of power illuminates the confrontation, marked by the system's affirmation. The devastating slash connects, radiating dark, potent energy. The air crackled with ethereal energy as the seven swords materialized around him. A dark, menacing aura swirls around him as he draws the weapon. A solid impact echoes, the sound effect marking a sudden stop. His resolve hardened as he prepared the final strike. The air crackles with ominous energy as the final move is unleashed. The air crackles with contained, murderous intent. The full power of Seven Stars' demonic sword is unleashed. A blinding clash of pure energy erupts, the sound tearing through the air. The blade, shimmering with ethereal power, began to crack under the strain. The promised Seven Stars demonic sword technique erupts in a terrifying burst of focused power. His eyes burned with fierce determination. The edge of the blade mere inches away. A chilling, confident smirk under a shroud of dark power. The first form of the Seven Stars demonic sword unleashes its immense power. The devastating force of the sword strikes home, eliciting a raw, choked cry of pain. The forbidden technique, shattered into shards against an impossible defense. Even with only two, the clash echoed with raw desperation. A colossal foot descends, dwarfing the ethereal figure standing against the brilliant, blue-tinged smoke. The purple energy pulses, runes glowing as the last resort is drawn. The blow landed hard, sending blood spilling from his lips. A defeated warrior coughs blood onto the rough ground, the taste of defeat bitter. The crushing weight of the final blow forces him to his knees. The dust settled, revealing the shocked onlookers fleeing the scene. The clash of equals, an intense, knowing gaze locked between them. The victor buried his face, overwhelmed by the sheer effort or perhaps the disbelief of the outcome. The roar of impact echoed as the figure slammed into the ground. The challenger's smirk holds a dangerous challenge. A grim smile breaks through the dust, an admission of struggle. He practiced the movements, the exertion marked by sharp breaths against the cold air. The power manifested as an explosive, searing impact. A swift, powerful strike lands, erupting in explosive force. It's more helpful for me to not get any treatments. I can now take on rank B gates. The B rank gate shimmered, a swirling vortex of cold, electric blue energy. With a sharp retort, she tried to hold him back from his reckless path. UGH. It is so cold. The ancient celestial art relentlessly transforms the body, pushing the limits of human potential. The system confirms the slightest gains, while a ghostly manifestation smiles with dark satisfaction. The lingering pain fades. His body craves the fight again. Demon Lord's martial arts ascension. The title unfurls against a backdrop of cold, ethereal light. The glowing portal stabilized, humming against the ice. As the team approached the threshold, the unforgiving cold of the ice domain hits them like a physical blow. The biting wind felt strangely refreshing against his newly hardened form. Misters, will you guys be able to help me out like this? The biting cold of the snow-covered forest permeated everything. The biting cold seemed absolute here, almost useless in masking the sheer scale of the creature before him. UGH. It is so cold. The massive white-haired gorilla unleashes a terrifying, icy roar. The white-haired gorillas roared, their chilling rage echoing across the icy expanse. The biting cold felt intense, yet a determined smile broke through the frost. The air cracked under the sudden surge of frigid power. Despite the biting cold, a determined smirk played on his lips. The white-haired gorillas roar in agony as the power descends. The icy air cracks as a sudden, powerful energy explodes outward. The newly acquired authority, Hell's Fire, assimilates with his very soul. The air shatters under the force of his strike, a whirlwind of icy blue energy. The B-rank gate felt daunting, a true test of his newly forged strength. The authority, Hell's Fire, assimilated with his soul, transforming once more. The five tigers splitting blade technique unleashed its icy fury. The air snapped with an unseen force as he turned to face the blinding cold. UGH. It is so cold. So, this means my human body can obtain the abilities of those that I killed in my previous life? What on earth are you doing? My apologies. I finally transformed you from being a reckless person that wants to save people into a decent human. The department head listens intently, his expression unreadable in the blinding office light. The department head listened, suspicion clouding his features. He accepted the shift in power, a subtle exhale acknowledging the situation. The memory recalls the shocking truth. His initial rank evaluation was merely E rank. The weight of the past lives might now manifest within this human shell. So arrogant. Yet he reminded me of true hunter righteousness. A firm grasp sealed the agreement. A decisive moment following their hard-fought encounter. The formal handshake concluded the tense exchange. A silent agreement sealed between two hunters. The hunter offered a casual, confident smile. The words were exchanged, a promise hanging heavy in the chilly air between them. The realization struck. Normal growth was no longer an option. My apologies, I finally transformed you from being a reckless person into a decent human. The department head stared, sensing a dangerous shift in his colleague's ambition. The world dissolved into a storm of grainy shadow and light, signaling a transition deeper into the unknown. The gigantic structure loomed over Seoul, a monument to the first great cataclysm. The department head stared, seeing only the crazed resolve in his colleague's eyes. The authority, Hell's Fire, assimilates with the user's soul. It transformed like that again? The department head pinched the bridge of his nose, already overwhelmed by the news. My apologies, department head. The department head watched, troubled, as his subordinate discarded the past. The Hunter Association head looked on, concerned by Sungi's sudden decision. My apologies. I finally transformed YOU from being a reckless person that wants to save people into a decent human. And YOU want to resign like this. A swift, determined affirmation cuts through the tension. The rank B gate looms, pulsing with volatile green energy. The frigid air stings, forcing them to acknowledge the biting cold of this hidden expanse. The world blurred as the power surged, leveling up through sheer force. The strike lands, a flash of power cutting through the icy air. An unexpected system notification blazes across his vision. What is this phenomenon surrounding me? The authority of sin awakened, a power rooted deep within the pandemonium dimension. The Hall of Sins grants powers to the demon ruler upon the throne. That chilling manifestation, the true authority of sins emerged. And both of these authorities never belonged to Dymas. The authority of demon Seraphim. Fatal charm, using bewitching allure to seize control. A sudden, overwhelming sensation. A single declaration in the chaos. The interface presented the spoils of his previous conquests. Two distinct powers awaited his assimilation. A wide, unsettling landscape greeted him, devoid of any immediate threat. A forceful impact rings out as a new power flickers into existence. The authority, Hell's fire, has assimilated with the user's very soul. What astonishing development appeared before his eyes now. Ujichi's so cold. He shivered inside the heavy fur collar. A sudden, chilling silence descends in the desolate expanse. The chilling air crackled as a new power awakened within him. A subtle snap of energy crackled around his outstretched hand in the biting cold. The white-haired gorillas roared in unified fury. A past life's shadow remains, now manifesting as a chilling power. The infernal power ignites, hellfire coalescing with ominous, vibrant energy. The demonic flame surged, a stark contrast to the cold air. What truly was this sanctification? The sheer impact of the attack was visible as the crimson energy descended upon the monstrous figure. A sudden, raw scream erupts from the crimson energy. The infernal power of hellfire begins to coalesce around his clenched fist. A jarring clash of powers erupts, abyssal might against a sudden, blinding divine aura. The immense brute recoiled, letting out a raw, guttural roar of effort. The divine energy flared, a brilliant, almost sacrilegious light in his hands. Abyssal spark. Sanctification ignites around him. The colossal beast looms, its power radiating in furious blue symbols. The massive foe recoils, split by an invisible, devastating blow. The divine spark ignited, a blinding, golden rush of unexpected power. A sudden, overwhelming impact echoes through the clearing. The towering crimson shadow loomed, its terrifying presence overwhelming the host. A sudden wave of disbelief washed over him. That bastard's audacity knows no bounds. A blinding aura erupted. The divine presence announced itself. Am I becoming the very demons I once slaughtered? With unexpected ranged power and a blessing, the gate must fall. The title card flashes, echoing the shattering of his old reality. The imp raises its weapon, surrounded by ethereal blue ice spirits. The intruder's arrival was met with a sudden, chilling force. The immediate confrontation erupts as the short bastard draws steel. The incandescent, burning glow of abyssal spark pulsed in his outstretched hand. The enemy roared, consumed by a hellish, agonizing flame. The raw power surged, cloaking the white-haired figure in terrifying, vibrant crimson energy. A colossal fissure splits the icy mountain face, a gateway looming ominously over the survivors. He faced the freezing expanse, his companions watching nervously. I have no turning back now. The seasoned veteran offered a grim reassurance amidst the biting cold. The biting cold framed his determined expression. The immense rift tore open, bathed in an ethereal, chilling light. The cold air whipped around him, yet his gaze remained unyielding. Well, the system announced, revealing the frozen form of Yeti Chief Nanan. He recoiled, his massive features twisting into a predatory grin as the crimson light flared in his eye. The command rings out, echoing across the frozen expanse. Call slave. The monstrous figures descended, dwarfing the small figure beneath them. A golden aura erupted, charging the air with immense power. The ice behemoths reacted with a guttural challenge to the intrusion. The crushing impact of the shattering axe technique met the beast head-on. A sudden exclamation pierces the fray. An intruder has appeared. The massive ice beasts roar in fury, preparing their chilling assault. The divine power of sanctification bursts forth, a massive aura washing over the battlefield. The crimson flame of hellfire ignites, a direct assault against the celestial light. The air crackled, radiating with cold, divine energy. The beast felt the crushing impact as the attack slammed into its monstrous form. The savage beast is torn asunder by the crushing blow. The massive beast roared, its fury dominating the blue-lit cavern. The hulking beast recoils from the sudden, sharp impact. A cold, unsettling smile crosses his face as he looms over the fallen. The behemoth roared its challenge, eyes blazing with infernal light. The giant's crushing blow descends, met only by the sound of his impact on the frozen earth. The shattering impact, a blur of motion against the chilling blue. The towering foe barely registered the charge, its massive form a mountain of muscle. A surge of overwhelming force, a desperate, Shattering impact. The assassin peered through the white fur, eyes locked on the target. A burst of violent red energy erupts, a terrifying display of inner power unleashed. The behemoth unleashes its chilling power, an ice blizzard. It'll be hard to defend that with hellfire. The abyssal spark flares to life, manifesting shards of impossible blue light. Abyssal spark, an exclusive power manifested. With the abyssal spark ignited, a chilling divine power enveloped his blade. A blinding surge of ethereal energy meets a violent, pink-tinged impact. The air crackled with a blinding, unseen force. The chilling snowscape cracked with the sheer force of the summoned power. That meager showing only fuels my resolve. A sudden, violent impact shatters the air. The monstrous rage materialized, promising crushing annihilation. The summoned minions were instantly cut down, proving their defense inadequate. The monstrous roar erupts as a blinding, brilliant force collides with the icy darkness. The rage boils over, a monstrous snarl erupting in crackling purple energy. A powerful sound rips through the frigid air as the confrontation begins. A quiet confidence settled beneath the Arctic firs. The chapter title fades, the stage set for a new confrontation. The title flares with arcane, purple light, marking the beginning of a new saga. The team leader approaches, interrupting the tense exchange. The pressure of the situation weighed heavily on her, her stern gaze unwavering. The branch manager's stern voice cuts through the air, demanding attention. A slight hesitation, a gesture marking something infinitesimally small, yet important. Interrupted, the intense moment breaks as a hesitant cough enters the air. The team leader couldn't contain her sudden excitement. I don't know. It's a crystal I've never seen before, and I can't seem to analyze it either. The strange crystal, fresh from the boss monster, held an unknown energy. Rank, legendary. The crystal pulsed with otherworldly energy, tied to the mysterious tower. The branch manager arrived with a strange item pulled from the boss monster's corpse. That strange crystal, pulled from the boss monster's remains. Even a search through past memories yielded no trace of the tower's secrets. The branch manager arrives, presenting a mysterious crystal taken from the boss monster. The demon lord of flames has finally answered the summons. The air crackles with kinetic energy, his eyes wide with shock and sudden realization. He pushes through the motion, the system rewarding his dedication. He called me at the perfect time, right as I was about to train. An unforeseen circumstance has clearly put this branch manager on edge, yet he forces a strained smile. The scale was staggering, half the size of Jeonju itself, an unheard of magnitude for a gate. The request arrived at the perfect moment, interrupting the arduous training schedule. Contact me if you find a C-rank gate or higher B rank would be even better. The scale of this gate is utterly unreal, half the size of a city. An unwelcome interruption breaks the serious discussion. The branch manager interrupted, holding a strange item pulled from the boss monster. In the shadowy woods, their makeshift camp seemed vulnerable. The team leader interrupts their serious exchange, bringing news of an anomaly. You're just as I've heard. Your confidence is suitable for the talent you have to lead this nation's future. The branch manager's frustration was clearly not amused by the hunter's self-aggrandizing attitude. The heavy sound of arrival echoes through the tense atmosphere. Oh my team leader. What brings you here? You really seem to be enjoying this unwanted attention. A heavy foot stomps down, shaking the very ground they walk upon. Minchel, now on his knees, feels a chilling presence amid the crimson chaos. A sudden, imposing presence arrived, forcing the others to halt their conversation. The Demon Guild Master basks in the attention, his false pleasantries laced with sinister amusement. The Guild Master's smooth facade cracked. Something in Minchel's scent had triggered a deep recognition. The Guild Master's grin was wide, unnerving, and filled with an unmistakable predatory excitement. Pardon? The Hunter Association official looked genuinely concerned. The Demon Lord offered a chilling smirk, testing the waters of their tense standoff. The branch manager arrived, holding a mysterious crystal pulled from the boss monster. The digital confirmation, 1CHOS, seals the treacherous agreement. Demon Verdi, your human cosplay is pretty good. The hunter trembled, a primal instinct recognizing true authority. The demon guild master approaches, extending a hand in a deceptive greeting. That mocking laughter echoed in the tense air. The team gathered near the transport unit, awaiting instructions. The branch manager's casual demeanor barely hid his intense focus. A tense silence hangs between them, heavy with unspoken intent. The arrogant demon smiled, anticipating the confrontation. The bait is set, cast into the shadowy woods of Palbukdong. The hunter stood poised in the misty woods, his posture radiating cold confidence. The branch manager interrupts, holding forth a newly acquired artifact. A chilling, triumphant smile stretched across his face as the demonic aura intensified. The demon's mocking laugh echoes as the air crackles with overwhelming, unfamiliar power. The demon grinned, a terrifying mask of confidence mixed with disdain. The demon taunts him, dripping with unnatural confidence after revealing his true colors. The system displayed its devastating metrics, an imitation skill tied to a soul contract. The demon smiles, radiating an almost blinding, self-satisfied aura. You really seem to be enjoying this attention, Minchel. The father of all sparks answers the call. The arrogance of a demon. It's time to use that against him. The arrogant demon finally showed his true, terrifying colors. The smug confidence of a demon, cloaked in crimson power. Hellfire activated, consuming precious chaos energy in a terrifying surge of crimson power. The demon's rage boiled over, trapped beneath a searing, unspoken command. The crimson aura flared, bathing the tense standoff in hellish light. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The guildmaster's scrutiny felt intensely personal. The arrogant stomp landed, shattering the floor beneath a torrent of searing crimson light. The very air crackled, saturated with the terrifying brilliance of pure flame. A crimson wave engulfed the world, a terrifying eclipse masking the chaos within. The air thickens with a consuming dread, the descent into shadow absolute. The goblin's arrogance shattered as an overwhelming, unknown power washed over him. The Lord of Flames has answered your call. The Lord of Flames has answered your call. The Lord of Fire looms, his eyes burning with infernal red power. The demon lord's arrival was met with a chilling, searing presence. Lord of Freet had answered. The overwhelming energy was contained. The true blade energy finally focused. He was a greater spirit, corrupted in his lust for power, now a demon. The terrifying darkness of hell's fire begins to consume the edges of the frame. The demon lord stood amidst the crimson haze, his gaze burning with dark intent. A sharp impact reverberates as dark energy coils around his fist. The fiery threat paused, a dangerous amusement lighting his eyes. Pardon, the demon's aura pulsed, a terrifying display of raw, oppressive power. This newfound power, this chaos energy, demands mastery. The fiery ultimatum hangs in the air. Serve or face the baptism of flame. The controlled chaos energy, a true blade made manifest. The very essence of hell's fire exists only to destroy, a volatile power demanding absolute focus. The vast gap between demon and human, an unbridgeable gulf of power. A violent eruption of ink and shadow marked the transition. But he had no reason to refuse the offer to become the aid of a high-ranking demon. His eyes burned with sinister intent amidst the hellish red glow. A chilling chuckle echoes through the shadowy forest. The Lord of Fire's immense presence looms. The demon's laughter echoed, a forced, exhausting sound masking his desperate plea. She steps forward, basking in the attention, a glittering facade hiding her true purpose. The demon's unsettling grin betrayed his forced servitude under the Lord of Fire. With a forced, dazzling smile, he opened his arms wide, blinded by the spotlight of his own conceit. The demon lord was struck silent, caught between divine radiance and the bizarre display below. A new master, a new purpose. He swears his soul to serve the Lord of Fire. Inside Palbukong Gate, a dense, monster-filled forest lay shrouded in mist. The servant, Verdi, attempts to halt the excessive formality. Joy Yusin of the Warring Guild has arrived with a proposition. Reyou Hunter Jin Minchel. The title card shimmers, Introducing the saga of Demon Lord's martial arts ascension. Based on Verdi's revelations, the true threat begins to surface. The imposing magenta glow framed the figure, shrouded by ominous silhouettes of unseen power. The overwhelming energy, once uncontrolled, now bends to his will. They receive the dark baptism, a ritual to minimize their imposed dimensional restrictions. The chaotic, destructive power of Hell's fire demands absolute concentration to control. Are you Hunter Jen Minchel? I'm Choi Yusin from Warring Guild's Team 21. The battle lines were drawn at the tower in Korea, a flashpoint between Elysium and Pandemonium. The celestial and the demonic seal their tacit agreement. The war momentarily paused. The stage for conflict, Korea, designated as the neutral battleground. His physical body still lagged behind, struggling to contain the sheer power. The black and white dust swirls, signaling the final collapse of chaotic energy. The demon Lord Verdi was positively beaming, accepting his new role with theatrical flair. A sudden shock waves through him. The sheer audacity of this proposal was staggering. The demon's overly enthusiastic bow met a strange silence. The situation in Korea, now mapped out, will ruin those plans of theirs. 2 weeks have passed since I came to this secluded spot to level up. The Palbakung Gate housed a diverse, hostile wilderness. The raw energy surged forth, a devastating blade of controlled chaos. 5 tiger splitting blade technique. Unleashed with controlled chaos energy, he finally stood ready, the cold environment echoing his own internal struggle. The system flashed his identity. Hunter Jen Minchel, level 23. The system flares. Skill levels are rapidly updating. A guild representative introduces herself, bearing a proposal for the formidable Hunter Minchel. The 5 tiger splitting blade technique unleashed its true energy, finally mastered. He already grasped these enlightenments while he was Dymas. A colossal, ethereal foot descends, overshadowing the lone figure caught in the swirling blue energy. The sheer power of the monster rushed toward him in a chilling blur. He gritted his teeth, readying himself for impact. The blade hummed, imbued with true, chaotic energy at last. The 5 tiger splitting blade technique manifests, its raw energy now perfectly contained. The 5 tiger splitting blade technique. The true blade energy unleashed. The monstrous presence looms, delivering a bone-jarring impact. The 5 tiger splitting blade technique unleashes raw, contained chaos energy in a decisive strike, a shattering impact, the air itself groaning under the display of raw power. 5 tiger splitting blade technique. The true blade energy, now fully under his command. The past's wild, uncontrolled energy versus the present's focused, contained power. The sheer intensity of the blade energy was still too much for his mortal shell to handle. Physical enhancement must take priority over chaos energy for now. Inside Palbakung Gate, a vast, monster-filled forest awaited. Are you Hunter Jen Minchel? Nice to meet you. A sudden intrusion breaks the silence. Who dares approach the Lord of Fire? Are you Hunter Jen Minchel? I'm Choi Yusin from Warring Guild. Demon Lord's martial arts ascension. The saga continues. The gates loom large across the ancient map, marking zones of conflict. Many guilds flock here, but few choose the direct fight. The air crackles with menace as the ultimate authority arrives, and then the true battle would begin. The rank 1 guild extended an open hand, cloaked in an aura of cold, electric blue. The warring leader extended an open hand in the eerie blue twilight. The warring leader leaned in close, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His eyes held a mocking confidence, ready to challenge the perceived generosity. The condescending smile broke through the veneer of goodwill, a blatant display of disdain. Join hands with YOU. The unexpected proposal hung in the air, while the background pulsed with insincere warmth. His eyes held the glint of calculation, a sharp, knowing smile playing on his lips. He was too polite, too accommodating, and it set off every internal alarm. I'll talk to the Alliance about a cooperative front. The uncertainty hangs heavy in the cool night air. Just why did that bastard even show up here? Just why did that bastard come here? That really happened? The intrusion was immediate. a rude sound shattering the quiet moment. "I'm just being considerate of all the hunters who are working hard to clear the gate." That blunt dismissal hung heavy in the clinical blue air. He couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even by a phantom. The stage is set. Korea's first massive gate looms, and two rivals face off upon this cosmic chessboard. I tried to win him over to leak his real purpose, but it isn't working, a waste of time. The sudden appearance of this guild leader demands an answer. That tone. The man's smile twisted into something sinister, shocking the woman behind him. The gambit is set. The players are merely pieces on his board. The title card fades, revealing the aftermath of the confrontation. A fiery vortex swirls above, bathing the gathered silhouettes in an ominous, crimson light. The air hung thick with tension as the warring guild members watched, their eyes sharp with unspoken intent. "I'm just being considerate of all the hunters working hard to clear the gate." The atmosphere shifts. The forest floor seems to vibrate with hidden menace. The warring guild members stood arrayed, their expressions hard as stone. The pressure intensified, cloaked figures with glowing red eyes closing in. The rank 1 guild leader offered an alliance, his smile unnervingly pleasant. A blunt refusal hung heavy in the air, an allergy to lies. A slow, menacing smirk cuts through the dust and shadow. His smile was wide, deceptively bright, masking whatever true intentions lay beneath. The tension hangs thick in the glowing forest air. He regards the warring representative with wary, narrowed eyes. A condescending smirk. The rank 1 guild leader plays a dangerous game. Then this cooperative attack. "What kind of game will you propose?" A saccharine smile, hiding an obvious trap. "The entire mountain range is the boss's domain. Drop your guard at your peril." The warring guild players moved forward, their destination the massive Palbokdong gate. The warring team steps forward, the leader issuing a sharp command to halt. "The entire mountain is the boss area. From here on is its territory, so don't let your guard down." The warring guild's assault team rushed forward with an imposing surge of power. The warring guild members braced themselves, ready to spring into action. A torrent of cold, blue energy clashes against the massive form. Indomitable blow meets the sword of oppression. Wind blade, flame beat. Fire erupts in a dazzling, destructive confluence. The air crackled with a blue aura as illusions of fighters manifested before him. Shockwave. Fire lance. The warring guild unleashes their coordinated assault. That really happened? I can't believe the audacity. The air crackled with an unseen, brilliant energy as the red-haired figure stood ready. 10 consecutive swings. A devastating flurry against the ancient wood. The illusion faded, revealing the ambushed team positioning themselves among the fallen giants. The oppressive blue mist signals the arrival of the rank 1 guild's elite team. The rank 1 leader offered a smile that hid sharp intentions. That condescending smirk confirmed his insincerity. The massive rock construct unleashed a ground-shaking blow, sending shockwaves outward. A sudden surge of power, a desperate cry for fire erupts as the assault begins. A moment of raw power erupts, shattering the tense atmosphere. The warring team unleashes a devastating, crackling beam of energy against the monstrous foe. A blinding surge of energy, a defiant stand against overwhelming power. A soft sound escapes her lips as he turns, the atmosphere thick with unspoken thoughts. The air crackled with unspoken tension as the mysterious figures materialized from the gloom. The warring guild, true to their top rank, arrived to make their bold proposal. The warring guild's offer hangs heavy in the air, a calculation behind the courtesy. A heavy hand landed on the shoulder, an unwelcome mark of authority. A smug, false promise hangs in the air, while the other hunter remains guarded in the shadowed woods. A dismissive sound, a rejection of the pleasantries. The air crackled under the warring guild leader's knowing gaze. His expression hardened. The pretense of cooperation was wearing thin. Yu Sung-woo offered that condescending challenge, his smile tight with malice. A sudden, tense grasp. The warring guild's offer was anything but innocent. "Join hands with us to clear the gate." The offer hung in the air, laced with the scent of deceit. Above the dense canopy, the sky remained brilliantly blue, mocking the impending conflict below. The air crackled with sudden, aggressive tension. Your jokes are a bit extreme. A looming shadow falls as an imposing figure points a finger, singling out the man below. The vice leader urged acceptance, sensing Minchell's confidence was rooted in something real. The disbelief hardened into pure fury. They could not accept this audacity. I have no obligation to follow every little thing you guys planned. The air crackled as one hunter backed away, the tension palpable between the two groups. His smug expression confirmed the arrogance of the challenge. Your jokes are a bit extreme. Are you thinking you can win if I don't take part? The sound of impact reverberated as he landed, an ethereal energy clinging to his boots. The energy erupted, a clear sign that the standoff was over. He darts forward with blistering speed, a confident, dangerous smirk fixed on his face. A sudden, overwhelming pressure floods the air as the two figures emerge. It's a race against time now. Demon Lord's martial arts ascension. The long-awaited victory announcement. The air crackled around him as he faced the frozen expanse. H.U.H. Warring isn't chasing after M.E. He ascended into the clear blue expanse, leaving the chaos below behind. The earth cracked beneath his decisive step, energy pulsing outward. This sudden feeling, this heavy vibration, something is definitely approaching. A sickening roar of pain echoes across the battlefield. Rocks tumble as the hunter stares, his bravado momentarily forgotten. A deafening shriek cuts through the silence as the colossal maw descends. The unbearable shriek of the creature pierced the air. A piercing shriek echoes as the titan's hide absorbs the blow. What? It understood my attack. The massive maw of the sandworm lunged, ready to consume him whole. The monstrous weight struck down, a sickening impact echoing through the cavern. A blinding, purple-tinged strike slams into the colossal form. The beast descended, a seismic threat blotting out the light. I'll hit it and negate it. A sudden grip, clinging to the immense, scaled hide of the colossal creature. The surge of power erupted, golden energy radiating outward in blinding streaks. The blade hums, charged with an ominous, crackling energy. The glowing blade connects with the behemoth's hide, a shockwave of purple energy erupting outward. It's more than I thought it'd be, but that'll do. Flesh cuts that leave no room for error. The final strike finds the target, piercing the soft flesh beneath the monster's thick armor. The flesh cuts land, slicing through the thick hide with shocking precision. The tension ratcheted up as the bet was set. One man steps aside, challenging the remaining 20. The fight raged on. But where were the warring? The sandworm reels under the barrage of focused light. A battle of raw power ignites as two opposing energies clash violently. A tense silence, broken only by a sharp, grinding sound. The vice leader, sensing Minchell's quiet confidence, urged the leader to accept the mad wager. The weight of command settles as one member concedes to the leader's decision. The dust settled, revealing the sheer magnitude of the beast. The resolve to undergo movements that could end up in a huge injury from the slightest mistake. A sickening thud as steel met flesh. The beast was finally pierced. A sandworm? It's big as a mountain but disgustingly loud. The victor's grin was sharp, a challenge hanging in the air. The sheer, blinding power erupts in a torrent of crimson and gold. The explosive aftermath hung heavy, catching the eyes of every spectator recording the moment. Your jokes are a bit extreme. Are you thinking you can win if I don't take part? The challenger stepped forward, his smirk a gauntlet thrown down. The confidence in his smirk was almost insulting. That cocky grin sealed the dangerous wager. Oh, a mocking laugh rings out under the bright, clear sky. The adrenaline of the hunt fades as they settle into a tense, quiet discussion. That offer, it was beyond extreme. A sudden, unsettling confidence sparks across his features. Shadows loom large, representing the formidable power aligned against him. The spoils of victory, shining crystals, powerful gear, and chests overflowing with treasure. A dangerous intensity burns in his eyes, hidden by shadowed contemplation. The grand structure looms under the bright sky. Someone calls out his name. The branch manager rushed forward, eager to assist his client. The branch manager dramatically reveals the essential supplies, a necessary preparation for the climb ahead. A dimension pouch, glittering with vital storage capacity for the journey ahead. The branch manager beams, presenting the essentials for the grueling climb ahead. The branch manager finally relented, accepting the necessary burden for their ambitious plans. The scales of justice are tipped. The union's vast investment outweighs Minchell's desperate plea for salvation. The branch manager, having equipped Minchell, now awaits his next request. I'm back, mother, father. With the right conditions, activating the magic circle will boost the mana density. He pondered, perhaps weighing the implications of the union's vast investment strategy. The ornate chamber glowed softly, bathed in warm, almost divine light. The dwarf exclaims, beaming with surprise and pride. What is it? The imposing manager awaits an answer as Minchell stands ready to depart. The union official sweated, clearly vexed by the negotiation. Tense silence hung in the air, the weight of unspoken thoughts evident on his face. The branch manager erupted in triumphant excitement, celebrating the successful arrangements. The looming figure watched him depart, an unspoken farewell hanging in the air. Self-satisfied smirk played across his lips in the shimmering light. I'll tell him everything once a certain measure of trust is built between us. The request for total trust hung heavily in the air, met with clear hesitation. The chapter title card. Demon Lord's Martial Arts Ascension. You're really good at using mana for your age. He feels a little familiar. The others were stunned by the sudden recognition, feeling a strange celebrity aura emanating from him. The system identified the ability, a barrier-type magic, specifically silencing all sound. A warm glow surrounds him as he accepts the unexpected generosity. He felt a momentary, familiar coolness from the drink. The dark energy swirls, a tempest of ambition and shadow. The demonic clan's power manifests, a spectral dragon looming over the humbled figure. The interstellar union seeks to double its investment, demanding an equal footing. The devoted servant dreams of shared loyalty. He felt a little familiar. The other guy looked a bit like a celebrity. The Battle Demon clan uses mana differently. His dark magic is useless here. A crushing force descended, eliciting a silent, visceral scream of terror. That smug confidence, fueled by hidden power and preparation. A casual, yet firm, gesture, a reminder of the hidden stakes between them. Magic is all about calculating a certain formula. Mastering this art would multiply his magical efficiency exponentially. The revelation hung heavy in the air. His words were completely unexpected. My magic is all about calculating the formula efficiently. He's making me really speechless. The aftermath of the intense mind share. A heavy, shared collapse across the table. The student beams, a bright, almost unsettling enthusiasm for his dark master. Minchell remained guarded, silently absorbing the weight of the financial dealings. The near-fatal coffee run barely registered. His life was too valuable now. A relieved sigh escapes him as he finally takes a long, cold drink. The journey returns him to Ixen, his hometown, under a brilliant, hopeful sky. The cheerful exchange of gifts marks a pause before the journey ahead. His life had become utterly unreachable, a phantom in the lives of those he left behind. The sudden crowd swarmed, drawn by the celebrity status Minchell had rapidly acquired. Midnight descends, and one hunter falters, fearing a lonely fate. Even the mighty Minchell sweats when the danger is real. He felt a nostalgic warmth, clutching the carefully selected gifts. The memory surfaces, a stark reminder of what he left behind. I miss this smell. I was so sick of it when I was young because it smelled like this all the time though. I'm back, mother, father. The prodigal son returns to the familiar streets. The familiar, comforting scent of deep-fried chicken fills the air. The memory of his humble roots resurfaces as he recalls his friend's jeers. He was making me really speechless. University friends welcome. OHMY. WHO came. I'm back, mother, father. A scent that pierces all five senses embraces his nose. A scent so potent it pierced every sense. The taste was angelic. No, demonic. That confident grin promises he'll handle whatever comes next. This pure, unbridled joy, a memory from a life fully lived. The anxiety of the CSAT day was met with an overwhelming display of parental care. Their faces, relaxed and bright, reflected the quiet happiness of a cherished reunion. As a father, it's nice to see you eating well. The sibling rivalry flared up instantly, a familiar, chaotic energy. A sharp chime sounded as she burst through the door. Her eyes widened, fixated on the brightly wrapped present. The long-awaited reunion was momentarily overshadowed by a familiar, sharp exchange. A sudden, violent outburst cuts through the tension. It-suck-tobyu. The playful bickering ignites, Minchell standing smug amidst the rising domestic firestorm. The sibling rivalry erupts with sudden, jarring energy. The family reunion quickly descended back into chaos. An instant clash of sibling rivalry. Shadows of the past, figures long evaded, now loom large with sinister smiles. The sudden appearance brought a startled stare and a dismissive hum. The sister bursts with adoration, while Minchell remains thoroughly unimpressed. A present is offered, met with sheer, explosive delight. The scent of freshly fried chicken pierces the air, a familiar, comforting anchor. The television flickered, displaying a formal figure above their casual meal. The friends, still wearing their aprons, greet Minchell with casual warmth. A friendly pat, a burst of surprised noise erupts amidst the joyful meal. The familiar scent of home, piercing through the city's rush. Reporter Kim Jinji reports live on the successful closure of the massive gate. The familiar, childish chaos erupts again. The alliance between Warring and the Interstellar Union was key to the raid. A familiar hand touches her shoulder, but her expression remains frozen in shock. The familiar sting of sibling rivalry immediately flared up. The reporter, Kim Jinju, documented the aftermath. "I'll fry more for you if you want, Ida." A manic grin splits his face as an unseen system notification flashes above. His joyful expression was the only thing they could truly see. The Demon Lord's martial arts ascension begins now. The scent that pierces all five senses finally embraces his nose. The lingering comfort of home already felt distant, replaced by the cool glow of the screen. The gate incident was handled quickly. He downplays the danger to his family. The moment of pure, unbridled joy, a karaoke night with friends. A towering shadow, impossibly vast, looms over him. The sweet reunion must end. A grim vow echoes. The moment of departure arrives. The familiar faces waiting. A lively reunion, though some still harbor familiar annoyance. The sister's affectionate slap welcomes him back into the family fold. Ellie watched with unconcealed surprise as Minchell smiled, full of easy confidence. "If you want to come back safe, you should say you'll be back." This is the entrance to the Tower of Trials. The train is heading into the boarding area, a clean break from the warmth he just left. The train door slid open, the metallic hiss marking his departure. Ellie's sudden appearance snapped him back to the present moment. Ellie meets him at the threshold, a knowing smirk on her face. The train idled, a final moment before Minchell stepped toward his next trial. A strange energy emanates from the tower, a power unlike any gate. The Tower of Trials looms, a monument of unknown energy, dwarfing the soul station below. With a satisfied smile, he gently touched the ring, accepting the moment. This is the entrance to the Tower of Trials. A grim, unreadable expression under the violet haze. A sharp realization cuts through the air. The professional demeanor suggested an important briefing was underway. "What I want to say, how dare you?" This Tower of Trials felt different, heavy with forgotten power. They stay inside that tower for ages, a frightening rate of failure. The reporter recognized the face of Hunter Jen Minchell. The air crackles with an intense, otherworldly energy as the gate opens. The chilling blue void of the Tower of Trials swallowed him whole. A predatory smile played across his face as he peered through the shadowed entrance. The title flashes, heralding the next chapter. Demon Lord's Martial Arts Ascension. A colossal structure looms, bathed in an ethereal blue glow. A sharp sound echoes as the entry seals shut. He stands alone within the terrifying depths. A neutral voice pierces the void, demanding an answer. Who could speak in this absolute darkness? Welcome to the Tower of Trials. Bear, you need better eyesight. A neutral voice whispers from the darkness as a shadowy figure appears before him. A sudden, chilling vocalization pierces the echoing silence of the hall. A strange figure, clad in a tuxedo and a bear mask, appears with theatrical flair. The strange voice belonged to a creature wearing a formal suit and a teddy bear head. A neutral voice echoes, pulling him from the darkness. The agreement sealed. The otherworldly voice confirms the new designation. A shockwave of light erupts as he demands his senses return. This looks exactly like a status system he's encountered before. Tower OF Trials, Floor 0. The stage is set before the true gauntlet begins. The air crackles with an immense, blinding power. A roar of pure, unrestrained power erupts from the beast man. The trial of combat begins, a brutal test to prove his worth. He looks down at the diminutive spirit, an imposing figure on the digital display. The unnervingly pale figure, the administrator, stands ready beside the strange plush companion. His base stats were violently reshaped by the system's balancing act. The serene administrator sat back, her cool gaze fixed on the newcomer. I might be seeing things as well. I'm sure he'll live up to his adjusted stats at least. The monstrous form roars, its bestial rage contained by glowing chains. The administrator offers a chilling, smug challenge. The air cracked with the sound of impact, energy swirling as the challenger faced his foe. The chains of confinement shattered under the beast's furious grasp. The werewolf's desperate roar was silenced by a blinding, crushing strike. The werewolf fell in a single, devastating blow. Bear, why do you need better eyesight? This is a bald lion. The illusion shattered, but his blade sang a different tune. The terrifying impact struck. Her fierce attack met with an unbelievable force. Stage 4, the skeleton, falls before the raw command. Skip. The monstrous figure roared, engulfed in a burst of yellow-orange energy. The countdown continues, each passing second an insult to the speed he craves. The victor speaks, dismissing the reprieve. The next stage begins immediately. Stage 49. Prowling Oeni has been vanquished. A spectral voice addresses the visitor, a figure seemingly summoned from the ethereal. Bear, why do you need better eyesight? This is a bald lion. It's a feeling, a genuine spark of interest. There was clearly a reason why he bypassed the tower's test so quickly. The tower's light washes over everything as the true trial begins. Long ago, others also experienced this strange registration process. A neutral voice breaks the silence, drawing his attention. With the enemy defeated, the protagonist chooses to skip the waiting period for the next stage. 48 stages cleared in mere seconds. The speed was unnatural. The monstrous duo unleashes a coordinated attack, demanding submission. The werewolf is vanquished. The system restores all. A blinding surge of raw, crimson power erupts around him. The prowling one materializes, its sheer power filling the air. It has been an age since this feeling has returned. His face, a mask of pale purple, cracked into a chilling, knowing smile. The final foe fell with a shocking crack. The skill, shall we put it to the test? The challenger's quick swordsmanship was tested immediately. The hidden energy around the blade pulsed, signaling an incoming power. The clash of forces ignites the air in a blinding, electric flash. The silence shattered as an invisible force slammed down, the world erupting in crimson impact. The werewolf falls, its monstrous form finally succumbing to the onslaught. Even the famed 7 have struggled against my might. A neutral voice cuts through the sudden darkness, demanding assessment. A monstrous foot slams down, yet the challenger stands steady, blade drawn. A decisive stomp echoes through the sterile blue chamber. The hidden strength in his blade was unleashed, striking down the foe with shocking speed. 2 heavy hits. He felt the power surge through the blade. A sharp cry of pain erupts as incredible force slams into the stage administrator. No more fluttering about like an insect. The time for true confrontation had arrived. A blinding surge of corrupted energy connects, silencing the mummy's struggle. A shocking clash of power erupts. Even the veteran warrior questions his impending defeat. His augmented power burst forth, dwarfing the strength he once possessed. The compressed power of the blade slammed into the ancient guardian. The power surges, a dazzling, almost unbelievable influx of strength. 8 defeated. The challenger stands before the next fallen legend. I wonder if you can beat the last trial. A neutral voice cuts through the void, questioning the source of the presence. The cold, blue floor beneath him seemed to hum with latent energy, a deafening crackle as raw power erupts around him. A smug grin plays across his face amidst the golden motes of light. A massive golden figure erupts, crackling with raw, blinding energy around the lone figure. He stands amidst the chaos, a confident, dangerous smile playing on his lips. The overwhelming power of the Legion manifested, dwarfing the hero beneath its golden, crackling aura. The epic title flashes, promising a tale of ultimate power. Are they just trying to overpower me with sheer numbers? Holy bless. The curse is broken, but their resolve remains. The countdown ends. The engagement has begun. The ominous reinforcements arrive, bearing holy symbols. Fireball meets water arrow in a clash of elemental forces. The explosion rips through the air, energy unleashed in a blinding flash. The first strike lands with brutal force, a direct strike of grief. The opening was sprung, but his calculation was flawless. The ominous magic crackles, a blinding, purple storm gathering overhead. With no escape, he committed everything to a single, desperate counterstrike. A blinding wave of purple energy erupted, an ultimate attack forcing a desperate, airborne counter. The counterattack lands. Crystal shards splinter around him, a deafening impact, as raw power collides with steel armor. If this drags on, they will only gain more power. The blinding darkness shattered, his sight violently restored. The expected curse, the punishment. It vanished. The heavy blow landed, shattering their defense like glass. The blinding spell was neutralized. The expected opening vanished like smoke. The echoes of the destruction continued, the remaining count dropping sharply. The relentless assault continues as the numbers dwindle, one strike at a time. I don't need to dodge every single strike. A grim smile, streaked with blood, cuts through the darkness. The onslaught intensified, demanding everything he had. More. The front line braces themselves as the robed figures, the rear mages, are ordered into defensive formation. The magic circles blaze with ominous red light. Weapons are raised. Divine flame erupts, purging the impurity and driving back the shadows. I see spear. The ultimate offensive unleashed. A chilling realization grips the air as the tide begins to turn. He descended through the chaos, a shadow cloaked in black armor. The divine flame purged the dark curse, revealing a moment of startling clarity. He stands atop the carnage, a towering figure crowned by lightning. The chaotic energy of the final moments begins to fade into stark monochrome. The Iron Legion assumes their defensive stance, steel glinting in the dim light. The impact, a shattering release of power. They brace themselves, raising their blades behind an impenetrable wall of energy. The air crackled with demonic energy as he braced for the impending clash. The fortress of defense met an unstoppable surge of raw power. It will be hard to deal this damage. The moment of opportunity appears, a vital opening in their formation. The impact shakes the very air, a stunning collision of skill and shield. The cloaked figures prepare their final, desperate salvo. Divine power erupts, purging the shadows and cleansing the wounds. The battle intensifies. The count keeps dropping. The heavy magic legions shattered, leaving only the final few stragglers. The air hung heavy, marked only by a quiet exhale. Now that the troublesome magic legions are dealt with, it's time to aim for the vital points up close. The mages are annihilated, leaving only the frontline soldiers. A new, decisive strategy forms. A victorious, almost mocking smirk crosses his battle-scarred face. The decisive blow connects, scattering armor in shockwaves across the battlefield. Another one shatters under the relentless assault. The magic legions shattered, their countdown ticking lower. A flash of steel, the sound of impact echoing violently. The armor shatters, the Legion's confidence dissolving into shock. The divine flame purged the curse, a brilliant counter to their tactics. A sharp intake of breath amidst the wreckage. The spear lunges forward with a deafening impact, cloaked in dark, surging power. The crushing blow lands, the sound of impact echoing sharply. The sudden, brutal impact shatters the air, sending debris flying. A fortress of unwavering defense, now just another obstacle in the path of destruction. The final tally drops to 0. Silence falls on the aftermath. A shocking surge of power erupts from the towering figure. The Legion, a monstrous force united by a single, vengeful will. The armor shattered, its essence dissolving into cold, vibrant light. Bloodied, battered, yet utterly focused under the deepening twilight. The trial concludes, the ethereal blue light revealing the stark reality of his achievement. The others boast grand titles, yet they never reached this floor. The system registers the impossible achievement, etching this moment into the tower's history. The system announcement flickered into existence before him, seeing as how it grants such a massive reward. It must not be a small sum. The administrator offered a deal, its glowing eyes fixed upon the challenger. A sudden, terrifying presence loomed over him, eliciting a shocked gasp. The administrator pondered, a strange gleam in their unseen eyes. A blinding torrent of cyan energy erupted around him, a raw power he was just beginning to command. The crystalline object materialized, radiating impossible power. A reward? The sheer audacity of this strange system. They're giving me the world stone as a reward? Even diminished, this small stone still pulses with incredible latent might. The administrator, masked in the guise of a bear, extends a hand across the glowing blue grid. Secrets remained locked behind the challenger's knowing smirk. The administrator conceded, admitting the power of creation was unmatched, mythical. A rank so rare, only 15 such items are known to exist. That's enough. The exchange is settled. The raw power of the world stone pulsed under his grip, emitting a terrifying, crimson light. The world stone shattered in his hand, erupting in explosive crimson energy. That lunatic. He just destroyed such a precious item. Chaos energy explodes outward, sending the defeated challenger plummeting toward the abyss. Stop right there. Deal and come in. Why closer? Flies will start. T.O. gather. T.O.O. The chaotic energy surged, the very air around him crackling with raw power. A terrifying surge of power erupted from within. Chaos energy equals an energy of origin, and the world stone contained energy equivalent to that source. Stop right there. Deal and come in. Why closer? The chilling command halted all advance. The bare-headed figure stood firm as raw. Red energy erupted around him. The world stone, an energy of origin, was utterly annihilated. The sheer power emanating from him was almost visible, bathing the void in an ominous, cracked red light. Despite the administrator's disbelief, he still fully retained that power. The challenger floats suspended in the abyss, surrounded by exploding chaos energy. The energy of the explosion enveloped him, a violent storm in the void. The shockwave of his action ripped through the cosmos, a deafening silence in the face of immense power. The system announced his unprecedented victory, the very first to clear the zero-floor trial. The title card glows, announcing the saga's return. The administrator explains how the power can be integrated directly into the user's mind world. The administrator glowed under the ethereal blue light, a faint blush crossing his satisfied features. He stepped onto the glowing platform, the silence broken only by a sharp, decisive sound. The administrator stares, contemplating the journey ahead, up to the 100th floor and beyond. A brilliant, crystalline stone materialized, catching the light as a sign of interest. Eyes of truth activated, unveiling a legendary fragment. This is an item related to a space deep within the tower. This item, holding an unknown power, felt intrinsically linked to something deep within the tower. His grin promised something wicked as he anticipated more. Her icy gaze held a simmering disdain for that mere boy. The ethereal staircase beckoned toward the next unknown. Suddenly, strange shapes rose from the scorching desert floor. The digital slate illuminates the next objective. Survive the brutal desert of heat. Stop right there. Don't come any closer, lest the flies gather. What? This progress is agonizingly slow 0.01%. K. The monstrous rage exploded as the challenger's power struck. The chaotic energy consumed the creature, its final shriek echoing as mastery increased. He strides into the brutal, sun-scorched expanse, clutching his weapon. This grueling trial, the very beginning, was merely a tutorial. Suddenly, the world shifted, a blinding transit to the next trial. Chaos energy erupted in a blinding flash, forcing back the monstrous centipede. The trial ends, thrusting him into the brutal, sun-scorched terrain of the next stage. Let's eat something first before continuing. Oh, the meal is much better than I thought. The rations, though minimal, are still sustenance. A fleeting thought before the next grueling test. If I get lucky, I'll pass quickly, but I must prepare for the worst. The exploration rate crawls along, a dismal 0.2%. The objective isn't simply reaching a percentage. It's something more profound. Let's eat something first before continuing. His grip tightens, a silent resolve hardening his expression. Stop right there. Don come in why closer. Stop right there. Don't come any closer. A voice warned. Flies will start to gather too. The title card flashes, an ephemeral promise of the journey ahead. A sudden, sharp realization, a fleeting look of suspicion crossed his face. The supposed allies cornered him, demanding a confirmation amidst the tension. The proud Draconian, Raul Goldrian, reveals his name with a chilling smile. The victor surveyed his prey with a sinister smile, calling out to the defeated. A cunning smile played across his lips as the deal was sealed. Look at these guys. The map was revealed, showing the scattered landmarks and quest markers of the first floor. They explained the path forward, mentioning the choices between main and sub-quests. They presented their offering, a bag labeled Combat Ration Fried Rice. The Guardian of the Altar has appeared, ready to test the challenger. The system reveals the explorable areas, a digital map unfurling before his eyes. The Draconian smiled, confident his manipulation would succeed. This earthling will fall for it easily. The system delivered a shimmering, spectral backpack, loot from the fallen foe. The Guardian of the Altar has appeared before him. Their smug satisfaction hung heavy in the air. The deal sealed by deceit. The exchange sealed, they made their move toward the bright exit. The deal was struck, the glowing supplies ready. But suspicion still lingered beneath their false smiles. The Draconian smiled, his victory assured. As the Earthling recoiled in shock, the Draconian roared, unleashing a blinding, purple strike against his perceived opponent. The victim's final, desperate cry rang out as the inevitable strike landed. Gosh, the sheer audacity of these fools. The sound of impact erupts as the trial begins. The confrontation explodes outward, a blinding shockwave against the stark white. The betrayal met the swift, brutal end they deserved. The battle concluded violently. The fallen challenger lay beside the victor. The system confirms the victory, revealing the rewards of this brutal encounter. The bloodied key pulsed with a dangerous, crimson light in his palm. The smug victor sets the stage, a predatory glint in his eyes. The very air ripped apart as the Guardian manifested. The title card flashes, beckoning readers into the Tower of Trials. The trial lock engaged under the scorching sun. He stood before the crumbling temple, a solitary figure in the vast desert expanse. The mummy fighter stands firm against the monstrous ambush. A heavy footstep echoed as the Guardian materialized, signaling the start of the ordeal. The declaration hangs heavy in the air, shattering the tense silence. The bloodied key pulses, demanding a lock. It's time to face the consequences of this choice. The young man beams, a slightly embarrassed, pleased expression. A blinding light signals the Guardian's sudden appearance before the altar. A blinding, golden energy slams down, announcing the arrival of a Guardian. The Draconian stood imposing, expecting the naive Earthling to submit. The air crackles. This being radiates immense power. A chilling sound rings out as the guardian manifests itself. The final requirement is met. A blinding aura erupts around the golden warrior. The fearsome draconian descends, its draconic bloodline promising devastating might. They value honor and fair combat, a shared trait that could be exploited. The draconian's grip tightened, his smug confidence clashing with the veiled figure, because a decision hinges on the next word. My name is Raul Goldrian, descendant of the proud gold race. Link quest. Bloody key was in progress. I guess that's the lock for this key. The armored figure smirked, sizing up the target with mocking amusement. How dare this insolent brat lecture me? He truly believes I stand no chance. The draconian paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his golden eyes. A blinding clash erupts as the guardian's might meets their desperate strikes. The grand architecture looms before him, a pristine but strange altar awaiting its challenger. The terms are accepted. The lock awaits the bloodied key's completion. He was essentially asking for a bodyguard while fighting, banking on the draconian's nature. The draconian paused, his golden armor gleaming beneath the pale sky. A slight smirk played on his lips as he considered his next move. A sudden, sharp declaration. The essence of the draconian spirit rings out. Heavy footsteps mark the advance across the ancient stone. The bloodied key finds its lock, poised before the grand sealed altar. The bloodied key's lock illuminates, waiting for its final piece. The key clicks, the path unlocks, and the trial begins now. A terrifying guardian has materialized before the altar. This is the guardian. The fell beast growls, a surge of primal rage echoing in the air. The immense guardian looms, casting a shadow over the confrontation. A drawn-out battle means exhaustion. Every severed tentacle demands a costly regeneration. The fell beast recoiled from the unexpected force, its monstrous form momentarily staggered. The terrifying power of the demon sword manifests, channeling dark energy. The strike lands with blinding force, aimed directly at the beast's core. The devastating power of the meteor strike connects, sending ripples of energy across the arena. A devastating impact echoes through the grand hall. The Lord of the Gold Dragon's ultimate perception flares to life. I need the Heartstone. In that case, the title flashes, the saga of the Demon King who levels up through martial arts, beginning anew. The monstrous fell beast lunges, its massive form dominating the ruined hall. The overwhelming energy pulsed, leaving him questioning the limits of his current power. The World Stone amplified his chaos energy, but his body couldn't handle the advanced arts. The Seven Stars demonic sword ignites with dark, crackling energy. The roar of the hellhound fades into a stark, paralyzing silence. The demonic sword sings as it meets its stunned prey. The crest on the back of my hand is shining brightly. Level 2 of Dark Star's power is released. The Guardian's intense gaze locks onto the coming threat. The Dark Star's latent power begins to awaken. Dark Star ignites, summoning forth the spectral forms of forgotten weaponry. The sheer potential of the user's strength is laid bare. His enhanced combat ability allowed him to handle the brute with ease. Heaviness descends as the potential burdens of rare materials materialize. The blinding light of the system confirmation fades, revealing earned points and a looming clock. The fusion process begins, channeling the essence of the Heartstone into the World Stone. HMM Heartstone. The Guardian's intense gaze locked onto the battlefield. This was a crucial moment, a small sound of contemplation as the reward is revealed. Heartstone, a cursed artifact, brewed from the pulverized remains of living things, promises immense power. A brilliant smile breaks through the tension of battle. The terrifying guardian looms, its grin menacing as the hero clutches the reward. A moment of heavy internal reckoning. The promise weighed against the prize. The Dragon King's gaze fixed upon the shimmering Heartstone, a heartfelt thank you, sealing a bond born from desperate conflict. The coveted Heartstone hangs suspended between the two reaching hands. He wears his deceit like a sparkling charm, masking his true intentions. The Guardian recoiled, shocked by the sudden, overwhelming power unleashed. I don't know who the nameless god is. HMM Heartstone. As the fell beast was subdued, the dragon's mind had detected the immense strength just used to prevent outside forces from interfering with their dimension. A sinister grin spreads across his face amidst the swirling dark energy. He couldn't fathom why a dragon would desire the Heartstone. The golden throne sits empty, awaiting the Dragon Lord's presence. Everything's going according to plan, the Dragon Race Chief mused. This is the name plaque, a binding promise from a Dragon Lord. This is a name plaque, though. A contract is being formalized, sealing an agreement equivalent to a full person's bond. He's this. A sudden realization strikes the observer. The oppressive heat of the desert floor offered no sanctuary as two figures met beside the glowing portal. The heat of the desert trial was over. The acknowledgement sealed with a warm handshake. A firm clasp seals the agreement. A handshake across worlds. The triumphant ascent toward the next dimension begins. He descends into the abyss, the silence broken only by a subtle sound. Submerged in chilling blue, a new reality materializes around him. The trial is past, yet the ascent continues through the tower's treacherous layers. The world shifts violently, a burst of light shattering the oppressive desert behind him. A solid impact as I land, relief washing over me. This unique shell, an abyss's compass, points the way forward. Humph! A low sound echoed in the underwater silence as he examined the small object in his palm. A pristine, almost suburban house sits suspended in the deep blue abyss. The merfolk informant, surrounded by relics, offers his services with a grotesque grin. A monstrous figure, sitting behind an imposing desk, waits for the newcomer. The fishman gleefully brandishes his wares, a heavy hammer, a strange cylinder, and a pouch. He presented the purchased water, the exchange marked by the weight of points. The currency here, the points, are clearly worth more than I initially calculated. He looked upon the strange figure with open suspicion. The monstrous local leaned in, his grin wide and unsettling. The trial path was illuminated, marking the descent toward the ruby. Unfortunately, Arlik knew nothing more. A sharp sound cuts through the quiet, jarring the sudden appearance of life. The blue claw pointed, demanding attention as the challenger merely questioned the interruption. The fishman flashed a wide, unsettling grin, making a grand, almost theatrical gesture. The proprietor interrupts, demanding attention as he tallies the remaining time. A sudden, overwhelming force, a push too strong to ignore. The challenger was met by the abyssal depths and its bizarre inhabitants. The abyssal dark stirred, revealing a nightmare anglerfish with a dangling, luminous lure. The ruby jewel materialized, pulsing with an undeniable, raw power. The abyssal depths churned as a monstrous anglerfish lunged through the illuminated water. Impossible normal? The raw speed defied all expectation. The torrent wall loomed, a solid barrier leading to the next dread-filled sea. A grotesque anglerfish materialized from the crushing dark. What was that sound? A monstrous entity emerged from the crushing darkness, a visceral threat as the command to RUN echoed in the void. The pressure of the deep was nothing compared to the monstrosity before him. A command is whispered into the abyss, fueling a terrifying celestial circle. The colossal marlin lunges, an azure nightmare bursting through the waves. With newfound power surging through him, he propelled through the crushing depths. Submerged in the abyss, a confident smirk formed despite the water's embrace. The merman's powerful water blast met my sudden burst of holy fire. The monstrous deep-sea anglerfish lunges, jaws wide, as an unseen force unleashes a torrent of power. The holy fire surged, boosting his power amidst the dark, churning waters. The creature below should be worried about itself, not me. The ruby jewel, glowing brilliantly, rested just within reach. The ruby jewel secured. A small victory echoes in the blue depths. The ruby jewel materialized before him in the crushing blue depths. His dismissive attitude quickly faded, realizing a crucial mechanic underwater. A specific requirement must be met. A condition I cannot yet see. The torn wall, the gate to the next horrifying sea. The barrier shatters, granting passage to the next lair. The vibrant blue depths surround him, alive with tiny, illuminated fish. but this place definitely feels different compared to the first sea of silence. Rare items gleam in the sunlit safe zone, a sharp contrast to the deep sea. There are way more people in this safe zone now, a community submerged deep beneath the waves. The newcomer's gaze felt unsettlingly perceptive, yet he offered a simple acknowledgement. This man's casual demeanor and strange leaf brooch made the newcomer instantly suspicious. Demon Lord's martial arts ascension. Ahem. A moment of quiet preparation before the next exchange. A dizzying, sun-drenched pathway, bustling with wary figures and their quiet companions. Thanks to an unexpected gesture of goodwill, he gathered sufficient information. This is the abyss, leading to the Central Sea region. The guide urged him forward, perhaps with an overly enthusiastic welcome. The veteran sighs, painting a grim picture of the relentless sea of abyss. The city shimmered under the strange, ethereal blue light of the sea. Where's the trial for the Central Sea? Are you going to challenge it right away? Time is precious. After all, he couldn't hide his slight unease, even with that confident smirk. The name of this next trial sounded far too grand for what it seemed to be. The successful trial earned him a new trinket, a brooch granting the power of underwater speech. The first challenge erupts with raw, terrifying power. He watched the distant figure struggle against the luminous blue currents. The pressure mounts as the deep-sea environment intensifies its hold. The vibrant blue abyss held the promise of the trial, guarded by a glowing pink jewel. Submerged in the crushing blue, the veteran watched the newcomer with wary curiosity. The trial of Garnet begins, and the countdown clock starts ticking. The roaring mono whirlpool enveloped him, yet his resolve remained unbroken. I'll destroy the whirlpool first. A sharp, determined glint in his eyes as the raw power surges around him. The raw power of the mono whirlpool ignites. The abyss swallows him whole, a vast, glowing blue pressure. The weight of the abyssal pressure begins to manifest, a sudden, crushing force. Deep beneath the churning surface, the true dangers of the abyss were being revealed. The world dissolved into a violent, spinning vortex of light and crushing water. The weight of the abyss crushed down as the trial intensified. Didn't I already say it? His easy smile belied the dangers of the deep. The monster lunged, its cavernous maw ready to swallow the challenger whole. He would use hell's fire to blaze the wound, then sit back for the show. The sudden, crushing pressure of the water intensified, stealing his breath. The water churns violently, the very essence of the trial slamming down. A violent surge of power erupts, the mono whirlpool meeting an overwhelming force, relying on the senses, not mere sight, to navigate this terrifying current. Beneath the endless blue, they discuss the dangers of the Sea of Abyss. He offers a knowing, almost mischievous smile beneath the blue depths. The reward stacked higher, a testament to his unprecedented success. A compliment, you say? The older man regarded the cheerful newcomer. Thanks to an unexpected gesture of goodwill, he had gathered the necessary intelligence. Submerged in the crushing blue, a sudden, terrifying pressure change strikes. Suspended in the deep blue abyss, two figures confront the reality of their confinement. The jewels collected so far: ruby, garnet, opal, and emerald. The newcomer listened intently, his expression betraying a deep absorption in the veteran's grim warnings. The emperor titles meant little. He'd never heard of them. He vanished into the deep blue, leaving only a confident parting phrase. The amethyst trial commenced, a deep blue abyss where pressure intensified drastically. The trial has begun, summoning the crushing weight of the deep. This place is known as the Sea of Death. The mono whirlpool surges, locking him within its crushing embrace. The crushing pressure of the abyss begins to manifest. The water pressure instantly intensified, a crushing weight appearing from nowhere. The world constricts as the water pressure intensifies, locking him in a terrifying paralysis. The world suddenly twists. A chilling pressure grips him. The title card flashes, a stark presentation of power. The system locks down, a sudden, sharp warning flashing in the digital abyss. The crushing pressure built around him, breath tearing from his lungs. The pressure mounts, statistics scrolling past in the crushing dark. The pressure mounts, yet glimpses of past knowledge surface regarding this abyss. Gravity, a heavy anchor in the crushing depths, testing the limits of his mortal body. The raw, chaotic energy was overwhelming, sparking a violent backlash. He hurtled toward an inferno of raw energy, recognizing the source. The air crackled with residual power, but the chaos had finally subsided. The chaos energy's nature remained, yet now it held a strange softness. The energy of the world stone. The rampant chaos energy has calmed down. Deeper still, past the 3,000-meter mark, the trial relentlessly pushes him. The energy of the world stone. The rampant chaos energy has calmed down. The world stone energy calms the rampant chaos. The trial is past. The blinding light subsides, revealing shimmering rewards. The chaotic energy stills as a radiant reward materializes. This is, the legendary reward materializes, promising untold power. A sudden, shocking realization cuts through the deep-sea pressure. The crushing pressure of the deep begins to fade as the trials conclude. The colossal form materialized from the abyss, an undeniable presence. A sinister, slick smile plays upon his lips, slick with the crushing depths. The sheer scale of this creature, Jormungandr, is overwhelming. A monumental eye, ancient and knowing, fixed upon the mortal who dared to breach these depths. A knowing smile met the looming terror before him. A deep, resounding denial echoes through the crushing depths. Back in the day, everyone would start talking about fighting once they saw an enemy. The ancient being scoffed at the youth, lamenting the lack of spirit in this new generation. A triumphant smile breaks through the crushing depths. The pressure mounts, yet a familiar echo surfaces from a past life, a gift from the great serpent, scales of myth woven into cloth. WOW, this material, the scales and skin of a mythical beast. The colossal, ancient eye fixed its gaze, a silent, submerged pressure. The air shudders with immense, unseen force. The crushing pressure of the depths is almost unbearable. The rampant chaos energy has finally calmed, mixed now with a strange softness. The colossal serpent, Jormungandr, sinks into a deep slumber, its mighty form resting amidst the silent depths. This place is silent, devoid of life, yet pressurized by immense mana density. The pressure subsided, leaving only the echo of what had been accomplished. The trials were past, but the silence of this new realm was profound. A warm glow emanates from the tavern sign, promising respite after the ordeal. A desperate gulp of whatever sustenance remained. He seemed truly moved by the young hero's resilience. A heavy, unseen presence slams down, jarring the tavern. NM. You made it back alive. You made it back alive? A disbelieving voice cuts through the silence. The man's smug, knowing smile spoke volumes about his confidence. His physical abilities honed. Now he looks to mastering new martial arts. The stats confirmed it. An incredible doubling of his raw power. The newly acquired cape glows, awaiting the inscription of Dark Star Stage 2. Ho ho. I wasn't sure you'd actually come back alive. These barrels overflowed with potent, frothing relief. Gerard's relief was almost too much. He was laughing through tears. The older man burst into tears, overcome with relief at his friend's safe return. That's right. The foundations for my new life are being laid. The jovial Gerard could hardly contain his shock and delight. Gerard raises the heavy wooden mug, taking a long, deep draught. Oh, I wasn't sure you'd actually come back alive. Gerard's relief was palpable, a genuine, hearty laugh echoing his praise. Gerard's relief was palpable, masking the shock of my sudden return. A firm handshake sealed the pact beneath a dazzling, hopeful light. A massive gate shimmers before him, echoing a resonant, powerful sound. A subtle, self-assured smile forms as he stands ready. The sheer scale of the city lay below, dwarfed by the strange, monolithic tower. Ho-ho, I wasn't sure you'd actually come back alive. Ho-ho, I wasn't sure you'd actually come back alive. UGH. Such a sight to behold upon returning. The heavily bearded man, overcome with relief, breaks down into tears as the newcomer reappears. Ellie beamed, clearly overjoyed at his return and capable management. My partner is becoming a more and more useful subordinate a partner. Disappointed? The dwarf seemed to measure the tiny gap with exaggerated performance. The appearance of Mr. Marthen and his associates did not go unnoticed by the public. The imposing black limousine glides through the city traffic. Marthen narrowed his eyes, pondering the sudden, familiar energy. The foreman's pride swelled as he embraced the newly completed structure. Marthen, ever the capable subordinate, awaited instructions. Looking impeccably sharp, Gerard laughed, relieved at Hunter's return. Marthen's shock quickly gives way to grudging acceptance. Oh, I wasn't sure you'd actually come back alive. A flicker of thought crossed his composed features. There's something else I need, the hero stated, returning to business. His shock was momentary as she offered a bright, confident smile. A confident smile as Marthen checks his digital slate. Drink is key and the dragon something else. Glowing with power on the screen. A familiar, unsettling energy pulsed within the air. The familiar energy washes over him, pulling him from his thoughts. A modern facade greets his return, the outside world feeling strangely distant. The brand new training ground, complete with pristine showers, awaits his rigorous practice. Marthen smiled, his competence clear in the sterile, monitored environment of the facility. Even for a dwarf, such rapid progress on construction and engraving felt impossibly fast. The familiar cityscape, strangely distant after the tower's trials. I decided to halt further gate attempts, focusing instead on rigorous training until the auction commenced. With newfound power coursing through him, he prepared to unleash his mastery. A torrent of arcane energy erupted around him, confirming the transfer. The energy surges, focusing his intent on the ancient art. I no longer need to rely on the energy of the star or mana stone. The energy swirls, a vibrant aura enveloping him as he anticipates training without rest. Wait a minute. This familiar energy. It's an awakening. This familiar energy. Dark mana? A deadly dark shadow streaks across the pale landscape, leaving trails of malevolent red sparks. A sudden, unnerving presence cut through the silence. A flashy name appears on the screen, vibrating with urgency. Dismissing the grandstanding, a sharp question cut through the air. A message flashes, pulling him from his focus. What news demands this sudden attention? A surge of crimson energy enveloped the shadowed figures. Could this overwhelming darkness be connected? I need to first find the origin of that mana. A powerful dark mana has surrounded the whole mountain. A powerful dark mana has surrounded the whole mountain. An arrow strikes true, piercing the illusion of safety. An arrow sings through the shadowed woods, aimed directly at the unsuspecting figure. The dark elf draws his bowstring tight, charging the arrow with chilling arcane power. A sudden, desperate realization as the enemy prepares their move. A sudden shower of dark energy and crimson blood erupts. A heavy, unnatural impact echoed through the shadowy woods. The dark elf gasped, his defiant words choked by the sudden, overwhelming assault. Their inherently dark nature made understanding them impossible, fostering deep animosity. An intruder alert shrieks through the air as the battle escalates. His desperate defense was useless against the shocking arrival. A monstrous shriek tears through the air as the shadowy entity manifests. I already know what its attack pattern is like. Unleashing raw power, he bursts through the terrain, a golden aura blazing around him. A blinding strike from the heavens descends, raw power consuming the darkness. A heavy boot descends, crushing the ground, as a weakened hand trembles in the tainted water. A powerful dark mana has enveloped the entire mountain. His dark request hung in the air, a desperate plea for oblivion. The moment of confrontation arrives, marked by a single, chilling decree. The silence shattered into a violent burst of sound and crimson splatter. A powerful dark mana has surrounded the whole mountain. The dark energy swirls, a crimson tide amidst the unnatural forest. He stood ready, his sword gripped tight, facing the glowing darkness. His crazed declaration echoed, but the hero's chilling smile signaled a different outcome. The sheer rage boils over, The lie demanded a violent end. The sheer power emanating from that dark mana enveloped the entire mountain. The dark elf, poised and calculating, faces his captive. A furious snarl breaks the silence, shadowed by the encroaching darkness. All of this dark energy surged into the night. The phone vibrated intensely, pulling him back from his desperate chase. A sudden interruption. Her composure momentarily shattered by the call. A panicked voice erupted from the other end, interrupting her calm. "It's been a while since I gave you my business card." "How do you know that?" The confident smile of an old acquaintance, reaching out after a long silence. The forest floor shrouds a gathering storm, reflected in his cold, unwavering gaze. The ritual unleashes its power, amplifying a specific wavelength as the defeated foe collapses onto the glowing formation. The spell amplified the energy, bathing the nighttime cityscape in an eerie, glowing blue. A fervent shout for a powerful entity, met only with the protagonist's cold scrutiny. He had to be deep in a dungeon now. "I can't reach him." The overwhelming pressure of the situation crashed down, leaving him reeling in silent frustration. The rift between the two elf factions has deepened over time. A crucial moment arrives, the present reality crashing down. My only hope, Shin Yuri, was now the key to manpower. Judging from the fruity scents their spirit energies are exuding, they're deep elves. The lifeguard's brooch, gleaming with the light of their rank. The trail turned dark, marked by fallen bodies and spilled blood. Griff, dispatched from the embassy, offers a polite introduction. The air grew tense beneath the shadowed canopy. The earnest envoy struck with unexpected vigor, shattering the hunter's composure. The hidden barrier locks down, testing the limits of his strength. His smug grin suggested he was enjoying this little game, perhaps even taking credit for the success. The young elves raised their hands, channeling power into a bright, flowing wave of green energy. The contractor's request is granted as a luminous wave of nature's purifying energy flows forth. Griff, dispatched from the elf embassy, stands ready to offer aid. A sudden, tense encounter in the eerie glow of the forest floor. "I'm here to repay my debt," he stated, holding back nothing. The elf embassy stands, bathed in opulent light, as Minchell and his companions arrive. The eternal feud, now forced into an uneasy truce against a common threat. Hunter Minchell, long time no see. The elf ambassador, Varys Sillen, stands before him, his title echoing the deep history of Vanaheim. He paused, confusion etched across his face, as the unexpected guest began to speak. They walked through the opulent halls, the silence broken only by the rhythmic sound of their footsteps. "He's brought the hunter before the ambassador, Varys Sillen." The young woman seemed weary, while the man offered a polite, almost practiced smile. "You don't look nervous at all." The elf ambassador's daughter gestures him forward, a polite smile masking deeper intent. A subtle smile plays on her lips, hinting at secrets yet untold. The opulent dining room, awaiting the delicate negotiation to begin. Ambassador Varys Sillen, a collateral descendant of the royal line, offered a condescending smile across the opulent table. His gaze was sharp, assessing the man who had brought him here. The system pauses, displaying the elf's core stats before him. An unsettling grin spread across his face, shadowed by the intense red light. The swirling energies around them felt unnatural, hinting at the arcane forces at play. SHE wants to talk while having a meal. HUH. This ice great. They led him into the opulent hall, the air thick with unspoken expectations. A lavish spread of food and fine wine awaits, clearly prepared with great effort. The elves make use of nature's mana to quickly purify the dark remnants. She wants to talk while having a meal, huh? This is great. I was just lucky, he replies, masking the gravity of the encounter with polite humility. I'm Vanaheim's ambassador, Varys Sillen. He suspected the true purpose behind this sudden inquisition. The elf ambassador acknowledges his debt, yet the questioning feels suspiciously like an interrogation. He raises a glass of deep red wine, a silent toast to the escalating situation. The tense atmosphere broke as the hunter leaned in, his grin perhaps too eager. He mocks the notion, adjusting his demeanor in the lavish room. The elf ambassador, Varisilan, maintains a calm facade despite the tension. The energy pulsed around him, an undeniable surge of magical amplification. This is far too petty. They suspect me, yet they employ such pathetic methods. The ambassador, Varisilan, seems strained by the situation. Minchel's guard was up as the cheerful elves emerged, uninvited. The sheer power unleashed leaves only a stark, frustrated statement in the echoing void. 7 stars demonic sword. First form, gun-destroying slash. A cold steel edge pressed against his throat. The threat sharp and immediate. Rage burns in his eyes, the sword gleaming as he spits out a curse against the elves. A violent impact shatters the opulent stillness of the room. The sudden manifestation of spirit energy revealed his hidden might. His sharp grin betrayed a hint of dark satisfaction as the blade flashed near. The weight of their admission hung heavy in the opulent air. The confrontation hangs heavy in the opulent room. An air of raw power suddenly revealed. The condescending smirk remained as the elf ambassador looked on, clearly unnerved by the sudden surge of green energy. The elf ambassador maintained his composure, a veneer of respect barely hiding his true intentions. A sinister grin spreads across his face, daring the opponent to continue. The ambassador finally sat, a delicate gesture amidst the brewing crisis. The gilded reception room held a tense, uncomfortable silence. "I'll start then." The elven ambassador finally speaks, reporting the dire findings. The elf ambassador's condescending words hung in the air, met by a look of cold, unyielding focus. They were able to find that out just from the magic circle? Guess they're not totally useless. Worlds exist in a vast network, some new, some ancient. I'll start then. Firstly, the objective of the Dark Elves is to awaken an incarcerated existence. The formal elf ambassador stood rigid, their casual acceptance clearly masking deeper turmoil. Nope. He offered no room for debate, simply dismissing the idea. Dark existence. They are certainly something. Elysium, this is driving me nuts. The ambassador sweats under the tension, clutching at his formal wear. The solemn meeting continues amidst opulence, the gravity of the Dark Elves' true plan still unfolding. Minchel's silence spoke volumes. The ambassador waited for his response. The great ritual is complete, timed perfectly to their dark ambitions. A single, piercing eye reflected the intensity of the moment. The elf ambassador sat rigidly, awaiting the next move. He smiled, his tone suggesting a victory already secured or an underlying threat barely concealed. Right. The meeting is adjourned, it seems. He offered a strained smile, the ambassador watching with cold, calculating eyes. The ritual is finally complete, just in time. A terrible new dawn begins. The great ritual has been completed at the right time. A price must be paid for my disrupted peace. If you're that desperate, why did you do that to me earlier? The dark ritual churned, an ominous shadow rising over the glowing arcane circle. But now, chained by ethereal light, he stands resolute. The torrent of energy erupted, shaking the very air around him. My senses, now my eyes, trace the signals of dark mana across the city. The great ritual has been completed at the right time. The cost of such intense energy discharge nearly shattered his mind. The first time they detected the Dark Elves was about a month ago. The divine power of the cosmos begins to flow, light and darkness separating within him. Focus settles inward. The moment to deploy a forbidden technique arrives. The ancient celestial art's proficiency increases, harnessing the raw energies of existence. The great ritual is finally complete at the most critical moment. The great ritual has been completed at the right time. That dark sensation returns. A ripple felt through the vibrant forest canopy. A shocking realization freezes the moment. The ritual is finally complete. Chaos energy erupted, signaling the opening of a forbidden gateway. The ritual's completion signals a critical turning point. These black monsters are exuding their chaotic power. That gate is mine. The world stone's power splits, pure light and encroaching darkness. The ritual has finally reached its peak. The ritual is reaching its crescendo, a terrifying power stirring within the violet void. The great ritual is completed at the exact moment the Dark Elves intended. The great ritual has been completed at the right time. The ground cracks beneath a heavy, decisive step. The black gate pulsed, bathing the desolate land in an unholy purple glow. A world that has reached twilight, scoured by ancient divine wars. He stood within the black gate, a world bathed in twilight's ominous glow. A sudden, stark realization flashed in his wide-open eye, a blinding flash of light as reality tears open, revealing an unknown destination. All the dark elf rituals were preparing for this moment. The opening of the black gate. The massive maw snapped open, a guttural roar echoing in the twilight. The triumphant dark elf declared their ritual complete, a victory mocking his failed journey. The dire wolves snarled, their red eyes burning against the twilight inferno. Dire wolves materialized from the twilight, their eyes burning with malevolent red light. A sinister hand descends, its owner demanding the hero be dyed with despair. A maniacal grin splits his face as crackling energy surges around his clasped hands. The clash of powers erupts, a blinding strike aimed directly at the dire wolf. The dire wolves are no match for his advanced martial arts fueled by chaos energy. The dire wolves were defeated, leaving only stunned disbelief. The summoned beasts bellowed, their aggression masking their retreat. You cowards! A final, desperate challenge. No one escapes this onslaught. The final, defiant message, scrawled in blood upon the cracked earth. Long live Dymas. A searing surge of power floods the body. Chaos energy is his reward. You guys sure have a lot of juice, huh? Even this fight feels like a rejuvenation. Against the backdrop of apocalyptic fire, the hero held his snarling beast. The ancient elf glared, his eyes burning with dark, malevolent purpose. A sudden impact shook the crimson summoning circle. The ritual circles blaze across the desolate earth, trapping the shadows within. A sickening chuckle escapes his lips as the blade gleams, bathed in the hellish light. The demon lord's fanatic speaks his final, diluted words beneath the orange sky. What a friendly welcome. My elixirs and impergonators are all gathered in one place. That lowly human did that. The demon lord's zealous follower remained defiant, clinging to the dogma of a dead god. That's the end of the line for you. A chilling, triumphant smile cuts through the darkness, savoring the moment. A blinding light erupts, signaling the completion of a profane act. Banishment rings out, a triumphant, maniacal declaration against the failing ritual. What strange atmosphere hangs over this place. What a friendly welcome. My elixirs and impersonators are all gathered in one place. An explosive wave of searing light erupted, shaking the very foundations of the underworld. A savage blow lands, confirming the victory. The meticulously planned ritual has failed. Disbelief twists his features as blood drips from his mouth. I already destroyed the amplification circles in the other locations. The dark elf's bravado shattered. Terror flooded his eyes as he realized the depth of his failure. The amplification circle barely flickers, a meager 8%. The dark elf gloated, oblivious to the true source of his current plight. What a friendly welcome. My gathered forces await their doom. His final moments were filled with a desperate, agonizing scream. The sheer force of the impact cracked the ground beneath him. The devastating power of the ritual culminates in a blinding, burning spectacle. The reality of this place began to set in. A blinding shockwave erupts as the ritual circle cracks under the impact. A sudden, violent impact echoes through the chamber. The monstrous form slams down, shaking the dark earth with earth-shattering force. Fenrir, the black-furred horror, eyes blazing with pure craze. A terrifying, primal howl tears through the fiery air. The ancient figure screams a demonic challenge, claiming responsibility for this awakening. The ancient runes blaze to life, trapping the ecstatic figure within. You finally brought chaos upon this world. His insane eyes gleam with dark satisfaction. The monstrous Fenrir unleashes a terrifying, earth-shattering roar. Amidst the blinding dust and shattered terrain, the hero shielded his eyes from the inferno. The dust settles, revealing a face etched with grim resolve beneath the fiery sky. The enraged howl of Fenrir echoed, a sound of pure, contained madness. A low, guttural growl escaped the beast, its manic green eye burning with primal rage. The feral, green-eyed monster looms large, its terrifying presence drowning the hero. My opponent is a slave to its own instincts, fueled by pure bloodlust and hunger. A blinding shockwave erupts, ripping through the very ground beneath, because the god-killer ascends into the fiery heavens, meeting the beast's gaze. The fusion of Minchel and Dymas boils over in a terrifying surge of power. Fenrir's raw, crazed power explodes outward in a blinding surge of energy, exploiting the beast's massive size. He lunges forward with a maniacal grin. Fenrir's imposing form blots out the sky, meeting the charge with deafening force. The sheer toughness of Fenrir defied all expectations. The monstrous Fenrir snarls, unimpressed by the incoming assault. With his internal energy rapidly depleting, he channeled what remained into a decisive counter. The beast roared its fury, shaking the very air. Even gods have weaknesses. Fenrir must have won too. A growl of pure fury erupts from the beast's throat. The monstrous Fenrir unleashes a deafening, rage-filled roar as the hero stands ready, gathering his own infernal power. Even Hell's fire didn't inflict much damage upon that beast. The monstrous Fenrir roars, channeling immense energy for a catastrophic strike. With internal energy dwindling, he calls upon the final stages of his power. A monstrous roar echoes as the attack connects, barely grazing the beast. The single slash was insufficient against the dense, monstrous hide. This will sting. The conviction in his voice was unwavering, even as the purple energy surged around him. The monstrous Fenrir recoils with a guttural snarl from the relentless assault. My sword isn't cutting deep enough because it has too much fur. The mythical beast roars, unleashing a wave of raw, terrifying power amid the inferno. Dagger flash. A swift strike, burning with charged energy, blasted upward. The clash of titans shakes the very air beneath a burning sky. The impact resonated, a sharp, desperate clang against the monstrous hide. Imperial lightning destruction fist. A furious roar erupts from the monstrous Fenrir. The colossal beast roared its fury, shaking the very air. I will find a weakness that can seal off its mobility. A cold, unsettling grin splits his face, energy crackling around him. A raw, guttural sound ripped through the air as the colossal beast roared its challenge. The terrifying digital countdown shows less than 43 minutes remaining. The primordial beast unleashes its terrifying roar, eyes blazing with feral madness. The purifying light surges as the ascension begins. With a raw snarl, Fenrir lunges, its massive claws shimmering with devastating power. Was our violent clash the trigger that started this final collapse? The sheer force of its legs striking the scorched earth shakes reality itself. The beast howled, gathering an overwhelming, terrifying power. With a single, earth-shattering stomp, Fenrir unleashes its terrifying might. That's ALL. The demonic light in its eyes burned, confirming the looming threat. Seeing its smirk, is the monster recovering its terrifying rationality? The ferocious Fenrir endures the barrage, its snarling face framed by explosive light. The surging energy around him coalesces, readying for the inevitable clash. Enraged, Fenrir lunges, its monstrous jaws snapping shut. The fabric of existence tears apart, showing the shattered remnants of a dead world. The final blow was readied, the energy vibrating intensely. The monstrous Fenrir roared, its ancient rage surging against the final strike. Those eyes, burning with fierce, toxic green energy, held only darkness now. The final, desperate confrontation erupts in a blinding haze of crimson power. The world fractured under the blinding power, a deafening impact echoing through reality. So the confrontation was imminent, enveloped in cosmic fury. The power of the seven stars' demonic sword surges around him. Focus narrows down to the last vital spot. A blinding, violent impact flares across the weak point. Seven stars' demonic sword. Second form, meteor strike. Demonic sword. First form, sun-destroying slash erupts in blinding, crimson power. The beast's eyes, once full of ferocity, now mirrored the chaos within. The crystal core pulsed, drenched in the creature's spilled essence. The final, devastating strike connects, a vertical explosion of tearing energy. The sealed object violently shatters, energy exploding outward. A primal roar tears through the chaos as the celestial beast convulses from the strike. The blade strikes true, a deafening impact echoing through the dust. That second form of the demonic sword proved far more powerful than anticipated. A guttural sound of pain escaped the massive jaw. What sorcery is this? The colossal beast is shrinking before my very eyes. The colossal beast lies broken beneath the raging, blood-red sky, questioning its own existence. That's right. The beast roars, its mind grappling with the implications. Fight? I think you're mistaken about something here. Fenrir recoils, its immense form cracking the very earth beneath it. A gift, shining with the energy of an ancient bond. The memory gap was a terrifying void, even for a godlike being. With the weakened Fenrir finally subdued, the moment to claim his due arrived. A sigh of weary resignation escaped him. Reflecting on that endless drift, the behemoth recoiled, shocked by the sudden, intense impact. That's not it. We must move forward, the hero sputtered, utterly unable to comprehend the colossal power he faced. The monstrous roar echoed a familiar pain, the same betrayal felt from the gods, the desperate primal cry, I don't want to die. I fought only to live. The seven stars demonic sword ignited with an ethereal green glow. Loki's son swore his soul, offering absolute fealty. The ancient race, a powerful entity, speaks of those who rivaled them in battle. The glowing green energy thrummed around the colossal form as the hero prepared his final, desperate strike. Facing the terrifying power, he remained resolute. The sunset mirroring the intensity of the moment. The colossal beast rears its head, a chilling roar echoing in the devastation. The terrifying power flared around him, a shield of blinding green light. A giant wolf, overjoyed at its submission, has shrunk down to something manageable. The giant creature recoiled, wounded, as the humans stared in stunned silence at the aftermath. Holy fire flows, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The colossal beast thrashes, its immense form dominating the scorched earth. A blinding light erupted as the terrifying reality of Fenrir's power washed over him. The terrifying beast, Fenrir, flickered with agonizing pain. Time until collapse. The countdown intensified, fueling the urgency. I can't write, master. The sudden shift in demeanor left him reeling. 1 second. The command rings out amidst the blinding light. The mighty Fenrir, humbled by transformation, appeared suddenly as a tiny, happy fluff ball. The sheer scale of Fenrir's power left him stunned, dwarfed by a being he just crippled. Amidst the wreckage, a shocking sight emerges. A tiny, dark puppy. The raw energy of the collapse crackled, leaving him shaken in the wreckage. A shattering impact rings out, signaling a violent rupture. The blinding, chaotic energy of the collapsing gate slammed down, yet he shielded the small creature close. A flash of overwhelming energy erupts around them, forcing a desperate flight. He clutched the small bundle tightly, rushing toward the unstable, throbbing gateway. His intense gaze meets the swirling purple energy, a silent judgment in the chaotic aftermath. The world fractured under an apocalyptic burst of light and sound. The arcane power flickered violently, a sign of unstable energies. The unleashed power roared, a hellish visage erupting from the surge. The ritual has failed, its promised success now reduced to this blazing aftermath. The immense power surged, but the strain was too great. Ugh! A terrifying surge of power erupts, consuming the air in brilliant, unstable light. The Lord summons his subordinate, Zahid, amidst a terrifying eruption of golden flame. Help the professor and proceed with the next mission. The overwhelming power manifests, a terrifying spectacle of fire. A satisfied, hidden smile cuts through the darkness. The collapse of the amplification circle silenced the ritual's intent. The dangerous gate finally collapsed, leaving a trail of shimmering purple energy behind him. A blinding, ethereal light erupted from the woods, silencing all doubt. The relief of finding you was tempered by the chaos we left behind. The man seemed slightly surprised, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Her astonishment was palpable, the sudden revelation leaving her speechless. Her fury crackled as she turned, the previous exhaustion forgotten. The sunlight pierced through the canopy, a brief moment of clarity amidst the tension. A small group, led by the black-haired woman, emerges from the dense foliage. He returned from the collapsing gate, completely fine, yet questions hung heavy in the humid air. A smug grin and a finger raised, indicating a singular, important point amidst the open air. Her composure cracked, eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before her. "Ah, yeah," he confirmed, slightly bewildered by the unexpected companion. "Why are you being so fussy about your food even though you said you're hungry? You brought a puppy into the gate?" The disbelief hung heavy in the fresh air. The creature roared, unable to articulate its outrage in human words. A smug smile meets incredulous dismay. A small, furious shadow barks wildly. Sunlight dappled through the vibrant canopy as the group traversed the stone path, bound and subdued in the fading light of the forest. "Areyouall gathered here to welcome me back as a group." The nightmare faded, replaced by the jarring light of the world outside. A confident smirk meets aristocratic shock. The power dynamic shifts with a tiny, dark poodle in tow. The man waves goodbye, holding the mysterious, dark bundle. A confused, tiny creature peeks out from the warm embrace. The demon's identity remains unsaid, but his hunger and malice are undeniable. The sheer disgust was palpable, an utter rejection of the offered meal. The divine Fenrir, trapped in this pathetic poodle form, refuses the offering. The creature spat out the offending taste, much to its caretaker's disbelief. The supposed puppy stares, tilting its head with an expression of pure, canine confusion. The tiny, furious poodle demanded sustenance, completely unimpressed with the offering. The mind races, connecting threads of beastman lineage. "Isn't that a puppy?" Dio and Telemi, a moment of pure, unbridled joy over a newly acquired, impossibly dark fluff ball. "Isn't that a puppy?" Dio and Telemi, a tiny bowl of water and some uneaten lumps litter the floor. Fenrir, the legendary beast, reveals its name, disarming the man. Tears streamed down her face. The sheer absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. The shock on his face as she held up the tiny, furious creature. The newly revealed Fenrir, in its canine form, draws immediate, unsettling attention. "You're very hungry, huh? I'll buy you delicious food." The gnomes, masters of magical engineering, lived their comfortable, predictable lives above the clouds. The world outside the stone archway beckoned, a vibrant, green landscape awaiting her ambition. A singular focus burned behind the eyes of the oddball. Her hunger for more money and knowledge propelled her beyond her humble origins. The knowledge exchange began, a pact sealed in ink and symbols. Together with Marthan, she found success in a major endeavor. But Heron wasn't satisfied. The Martial continent remained stagnant, unable to advance beyond raw energy. This was the agreed-upon neutral ground, illuminated by arcane light. She realized the archaic state of Earth's magic engineering, a vast gap to bridge. The benefits of magic can finally permeate every structure. The scale of success revealed her true boundaries as megacorporations emerged. A sudden, dizzying shift in perspective, the industrial world tilting around her. She sought the owner of the magic circle, hoping to finally learn the lost runes. But she gained a totally unexpected opportunity. Trap formations. The raw energy of the Martial continent was now being channeled. Even for the brilliant Heron, this new technology was alien. Jen Minchell signed the contract, sealing their mutual agreement. The Martial continent, steeped in energy, failed to innovate elsewhere. He stood within the stark, illuminated confines, his small companion beside him. The luxurious automobile sits waiting, the sound effects emphasizing a sudden arrival or halt. Heron's sharp glare promised swift action, a flash of predatory intent. The contract was established. The first clause: royalty demands. I won't have to worry about money from now on. The Divine Guildmaster offered a dazzling, unforgettable smile amidst the opulent crowd, a graceful exchange in a luxurious setting. She offers her card with a confident smile. One of the country's three greatest guilds, the Divine Guild. He smiles, confident they are not yet absolute on the world stage. The Divine Guildmaster regards him with an expression of undeniable confidence. The realization dawned, confirming the unbelievable stature of the woman before him. The phone screen glows with an incoming call, but he's already got the dangerous glint in his eye. I think it'll be better if you stayed. He felt the pressure mounting, tugging at his collar in this opulent, crowded space. When were there this many people? The air crackles as an announcement booms, revealing the identity of the newcomer. A hush falls over the crowd as he stands revealed in the blinding spotlight. She held the glass, her crimson hair catching the lavish light, a sharp contrast to his somber suit. She recalled that raw display of power, the memory striking her now. A sharp intake of breath. The weight of her identity settled upon him. Her elegant poise seemed momentarily broken by surprise. He offered a charming, knowing smile amidst the opulent glow. The guildmaster smiled, a captivating, almost coy gesture, a sudden moment of shared understanding, perhaps a playful appraisal of the situation. Her genuine desire surfaces, to foster friendship with the world's coming greatest hunter. Two powerful figures stand together, bathed in the opulent light of the venue. The Divine Guildmaster stands tall, her arrival marking a shift in the opulent hall's atmosphere. The Guildmaster stood tall, accompanied by her surprisingly fierce-looking companion. There are so many people here. The invitation is presented. Access to the inner sanctum is granted. The mysterious figure, cloaked and hooded, stands opposite the powerfully glowing Jianjian. The small, glowing creature questioned its necessity as Minchel paused, considering his options. He stood there, impeccably dressed, waiting for an answer. An illusion or a lion? The digital veil drops, hinting at the truth beneath. The masked figure, number 55, clutches his strange companion, dismissing the value of these flashy things. I think that guy gave me the key to the treasure storage. The moment the auction is about to commence. Welcome, everyone. MY Marthan. NDIAMI in charge OFTHE Yongsan branch. The masked bidders reacted with barely concealed amusement. Minchel's bizarre disguise was the talk of the room. The Divine Guildmaster basks in the spotlight, feeling the eyes of the hidden hunter Minchel. The masked bidders were itching for the main course, their impatience radiating across the room. The auction list dazzles with rare treasures, a gleaming bracelet, the executioner's blade, and a mysterious, vibrant egg. The auctioneer beamed, basking in the glow of Minchel's massive bid. An unknown fragment, a mythical object from a B-rank boss. The grand stage lights up, illuminating a dazzling centerpiece before the expectant crowd. The auctioneer announces the arrival of the next dazzling item. The bids escalate wildly, the digital numbers flashing like a frantic heartbeat. The bare-masked figure raises a hand, marking the bidding success. Yes, number 74 has increased the bid by over 100%. The bidding war escalated. The price of the materials soared into the millions. Guest number 55 raises the bid again, a terrifying surge of confidence echoing through the hall. The countdown begins, echoing in the tense silence of the room. Guest number 55 has claimed the prize, his sinister smile challenging anyone who dares to bid higher. Guest number 79 has raised the ante. Silence descends as the masked bidders weigh their next move. The confrontation escalates. He realizes the absurdity of the situation. The auction concluded, the desired treasure secured. The protagonist walks away, a shadow of old power trailing him. A shadow falls across the first man as a confident figure approaches. H-E-Y. Y-O-U. Korean, wait. H-E-Y. Y-O-U. Korean, wait. The masked figure materialized, bathed in an eerie, dark light. H-E-Y. Y-O-U. Korean, wait. The stranger's casual admission confirmed the suspicion. He knew about the mask. The air crackled as an intense, luminous power flared within his eyes. H-U-H? The game interface flashes, revealing a startling new power. A bewildered stranger approaches, his words confusing amidst a sudden flurry of pink blossoms. The dust settles on the bright landing pad as two figures face each other amidst the echoes of success. The air crackled with unspoken calculations between the two men. The angelic stranger pauses, his gaze sharp as he probes the lingering mystery of the baptismal energy. Hey. You. Korean, wait. A single sound rings out in the darkness. A blinding flash erupts as the full force of the strike connects. A blinding aura erupted around the imposing figure, his eyes glowing with celestial light. The air crackles as he glows, readying himself for confrontation. Even his little companion is bracing for impact. An angelic presence, radiating blinding, golden energy. A holy fire unleashes, actively deflecting all lingering negativity. The radiant being demanded recognition, radiating immense power. His presence overwhelmed the hunter, whose senses reeled. An overwhelming wave of searing, holy power washes over him. The self-proclaimed messenger of the celestial host makes a dramatic entrance. The snap of fingers signaled an undeniable power, a ghost of past triumphs. No, do not look upon my face. Is this arrogant angel truly this simple-minded? The esteemed being addresses the kneeling figure beneath the falling light. The stranger's knowledge unnerved him. How could he know about the specific materials? The undeniable proof of his divine essence was radiating from him, overwhelming the poor man. The terrified angel insists he only obeyed orders, knowing nothing of the mysterious baptism. The strange man leaned in, his voice cutting through the night air. This low-ranking angel's presence still feels off, but who is truly pulling the strings? Under the intense blue energy, the man sweats, realizing the gravity of the situation. A reverent silence as the powerful hand descends upon his head. The celestial power, the holy fire, ignites around the kneeling figure. The holy fire surged, overwhelming him in a wave of divine energy. A pact is sealed under the blinding light of newfound alliance. The energy crackled, a sound effect echoing around the blank space. The illusionary magic surrounding the mask was specially prepared by the interstellar union. The mysterious man taunts him, calling him Pengu. His arrogance is blinding, even to the little black dog watching. The auction concludes. The rare materials are secured. The auctioneer stared, disbelief etched across his bearded face as he examined the small slip of paper. The dark star, gauntlet surfaces, pulsing with dark energy. The dark star hungers, consuming the orichalcum with terrifying speed. The shadowy power emanated from the collected treasure, an undeniable aura of dark acquisition. His face contorted in shock, recognizing the sheer audacity of the demand. The dark star transformation was a success, unlocking the next stage of power. The system detailed the weapon's properties. A cosmic artifact of endless might. If I could only imitate the weapons of memory, I could reproduce their true performance. The dark star resonated, ready to mimic legends from memory. Why? You. Korean, wait. A formidable figure steps forward, interrupting the smooth victory. Yes. The transactions are complete. But someone has stopped him. A breathtaking landscape unfolds beneath a wide, open sky. The beast unleashed a deafening roar. A new threat materialized before him. Pray, I'll eat you. The beast roared, illuminated by blinding, consuming energy. A sudden, blinding burst of divine power erupted, shrouding the figure in searing light. The holy fire surges, a raw explosion of divine power. The hunter faced his team as a blinding aura erupted from his very being. The second stage was released, and the dark star was finally his. A massive, defeated ogre's face looms, its breath fading. The corpse of the ogre lies vast, inviting intense scrutiny. His expression shifts. Even the suggestion of a soul fascinates him. The demon is shrouded in vibrant, chaotic energy, its form warping under a sudden surge of power. He paused, touching his cheek, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The monstrous hunger of his power was laid bare, even for a small puppy. The ravenous soul energy erupts, shaking the very ground beneath them. Even the smallest gains were registered. A sudden boost of strength from the little beast. The small creature, suddenly vibrant, eagerly pleads, "I want to eat more. I'll find you something to eat." Dark star blue dragon sword. The imposing ogres roar their war cry, channeling unseen energy amidst the bright light. The ogre unleashed a ferocious, booming roar, charged by dark, blazing energy. The raging inferno of the flame strike consumes the air around them. The blue dragon blade skill unleashes its power, costing precious chaos energy. A violent tremor shakes the very ground as the attack connects. The blue dragon blade skill unleashes its might, channeling energy into the weapon. The monstrous split is instantaneous, radiating a blinding, deadly light. The moment of truth. He locks eyes with the impending threat. The moment of realization dawns, a chilling premonition erupting into a desperate cry. The ogre closed the distance. The impact of its sheer mass thundered down. A guttural sound echoes as a dark, simmering energy erupts around him. The captured men watch in stunned terror as the true power emerges. A guttural roar is abruptly silenced by cold, cutting disdain. The dark beast recoils, letting out a sharp cry of pain. The massive shockwave slammed down, shaking the very earth of the clearing. The hulking ogre stood ready, its thick limbs tense, a wooden club gripped tight. "Where are you running off to?" A blinding surge of purple energy crackled around the hunter as he struck down. The raw power of the Imperial Lightning Destruction Fist is unleashed. A surge of dark power emanates as he confronts his foe, the grueling beast looming behind him. Hunter Minchell. "What I asked that puppy." A gentle hand rests upon the strange, fluffy creature, which seems quite content. "This A-rank gate demands everything I have. Behold the boss monster. The twin-head ogre reigns supreme." Geez. A satisfied, almost smug chuckle escapes him. The twin-head ogre unleashes a terrifying surge of raw energy. The king of ogres roars, radiating raw, crimson power. "I'm allergic to bullshit." A mocking smile and a defiant gesture meet the approaching roar. The sheer force of the shockwave is overwhelming, fueled by raw power. The Dark Star 7-star sword ignites, channeling formidable power. The monstrous king roared as the ethereal figure rushed toward it. He prepares a stance befitting a true king, unleashing a blinding surge of power. "I'm going to slice wave slash." The gate pulses with violent, churning energy, but one hunter is barely holding it together. The gate showed a sudden reaction, long before the scheduled time. What's there to be nervous about? Just relax. What if something unexpected happens at the swirling blue gate? The signal screamed, cutting through the eerie glow of the gate. A sudden surge of energy crackles violently from the newly formed gate. The support team waited near the shimmering, newly formed gate. "There's a reaction from the gate right now." The support team sensed something had changed. His casual dismissal of the impending danger was quickly shattered by the startling news. The gate flickers, collapsing in on itself, sending the nearby support crew into immediate panic. 2 hours to clear an A-rank gate? The impossible speed of his raid was stunning. The heavy limousine pulled into the desolate lot, a silent, imposing shadow. "I used the twin-headed ogre as a sandbag for my training for a while." Minchell. The newly awakened predator draws his blade. The gate cleared much faster than anticipated. "I can even level up." The soft, dark creature nestled into his touch, blissfully unaware of the rising power. "At this rate, even if I increase the spurt by a little more." My. "Thank YOUFOR your hard work." A sweet exchange, masking the tension of their first mission deployment. The gate raid finished faster than anyone anticipated. A sudden, sharp realization cutting through the conversation. CEO Linswood. The frantic voice cut through the line. The auction must be over. He played off the interruption smoothly, a slight, disarming smirk hiding the urgency in his voice. "A lot of things happened recently, didn't they?" The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. The gate flickered, ready for the next dangerous undertaking. The authority of Zarin, the pharaoh of the undead, was now his to command. The engineer's eyes sparkled with intense focus, awaiting a crucial answer. The Einherjar moved with divine speed, channeling the judgment of light. The gate closed quicker than anyone predicted. The grip tightens, a silent vow forged in strength. With brute force and dark power merging, his stats surged toward the next milestone. A sudden rush of cold air pierces the desolate tundra. Fenrir's appearance brought a welcome, if unexpected, sound to the icy landscape. The gate raid concluded far quicker than anyone anticipated. The Vulcan tribe, denizens of their own dimension, possess a natural affinity for combat. The false warrior roared a challenge, utterly unaware of the power facing him. The gate cleared faster than anticipated. The dark star gauntlet roared to life, confirming his burgeoning power. Justice descends, a blinding wave of light striking down the foe. The puppet warrior roared, its battle cry echoing the fury of a damaged, lesser being. The dark star gauntlet connects, proving the puppet is far weaker than the true warrior. The monarch of seduction, Seraphim, stares down with palpable dark energy. Necromancy, a dark art he always found distasteful. The monarch of seduction argues her case as the undead pharaoh waits patiently. The authority of Zarin, the master of necromancy, unlocks a darker potential. The last remnants of the local fighters lie defeated on the frozen ground. The army of light is summoned first, erupting in brilliant, blinding power. The divine manifestation of light pulsed, a celestial warrior now standing before him. Greetings, my lord. Victory awaits. The summoned Einherjar knelt in luminous reverence before their new lord. 4 warriors summoned. This must be the current peak of his power. Vines materialized, radiating power almost matching the fearsome ogre. A sudden, booming scream echoed as the hunter paused, deep in thought. With a gesture, he dispatched his newly summoned angelic forces. The newly summoned Einherjar cried out their battle cry, descending from the heavens. He can only utter censored sounds of disbelief, the reality sinking in. A sudden shockwave ripped through the air, an undeniable event. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What was happening now? They fucking suck at fighting. That mocking, self-assured grin. Did they truly grasp the gravity of their weakness? Is this for real? They seemed satisfied, despite the poor performance, fought simply by swinging their swords without any swordsmanship. The Lord sighed, their supposed victory marred by such pathetic performance. Gather here, you failures. They could not even properly utilize the immense strengths they possessed. The shame of defeat was written clearly across his face, a streak of crimson marking his failure. The defeated angels stood humbled beneath the vast, unforgiving sky. The master watches, gathering his light, ready to begin the true lesson. Even these growth-type authorities are flawed if their foundations are a mess. Their proud expressions shifted, shocked by the immediate understanding. We're not weak. The angel challenged the harsh assessment. The cold assessment hit like a physical blow, highlighting their profound failure. Moronic and prideful, just like those winged bastards. He commanded, his gaze challenging them. Attack me. A brutal lesson was demanded, and the great lord did not hesitate to enforce it. A swift, dazzling technique, the plum blossom sword style, erupts in the frigid air. A startled breath, his desperate swing meeting only empty air. The plum blossom sword technique, a flurry of variations meant only for the Einherjar. I don't need guys that are boring and frightful like the angels. The winged warrior recoils, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the strike. Their pride shattered. They could only watch as the master demonstrated true power. The plum blossom sword technique, a flurry of invisible movements, sliced through the air. His shadow looms, sword held low, as the angel awaits his judgment. He exhaled slowly, his frustration momentarily contained within the cold air. A hand grasps him, a silent plea amidst the turmoil. They finally abandoned their pride, pleading for instruction in true swordsmanship. A chilling smile breaks the silence as he judges their performance. After the hunt, he stated, his decision final, while one of the angels could only look up in stunned realization. The winged warrior spat arrogance, refusing to bow to a mere mortal. Check the army of light. Time to utilize the authority of undying. A searing purple light erupts, the central figure choking as the raw power strikes. The sheer speed of the attack stunned the illuminated warrior. The plum blossom sword technique slices across the sky, a blur of motion. A surge of agonizing power erupted, the man's very essence crystallizing under the strain. Oh, the Lord acknowledges the power he just unleashed. The authority of undying is invoked, imposing a debilitating curse on the target. The newly created undead warrior possessed immense, chilling power, even surpassing the twin heap ogre. The angels, humbled by the display, finally yielded their pride. The immortal warrior materialized, wreathed in oppressive, violet energy. The surging, radiant energy impacts with a devastating roar. The warrior rank, a low tier among the undead legions. If their performance remains disappointing, the summoner will never call upon them again. They could barely comprehend the incredible power emanating from the winged figure. It's time to unleash the authority of undying. The sword demonstration began, a silent challenge hanging in the air. They grudgingly accept the challenge, offering their pride for a chance at true power. He needed this confrontation over quickly. Tomorrow brought another gate raid. His movements cut the air, displaying a flash of blinding technique. The plum blossom sword technique. A flurry of movements across the sky. The plum blossom sword technique demands flawless execution. I think we'll be able to grasp the principle if you show us again. Their pride shattered, they now eagerly sought his tutelage. The surge of power erupts as they unleash their battle cries. They moved with impossible grace, executing the techniques he had only just bestowed. The faint scent of plum blossom reached him, a ghost of mastery. This level of comprehension was beyond mere talent. A rush of dormant power, enlightened through martial arts, flows directly into them. At this point, their growth mirrors the might of the undying authority itself. I wonder just how strong they'll get. I've seen enough of their potential. The Einherjars remained utterly still, absorbing the potent energy flooding their beings. A burst of excited affirmation surrounds the freshly enlightened disciples. His newfound strength surged, pushing him past fatigue after a night of relentless cultivation. The air crackled with an arcane, cerulean energy as power gathered around him. A resounding affirmation of loyalty and acceptance echoed into the night. The process consumed the world stone's energy, accumulating vast chaos energy. The energy cultivation method has washed away my fatigue. Now I'm not tired. A sudden, close pressure on the neck elicits a guarded query. The training intensified. The Einherjar displayed shocking prowess. A surge of loyalty met the command. The Einherjar answered with absolute devotion. It's a puppy's joyful dash through the mundane streets. A brief, sweet interaction before the day's serious business began. A mysterious delivery interrupts the morning rush. What did the branch manager send this time? The requested daggers, shimmering with newly forged power, are finally complete. The rare grade daggers, though lacking special functions, were still perfect for his needs. A brief, curious moment on the street before the world explodes again. The sudden realization hitting him, framed against the mundane backdrop of the city. The association has called for a combined raid. The gate has grown dangerously large. The manager seemed utterly baffled, holding the tiny creature close. More variables introduced with greater involvement. The raid efficiency will certainly drop. The Incheon station gate materialized, radiating with immense, ominous power. Ah, it's already this time. I'm going to work. Keep training. He sensed a sudden, stealthy movement behind him. I was right, huh? Let's have a great raid. The stoic agent looked on, utterly bewildered by the handshake deal. A colleague questions Minchell about the plan for the upcoming raid. A Goomson Guild captain eyed me with suspicion. Does he have a history with the Interstellar Union? The Goomson Guild's captain showed open hostility toward the lone interstellar representative. The shadowy figure grins, finding grim amusement in the situation. The Geomondruid Guild prepares, but Minchell remains unconcerned about low-ranking undead. The newly awakened skeletal soldiers roared, bathed in ominous purple energy. Everyone, prepare quickly. Maintain the formation. The veteran hunters looked on, skeptical of the lone figure before them. The gooms and guilds surged forward, met instantly by the rising tide of skeletal horror. This ground is dark, not from sand, but from the corpses piled high. A massive impact reverberates as the ground shatters beneath the sheer force. This ground is darkened not by earth, but by piled corpses. The chaotic hunt concluded. He had located his target. The Lord's armored servants materialized in a blaze of purple energy. The enemy looks up, utterly stunned by the sheer speed of the descent. A high-ranked undead should only congregate where intense death energy gathers. A blinding arc of power erupts, echoing the raw force unleashed. The sudden surge of power meets an unexpected, living counterforce. A high-ranked undead. The Durahan appears before him. A rank S barrier manifests, forged from concentrated vengeful spirits. Time seemed to shatter as the initial assault struck. A blinding clash of spectral energy engulfs the battlefield. Holy fire has been unleashed, bathing the attack in cleansing light. The air violently distorts as powerful forces collide in blinding light. The Dullahan charged, spear aimed, but the hunter stood ready for impact. The reign of terror is finally over. Arise, my army. The dark command shatters the tension. The powerful aura surges as he grips his blade, recognizing the impending threat. The air shrieked as the Dullahan was suddenly struck down. Were they undead that specialized in magic? Close combat will be difficult. That's not for you to worry about. The mid-ranked undead are struck down, the threat dissolving instantly. The lightning blade ignites, ready to cleave the next foe. Rage boils over as the sword connects, echoing a primal scream of fury. The high-ranked undead, the Dullahan, suddenly collapsed. The warrior stares, sweat beading as the target is consumed by blinding, unnatural fire. The system notifications burst forth, a cascade of digital triumphs. If the high-ranked undead fell, all under its influence would perish too. A living human bursts forward, a desperate dash across the desolate terrain. The revelation hung in the air. The source of endless death had been neutralized. The relentless horde would have continued spawning without intervention. The immediate threat neutralized. The remnants of the enemy group stumbled into view. I'm sorry, Jen Minchel. I'll show you just how scary the Gold Mountain Guild is if I ever meet you. But to think he's a hunter with such a noble mind, a hero bathed in light and surrounded by roses, stands after claiming victory. He fought the horde, taking all the danger upon himself for their sake. The hero charged forward, a blur against the desolate backdrop, as Izalai cried out in alarm. He truly risks everything for us. What a true hunter. He's such a considerate person. A sudden, sharp movement. He's bracing himself for impact. His eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt, questioning if the ordeal was truly over. The relentless hunter refuses to yield his hard-won experience. The energy of death begins to coalesce, signaling the final boss. Great. The air crackled as he prepared for the final confrontation. A final, silent exertion. The last flicker of power before the end. The air crackled, swallowed by the oppressive, dark energy of the core collapsing. The energy of death gathered, signaling the final core. The very core of the barrier, the high-ranked undead Dullahan, reveals its monstrous form. The monstrous core screams as the final blow connects. The very energy of death begins to coalesce in a single point. The abomination manifested, its grotesque form radiating immense, dark power. Holy fire has been used, consuming the very air with devastating power. The holy flames surge, purging the dark energy and revealing a monster's terrifying form. A sinister grin, shrouded in raw, burning power. The hunter's shocking feat left the others speechless. He fought the monstrous core alone, for our very sake. Abomination, a monstrous entity forged from vengeful spirits and the dead. The monstrous abomination thrashes wildly, its multiple faces screaming defiance. The hellfire burns deep, searing the target as the protagonist's memory confirms his strategy. Despite its singular form, the abomination housed a multitude of minds. The abomination writhes, spewing sickening, fiery limbs that threaten to mend its monstrous form. As long as I avoid a direct hit, its overwhelming strength will rapidly diminish. Keep cutting away at its body. The huge strength will also go down quickly. The fight's intense aftermath leaves him utterly drained. The monstrous eye glowed red, reacting to the utilized rings. The abomination recoils under the relentless assault. "Mortal warrior, I want just two of you to come here," the Lord commanded. The monstrous thing thrashed, its distorted visage contorting in agony. The monstrous legions marched across the desolate terrain, their movements heavy and purposeful. The ghastly thing that summons the undead endlessly. I must take this core of death with me. This ghastly thing would keep summoning the undead endlessly if left alone. The only thing that surfaced was this core of death. Immortal warriors awaited his command, ready to dispatch the fallen. A tense silence hangs as figures emerge from the dust surrounding him. They are the Gold Guild. A hardened gaze meets the lingering smoke of battle. What will his next command be? A sudden realization dawned, his resolve hardening with every glowing ray. A deep, resounding bow, a gesture of absolute subservience and respect. He processed their apologies, yet a deeper confusion lingered beneath the surface. Why single him out? The blinding light of the arena bathed the scene, marking a decisive arrival. A nervous agent exchanges a look with the overjoyed, tiny artisan. "My schedule from now until tomorrow has all been canceled." The immortal warriors stood ready, awaiting their lord's command. A startled gasp escapes as they return to the oppressive gloom. The tension spikes as an unexpected opponent shows exhaustion. A crucial moment of pause. The oppressive aura of the core of death pulsed, demanding focus. The possibility sparks, igniting a potent surge of energy around him. The energy surged, a blinding purple light coalescing around him. The world stone's core radiates pure energy, a forbidden force I must harness. The sheer force of the clash erupts, a violent, searing discharge. The world stone's light collided with the dark energy of death. This energy is so overwhelmingly powerful, defying any comparison as I try to harness it. A blinding explosion of pure, searing agony erupts across the battlefield. The world stone's sun, an unexpected key, was bridging the incompatible nebulas. The final piece of power, the core of death, now rests in his grasp. The ancient celestial art is advancing, reaching the coveted 6 stars. The light nebula, combined with his past memories, promises a far greater array of possibilities now. Searching for the achievements engraved upon his soul, a list of cosmic possibilities revealed itself. Lost in the vast, ethereal blue, a small, glowing form pondered the next step. The path forward is clear. Forge the constellations remembered from a life before. The holy flame constellation blesses the path, doubling the might of sacred fire. The blinding light of energy flashes, encapsulating the small core of death. A flash of power surges through him, even as a pained grunt escapes his lips. Was the failure rooted in the mingling of nebulas? The darkness energy seeping from the core of death was anathema to life. The delicate structure fractured again, a warning sign flashing across the system interface. He resolved to change tactics immediately. The struggle was agonizing. The fusion of incompatible energies threatened to tear him apart. Which part of this newfound power should I harness first? I must persist. Giving up is not an option now. How about I put that sunlight in the middle between both nebulas and connect them? Listen closely as the essence of the world stone begins to respond. 10 from the light nebula, 10 from the dark nebula. Finally, I connect them to the world stone's sun. A sudden, shocking realization broke through the tension. To think the sun of the world stone could finally be integrated. Now, I begin the true connection. A sharp shock, a moment of bewildered disbelief. A more powerful constellation was born because of that ultimate alignment. That surge of incredible energy has finally subsided. A moment of respite. He offered a chilling, confident smile, halting any pursuit with a powerful gesture. A whole day had vanished in the intensity of his training. The sheer volume of missed calls was staggering. That's not it, he dismissed, while his small companion dreamt of ruby meat. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his previous shock giving way to grim resolution. A familiar voice confirms his name over the line. M.R. Minchell. It's been a while. A tense pause. He concedes the point, caught slightly off guard by the gesture. That icy beverage, perfectly suited to cool the inner fire. The unexpected sweetness of the iced Americano only fueled his rising frustration. The sudden touch startled him, the gravity of the situation sinking in. The loyal subordinate preemptively prepares the perfect, chillingly cold refreshment. A dark pact is sealed beneath the menacing gaze of a skeletal figure. The subordinate finishes his perfectly tailored order, awaiting the master's next command. A casual remark, yet beneath the surface, the weight of impending conflict hung heavy. That means this is the groundwork for the next stage of pandemonium. The ice-cold Americano, a perfect counter to the internal inferno he hides. The warm afternoon light illuminated their tense meeting across the bright table. It'll just be a headache for me to go after them now. The magnificent structure gleamed under the intense, bright sky. A sudden, sharp inquiry cuts through the morning calm. The familiar, comforting ritual of a perfectly poured coffee begins. He vanishes into the grand hall, a hurried servant rushing to fulfill his unspoken demands. The gate bidding has grown fierce, a reflection of the escalating stakes. The fierce competition for the gate bids has escalated dramatically in the months since the raid. The scorched earth, marked by a stark Kipo UT barrier, hints at a buried catastrophe. I need to strengthen my body before the ritual, which means I need to climb the tower again. A knowing look passes between them, the meeting's gravity settling in the opulent room. The silence hangs heavy in this opulent room of secrets. She snapped, annoyed by the repetition of their prior conversation. A moment of distraction, a lapse in memory, the sting of realizing he forgot his promise to her. He demands more as the confrontation continues. The bitterness of the drink seemed to momentarily overshadow the serious meeting ahead. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, the weight of the revelations pressing down on him. It's okay, she conceded, folding her arms as he stood there, radiating calm confidence. A satisfied look, a quiet acknowledgement as they stood in the gilded room. The night sky shimmered above the brightly lit shopfront, hinting at secrets stirring beneath the surface. She seems genuinely pleased by the meal, a rare, unguarded moment. She unexpectedly chose gopchang as well, even though I'm treating her. He savored the moment, even as he cautioned her, don't talk while you're eating. She looks so happy, like she's got everything in the world. Ellie sprung the dinner invitation, her proposal for gopchang catching him off guard after talk of high-stakes global crime. When did she pull this off? He was completely blindsided by her unexpected feast. A genuine smile breaks through the tension as they enjoy a well-deserved meal. The sizzling sound filled the air as the food hit the hot surface. The scent of sizzling meat filled the air, momentarily distracting him. The normal life of not knowing anything no longer exists. Martha and Ellie suspect my true nature. Maybe I am not entirely human. She paused, the chopsticks resting at her lips, deep in thought about this unexpected side of him. The world shifts. The calling of the sword, Caliph, echoes in the rising mist. The sword, radiating a pure, ethereal light, rests upon the stone pedestal, the lone mark of presence against the crushing dark. The finality of the blow slammed him backward, a shocking eruption of red. Jen Minchell stands firm, the imposing silhouette of Dymas looming behind him. The air crackled with a dangerous, burning intensity. A slight hesitation lingers in the air, questioning the implied reality. Now that the true depths are revealed, clarity is essential. The tension breaks as the meal is served, a brief, almost intimate moment before the next move. They stand upon this strange, glowing ground, the weight of dark dealings settling between them. Just need to endure this moment, waiting for the right time to act. A serene smile, hiding a brewing storm beneath the corporate exterior. A low chuckle escaped him, a sign of satisfied cunning in the cold blue light. The air crackled, energy coalescing around him. He was entering the void, pandemonium and elysium, the massive forces vying for control. The chilling, cryptic syllables of the operation materialized from the dark. A sudden surge of power manifests, as the tower beckons once more. The third floor trial begins under a blood-red sky. The Black Fortress looms. The Dark Overlord, seated upon his throne, reacts with potent disbelief. The Tower of Trials. What in the hell is this ordeal? This place is a nexus, drawing in powerful beings from dimensions I've already crossed. The trial of each floor was brutal, pushing challengers to their very limits. A commanding presence shrouded in shadow and smoke, seated upon a sinister throne. The countdown ends, signaling the start of the ordeal. The screen pulsed with an ominous, digital blue hue. The third floor of the Tower of Trials awaits. A fortress looms large against a desolate sky. He walks toward the fortress gates, stepping into the oppressive, reddish hue of the trial arena. He spotted movement along the battlements, the ominous silhouettes against the crimson sky. Durability metrics flash across the screen, showing the toll on the fortified positions. The heart of the defense, the Black Fortress's core, exposed for all to see. The bird-like merchant stood firm, his gaze challenging the protagonist's previous statement. The merchant's cryptic word hung in the air, pausing the exchange. The merchant insisted on his identity, his squawking voice filling the air. The schematics lay bare the grim path of attack. Monsters spawned far off, funneling toward the core fortress. The stark reality of the damage quickly sets in across the fortifications. The ominous crow insists that points will be essential to survive this siege. The crow was clearly trying to scam him, hiding the possibility of a team trial for its own gain. The crow vanishes, leaving only a dismissive goodbye. The crow merchant, suddenly ecstatic, presents a potential solution. Time's arrogance was met with an empty response. The strange bird demanded attention, while a surge of raw, violet power crackled in his hand. The summoning was complete. A legion of shadow knights materialized under his command. The subordinate zealous affirmation echoes as the protagonist steps forward into the smoke. The digital gate flickers, hinting at secrets yet to unfold. The first wave descends, creatures he recognizes from past trials. Wave 1 commences. 20 monstrous trolls surge forward. The skeleton crew mans the cannon at the third base, ready for the onslaught. The behemoths react to the sudden, jarring strike. That speed was unexpected. The charging onslaught reverberates against the stone walls. The lethal strike connects, bathing the battlefield in a flash of purple energy. That confident, almost arrogant smirk. He was ready to face the impossible alone. A brutal roar echoes as the monsters surge forward. The monster guardian roars a furious challenge. Life extortion. A hulking threat looms, ready to claim its due. The sovereign's command rings out. A clear order to destroy everything. The little dog whines, unable to follow its master into the tower. A moment of solitude washes over him. The fight was brutal, yet somehow a few monsters slipped past. The merchant's sharp insistence breaks through the tension. The skeletal allies man their cannon, their dialogue sharp and mocking. He stood before the stone fortress, his expression unyielding, contemplating what might be next. Wait a minute. The mysterious messenger pauses, an unsettling realization dawning on him. The merchant, Crow, offered a proposition, his exaggerated expression betraying his true motives. The key of the treasure storage, a legendary item, pulsed with raw potential in his grasp. A harsh sound accompanied the sudden shockwave hitting the challenger. The mysterious merchant, Crow, casually polished something as he laid out the rules of the trial. There's never been a single challenger who succeeded at it. A towering shadow looms over the fallen as the first wave begins. This guardian monster will relentlessly pursue anyone who challenges it, even forcing a retreat back to the fortress walls. I see. The pieces are beginning to align. A normal challenger would retreat, but I am anything but normal. Dangerous? I'll be a fool if I let fear dictate my actions now. Before the chaotic epicenter of the wormhole, a confrontation looms. The monstrous power manifested in a searing crimson aura. The story's title fades into the grim reality of the next trial. The blood-red circle hangs ominously, a silent harbinger against the streaking monochrome backdrop. Ah, I was wondering what kind of monster was guarding this place. You're quite observant, huh? They were describing the monstrous creation summoned to guard this place. Silence hangs heavy between the guardian and the intruder. Seeing the flushed skin, a chilling suspicion arises. Is this a creature of the blood cult? The chilling secrets of the martial continent are revealed, detailing the nature of the blood Jiangshi. Even after taking massive internal damage, the regenerating fiend was still standing. The blood Jiangshi emanated a sinister, glowing aura against the desolate backdrop. The blood Jiangshi unleashes terrifying crimson energy from its razor-sharp fingertips. The iron Jiangshi stand ready, the air thick with ominous energy. A subtle glint in the eye betrays his calm facade. A chilling presence materializes from the dust, heralded by the sinister label. A Jiangshi. Look at that overflowing confidence of his. You speak as if you'd emerge victorious from a fight. A chilling silence follows the forced retreat of the lesser foes. The Jiangshi's demonic fury erupted, a raw, unrestrained snarl against the intruder. The blood Jiangshi bellows, unleashing a terrifying crimson aura. The impact shatters the silence, marked by a jarring sound against the crimson spray. The blood Jiangshi unleashes a shocking wave of crimson energy. There's a presence guarding this passage. The terrifying laughter echoed as the blood Jiangshi mocked the hero's sanity. The clash was imminent as the crimson specters descended, shrouded in dark energy. A furious roar echoes as raw, demonic energy erupts from the blood Jiangshi. Enveloped in a blinding golden aura, his eyes burn with focused intensity as he prepares the strike. The blood Jiangshi unleashes its true power, the air thick with malevolent energy. A blinding surge of crimson energy erupts, forcing a pained reaction. The blood Jiangshi unleashed a crushing, crimson wave of pure destructive force. The blood Jiangshi pulsed with horrifying, contained power. The blood Jiangshi unleashes a horrifying, maniacal laugh, bathing the scene in crimson power. A deafening, primal roar erupted from the blood Jiangshi as its horrifying power flared crimson. A low growl escaped the Jiangshi as the battle surged around them. The iron Jiangshi are defeated, their arrogant defense shattered. The blood rain descends, coating the air in poisonous crimson energy. Well, there is something else here. The very air crackles with latent, menacing energy. Dark star blue dragon blade, a final, decisive strike. The sun-destroying sword unleashes its terrifying power. Refusing to yield, the impact shakes the very air. The surge of dark, crackling power erupts around the blade. The sheer force unleashes. The Yue clan spear pierces the air in a blinding flash of power. Kill. The blood Jiangshi unleashes its terrifying power, engulfed in crimson energy. The sheer, raw sound of destruction rips through the air. The blood Jiangshi pulsed with an overwhelming, crimson aura of raw power. The blood Jiangshi erupts in a savage, grating sound, its power overwhelming the space. Look at that overflowing confidence of his. I'll burn everything from inside out. The monstrous power unleashed, shaking the very ground as the enemy was torn out. Just because he cannot feel pain doesn't mean his will is broken. Kikiki. The guardian materialized, radiating immense power beneath the corrupted crimson sky. The blood Jiangshi lets out a sickening roar, its monstrous nature fully exposed. The initial shock breaks, revealing a furious counter-assault. The iron Jiangshi fell, but the fight raged on as the reinforcements arrived. The iron Jiangshi proved infuriatingly agile, a blur against the crimson dust. The clash of sheer power settled into a dull thud of earth and lingering smoke. A flash of movement, the needle finds its mark. The iron Jiangshi arrived, exactly 5 of them, matching the predicted numbers. The crimson aura of the tower fades as the system confirms the acquisition. A breathtaking sight. An arsenal of weapons bathed in golden light. What a sight to behold. The sheer wealth of this legendary horde, glittering under the light. There's quite a lot of them, huh? Oran's treasure storage. A vast digital vault of power awaits. Only one item allowed. The weight of this choice settled heavily upon him. The treasure chest gleams, but this selection cannot be left to chance. Fortunately, I possess the means to discern the true worth of an artifact. The power of sight reveals the path forward. The surge of raw celestial energy erupted around him. All artifacts release mana, a hidden power source. There's quite a lot of them, huh? The initial sweep narrows the field. Now, the true scrutiny begins. Who? Less than a minute remains in this dazzling treasury. The armor materialized, shimmering with an ethereal, otherworldly energy. A transcendent grade item appeared, shimmering with ethereal energy. Damage taken is converted into mana, fueling a miraculous recovery. His smirk promised power. The armor's ability to change form meant perfect fit for any combat style. It looks so plain, it wouldn't have been found without the eyes of truth. Perfect. The raw power of his choice coalesces around him. He observed the battlefield, noting the annihilation. That massive, shadowy presence loomed, radiating an oppressive dark energy. That challenger brat remains unaccounted for, perhaps giving up on the wormhole. The monstrous entity unleashed its power, recalling the Bloop Jungshi's incredible defenses. The raven-like subordinate screeched in utter shock. What fresh terror had appeared now? The wormhole. It is engulfed in flames. What fresh hell is this, Ka? The monsters were swallowed by hell's fire, burning until nothing remained. This is the final test. A strained exhale of pure exertion. The enraged behemoth roared, claiming this fiery devastation as its own territory. A casual dismissal. The Lord commands his armored subordinates into the fray. Your fall is assured. We will not be defeated. The monsters were devoured by hell's fire, screaming as they were utterly destroyed. Step aside, he roars, his shock turning into sudden resolve. The monstrous stack recoiled, absorbing the shockwave amidst swirling shadows. A chilling presence, wreathed in shadow and cold fire, emerges. This place ISNOWMY territory. A terrifying smile, powered by a chilling surge of blue energy. The scorching flames of hell devoured the monsters, a terrifying spectacle of growth and devastation. This entire confrontation was merely a construct of the Tower, the Sovereign One, a name that commands fear. Arrogant bastards. The arrogant foe unleashes a furious retort, radiating hostile power. The Sovereign One's authority of the Undying has been invoked, sealing a curse upon the target. The Sovereign One's manifested being towered, radiating raw menace. A roar of defiance escapes the defeated giant. Surrounded by the carnage, he acknowledges the manifestation, yet still seeks to assert his dominance. Rage boiled over. His eyes glowed with furious, scarlet light. The sheer energy of the artifact pulsed, eliciting a shocked reaction. His eyes glowed with sinister intent as purple energy coiled around his pointing finger. A sharp cry of agony erupts as the magical energy surges. A colossal figure screams, enraged, brandishing a massive weapon. The frost giant unleashed its power, enraged by the fleeting escape. The warriors will get caught in the fight at this rate. A colossal impact of freezing energy crashes down, forcing a reaction. ICG. The frost giant unleashed an attack of unimaginable cold. He realized his escape was cut off, trapped by the elemental pressure. The ruler of the cold activates, pushing back the crushing ice. A chilling smirk breaks through the darkness, a promise of impending confrontation. He doesn't yield, even against overwhelming weight. You dare think of yourself as a king? A furious roar erupts, coated in searing crimson energy. The way to fight him is similar to battling an abomination. What are you planning now? The frost giant roared, cornered by the shimmering, small warrior. A torrent of blinding pink energy erupted, shattering the environment. A final, agonizing gasp as the frost giant is overcome. The administrator's power hums, eyes burning with cold, calculating malice. A massive impact, shrouded in dark, ominous energy. I'll end this quickly for you. Experience floods in. The system announces another level up. We shall carry out your orders, O Sovereign One. One of the immortal warriors was utterly destroyed by the wide area attack. The air crackles with kinetic energy. An unseen impact rings out. The air thrummed with raw, crushing power, a vibrant purple aura signaling immense threat. The system analyzes the newly encountered enemy, revealing its formidable power. This knight even grasps the legendary Akira's sword technique. a demon lord obsessed only with reaching the peak of the sword. The ancient celestial art, now his ultimate weapon. The system's protection energy shields the walls, forcing adherence to the designated path. A legendary elixir materializes, glowing with unimaginable power. The elixir is revealed in a blinding convergence of elemental light. He had already leveled up 3 times since reaching this 3rd floor. The previous trial is complete. The next challenge beckons. The towering darkness swallowed his path, leaving him alone in the oppressive silence. The next trial begins. Reach the end of the passageway. A sudden, primal shockwave erupts, stealing the breath away. A chilling realization crosses his face as the immense presence looms over him. A strange presence materializes. An administrator named Rand. A sudden, suffocating presence materialized in the dim corridor. A sinister mask stares back, its glowing eyes radiating menace. The bizarre administrator, Rand, offers a word as they face off. He watched the cold spectacle, his mind already calculating the next move. The administrator looms above, his strange, smiling peach head mask unsettling against the dark backdrop. All senses now focused to the absolute maximum. A grim focus settled upon his features, channeling immense inner power. He counted the ice attack, sensing the threat coming from the left. A sudden, blinding energy flares as he recoils, recognizing the imminent danger below. Shit! A desperate cry echoes as his escape is thwarted. The system announces a change, but shock grips the protagonist. The system protects this space, demanding adherence to the trial's path. A jarring impact echoed as immense power slammed against the ground. The sheer intensity of this trial demands absolute focus. The spikes pierce through his formidable demonic defense, shaking his very core. I'll use power to guard against the freezing onslaught. With senses strained to the maximum, he pushes through the barrage. This is getting ridiculous. Last, the world seems to warp around him as the true power of the trial descends. The intensity of the situation forces his senses beyond their limits. Another strange notification appears. The air crackles as a chilling power gathers beneath his hand. He has become a completely different person compared to when he first entered this place. The challenger detected the presence. He knew the administrator had appeared. Super sense allowed him to perceive the trajectory of every incoming attack. The reality of the situation settled in, sharp and undeniable. The official waited, hands clasped behind his back, as the crow creature squawked in acknowledgement. The administrator, a strangely masked figure, pondered the predicament with subtle unease. He corrected the other official's grave misunderstanding. The very name, iridescence, hung in the suffocating darkness. No, I can't believe a non-ranker could reach the level of iridescence. Did he just speak to me through the screen? Impossible. That's right, he confirmed, his eyes sharp. To you, the flash of life, a desperate rewind of memory against the precipice of death. The lethal, glowing projectiles descended, yet he remained unnervingly calm amidst the barrage. His brain ruthlessly scanned every piece of data, pushing his very mind to its absolute limits. Able to push themselves into this enhanced state, the very fabric of time warps around him. Usually, only beings like demon lords could attain this level. The experience of time felt infinite, allowing him to analyze every incoming danger. Danger looms ahead, mapped out by an impossibly enhanced perception. The past flashes, a violent mosaic of incoming danger visualized on the screen. The competition for recruitment is heating up already. The tower's entrance loomed before him, a stark transition. Had he truly chosen this path back to Earth? He detected my sudden appearance. Unlike last time, Administrator Rand is now watching, his intrusion revealed through the screen. Silence hung heavy between the administrator and the challenger. The overwhelming presence of the administrator towered over him, crackling with digital light. The administrator felt a chill as the challenger appeared directly behind him. He just detected that I had appeared behind him, unlike the previous time. The administrator is instantly detected, his secret peak exposed by the challenger's sudden presence. Enough nonsense. The confrontation was over. The deal was struck. The strange administrator looks up, clearly overwhelmed by the confrontation. Trapped in the palm of an impossibly colossal being, the small, panicked administrator felt utterly insignificant. He speaks, revealing how he knew about the forbidden clairvoyance. The administrator let out a choked sound, completely unnerved by the challenger's sudden appearance. The administrator instinctively flinched as the sound effect indicated a sudden, sharp motion nearby. The administrator was suddenly behind him, an unnerving presence in the dark hall. That's expected. The ancient scripture demanded a specific location, a temple on the 9th floor. The administrator was clearly flustered, trapped by the challenger's unexpected proximity. The administrator felt a sudden, impossible intrusion as the challenger's voice echoed through the screen. A shadowy figure watches, perhaps the administrator he just blackmailed, silently observing his next move. A strange sound echoes, pulling his attention from the fading energy. He questions the sudden intrusion. The Tower of Trials looms, a colossal challenge against the bright sky. No, compared to what? The Tower of Trials loomed. Yet here I stood, back in a place that resembled Earth. He has reached the air garden, the respite between the towering trials. The entrance to the air garden greeted him, a stark contrast to the battles left behind. He just detected my sudden appearance, unlike before. The beastly man adjusts his shades, his cool composure betraying nothing. Did he just talk to me through the screen? Pastors are trying to steal my information without even asking permission? Should I just unleash absolute destruction? No, observe the situation first. The newbie is under intense scrutiny, surrounded by others wearing shades, items used for scouting stats. He appeared silently, detecting their presence instantly. The newbie's arrival caused an absolute stir among the veteran climbers. The administrator finally stood before the challenger, ready to talk. A motley crew, all wearing matching shades, converges on the newcomer. I don't like that at all. The tension between them was palpable. The new floor is reached, but a monstrous presence demands a pause. Could this legendary hall be the key I needed? The challenger smiled, basking in the bright air of the 5th floor. The administrator covered his mouth, startled by the challenger's sudden detection. What was that feeling? The administrator's face betrayed sheer shock, unable to process what he was witnessing. The city unfolds beneath a vivid, bright sky, a strange blend of modern glass and medieval timber. The air garden overview begins, split into 4 distinct regions by glowing projection. How could he bring up the 0 floor's trial so casually? A stifled cough, then an unnerving silence hangs between them. The realization struck him. That question was no accident. The silent exchange was cut short, ending in an unsettling coincidence. A frustrated sigh escaped him. That casual question felt like a deliberate jab. The air crackled with anticipation as the scene shifted into a tense preview. That's right. The holographic display shimmered to life, revealing the map of this strange new world. The holographic map reveals the city's stark divisions: blacksmiths, residents, and the upper society, just like the abyss of the 2nd floor. My community is affiliated with the association. He held out the golden return stone, a costly lifeline. The holographic projection reveals the layout, starting with the north community area. The strongest currently vie for the top, their focus solely on conquering the tower. A contemplative pause. The weight of past mistakes lingers in the silence. He laughed freely, relieved by the chance meeting high above the bustling world. A simple, shared space, yet deep questions hung unspoken in the air between them. He presented the shimmering sphere, an item of vital importance in this new world. Because you were the catalyst that set my decision in motion. The pleasantries concluded. The guided tour of the 57th floor began. I guess even a short meeting still feels like fate. Still fate. The 5th floor publicly announced the rankings, attracting unwanted attention. That public announcement of the rankings truly drew too much attention. The moment of impact, a heavy, decisive landing. The city square bustled with life, but he felt he was finally where he needed to be. The powerful sound of the hammer striking metal echoed through the forge. The sound of consistent hammering echoed, drawing his attention to a humble forge. Based on Marthin's words, this must be a blacksmith on the level of a maestro. The overwhelming attention from these strange encounters was beginning to build. The sheer scale of this place feels like stepping into a whole new reality. The dwarf craftsman offered a seemingly eager welcome. The shop assistant seemed unimpressed by this new arrival. This place looks like it belongs to the Interstellar Union. He seemed genuinely surprised by the sheer scale of this new reality. The clerk pauses, pen held thoughtfully near his lips. The dwarf artisan scribbled notes, recognizing the weight of the visitor's request. The required request form, scrawled on cheap paper, was thrust forward. The clerk leaned in, his eyes wide with appraisal. The sheer shock registered on the dwarf's face. He revealed the exquisite, shimmering dragon-scale fabric with an astonished gasp. A sharp, sudden movement. The dwarf recoiled in terror from the imposing figure. I refuse to give my valuable item to someone who can't recognize a valuable customer. A predatory grin spreads across his face as the frantic clerk calls out. This place reminds me of the weapon repository of Fampimunilim. The weapons displayed outside didn't look impressive, but the quality was already quite high for this world. This forge looks run down, tucked away in a corner, yet the hammering sounds perfectly consistent. The sound of hammering was consistent, an almost musical rhythm echoing through the hall. The sound of the hammer striking metal echoed, impossibly consistent. The weapon repository held trinkets of impressive, yet limited, function. A unique item surfaces, yet its abilities are strangely restricted. The blacksmith's massive hand grips the hammer tight. Holy shit, that blacksmith. The air in the forge shimmered, the blacksmith pausing, hammer in hand, deep in thought. The system flashed the critical stats. Hakantaria, a Vulcan elder, a Meister in skill, boasting the coveted S-rank Maestro trait. This blacksmith is a Maestro? He remained tight-lipped about the crucial details. His hesitation melted away under the pressure. A chilling, dark sphere pulsed at the center of the encroaching void. Hakan carefully handles the shimmering, expensive material. The master craftsman hesitates, his immense frame straining against the contract. A firm handshake seals the bargain. A moment of commitment in the Crimson Workshop. The maestro accepts the gleaming, precious material. The gangster recoiled, stunned by the audacity of the newcomer. You've got pretty good eyes for a newbie. The craftsman offered a guarded appraisal, sparks of doubt lingering in his eyes. The alleyway echoed with a chilling sound as he walked deeper into the shadows. The air hung heavy, charged with unspoken tension as he stood alone. I know you're there. Come on out already. The leader of the wolves of the wild looked down, ready to face the challenge. He anticipated this confrontation after revealing the legendary blade. The agreement was sealed beneath a vast, indifferent sky. The air hung heavy as the two figures exchanged silent, challenging glares across the dividing stone. The time for subtlety is over. A blinding shockwave of power met the ambush. He needs to act, or forfeit the entire deal. A chilling count as brilliant emerald energy flares around his hands. Looks like you've got good memory too. Hakan observes the group below, his presence a silent challenge. He displayed a chilling, self-assured smirk, his resolve solidified. A new projection appears, his expression cold against the glowing interface. The newcomer adjusted his shades, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He seemed to recognize the name immediately. The hardened leader steps forward, brandishing a curved blade, surrounded by his imposing crew. He's truly ballsy, acting so smug despite the danger. Shut up, you dwarf bastard. The arrogance provokes a fierce reaction. All of you charges, their average stats, even the injured, hover around that low benchmark. Time to get serious. Unleashing the full force of the attack. The gathered fury unleashes in a blinding, purple shockwave. Utter shock contorted his face as the situation spiraled beyond his control. A single newcomer had utterly crushed them all. The harsh reality of his injuries sinks in, a desperate groan escaping as the rain washes over the scene. His raw power defied all expectation, barely avoiding the lethal strike. The wounded brute could only gasp at the impossible speed shown. The brutal impact left him sprawled, his hand a shocking mess of crimson. The young man brandished his blood-red weapon, a predatory grin spreading across his face. The air crackled with intense, ominous energy as the ambush sprung forth. The panicked man scrambled forward, his frantic pace echoing through the stone alley. A sudden, forceful shout echoed, demanding their retreat. A massive, intimidating force descends, silencing the negotiation with raw power. The terrifying power erupts, draining the life from his victim with a satisfied smirk from the perpetrator. A chilling demand for silence descends as the aggressor looms over his terrified victim. This is the Wolves of the Wilds community building. The initial attack was deflected, revealing their surprising agility. This is the Wolves of the Wilds community building. The masked man stood silently, his intent heavy in the air. A sudden, shocking impact, the taste of his own blood erupting. The consequence of a stupid move was made horribly clear. I see your little signal. You thought I wouldn't notice the tracer on your clothes? The aftermath of a swift, brutal encounter stained the cobblestones. Arrogant newbie. You dare act this way knowing who we are? A shadow looms against the bright, open sky. A dark, knowing smirk plays across his lips beneath the bright, unforgiving sky. The heavy silence confirms the irreversible deed. I killed him. A dark, powerful energy surges, enveloping the figure as he draws forth his command. The shadow of Origin Akmok. Transcendent grave equipment on a different level. The overwhelming force strikes, silencing all but raw pain. The final, silent moment before impact. Khan's grim promise echoed. Wipe the slate clean by taking every last one of them out. Earth. Stop lying. The dark star weapon materializes, crackling with potent energy. These constant trickle of weak opponents infuriate him. The jaws of the beast snapped shut, an agonizing, silent threat. I will end you. A dazzling light explodes as an imposing figure stands ready for battle. Shock contorted her face as the reality of the situation hit. This would be a pretty bad idea. The knight stands ready, commanding his immortal warriors against the swarm. The air crackled as a searing wave of purple energy erupted around him, accompanied by a tortured scream. A condescending smile meets the figure shrouded in ominous purple energy above. The shadow equipment looms, a dark, transcendent power. A guttural scream tore from the defeated foe, witnessing true power unleashed. England newbie slash something like magic bullets. I see and just charge forward while ignoring them. A sudden burst of purple energy signals an overwhelming display of power. The knight, in charge of command, stood ready, facing the confrontation. A flash of motion, a desperate, outstretched hand. The overwhelming power, even the defenses meant to stop him, prove utterly useless. A sudden realization flares across his face, bathed in the crimson glow. The aftermath was absolute. A chilling tableau of red against cold stone. Hakan, the grim craftsman, appeared, noting the fresh scent of blood. A single drop of blood, the catalyst for the engraving. A drop of blood marks the beginning of the transmutation. The system prompts for the final step, the desired form. It's purely physical. Transcendence confirmed. The ethereal beast recedes, leaving behind a moment of profound gratitude. All right then. Time to leave this place behind. With the new equipment secured, the final task on this floor remained. She offered a tempting bargain, playing the charming yet calculating host. The mention of S rank barely registered, yet the subtle clench of that manicured hand spoke volumes. The desk receives a sharp thud as her casual gesture settles. A grim assessment of reports lies before her. The shadow of Origin Akmok. Transcendent grave equipment. The dark energy dissipates, revealing the aftermath of a monumental transformation. Fangs that are sharper than blades. Even the scales of the Tyrannos barely registered the blow. Just a scratch. A black Tyrannos appears, its stats displaying a terrifying power level. This is S-Gate territory. Her expression shifted instantly, taken aback by the sudden intensity radiating from him. The sheer scale of the terrain was dizzying, even with his enhanced vision. He steps forward, two distinct powers coalescing in his hands. The real battle begins now. The mighty Tyrannos roars its savage challenge. The beast erupts, its roar shaking the very ground beneath the world. He sees through the incoming chaos, predicting every move. A chilling smirk crosses his face, shrouded in the oppressive atmosphere. The Tyrannos unleashes its raw, terrifying might. The sheer scale of this event stole their breath away. Her shocked expression revealed the impossible reality unfolding before her eyes. He leaps onto the massive creature, a tiny silhouette against the roaring jaws of the black Tyrannos. He's not just strong physically. A shattering impact echoes through the air, signaling the true start of the battle. A knowing smile, his summoned knight looms behind him in ethereal light. The immortal warriors recovered, their life force restored by the chilling power of life extortion. He stands ready, the weight of their expectations pressing down on him. The Munsusan Gate had expanded far beyond the reports, a dense, emerald wilderness. His eyes blaze with intense purple energy, realizing the terrifying scope of this challenge. The behemoth looms, its sheer presence confirming the danger. Despite the sheer scale of the Munsusan Gate, they had to push forward. Sung Soo, have you figured out details of this gate? He watched, calculating the reputation earned by mere survival. The second best team is mobilized, urgently requesting high-level anti-behemoth gear. They must be relying on specialized gear for this endeavor. The reality of this gate exceeded every report, leaving her reeling from the sheer scale of the threat. A tense gaze, accepting a solemn offering. A sly confidence emanates from him, a knowing smirk as he gestures toward his hidden capability. The sheer power of his summoned army was breathtaking. Our lord, we, the Einherjars, pay our respects to you. Oh, all right then. A knowing smirk crosses his face as he prepares for the true fight. The holy fire has surged, increasing all combat stats. The Einherjars arrive, summoned by the army of light. The summoned warriors responded immediately, their devotion absolute. The sex power unleashed a blinding flash of light. The divine guild leader watched, a confident, almost hungry smile on her face. They bolted through the dappled light of the dense forest, their urgent retreat a desperate scramble. No, my lord, the Einherjar cried out, horrified by the command, confronting the imposing figure emerging from the dense, alien foliage. Hiding deep within the jungle foliage, the survivors waited with bated breath. Reinforcements had arrived, bringing a wave of unexpected relief. The attack squad that went missing. Where are they now? He stands before his loyal subordinates, a tense atmosphere hanging in the verdant woods. The weight of this unexpected catastrophe crushes the coordinator. How can we possibly defeat them? The sheer terror of the black Tyrannos echoed through the forest as lesser hunters braced for impact, a blinding flash of light. Yet the true source remains obscured. The overwhelming density of this gate demands swift action. The sheer scale of this dungeon demanded immediate focus on the distance ahead. The sheer magnitude of this new gate was overwhelming. The world explodes in a blinding flash of light. A chilling smirk spreads across his face as the true battle begins. The core members were absent, leaving this capable team to take the lead. The monstrous black Tyrannos looms, teeth bared in a predatory snarl. A sudden, silent strike breaks through the dense jungle foliage. The Jormungandr code enveloped him, granting perfect, ghost-like invisibility. Hunter Minchell reappears, shrouded in ethereal blue energy. The beast's cold, reptilian eye watched the jungle canopy. The monstrous jaws descended, met only by desperate pleas for an iron wall and a shield. The clash of power erupts as the fight intensifies, raw force meeting the shadow technique. The black Tyranno roars its defiance, its primal power unleashed in a terrifying display. A desperate command rings out. Contain the threat. The massive black Tyranno charges forward, a wave of kinetic energy exploding around it. The celestial warrior screams in agony, overwhelmed by the onslaught. The raw power erupted around him, a furious golden glow. Look at this. A blinding aura erupts as a divine, winged figure descends with a drawn blade. The colossal black Tyranno roars, its power radiating an ominous purple aura. Ascending rapidly, the summoned being streaks across the bright, mountainous sky. Too close. A sharp descent into the dense jungle canopy, the impact muffled by the foliage. The hunt begins, powered by intense focus and hidden skill. The monster bellows, its shadow falling over the unseen protagonist. Two allies were swiftly dragged down in the chaos. Enough with the warm-up. Let's get started. The chaotic battle faded as the rescue operation concluded successfully. Cospo waits, his demonic blade resting before him, surveying the aftermath of the battle. The rescue operation was a success, thanks to swift coordination. The air shimmered as the angelic figure soared overhead. The warm-up ends now. Time to unleash the real power. The air crackles with raw, explosive power, announcing a decisive blow. The monstrous roar echoed as the fight intensified around the charging Dracira. Their traps were strong enough to hold the Tyranno in place. That ancient Dracira charged with a fearsome new intensity. Lightning strikes as the fiery warrior erupts onto the beast's hide. The angelic figure made a swift descent, ready to intercept the danger below. The successful rendezvous. Everyone safe, thanks to their combined efforts. A moment of shared victory. Even as the mission demands continued, her confident smile hinted at the capabilities of her skilled hunters. Although everyone was safe, the real challenge was yet to come. An ancient terror stirs. A single, malevolent crimson eye stares out from the darkness. Even with the swift rescue, healing the wounded requires a pause. The first stage is over, but the real fight is about to begin. She paused, processing the heavy news echoing in the green expanse. Oh, a moment of shared realization hangs in the air. Behemoth-rank monsters swarm within the gate, all ripe for the taking. That ancient Dracira, its charge different, unlike the Black Tyranno. The enemy, the Tyranno, is confirmed. Lightning Claw emerging. The true hunt begins now. The charging Dracira meets its fate under a sudden, explosive assault. This power, it is complete. Earth Grip. Black Tentacle. Hang in there. The system activates. Ambidextrous swap. A blade is manifested. The ancient Dracira charges, its prehistoric fury radiating outward. A heavy breath escapes. A strange sound in the sudden, dark aftermath. A system notification flashes in the charged air. The warm-up phase concluded. That Dracira had provided satisfactory experience. Time to get serious. This is the real hunt. Come on out, he declared, flanked by his imposing guard golems. The angelically blessed hunter beamed, confirming the progress. A confident smile played across his lips as he adjusted his cuff. A sudden, raw surge of power erupts, shaking the very air. A chilling pressure erupted from the colossal form. The divine guild hunters survey the fallen beasts, bewildered by the sheer scale of the carnage. The loyal knight and the winged angel stand close. My authority had secured my independence. Ignoring the rising tide of monsters risked a catastrophic gate break. The divine guild hunters watched, stunned by his tireless ascent. The solitary hunter returned, a dark silhouette against the blinding light of the camp. Level 43 achieved. Strength and agility absorbing all available points. The divine guild hunters simply stared, unaware of the solo leveling spree he'd been on. The guild hunter approached with a saccharine smile, claiming coincidence. A sudden encounter in the wild. The divine guild hunter had something pressing to discuss. We are intending to attack the boss monster tomorrow. Sunlight pierced the dense canopy, illuminating the wild, unforgiving forest. The divine guild hunters finally emerged, their presence a stark contrast to the surrounding jungle's mist. The encroaching shadows concealed the path toward the Devil's Saurus's lair. The divine guild leader commanded the final positioning for the assault. The authority of the Undying has been called forth. A flash of electric green energy crackled between them, signaling an immense surge of power. A deceptive encounter, as the divine guild reveals their hidden preparations. They have been preparing thoroughly in the past 4 days, less than / block quote greater than the true capability of Korea's top guilds. It's breathtaking. A powerful stride breaks the silent tension of the jungle floor. Oh my, Hunter Minchell. You're just coming back. An unexpected encounter in the jungle. What did they want to discuss? The terrifying beast stirred from its slumber, shaking the very ground. The sheer scale of the boss monster was immediately apparent. WHO dares interrupt MY's slumber. A monstrous roar shook the jungle as the colossal Devilsaurus revealed its terrifying maw. A sickening crimson mist hangs heavy as the hunters reel from an unseen assault. That roar echoes, a primal challenge felt even through the strengthening magic items. At that level, what new power would awaken? The massive, crimson silhouette loomed, its demonic eyes burning with malevolent light. The massive boss monster stirs, its scarlet eyes glowing with awakened rage. Interrupted in his solitary training, Minchel felt a sudden, sharp recognition. They've already prepared their defenses. It seems they won't become a burden. A shimmering blue interface signals the activation of some powerful system. The colossal devil saurian roared its outrage at the sudden assault. The authority of the Undying has been invoked. The mark of the Undying has been placed, offering a dark promise of power. The authority of the Undying has been unleashed. The army of light descended, summoned forth by an undying authority. A torrent of purple energy erupts, signaling raw, uncontrolled power. My lord, the devoted soldiers cried out as the massive night materialized. Subordinates eagerly affirmed their devotion, awaiting the next command. Impudent vermin, the giant beast roared its fury. The divine guild hunters react with shock, raising their hands to defend against unseen danger. The binding circle activates, trapping the monstrous target in blinding, inescapable light. You insects! The authority of the Undying had been invoked, bathing him in malevolent purple energy. The Devilsaur's immense form roared defiance, unaware of the impending strike. The colossal beast awakens, enraged by the intrusion. Its very presence radiates pure, blazing fury. The massive creature roared, shaking the very air as powerful energies pulsed around it. The monstrous eyes flash with terrifying power as a system panel locks onto the behemoth. A guttural sound ripped through the air. The Undying authority is unleashed, summoning forth in spectral legion. A blinding flash of power shatters the air. The Divine Guild has deployed their arsenal. A glowing tower stands ready. A shockwave of ominous purple energy erupted, forcing a stunned reaction. That terrifying roar echoes again, fueled by a monstrous strength, the sign of an incoming flame breath. He braces, swords ready against the raw power. Shadows lengthen across the rough, sun-baked earth. The beast roared, engulfed in crimson energy as the sign of breath manifested. A sudden, crackling surge of purple energy erupts. The resurrected warrior materializes in blinding shadow and arcane energy. The berserk power erupts, driving the blade deep into the beast's maw. The beast thrashes, trapped in a red, overwhelming surge of primal energy. A deafening shriek rips through the inferno as Jen Minchel unleashes his berserk power. The final count. He watches the silhouettes, the survivors safe on the ledge. The raw energy threatened to boil existence itself. His mana is recovering. But the fury flares again. Another breath of fire erupts. But this is different. He's gone berserk. The enraged beast unleashes its final, terrifying roar against the lone figure. They vowed to reclaim it, even if it meant death. The immortal warrior collapses, a final, guttural sound escaping its broken frame. A sudden, choked gasp echoes as the monstrous form buckles under the unseen force. The tide turns. A final, desperate blow is named. The berserk state pushes him past his limit, demanding one final, desperate surge. The impact resonated. A final, desperate cry escaping the defeated immortal warrior. The Devogaris recoiled from the blinding power. Its monstrous form struck down by the overwhelming force. Unleashed the final surge of power. Now, a desperate surge of energy erupts, calling for total commitment. The defenders brace for impact as raw power assaults the stronghold walls. The beast recoiled from the sudden, overwhelming assault. The berserk warrior unleashes a terrifying, focused burst of power. The sword's second form unleashes its fury, meteor strike. A primal sound of rage escapes the depths. The berserk power erupted. A furious, guttural sound ripped through the air. The sight of such overwhelming power left the onlookers stunned into silence. The gate has opened, but Minchel's calm acknowledgement signals a new order. His subservients immediately pledge their obedience. The sheer magnitude of the achievement flashes across the system interface. EXP. The berserk rage has momentarily subsided, revealing a sinister, knowing grin. Master, where did you go for so long without me? I almost took Devilgar up as a host for the authority of the Undying. I even helped with the boss raid. I can't have them cursing me. The guild leader met his gaze. The tension of their alliance thick in the air. Without your help in this raid, we couldn't have made it out unscathed. The Divine Guild Master observes, a calculating glint in her eye. Since the Divine Guild held the rights to the final loot, I found myself in a difficult situation. This seals the new pact, a promise of future collaboration between allies. The spoils of victory are being discussed, a significant sum hanging in the air. The battle finished, but now the negotiations for the spoils began. She presented the strange gems, but he could only see worthless rocks. The soul stone is revealed, vibrating with immense power. The ancient crystal and the soul stone, newly acquired treasures. The ancient crystal and the soul stone materialized. The guild leader offered a staggering 50% share of the spoils. Judging by his performance, he could be an S-class hunter. A vibrant smile, laced with hidden intent, offers a token of appreciation. She saw through my facade. A condition is coming. The sheer absurdity of the situation left him utterly speechless. This incredible generosity seals the deal for a strong future alliance. The Divine Guild leader smiles, securing her alliance with the formidable Hunter Minchel. The raid is over. A massive energy dissipates as the returnees appear. Triumphant celebrations erupted as the gate raid concluded successfully. Fenrir roared, the scent of something magnificent driving him wild. Where did you go without me? A sudden, childish voice demanded. A triumphant grin, holding out a prize for his beloved Fenrir. The little dark creature squealed with pure joy upon seeing its master again. But was it truly wise to simply consume the remnants? The sheer release of power forces a painful recoil. A shocking amount of energy erupts, forcing him to recoil. His entire demeanor has shifted, radiating a terrifying new power. Pengu's vibe has completely changed. His raw power surges, an overwhelming emerald aura. His stats exploded. He was suddenly so much stronger. Now the moment of truth arrives. The transformation complete. He stands resolute as his small companion questions his limits. His energy surged, the training center trembling under the sheer magnitude of his power. The energy of the Munsuzen battle fades, leaving him in quiet contemplation. The training to control chaos energy yielded powerful results. The sheer scale of the beast demanded a new approach. The chaos energy enhances his power, yet his current skills suffer from lesser efficiency. The devastating power of the point-blank puncturing strike channels energy inward. A cold smile breaks across his face as the system confirms the surge. The air crackles with immense, contained power. Look at how our Lord has gone on to a new level. Incredible. Under the silent moonlit sky, the new skills were ready to be tested. The digital mesh representing his growth fades as new realities dawn. The sheer impact of the blow shattered the training grounds. A wave of immense, controlled energy surges outward, the very air vibrating with his newfound strength. Morning inquiries already interrupt his quiet moment. Leaders. What could this message entail now? He found himself genuinely unfamiliar with these bureaucratic complexities. Oh, sorry, she offered an unnerving, knowing smile over the phone. A simple, drawn-out agreement in the face of her confident smile. The HR representative clarified the crucial distinction. Mere approval was not the same as a formal rank update. That's right. The astonishing truth was laid bare. He was still only E-rank. The blinding sun reflects off the gleaming facade of the association headquarters. The HR agent, clearly pleased, reminds him of the paperwork hassle they endured. The HR head smiled, seemingly unfazed by the chaos he caused. The HR head realized something significant was unfolding. His stark appearance draws immediate attention, even sparking quiet admiration. She couldn't hold back her laughter at his disgruntled expression. A stern warning whispered, "This is no place for idle flirtation." A simple scarecrow stood ready for the demonstration. The power surged, the very air crackling with immense, vibrant energy. A sudden, shattering force ripples outward. The seven stars' demonic sword descends. A sudden, earth-shaking impact rings out. A small moment of respite, perhaps before the chaos resumed. The official paused, his expression unreadable behind clasped hands. A sharp, official presence, standing ready with arms crossed. That Hunter Kim awakened alongside her. I know her temperament. The sudden shock spilled his drink as he heard the unbelievable news. The HR head wore a knowing, slightly smug expression. The test scarecrow, designed to push A-rank hunters, was about to face an impossible test. The HR head listened, an old friend's strange request weighing on his mind. To shatter that ultimate test, one must reach the level of a perfected aura blade. 4S ranks and now a fifth has appeared. An authoritative gaze, sharp and discerning, locks onto the unfolding situation. The HR head's stern expression showed she was not amused by the grumbling. The HR head listens intently, a shock registering on his face. The shock of immense power was momentarily overwhelming. He was known to be a fool for justice, but a new hunter had shaken him. The HR head recoiled, suddenly facing an unexpected confrontation. A smug grin played across her face, radiating a knowing confidence. The scarecrow, struck by an unseen force, fractured under the chilling impact. A moment of quiet assessment amidst the swirling chaos. The tense quiet of the waiting room held their next move. The ecstatic director taps the screen, sharing the fruits of their newfound superstar. The director's grin was wide, radiating an almost unnerving enthusiasm. The high-ranking officials watched the rising star, suspicion mingling with awe. Nice to meet you. I'm THR Director OFTHE Hunter Association, KIM Assam. Nice to meet you. I'm THEHR Director OFTHE Hunter Association, KIM Assam. The memories of past battles flashed through his mind, the front lines etched in history. A tense silence settled in the waiting room as the officials regarded the rising hunter. The official recognition arrives, a physical testament to his ascent. So the moment of truth has arrived, presented in shimmering gold. A-rank hunter Jen Minchell. Approved so quickly, a stern finger pointed upward, asserting dominance in the tense waiting room. A perfect aura blade is indeed needed to cut that scarecrow. The brilliant, crackling energy of the aura blade surrounds the master swordsman. The barrier of energy pulsed around him, a terrifying display of raw power. Nice to meet you. I'm THEHR Director OFTHE Hunter Association, KIM Assam. A warm smile. The HR Director beams, ready to address the newfound superstar. Ellie's calculating gaze held Minchell's caretaker in silent assessment. The directors regarded him with quiet intensity, awaiting a simple confirmation. A simple gesture, a casual point. He seeks confirmation for his destructive act. The director offers a strained, yet blindingly enthusiastic smile. I'll keep you updated on your promotion. The association directors walked on, their expressions heavy with official purpose. The director pressed, curious about Minchell's current path. The security director fixed him with an intense, professional stare. If that's the case, you should have told me about it earlier. I'll keep you updated on the situation of your promotion. Oh, the card looks different now. Nice to meet you. I'm THEHR Director OFTHE Hunter Association, KIM Assam. He wonders what incredible power this legendary armament truly holds. That dazzling smile meant she had a point to press. The official escort swept through the sun-drenched highway, their presence announced by sheer grandeur. Bathed in the blinding glow of success, he remained deceptively calm. She leaned in close, her laughter barely contained, while he recoiled from the sudden proximity. Other nations would try to poach promising talents. A blinding, golden light illuminates the cityscape before the looming, dark monolith, because getting stronger is what I'm truly concerned about. A tense silence hung in the air as the new A-rank license was produced. An urgent alert interrupts the meeting, a gate break near Hapjing Station. The urgent message flares to life on the screen. Happening often? Unlucky? No. This overwhelming power felt like divine intervention. The raw power emanating from him suggests his limits are far from being reached. That's the level of acknowledgement he's receiving now. The adoration was immediate, bathed in the gold of the city's light. It's not Elysium. Who is this sudden presence? The intense resonance of the chaos energy has reached a critical peak. The sudden surge of raw chaos energy cracks the air with violent discharge. A strange, glowing crystal materialized amidst the blinding, resonant energy. Possessed, a memory of dark conflict flashes through his mind. An intense, blinding white light consumes the frame. The call came through. The mission details locked in. The angel descends, bathed in an impossible, divine light. He will give his all, even if it means pouring out every last drop of his strength. The mission hangs heavy, yet Tannel's cooperation was secured. The angel stood tall, radiating brilliant, intense power beneath the swirling storm. Even that archaic language felt tiresome to utter. The next phase of the operation begins now. The crystalline sunlight beat down on the sterile facade. He flashed a confident grin, knowing his efforts were recognized. Based on Verdi's map, there are 11 locations where the fragment is being produced. The operation is afoot. I prepare to breach the perimeter. This one location stands out, larger and heavily fortified. A few days passed, building towards the inevitable clash. The imposing figure floats down, observing the desperate attack with detached curiosity. Confirmation received. The critical stage begins now. We should be able to avoid any losses if I leave the areas outside of Seoul to the angels. The master's confident smile met the small companion's determined nod. Operation Steel THE Chaos Fragment //2 starting. The phantom divine technique enveloped him as he descended into the cityscape. A blinding flash of energy ripped through the urban landscape. He's eager for the fight, yet confined to the shadows. The message has arrived. The coordinated assault is beginning now. The sheer effort invested. Was it all for nothing? The sheer power manifests. A torrent of blue energy washing over the cityscape. The master's orders were executed. Verdi successfully infiltrated the Black Death Society's inner workings. The door, reinforced and sealed, hinted at the danger within. The air crackled as the blue energy enveloped him. A silent declaration of readiness. A sudden burst of energy erupted as the breach completed its violent impact. They're hunters that belong to the Black Death Society. The guards, alerted to the intrusion, realize the intruder's rank is low. They sense the intruder's presence, realizing this one was far sharper than the others. The door burst inward as a figure materialized in a flash of spectral blue energy. That bastard. He stared, teeth gritted, the tension in the sterile warehouse palpable. They let their guards down, completely unarmed. The Black Death Society enforcer draws his blade, resolve hardening. No one leaves here alive. A cruel laugh echoed, acknowledging the successful infiltration. The clash begins. Swords and staffs meet in a flurry of motion. Acid arrows rain down, testing the intruder's defenses against the combined assault. Did I push Pengu too hard in this crucial operation? The energy flared, signifying the shift in power. The super sense hasn't triggered yet the station isn't dangerous. A blinding wave of purple energy erupted, tearing through the air with devastating force. A guttural scream erupts as blood splatters across the scene. The Black Death Society members crumpled, their attacks barely a ripple against his power. What good is knowing that, when all that matters is the fate of the people? The crimson backdrop screams of imminent, brutal action. No time to waste on these lesser foes. The chaos fragment pulsed with raw, overwhelming power. Clearly his top priority now. The crystal will feel lonely if I absorb it by itself. A sudden surge of power. A flash of blue light. What is this anomaly? The magic circle activates, initiating self-destruction permanently. The self-destruct sequence has begun. There's no turning back now. And for Pengu, while I only entrusted 3 places to him, he's probably doing fine, right? The innocuous building basked in the blinding, late-day glare. The sinister chuckle echoed as potent energy surged around him. The chaos fragment pulsed with raw, crackling energy. Intruders? Where are they? The success was short-lived. The next phase demanded immediate action. Intruders. The security detail suddenly tensed, sensing the threat erupting nearby. Enemies. Our fifth magic circle destroyed. We have lost contact with the second magic circle. The alarm level must be raised immediately. The angels are involved, huh? This isn't good. A sudden, startling sound as the cloaked figure moves. The underling gave a nervous thumbs up as the scholar prepared his next pronouncement. A chilling salute amidst the dark. A smirk promising chaos. A stark warning hangs in the icy void. A blinding surge of arcane energy erupted. The professor gripped his face, a flash of sudden, intense irritation crossing his features. Sirzat. Intruders. The subordinate's frantic cry cut through the air. Who could dare breach their defenses? A gasp of pure horror escapes him. The air crackled with shock. The intrusion was immediate. How dare he approach? Even I am not safe here. A searing burst of energy erupts, shattering the fragile composure of the structure. The icy mist swirled, obscuring the aftermath as the enemy guards nervously questioned their success. The ice demon materializes, fueled by its frosty domain. The ice form of an ice demon who controls the ice. Security had tightened since my last visit, but these thugs weren't ready for what was coming. A terrifying declaration echoed as the dark energy pulsed around him. This smell. Sulfur? The distinctive odor of the loathsome angels. The ice form of an ice demon that controls the ice. The smiling man, armed with a dark artifact, hints at a terrible possibility. The demonification drug was working, turning men into monstrous thralls. Wait, something. Is that a dark fill? The system flashes, analyzing the imminent action. Suddenly, he uses it. Interesting. A demon seems to possess this vessel. The demonic general muses on the nature of humanity as blinding energy erupts around him. The summoned shadows surged forth, glowing with an ethereal blue light. An ice demon technique, infusing power into the weapon they are so potent. But the summoning begins, bathed in divine, blinding light. The power converges, ready to unleash the devastating Great Palm Strike. The air crackles with energy as the demon's weapon is drawn. They recognize that power. Kug. The raw power surges forth. The power surges. The encirclement shatters under immense force. The dragon blade and sword flash, carving arcs of blinding purple energy. These hunters are merely a distraction. The demonification, however, is quite novel. The demonic humans struck, only to be met by an overwhelming, spectral shield. Darn chicken-winged bastards. A furious cry echoed as the protagonist prepared for confrontation. Zet. The demonic transformation was complete, yet the hunter's face remained locked in a desperate snarl. I finally prepared the ultimate power. Blizzard Strike. The crystalline armor glows as the ice elemental unleashes its devastating attack. The air crackles as a dark figure unleashes a terrifying inferno. He roared, encased in solid ice, his power erupting against the barrier. The command echoes. Assist Zed. As blades flash, ice shatters under the combined assault. A cold silence hangs as the digital interface flickers to life. The icy blow connects, shattering defenses and eliciting a raw scream of agony. His eyes narrowed with sinister certainty, swirling purple energy gathering in his palm. His ice armor solidified, now seemingly stronger than Mithril itself. I need to end this before any witnesses appear. A massive surge of power erupts, shattering the ice barrier. This guy. He must use his power now. A chilling barrier of ice, harder than Mithril, loomed over the confrontation. Triumphantly, the villain revels in his newly obtained ice fusion. His overwhelming power threatened to bring the structure down around them. The sheer, overwhelming capacity of this power began to manifest. Point-blank strike, unleashed with blinding, corrupting power. Bah! You fool. His wicked smile promised dominance. Moments before the final blow, a sharp exhale escapes as the very air freezes around them. Victory is mine. Thanks TOTHE blessings OF free. A heavy, defeated gasp escaping as a system notification registers the victory. He affirms his choices, now ready to enact the final blow. A call rings through, the name on the screen sending a jolt of urgency. A desperate plea breaks through the static of the ongoing conflict. Then they were sent to the locations outside of Seoul. The divine light intensified around the angelic figure, his authority absolute. Intruders. Their audacity knows no bounds. The shock of his opponent's unexpected might resonates. He channels the full armor of faith, unleashing a blinding blow. The title card drops. Black Hat. The overwhelming surge of power was contained, barely. A sudden recognition grips the winged figure as they face the shadowy arrival. The air crackles with dark energy as a chilling title card declares his true nature. A demon. Oh, this strange, intense energy is surging. A desperate cry rings out as radiant wings erupt in a blinding surge of power. His angelic form crackled with blinding holy power. A sudden pause. An unspoken challenge hangs heavy in the air. This unexpected Ifrit. Is he here now? No. A sudden, chilling shift in the atmosphere. The menacing duplicates manifest. Fueled by dark resolve, the winged warrior descends in a blinding torrent of golden light. A glowing strike rings out. The enemy unleashes Lavala's spear. A choking gasp as raw power ignites around him. A blinding, divine burst erupts as the winged warrior charges forward. This demon's power is truly different from all the others he has fought. Victory is mine. This ISALL thanks TOTHE blessings OF Ifrit. The air crackles as a chilling title slams down. Child OF demons. The tension in the small room ratcheted up, marked by a nervous tremor in the air. This fleeting moment is my only chance to escape. An immediate, sharp affirmation cut through the tension. A chilling chuckle escaped him as he surveyed the scene with unsettling satisfaction. The divine warrior stood grim, while the other figure reveled, holding a dark crystal aloft. The cost of that choice was laid bare, as the fruits of the mind division were finally tasted. If Verdi ascends too high within pandemonium, he might uncover the secrets of the Black Baptism. Something must have happened during their chaotic fight. I'll ask him about it later. The chaos fragments pulsed with condensed, dark energy. A sinister chuckle echoed in the cold, blue void. A chilling, manic grin split the darkness, the sound effects hinting at a sudden, sharp exclamation. A small, dark creature watches from the shadows, its presence barely noticed. The raw energy of the chaos fragment crackles, an overwhelming force. The massive, crystallized energy was finally within reach. You look ready to absorb everything. The weight of impossible storage methods presses down. Even the little familiar beside him seems proud of his unconventional method. Enveloped by purple energy, he sat beneath the towering chaos fragments, absorbing the immense power. The pure, condensed energy of the chaos fragment begins to flow. The raw power of the chaos fragment erupted around him in a blinding, cosmic torrent. The raw power of the chaos fragment surged, rewriting his very essence. Even the martial artists of the evolutionary realm would tremble at this level of power. The power coalesces, a vibrant, corrupting flame manifesting in his grip. The demon rank number 8, Asmodeus, praises my contribution personally. I should absorb this strange new power. The Interstellar Union representative flashed a disturbingly confident smile. Standing before the towering shadows of Pandemonium's elite, a single, glowing chaos fragment beckoned. Verdi, overwhelmed with newfound strength, could only offer a breathless sigh of contentment. The relentless push for power continues, even as titles and deals are being thrown his way. A sudden moment of realization dawns upon him. A sudden, terrifying presence dominated the air, crushing all pretense of ease. The former Seraphim, now Asmodeus, the monarch of corruption, appears before him. Asmodeus stared down, his gaze heavy with dark, practiced manipulation. The hunter looked chirpy, his success seemingly boosting more than just his own standing. The hunter looked on, sharp and intense, as the orange-haired man seemed taken aback. All right. Minchell offered a casual greeting, even as a figure burst in behind him with wild enthusiasm. Asmodeus and his fragment of chaos. The ultimate player moves in the shadows. Kisan. A place where entry is strictly prohibited. Hunter Minchell, It's been so long since I've seen YOUI in person. Because of you, we've seen a surge in business. The flurry of opportunities, commercials, media, investments is a testament to his burgeoning fame. Her smile was genuine, reflecting the success they had achieved together, the smug satisfaction of a job well done, even if it's a bit questionable. His focus narrowed, seeking entry into that forbidden expanse. He beams, his flattery skills seemingly improving with every interaction. The representative's shock was palpable, hands thrown up in disbelief. A wave of bizarre, shimmering adoration washes over him. The relentless flattery and over-the-top excitement were becoming too much. The schedules were set, and the agreement confirmed within the gilded halls. They looked on, taken aback by the sudden rush of news. "All right, I'll be there shortly." The hunter strode into the opulent hall, sensing another conversation awaiting him. "I can only offer this much. I need to go back. Something urgent has come up." "Minchel, you arrived surprisingly fast." The sudden commotion at home made him instantly alert. "Really?" The casual disbelief hangs heavy in the air. A sudden burst of energy marked his immediate departure. The situation could quickly turn dangerous. "Minjong." The world seemed to stop as the name echoed. The sudden, intense glow implied a message incoming, leaving her startled. The ravenous crowd lunged forward, desperate to claim the rising star. "Future Hunter Minjong, I'm from Horizon Guild." A sudden surge of power. What sorcery is this? A sudden realization cuts through the shadowy atmosphere. "Minchel." The sudden surge of presence silences the surrounding crowd. So many guild scouters, all waiting below. The hero's strike pierced deeply, yet he wasn't fatally wounded. The Lost Land entrance loomed, heavily secured, a clear sign of powerful players. A slick smile hides a desperate, grasping intent. The hero's strike pierced through my heart. The blinding light and shattering impact signaled the end of the confrontation. His icy gaze demanded the rest of their foolish words. The hero's strike pierced straight through my heart. The Interstellar Union, a name that brings a cold sweat. The confrontation was over, but the whispers followed him. The employee, holding the bill, looked on as the dwarf braced himself. The aftermath of the skirmish leaves collateral damage on the street. The immediate shock of the revelation left him frozen, his composure utterly broken. No wonder they did all that. The tension still lingered after the chaotic encounter. "Are you all right, Minjung?" He felt a cold shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. The most important thing isn't her stats. The real reason for the shock, her skill. The hero's strike pierced through my heart, but the hero wasn't in a life-threatening state. He still cannot reconcile the past with the reality of his sister on Earth. A spectral figure loomed behind her, radiating brilliant, cold light. The memory of the hero's death still pierces his heart. It's simply not possible. A shocked expression escapes the employee as Minjung's father looms near. The brother's cold authority silences the lingering guilds. His suspicion deepens as the situation escalates around his sister. "I wonder who you get your stubborn personalities from." He smirked, knowing his sister's unbreakable resolve was the true factor. They recoil, realizing this is Minchel's sister, making everything infinitely more suspicious. Her potential is truly immense, an S-rank hunter in the making. Fortuitously, Jianjin agreed to the terms. "I'm leaving," he announced, his casual stance betraying the chaos he just caused. "Future Hunter Jen Minyoung / I'm from Horizon Guild. Reteach E-Room / A blinding shock, a cry of sudden pain. The power courses through him, shocking the senses. The moment of absolute power, shrouded in shimmering purple energy, silences all onlookers. She wouldn't let her brother forget his part in this whole chaotic situation. The magnificent divine guild building, shining under the bright sky. I finally met with Heron and asked her to help me analyze the magic circle. The conversation continued amidst the shadowed library. The guild leader beamed, presenting the official acceptance notice. The road ahead beckoned, leading toward the gates of Paju. The heavily armed guards seemed to confirm the restricted access to the Lost Land, but the hero's strike pierced right through my heart. "Why are these other guilds flocking here too?" Sigh. Why must everything lead back to this inescapable drama? They readily accept their grim, necessary roles for the raid. Might be better that the two of them are. The roles are set, and the dwarf is ready to go, eager to assist with the raid preparations. That's kinda annoying. The Black Death Society's presence would surely raise suspicion among his companions. Don't fall behind. The truth spills out, a stark confession amidst the growing bond. He is finally beginning to trust them. It's probably better that she doesn't know. The whole vibe changed after we crossed the unification bridge. It looks really desolate. Kisang, the destination of the Black Death Society. The roads ahead are ruinous, but I have reinforcements ready. Let's look at the old map. A slight smile hinting at his true intent. This grass looks a little flattened and almost invisible sign. A quiet, desolate area. The air thick with unspoken secrets. Even the little creature hides its gaze. A confident, knowing smile. A gesture confirming their role. The path ahead was immediately clear to Ellie, guiding the group forward. Her keen senses immediately locked onto the subtle changes in the air. The whole vibe changed after we crossed the unification bridge. It looks really desolate here. We have arrived at Kisang, taking a brief respite before the infiltration. Shriekings, ranked monsters, are revealed with glowing red eyes. They provide loot, but the Black Death Society remains the true priority. A sudden, faint warning flares in the gloom. Ellie, get back. A pulse of golden energy explodes outward, shielding them both. A sudden, piercing shriek cuts through the oppressive quiet. The stalwart warrior shielded the small creature as the terrifying battle raged around them. A sudden, blinding burst of power, leaving only floating debris and shimmering light. The creature confirmed its identity with a bold, playful bark. My super sense wasn't activated. The attack wasn't aimed at him, yet his senses flared, a raw, visceral hurt. A surge of purple energy marks the execution of the opening move. Sword, first form. A blinding surge of dark energy erupts, a shriek tearing through the air. The ominous lost land, a desolate realm where reality warps. The energy surged, a devastating power manifesting before him. The knight kneels, sword drawn, framed by imposing, shadowy figures whose eyes burn with dark violet light. The expert tracker revealed her capability, easily spotting nearly invisible signs of passage. The hunter, Minchel, surveyed the scene with a confident, almost predatory smirk. The loyal guardian stepped forward, his stance resolute. I'm going to protect you, pretty lady. Ellie's keen eyes scanned the desolate terrain, sensing recent violence. The clash of powers was instantaneous, tearing through the monstrous ranks. Marthan reveled in the spoils, already focused on gathering every useful piece of the monster corpses. I protected them, fulfilling the promise born from a newfound trust. Minjal offers a comforting gesture, shielding her eyes from the bright unknown ahead. The city has become a ghost town, swallowed by decay. I'll suppress everything here with my strength, defeating nearby monsters in advance. The cost of their recovery elicits a moment of shared hesitation. The elders seemed utterly satisfied, accepting the offering. A brief, stunned silence as the enormity of the situation settles in. The Black Death Society. Connected to pandemonium itself, you were set on following me from the start, huh? The dwarf sweated, caught between the woman's cheerful offer and the unfolding danger. The power consumes him, leaving only the shell behind. Her bright, open expression contrasted sharply with the grim mission ahead. A chilling arrival. The mysterious figure finally reveals himself amidst the dust and ruin. It'd be hard if I'm in this form. Have you forgotten? I'm a part of the dog race. The roles are accepted, even if the dwarf seems overwhelmed by the unfolding joke. They questioned Ellie's ability to discern life within the ruins of the lost city. The pretty lady just became prettier. The pretty lady just became prettier. The city breathes a dusty, unsettling quiet as the team advances into the ruins. These locals, hardened by their environment, possess eyes filled with bitter defiance. There, she exclaimed, her wide, sparkling eyes fixed on the new lead. The tracks led them directly toward the coast. It's the beach. Even the dwarven veteran was starting to feel the pressure. The tracks lead down there. Kisang Wharf. That fishing boat, flying a hostile banner in the open water. The silence of the desolate city hung heavy, interrupted only by contemplation. He seemed unbothered by the chaos, calmly absorbing the situation. The world erupted in a blinding, golden flash of power. The angelic cadre confirms their readiness, awaiting the command. Pengu seemed ready for the task, much to the dwarf's confusion. A blinding divine light clashes with dark power as the confrontation ignites. Their desperate shots ring out, fueled by a terrifying surge of energy. The clash erupts in a violent surge of dark energy, overwhelming the opposition. His comrade's soul now trapped, suffering eternally. A tiny shadow creature, radiating unexpected light, offered a friendly wave. Every movement he makes is calculated with no wasted effort. A dark figure emerges, wreathed in ethereal purple light, utterly dominating the scene. The signal flare streaks across the dark sky, a deadly beacon. A blinding clash erupts, raw power tearing through the air. The silent standoff intensifies, blades drawn against the otherworldly presence. Restrain those who are still alive, he commanded, his victory sealed. Marthan's comrades seemed taken aback by the sheer power unfolding before them. You are sure easygoing, even with such power at your command. Well, that's what I asked a stupid question for. I asked a stupid question, only to learn the answer from you. Defeated men groan under the oppressive presence. He saw the evidence. Only rations and catalysts remained. A sharp sound interrupts the silence, catching the captive's attention. His chilling presence elicited a desperate, primal shriek. The truth of their capture sinks in, stealing their breath away. A blinding force shattered his composure, tearing a scream from his throat. The system confirms the authority of the Undying has been used. A cold command rings out. Cut his head. The captured enemy choked out a final, desperate cry as their soul was torn away. A casual greeting to the massive, shadowy figure before him. My bluff worked. The man admits his deception about reincarnation. My lord, I pay my respects to you, Ning Undying One. He wore a smug, knowing grin as he calmly awaited their response. A stark, inky void surrounded by chaotic wash, capturing the essence of the forgotten city. The sheer, terrifying force swept over them like a blue tidal wave. I was right. They came here to resupply the Chaos Fragment possessors. He seemed to be deep in thought, perhaps calculating their next move. The Black Death Society's banner, a crimson flag bearing a coiled serpent, flies defiantly against the stormy sky. General Kim Mukwan, the ruler of Wanghaedu province. The secret connection is revealed. He stared down the captured men, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. I was right. They came here only to resupply their allies. You sure are easygoing. The pieces clicked into place, a grim realization dawning. A rush of blue energy heralds his ascent, the hero moving with fierce intent. The search concludes. The source of the chaos frequency is pinpointed. The source of that unsettling chaos frequency is finally pinpointed. The Einherjar, ready and assembled. He blasted forward, charging into the shadows of the mountain stronghold. The impending arrival sent a shiver down his spine. A crushing realization breaks through the sound. What was that feeling? The air thrummed with immense, unsettling power. Such immense power erupts, tainted by the dark mana of demons. Demons. The dark taint confirms their presence. A burst of violet energy rips through the twilight air. The surge of dark energy crackled around him, marking his attack. A chilling aura of dark mana surrounded them as they manifested. A demonic glow ignited in their eyes. Sharp fangs bared in the chilling air. A chilling aura washed over the area, heavy with demonic taint. For a moment, I thought the demons had descended personally, but that wasn't the case. This S-grade possession suggests he's reached the level of a lesser demon. The Devil's Soul special menu was ready, met with a fierce, surprised outcry. HOW dare YOUBSO insolent. The demon shrieked, surging forward in a blur of crimson energy. A terrifying realization dawns as the opponent strikes with blinding speed. Darkstar Atlas activated, blinding light erupting from the charged blow. The crimson thunderclap fist strikes, meeting an equally devastating, light blue counter-force. Possessed eyes burn with purple energy as they scream the final command. Die. The dark flare gave way to a blinding golden energy. Blaze, the power of enchantment, surprisingly potent, surged forth. Begone. The command echoes as titans clash in the pouring rain. A monstrous paw slams down, meeting a blinding flash of divine power. A monstrous form, wreathed in emerald energy, descends upon the fallen. The dimensional breach was sealed, but the target was already in sight. The monstrous wolf roared defiance, yet a chilling impact struck true. With blazing eyes, the possessed figures unleashed their chaotic, burning power. Of course, he unleashes the searing power of the holy blaze. The dark mana of demons tainted the very surroundings. A sharp scream tore through the air as dark, chaotic energy erupted around him. A brutal impact sent the possessed man reeling, defeated in the sudden clash. A beast emerges, a shock of primal power radiating from its terrifying form. A ferocious maw gapes open, charging a blast of searing violet energy. The monster roared, an ominous sound shaking the very air around them. Well then, the interrogation begins now. The demon lay broken, sprawled across the tainted ground, its fight evidently lost. The demon, subdued and broken, can only utter the name of its strange lineage. Standing amidst the carnage, his expression grim. The only question was who remained alive. A brutal stabbing, the sound of flesh yielding in the cold dark. The sudden surge of energy made him pause, feeling a strange echo in the vibrant forest air. The familiar chime echoes as the system announces a new milestone. Level 45. A system prompt flashes. Awaken. The moment of choice has arrived. The system displayed the potential. Evil Eye. Enchantment. That specific ability unlocks now. The interface flickered, an ominous digital cascade reflecting the unseen power surging. A moment of crushing defeat, pinned beneath the immense weight of the situation. The power of enchantment permeates the mind of the demon Kartham. Even veiled by flesh, their demonic nature burns beneath the surface. Struggling against the suppression, he barely managed to utter a sound. The master questions, his own identity momentarily shaken amidst the otherworldly glow. Beneath the suffocating pink glow, a mysterious figure emerges, his gaze intense. Kartham, a proud member of the clan, and over 5 centuries old. The captured demon struggled, overwhelmed by the sheer power facing it. A furious cry splits the air. Kartham, the brutal confrontation concluded, leaving crimson staining the forest floor. A chilling composure settles over him, Fenrir watching silently behind. The dark energy subsided, leaving behind a tense quiet. The first gateway to surpassing human limits. The path to ultimate strength. The interrogation continued under the cool, dense shadow of the forest. A tense silence hangs heavy beneath the deep forest canopy. The captive stared, suspicion mingling with his immediate interrogation. The towering trees and somber light set the stage for this tense confrontation. What? Why soul? The scheme grows darker. The towering black pillar, swallowed whole, vanished without a trace. He pondered the gravity of the demon's revelation, the empty speech bubble awaiting his next move. The ground was slick with crimson evidence of their defeat. Before the ritual was completed, interference struck. The human devised the method to break the dimensional constraints. The captured demon's plea was silenced, consumed by the monstrous shadow. The air crackles with raw, dark energy as he stands amidst the shadowed forest. Discovered by a mere mortal, the enigmatic doctor is the key figure behind this human intervention. Minchel's sudden, peculiar question about Cologne left Ellie bewildered. The black pillar atop the mountain peak vanished without a trace. There's nothing left. The black pillar, the chaotic energy, vanished completely. Was it a mistake to ask about Cologne? The unexpected scent lingered. The power of enchantment. Is it affecting her too? A momentary reprieve. A concerned inquiry about the small companion's well-being. Are you worried like Ellie? A strange question now. We have much to discuss, he stated, his expression softening slightly. The successful return was celebrated, the mission yielding vital magic catalysts. Concern etched onto the dwarf's face as he considers the next move. The sudden concern felt jarring. Why the sudden shift in focus? A massive, shadowy figure looms over the burning city skyline, its eyes burning with an unnatural, violet light. The master, shrouded in dark attire, radiates intense, violet energy. This map reveals the enemy's hidden network of power. The map revealed the demon's secret network of power flow points. The expedition ends. The team returns with recovered assets. The menacing shadow departs as the question hangs in the cool, expansive air. The air crackled with dark energy, the monstrous laughter echoing the sinister power being unleashed. The newly arrived group, radiating confidence, steps into the city light. Finally, they were safely back. Captured cultists knelt in defeat, their fate sealed by the master's cold gaze. You're unharmed, Hunter Minchell. A casual farewell, yet the tiny creature in his arms seems inconsolable. Victory against even 3 intermediate demons was never guaranteed. Triumphant, he returned, the shadow of battle receding as he stepped back into the quiet space. The small, dark familiar tilted its head, an expression of confusion replacing its earlier ferocity. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the cool, blue chamber. 5 months since a mortal became a master. The gravity of that ascent sets in. A sharp reckoning surfaces. He had grown too complacent in his recent rise. The gateway to transcending human limits begins with this focus. The air crackled with arcane power as the spell took hold. I need absolute power, like I had with Dymas the Gladiator. A gateway opens, shrouded in dark energy, signaling a threshold to be crossed. The master stands amidst an overwhelming surge of power, the air crackling with energy. He sought a path to shatter the very constraints of his dimension. A blinding, chaotic energy erupts, tearing reality as the entity is consumed. A pathway to surpass human limits. A gateway to immense power. The storm of creation rages, burning away the mortal shell. A few hours later, the intense process finally reached its perfect, arcane state. The searing energy of transcendence erupted around him. The raw, untamed energy of transcendence flares around his clenched fist. The explosion of energy culminates, a blinding manifestation of raw, contained power. A violent surge of golden energy erupts, marking the throes of transformation. The very essence of the being thundered, a raw release of unimaginable power. Finally, the arcane state was reached. The chaotic energy surged, a blinding manifestation of power held within the trembling hand. The physical toll of the recent breakthrough still lingers, but the power is real. The lingering stench of burnt cells and expelled impurities hung thick in the air. The air thickens, a violent surge of power erupting from within. All malicious substances accumulated over 2 decades were finally purged. As per your command, my lord, the training ground has been cleaned immaculately. Numerically, this surge felt like dozens of levels gained in a single instant. The Imperial Sword form, a technique unlocked only through mastery. The forms of the blade are recalled, channeling raw power. The master's aura felt crushing, an overwhelming presence that left his attendants stunned. The Imperial Sword form, a technique superior in stability, mirroring the Orthodox faction's mastery. A deep breath, the silence before the reckoning. He finally stands ready to face the data. The sheer power, now contained within the system, approaches a perfect state. The spear archery swordsmanship skill has finally been absorbed into the higher rank. With this perfected body, the path to transcendence is open. A searing yellow aura erupted, confirming the immense, raw power achieved. The chaotic energy pulsed, the first, agonizing step toward shattering mortality. The raw, violent energy of the transformation stabilizes, heralded by system alerts. The Lord's aura is extraordinary. Just being near him now feels like being crushed. A violent expulsion of corrupted essence surrounds the newly reconstructed form. Is this heavenly power fundamentally different from the mundane 5-element unity? The chaotic energy finally settled, the arduous process complete. The sheer impact of his transformation sends a silent shockwave through the space. He tests the newly forged strength, recalling the ambition of a long-vanquished deity. Their journey continues, seeking a realm that transcends even Elysium. The aftermath lingers, burnt impurities expelled from the body's core. The familiar servant, Einherjar, snaps to attention, startled by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Even this little one senses the burgeoning power, perhaps even eager for a test with Fenrir. You're quite perceptive. The ringing phone demanded attention, an unexpected interruption. This is Jen Minchell. A chilling voice shatters the calm. Something big has happened. A few hours later, the radiant aftermath of transcendence settled upon the world. The inspector blinked, peering closely at the unbelievable results. Her satisfied smile indicated an almost supernatural level of comprehension. Her skills were guaranteed by an unparalleled aptitude. The final, agonizing step of transcendence concludes. The dust of his ravaged flesh settled, marking the end of the painful rebirth. The newly forged strength radiated, his aura now an oppressive weight upon his subordinate. The residue of his violent rebirth, the expelled impurities of 23 years. The scent of burning flesh lingers, a stark testament to the chaos endured. The lingering stench of cellular destruction was overwhelming, yet the reconstruction was complete. The holographic monster roared, its reptilian form emanating raw power. The hologram lizard warrior unleashes a deafening roar of resistance. A supervisor explains the terms of the final test, a mere hologram simulation, rated C rank difficulty. The inherited technique is superior, demanding absolute perfection. The culmination of the agonizing transformation, a single, decisive strike unleashed. A deafening roar of tearing energy erupts as the monstrous forms clash. The Lord's aura is extraordinary. Just being near him now feels like being crushed. The raw sound of destruction echoes as the power unleashes itself. A sudden, violent shockwave erupted outward. A surge of white energy erupted, leaving the observer utterly stunned. The microcosm constructed within the simulacrum's clock held infinite potential. A tense silence follows the aftermath, broken only by a knowing, unsettling laugh. Brother Minchell seems surprisingly unbothered by the property damage. WOW. TS this where YOU live, BRO? The aftermath of the clash left her stunned, a single bead of sweat tracing the shock on her face. The intensity of the sparring match momentarily gave way to a casual request. The young hunter looked utterly flustered by the sudden confrontation. The aftermath of the training seemed to have left the red-haired woman surprisingly spirited. Minjung, radiating unexpected joy, suddenly paused, utterly confused. The shockwave echoed as the transcendence sword tore through the reinforced walls. A demanding message for the sibling, layered with an eager, self-satisfied admission. The instructor cheerfully announces the impending hunter exam, echoing across the courtyard. A sharp intake of breath breaks the charged silence. The imposing brother stood behind the clearly flustered trainee. The hunter was clearly holding back, breathing heavily despite the minimal engagement. Her surprise was evident, cutting short the previous line of thought. Should I give it a try then? Demonstrating it physically would be easier to understand. A smug, confident expression hints at her readiness. The hunter Minchell stands firm, his brother's warning ringing in the air. The stance is set, a coiled spring ready to unleash raw power. She blocks the attack with furious force, screaming that she is his sister. A fierce, concentrated glare. The swirling blue energy heralds imminent action. Astonishing power explodes forth, the clash of steel echoing the tension. Indeed, the hero remains utterly unscathed. Fascinating. The sheer power unleashed in this exchange is undeniable. Her eyes widen with sheer effort as she unleashes the force, pushing past her limits. The clash erupts, a raw, desperate surge of power. The air crackles as immense power gathers in his fist. The force of the impact shattered the barrier. A desperate hand reached out. Are you trying to tease your little sister by acting like the older one? He seemed unfazed, already reading her next move. A blinding surge of power erupts, masked by the chaotic impact. A shocking display of power against the burning sunset. The breath hitched, a desperate gasp in the suffocating dark. The victor looms above the fallen, his grin unsettling. Are you truly ready to quit now? The raw power erupts, illuminating his intent. Holy fire. The energy surged, leaving her kneeling amidst the fading light. What just transpired? The raw power surged, blue flames enveloping her focused stance. A brief moment of stillness after the flurry of action. She ponders the fight, her expression serious. The problem was engaging in combat without utilizing your specialized skills. Trying to nurture someone who might be the reincarnation of the one who killed you in your past life. Come at me. His smirk was a clear challenge. A deafening impact echoes through the training grounds. The recoil hits, a sharp protest escaping her lips. A sharp gasp escaped her as the full force of the blow connected. A challenging gaze meets the air, a confident smirk playing across his lips. Are you seriously putting conditions like that? No matter what happens. A solemn promise is wagered, sealing fate with a name. The solemn confrontation hangs heavy beneath the harsh, pale light of the facility. Her eyes widened, seeing the seriousness in his gaze. The weight of the past looms as he makes his desperate plea. The path within the body has been laid. Now it is a matter of how quickly she can master it. The quick, sharp sound of metal meeting flesh sealed the chilling bargain. All right then, smear some blood-o in your thumb. The energy transfer surges between them, an explosion of raw power against the swirling blue void. The pact was sealed with names, a binding force that would strengthen as Minjung grew. He looked so serious about this. The smug look of certainty. A promise made with absolute ease. A flicker of satisfaction. A promise sealed with a snap. A sudden surge of energy crackled between them, halting the conversation cold. The fierce struggle continues under the dark night sky. He infuses his chaotic energy, tracing the vital pathways through her back. The pact was sealed with names, a bond that would strengthen as Minjung grew. Oof. That initial surge of power still stings. My energy flows into her, initiating the mystical transfer. The path within the body has been laid. Now it's a matter of how diligently she can cultivate it. I am Minjung's new vessel, wrapped in raw, surging chaotic energy. The physical form meditates, bathed in glowing, cleansing energy. The energy flowed, a golden baptism manifesting the raw power now coursing through her. With all preparations complete, the time has finally come. With everything completed, NOW, the raw transmission of energy began, a forceful infusion against her back. The chaos magic in his eyes flared, a silent declaration of impending action. My energy flows, a vital current surging through her newly charted veins. A torrent of raw power ignites around her, eyes blazing gold. Is this the true awakening? The pact sealed with blood and names. Its binding force would only strengthen as Minjung aged, jumping right into it after taking her first steps. The sheer exhaustion settles in. Even the smallest sound feels like an eternity. He leaned in, leaning on his staff, his expression unnervingly placid. He looked utterly serious, forcing the reluctant agreement. The initial burst of power erupts as the sparring match ignites between them. The foundational method, learning to manipulate pure energy. However, the training intensifies, a collision of shadowed power against cool resolve. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the void. The pact was sealed, names inscribed in blood. Exhausted, the beast collapses, letting out a faint, pitiful sound. The little beast, energized, sprints off with the necessary item. The little beast seemed delighted, wagging its tail in pure happiness, especially with Elia's small moment of domestic bliss. The little beast was overjoyed by the attention. The master's towering presence flared with ominous purple energy, forcing compliance. Jumping right into it after taking their first steps. A confident farewell. The brother's duty to his sister now seemingly complete. Now, what's left is the final objective. With Minjung's training complete, everything was finally in order. A brief pause, a dark drink untouched, as an unheard question hangs in the air. A satisfied chuckle escapes her lips, agreeing to the terms of the arrangement. Are you sure this is even irony at this point? The professor holds a strange, crystalline artifact, shrouded in dark purple energy. The deal was done. Now he only needed one last gift, a satisfied smile, a single finger raised in affirmation. A sly smile confirms the agreement, the promise of safety finally made. A brief farewell on the city street, marking the end of this phase. Rebirth, Minjung's training, and even the tasks at the Interstellar Onion. With everything completed now, with everything else settled, the path forward was clear. The path to the 6th floor begins here, amidst the lush peaks of Haya's mountain. The digital interface glows ominously within the shadowed space. The faint, glowing shards hinted at the prize within this cold, oppressive darkness. Fear gripped him, sweat beading under the concealing hood. Originally, it must have been a multiplayer mission. The cavern air shimmered with the cold blue light of raw ore deposits. A sudden, visceral shock reverberated through him. A sudden, grinding impact echoed through the passage. The air crackled as spectral figures loomed, their focus entirely on the treasure. The glowing blue entities revealed their modified forms, their icy stats displayed for assessment. A sudden, suffocating presence materialized from the darkness. Trapped, with no escape forward or back, he had to rely on pure momentum, a desperate surge of power against the overwhelming odds. The chains that bound him were now his greatest strength. The passage narrows as the horrifying sight of the massive creature is revealed. A furious screech echoes through the tunnel. The passage narrowed, and now these creatures, ants, emerged from the earth. The golden chains of restraint become the foundation for a new, devastating technique. The immortal knight stands ready. Our ascent continues, a solid connection. The staff plants itself firmly into the cavern floor. The chilling cavern opens before him, an ethereal energy pulsing from the stone beneath his feet. The resonance of the newly acquired ore pulsed with cold, strange energy. The data flickered, revealing the meager E grade of the ore. Even in this desolate cavern, the required tools seemed conspicuously absent. The risk of being alone was clear, making group effort seem the only logical path. The tunnel, carved deep into the rock, beckoned him onward. The group that offered help now pressed their unwanted presence forward. The warning echoed. It was dangerous to face this challenge alone. The brute confirmed the obvious, his heavy form casting a shadow. Two wary challengers stood side by side in the dim, cavernous depths. "Are you, by any chance, challenging the 6th floor alone?" The sound of exhaustion echoed as the challengers surveyed the fallen man. Silence hung heavy as the man rested, basking in the fleeting relief. "If you let go, does the time freeze immediately?" The interface confirms the resource is ready for collection. Each mine has a time limit. The cycle resets after 24 hours. The veteran warns against greed, urging a step back. What secrets lie behind that sudden retreat? The further down we go, the more varied the encounters become. The depths demanded a price, and these challengers were already moving on. He stood before the echoing dark, a faint, icy luminescence marking the entrance. I brace myself for what lies ahead. A trial of the soul. I'll entrust my back to you from now on. The immortal knight acknowledged his new master with unwavering loyalty. The very chains that bound him became the forge for his ultimate technique. With a heavy breath, he grips the iron chains, the weight of his past training manifesting. The memory of Wu Yun, once imprisoned in the heavenly dwelling, imprisoned by heavy iron chains, binding the entire body. The memory of chains, of forced imprisonment, gives birth to this ultimate technique. A burst of blinding green energy ripped through the darkness. The familiar weight of the iron chains settled, a stiff reminder of past confinement. The immortal knight stands ready, his formidable blade gleaming under the low light. The immortal knight pledges unwavering loyalty. A desperate, otherworldly guardian cries out as the spoils are claimed. A sudden surge of unnatural energy vibrates through the suffocating passage. A surge of power, bright and green, crackles across the torso. The immortal knight stood ready, entrusting his back to his charge. The immortal knight's resolve sharpens, backed by a supreme surge of power. A figure emerges from the blinding light, trailing heavy chains. A primal screech rips the darkness as monstrous forms reveal themselves. But for me, the true strength lies within these binding chains. A shocking impact reverberates through the deep tunnels. A voice echoes. But only confusion remains in the deepening gloom. Shadows linger in the cavern mouth, two figures awaiting an encounter. The air grew thick as the magic began to sway his senses. A tense, silent confrontation unfolds in the deep blue dark. The descendant of Pandemonium issues a chilling warning. A tense stalemate, the captor's weapon poised for a decisive strike. A sudden system alert rings out, signaling a new development. With his imposing protector behind him, he curtly dismissed the intrusion. The deeper he ventures, the rarer the mineral treasures become. A low hum escapes his lips as the chain snaps under his sheer will. A sudden chill settles as the mountain's magic begins to dull the senses. This deep darkness forces a moment of heavy contemplation. Is this new path salvation or ruin? For now, he would simply observe the unfolding situation. A sudden gasp echoed through the deep cavern air. A harsh sound cuts the silence as he focuses on the task at hand. Chaos erupted as silhouettes struggled against menacing, red-eyed ants. The ants are in the minority. This skirmish will be over soon. A blinding flash erupts as the monstrous silhouette detonates, leaving only shockwaves behind. They're charging in, the chains rattling with raw force. Looks like THE ants A or EINTHE minority. I told BE over soon. A sudden, deep silence. Only the ringing in the ears remains. The battle concludes. Only the ants remain to be dealt with now. The sudden disappearance leaves the prince utterly bewildered. Was there someone who came down here before me? The victor appears, sparkling with an almost sickening joy. What in the depths is this thing? The sheer intensity of the moment felt like something ripped straight from an anime. The small creature, barely standing, looks up in awe at the imposing figure. Prince? She openly mocks his composure. His attraction ability is truly potent. This humble servant of yours has a favor to ask you, my prince. A monstrous entity, radiating dark energy, looms large. The queen's bodyguards, imposing and fiercely loyal, guard the treasure room's entrance. A hidden quest appeared, promising adamantium and Princess Cece's loyalty as rewards. A rare mineral, adamantium, causing surprise and glints of avarice. The trial rewards those who seek the deepest, rarest ores. The prince smiles, his sharp eyes hiding an intense focus. The prince extended a hand toward the mesmerized, ant-like creature. The system logs an incoming entity. The Ant Empire's territory. The immediate cutscene resolves with an oddly simple, internal question amidst the chaos. The insect commanders barked orders, demanding immediate formation. How do you like Cece's authority? A blinding, violent energy splits the air, shaking the very foundations of the mountain. Princess Cece, overwhelmed with adoration, showered the prince with praise. The energy drain intensifies, a heavy toll for venturing deeper. The tiny, pink creature seemed utterly bewildered by the chain in his grasp. The sensory assault of the depths seems to spare the native creatures an unfair advantage. A monstrous presence looms, the air thick with menace and the sound of raw power. A hand grips the weapon, the energy crackling around the blade. The demon clan's territory, Gehenna, forbids mining. A confrontation is imminent. The ghostly ant warriors stood guard, illuminated by an eerie blue glow. A lone guard, an imposing figure of the Ant Empire, confronts them at the threshold. If that's the case, it's going to be quite troublesome. A terrifying power pierces the dark form, questioning its very strength. The captured foe lets out a desperate, metallic shriek under the binding chains. A blinding flash of green energy, sealing the action in silent, raw power. The crystal spirits shattered under an intense blast of energy. The chaos shield roars to life, warding off the encroaching sensory disruption. The demonic creature loomed, its presence demanding submission. Join too, it hissed, activating a powerful combat sequence. A terrifying shriek rips through the darkness as chaotic energy swirls around him. The energy surges, punctuated by the shattering of glowing, violet crystal fragments. A resounding impact shatters the silence, echoing through the depths. Go ahead, he commands, as the first clash erupts in blinding, spectral light. The armored figure unleashes a brilliant, sharp blow against the massive foe. The gruesome aftermath of a brutal clash lay scattered on the damp earth. Is this the absolute limit of this trial's descent? The ants were in the minority. This battle was almost over. The dual locking mechanism glows with arcane energy, sealing the treasure room tight. 1 hour, that's a significant delay. The princess's loyal guards stand ready before the formidable dual lock. 1 agonizing hour passes as the complex mechanism finally yields. The entrance to the treasure room was finally yielding. Now then, the path forward glistens with unimaginable reward. Success. A hidden treasure, illuminated in a burst of dazzling light. Beyond adamantium, a blinding hoard of treasure awaited. A blinding, golden radiance erupts, signaling a critical moment. The greedy prize in front of them was about to be swept away. The heir claimed his inheritance, a veritable mountain of gleaming gold and jewels. The right of inheritance is absolute, allowing him to claim his mother's lineage. He maximizes his domain, eyes burning with dark ambition as the cute creature rejoices. That's right. With a swift, silent activation, the movement began. A silent query hangs in the air, masking his true reaction. The air crackles with impending force as the royal guard closes in. The queen's domain bleeds crimson, a void opening amid the chaos. Die, all of you. The queen's guard materialized, shrouded in ominous violet energy. That monster possesses aura, just like the immortal knight, but stronger. The monstrous ant guard engages with shocking power. The moment of confrontation, eyes narrowed in fierce resolve. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts as the prince unleashes a devastating strike. A momentary tremor, a sharp, terrifying realization. Aura. The little companion clings on, dazzled and content in the smoky atmosphere. The heavy assault begins, slicing through the ant guard's defenses. With hundreds of royal guards, terrain means nothing. The immortal knight falls, leaving only the terrifying royal guards. The clash ignites, raw power meeting fierce resistance. The digital system highlights a familiar, formidable foe, the immortal knight. A surge of dark power crackles around him. Even the tiny companion seems apprehensive. This cannot be. The path is blocked. The prince remains composed, his gauntleted hand ready, while his tiny companion looks on nervously. The challenger grips the earth, his resolve hardening against the golden light. He channeled raw power, bracing himself against the onslaught. The very air shatters from the sheer force of the impact. The prince arrives, a savior expected amidst the crumbling ruins. Thankfully, they had arrived without being captured. The final immortal defenses fall. A sudden, silent void remains. A sudden, searing blast erupts, forcing the prince to recoil as alarms ring out. The surge of power erupted in a blinding, concussive blast. They observed the unfolding battle, sensing true power emerging. Against all expectations, the challenger still stands amidst the chaos. He stood firm, refusing to yield his position. The gateway shimmered into existence, a stark blue against the dark cavern. The queen's voice echoes, a surprising query about the expected hostility between ants and challengers. The little companion clung on, sensing the palpable tension. The disciples of the Mobius clan have arrived, cloaked in radiating menacing power. The little creature cried out, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos. Silhouetted figures emerge from the darkness, a council of hidden power. A chilling smirk breaks through the darkness. The small creature whimpers, held tightly amid the chaos. The prince's smug expression shows he is taking everything he can. A sinister smile emerged from beneath the deep hood, confirming their success. A crushing impact, the sound of struggle echoing in the dust. A sudden surge of power erupts, silencing the observers. A warrior of the martial world faces the encroaching darkness. I will show you my true strength. The very authority descends, suffocating and absolute. The clash of ice and fire erupts before him. The glowing hand gestures, an undeniable summon. Come out, he commanded, channeling latent power. The ethereal glow intensified as the command was obeyed. The divine presence is being automatically excluded within 10 minutes. A blinding flash of light erupts as the battle rages on. A brief pause, a silent contemplation before the inevitable clash. The Einherjar, empowered by radiant force, charges forward with ferocious might. The clash rings out, a violent impact shattering the air. Terrifying silhouette materializes in the pulsing crimson haze. The sheer pressure of divine lightning proves too much to simply block. The hyperperception activates, energy radiating outward in a blinding display. The crimson form recoils, overwhelmed by the force bearing down. The red tide of corruption washes over the battle, an unbelievable display of dark power. A tense silence hangs in the air as the figure questions the creature's presence. A chilling battle cry erupts as immense power forces the very ground to shatter. A flash of intense pink energy erupts. The voice booms. Upgrade. A forbidden power awakens, radiating with shocking intensity. A furious crimson shape is slammed against the wall, the sound of impact echoing violently. Enveloped in a terrifying purple aura, he screams a promise of swift return. There is a skill perfect for you. A recreation of myth itself. Chapter 78 descends in a violent burst of spectral energy, unleashing forbidden power. This is Lex. A blinding light erupted, met only by stunned silence until the shocking realization struck. From the swirling dust and blinding light, figures emerged through the chaos. A low sound of affirmation escaped the shadowed figure. The air crackled with raw, divine energy as the cloaked figure revealed themselves. An explosive clash of overwhelming, golden light erupts between the combatants. The system scans, registering an unknown, potent force. The pressure mounts, testing the limits of his resistance. The lightning crackles, a tense moment counting down. It seems you are the catalyst for my sudden arrival. In terms of spiritual power, he resides up there. The divine moon sword meets resistance, shimmering against an unseen celestial harmony. A powerful, incandescent surge erupts as the warrior raises his glowing Mjolnir. The systems registered an external intrusion, the divine authority now on a ticking clock. A blinding column of golden energy tears through the darkness. The soul barrier power explodes in a blinding surge. He roars, utterly straining against the overwhelming force. A blinding, divine light washes over the scene. A sudden, agonizing realization. Divine punishment descends. An overwhelming surge of raw power crackles around him, eyes glowing with unnatural intensity. How can mere power stand against me now? The forbidden magic coalesces, manifesting lethal emerald blades. The air shatters as a devastating new technique is unleashed. The gathered energy begins to coalesce, a blinding spectacle of light and force. A moment of sheer, paralyzing shock. What impossibly powerful force was this? A blinding green arc flashes, eliciting shock from the armored guard. A dark question hangs in the air as an ominous aura begins to surge. The dark, echoing void swallowed the sound of impending conflict. A decisive impact shatters the ground as the foe crumples under the force. The chilling venom of the fallen god pulsed around the victor. Even amidst death's touch, there is a reprieve. The venom coursed through him, a final, agonizing echo of the mythical battle. The divine being fought with desperate fury, wielding his glowing hammer against the inevitable. The divine being's arrogant laughter died in the face of overwhelming power. The supreme divine holder faces the final blow. The lethal arc of the blade flashes, an explosive strike against the stunned opponent. A divine being falls, his avatar defeated amidst the blinding, residual power. The illusion shatters as the divine host is struck down. A raw cry escapes, a sound of disbelief and sudden agony. The spoils of victory were immense, an incredible harvest. Points increased, the system celebrating a massive haul. A harsh, cracked desert stretched out, matching the severity of the battle just concluded. The defeated deity slumps, a sigh of resignation escaping as the victor bows his tiny, confident head. 10 throwing knives, my forged masterpieces, were sacrificed to create this diversion. The aftermath of the divine clash. Only silence and spilled blood remained. Only the aftermath of the devastating confrontation remained. A final, agonizing shriek echoes as the divine form collapses. A guttural groan escaped the crimson shell as the divine power surged between clashing blades. The defeated avatar unleashes a crackling wave of energy, barely holding on to consciousness. The monstrous form, defeated but defiant, whispers a chilling affirmation into the dark. You've held up well, Shesh. The true battle begins now. That chilling, familiar voice pierced the clamor of battle. The divine being falls, defeated by a mere mortal. Take them out in one breath. The final, devastating strike is launched. The fallen avatar writhed, its stolen form convulsing under an unseen agony. The newly summoned knight, looking surprisingly meek, offered a tentative greeting. The residual power surged, the defeated avatar crumbling as the truth dawned. The newly summoned knight stands ready, despite the unnerving defeat of the fallen foe. A system screen details the spoils, 30 kilograms of adamantium. But something about the hall felt insufficient. He suggested a gentler approach while the tiny companion buzzed with excitement over system notifications. Night. The divine beings chorus, their celestial presence blinding. The little creature reacted with surprise as the prince summoned something with a gesture. A brief moment of reprieve before the next challenge begins. The adorable Shishi appeared, sparkling brightly under the system display. Even though you are my creation, you are truly tough to handle. A massive reward flashes onto the screen. 700,000 points for the incredible achievement. Suspended in the heavens, a colossal, iridescent shard pierces the clouds. A glowing touch traces the forbidden marks of the ritual. The air crackled with an ominous, echoing sound in this chamber of stone tablets. The defeated divine avatar lay splattered in its own blood. A silent agreement passes between the shrouded figure and the robed master against the arcane wall. The fallen deity grimaces, the heavy words hanging in the air. The robed figure stood before the ancient script, a chilling authority radiating from his gaze. The divine being recoiled, sensing the lingering venom, even as the mortal stood victorious. His gesture confirms the devastating reality of his defeat. LFORTG sake OF truth. The blinding sunlight breaks through the dense, alien foliage. The oppressive heat level presses in, immediately draining his reserves. The celestial realm's power resists the crushing heat. The small companion expresses wonder at the strange, vibrant flora of this new domain. The tower system initializes, bringing a brief pause to the jungle's oppressive heat. The silence of the system was overwhelming, awaiting the next input. All the stored food and water have turned foul, rendered completely inedible. The air grew thick with oppressive heat, a familiar reminder of that hellish dimension. Amazing nights, / Amazing nights. The summoned knight, Einherjar, eagerly awaits its assignment. Huh? The companion questions the master's sudden confusion. I've survived that hellish Catahan dimension before. The lush, alien foliage hides unseen threats, confirming the dangers of this new dimension. The creature made its move, reacting instantly to the unseen threat. The tree evaded the touch, a sudden, slick movement under the bright, hostile sun. The little ant, startled by the violent sounds, could only react with pure shock. Prince. Dangerous. The sudden attack sends him scrambling up the colossal trunk. Ignis' teeth unleashes a devastating, swirling axe strike, shrouded in dark, crackling energy. The ant recoiled, a tiny scream lost in the sudden, concussive blast shaking the ground. A primal roar erupts as raw power is unleashed upon the jungle growth. Axes strike true. Wood splinters under the calculated force. A sudden exertion of strength. A dark object seized tightly. The fruits of this strange land. Perhaps a delicacy now. The little creature's triumphant laughter echoed, clutching its prize. A sudden jarring sound shattered the silence of the lush, bright locale. Huh? The returning Einherjar have completed their perimeter search, reporting back to their lord. The scouting reports are in. The vastness of this new realm is overwhelming. The little ant-like being savored its meal, a mountain of 300 meters. Good for overlooking the entire area. The lush, alien landscape materialized beneath a dazzling, radiant sky. The monstrous roar echoed, shaking the ground beneath its massive paw. The map flickers, data streams fading into the digital haze. The Einherjar are here for perimeter defense, but 4 units might not be enough. The Einherjar returned just as the dangerous scouting concluded. The bizarre pink insect faced the dark, powerful form of the captured beast. The small scout cheered encouragement as the black-clad figure moved deeper into the jungle. The ant will handle the base building. The newly summoned warriors stand ready for perimeter defense. But are they enough? The Supreme Lord prepared his blade, facing the strange native. The beasts roared, caught in the inescapable wave of purple energy. The victory brought forth a surge, the crystal radiating power. The air crackles as the Supreme Lord appears, surrounded by his summoned legion. The searing heat crackled, turning the earth to ash around the small cluster of tough, green sprouts. The captured beast begins to cook over the fierce flames. The fatigue was gone, yet hunger remained, a persistent, unchanging need. The scout, cloaked in shadow, finally allowed himself a breath of relief. The confrontation had arrived, metal glinting in the humid air. The moment of truth, sustenance acquired in this strange dimension. The newly created warriors guard the perimeter, but perhaps 4 units are not enough. The sheer density of the jungle environment causes a sudden alarm. A chilling silence settled, broken only by the echoing presence of the enemy. The perimeter scouts have returned, the new environment vast and unknown. A sudden intake of breath, the realization dawning with a stark, silent question. A torrent of overwhelming power washes over the intruders, labeled demon. The information extracted confirms the rumors of sinking land. Shall we start a dialogue with your bodies then? A chilling sound echoes as the oppressive atmosphere presses down. The ant, a loyal helper, stands before its supreme lord. The small ant companion paused, observing the imposing figure beside it. What was that alarming news about the ground itself? A sharp, agonizing cry echoed through the dense foliage. The charm ability had taken hold, binding the last challenger to the Supreme Lord's will. The supply box has finally appeared, igniting the fierce competition. The scouting party returns, presenting a rough map of this massive, uncharted terrain. The strange, primal sustenance of the Katachan dimension soothed the journey's fatigue. Even in this alien land, Mount Kuma offers its own strange delicacies after a meal. Quite delicious, they savored the moment. A sudden alarm breaks the tension. What alarming sight demands such a sharp warning? A supply drop descended, breaking the silence under the bright, alien sky. A sharp sound echoed in the bright, alien sky. The system confirms one box secured, but the journey is far from over. The challenge continues as the Supreme Lord strides forward, a small, pink companion perched on his shoulder. A maniacal burst of laughter echoed through the jungle foliage. A small companion sighed, trailing behind the relentless collector of spoils. The prize is secured, bathed in an ethereal purple glow. The monstrous challenger stood ready, radiating fierce intent amid the dense jungle. Mercy was never an option. Their lives were forfeit. The finality of his gaze sealed their fate. As the captive begged for a mercy they knew was long gone, the masked victor stood alone, surveying the harsh, energy-rich terrain of the central area. The heavy steps land, confirming a powerful presence rooted firmly in the jungle floor. The Earth's energy is abundant here. The scout immediately detected a presence. They were fast, vanishing within the jungle's concealment. An unfamiliar scout detected in the dense foliage. The sudden arrival caused an immediate, panicked cry to his superior. What presence is this? Something is moving fast, concealed within the dense foliage. They're fast, concealed perfectly within the dense jungle foliage. A beast screams as it lunges, but the protagonist remains unnervingly calm. Dark Star Earth's chains flare to life, binding the enemy in ominous purple energy. The chains bound him, the impact echoing through the dense jungle foliage. A spy isn't a naturally occurring monster. A sudden, violent snap. The sound of iron yielding to raw force. A sudden surge of energy. A blaring alarm in the digital space. Speed beyond imagination. The energy channeled into this attack is immense. A flash of light, a sudden burst of overwhelming power, a blinding flash of energy connects, the sound of impact tearing through the icy air. Struggling against the binding chains, a sharp curse escaped him. The force of the arrival was staggering. Even the chains could barely hold. Lord Goldrian smiled, extending an open hand, welcoming the challenger. A calm demeanor masks the Emperor's surprise. An unexpected reunion in this lush, dangerous territory. A calm challenge is issued. A sleight of the hand, a superior smirk crossing his lips. Lord Goldrian, radiating imperial confidence, noted the delay. Well, an unexpected meeting in the heart of this jungle. The dragon-toothed spy lay defeated, its engineered power fading against the protagonist's might. I don't expect to meet you here, Lord Goldrian stated, his imperial demeanor unchanged. The scout detected something moving, concealed in the dense jungle foliage. Lord Goldrian extends an offer, a seemingly pleasant detour into his domain. The jungle canopy filtered the light as they entered the central area. I can adapt to any situation, but she might find it difficult. Teaming up now could be convenient, but it would surely mean owing him a debt. Your decision, perhaps, is tied to the complexities of this central area. Even the slightest hesitation could cost him everything in this jungle. After days of traveling, we finally entered the central area of the Katachan jungle. The jungle path offered no quarter. Silent figures pressed onward, chasing essential supplies. They are concealed in the dense jungle, moving with unnerving speed. There were circumstances, he explained, holding up the strange pink companion. Very well. He would accept the sudden gift without hesitation. He entered the domain, a silent presence before the seated Draconia. He offered an invitation, a gesture of goodwill in this brutal zone. The lush, dense jungle swallowed him whole as he proceeded toward the central zone. The Golden Brothers' territory is now breached. A new faction is revealed, the Cloud Twins. Anyway, the inevitable confrontation begins in the deep jungle. The scouting drone spotted movement, fast and concealed deep within the thick foliage. I leave them to you. The golden automaton stepped aside, leaving the territory open. This strange, crafted spy doll, a gift now? The golden figure blushed, taken aback by the sudden offering. These supply crates, vital in the savage jungle, were freely gifted as an apology. He's really a good guy, huh? A sudden, sharp pause in the mind's rush. A moment of quiet contemplation atop the dense jungle canopy. What's this? He shields his eyes against the blinding blue expanse. A blinding surge of energy erupts against the bright sky. The clash erupts, wreathed in dark, crackling energy. A blinding force erupted, confirming his unexpected skill. The raw power clashes. Two forces meet in blinding impact. Sudden surge of power, met with a sharp, disbelieving acknowledgement. The terrifying aura of dragon fear crashes down, overwhelming the senses. A sudden, decisive impact shatters the dense jungle air. 7-star magic sword, a technique summoned in the face of true danger. You have quite an interesting ability, huh? The devastating force of the technique explodes into blinding, golden light. The power surge rippled outward, leaving the small creature stunned into silence. A moment of exhaustion washes over him. The intensity of the fight leaves him utterly spent. A final, firm grip seals the agreement before they part ways. 7 stars magic sword IST form, Tilda. The frightening guest, Lao, was already taking his leave. A warm gesture, despite the disparity in their skills. Beneath the shadow of giants, he stood firm. The oppressive darkness reveals a horde of skeletal dragon heads. I'll leave behind several magic scrolls I've collected. A blinding aura erupts as the powerful foot strikes the earth. His gaze held in unnerving confidence, burning bright against the jungle's green. The scary person has disappeared, leaving only a strange, lingering light. A confident smirk beneath the dazzling jungle canopy. The departure of Lao has immediately triggered the enemy's next move. A faint hum of power resonates from the small creature. He knelt in the emerald shadow of the jungle, offering a final moment of quiet assurance. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. Utter shock grips him. Shesh, you must never leave my side. The ground trembled beneath the immense force unleashed. The towering brute stood ready, the jungle air thick with anticipation. The gifted Spatoy stood ready, waiting for the command to move. The imposing figure stands over the glowing object left behind. A sudden shock, a blinding light, and the lingering question hangs in the air. The 1,000-pound stomp shattered the restraint. Nodius, the Cloud Twins' core, stands ready for the impending engagement. Divide our forces. Utilize overwhelming military power to attack simultaneously and bring them down. A moment of quiet realization, bathed in a golden, shimmering aura. The shadowy depths of the jungle are pierced as a hidden sense awakens. Activating clairvoyance. His eyes burned with an intensity that broke through the shadows. The air crackled with immense, nascent power, his form shrouded in ethereal purple flame. A chilling smile plays across his lips as dark power surges around him. The forbidden technique unleashes a wave of dark energy. Sunset Sword. A blinding, overwhelming force struck, driving him to the ground. The earth trembles under the unleashed power. The enemy unleashes a fiery, desperate binding technique. The world warps under the shadow of raw power. The 1,000-pound stump descends. A sinister grin spreads as hidden power crackles around him. His breath hitched. The sheer power radiating from his opponent was undeniable. The overwhelming pressure forces a desperate thought. I need to escape. His eyes blaze red, channeling raw fury into a devastating impact. The terrifying, purple-hued figure materialized amidst the gloom. At this pace, the inevitable outcome feels terrifyingly close. The sheer force pulses, blinding, as my opponent refuses to yield. The earthbound soldiers stir, their glowing eyes fixed on the intrusion. Flames of hell unleash their terrifying power. The air crackles with an ominous, vibrant purple energy. He smiles, enveloped in a terrifying aura of purple energy. The enigmatic leader steps forward, bathed in an ominous purple glow. The tower sent an invitation, an opportunity to become even stronger. Queen's reward was offered, a wish granted for this unexpected mercy. A strange, crystalline structure floats amidst the dark, watery abyss. Your Majesty, the call comes from the towering heights. The former king looked on, a smirk playing on his lips. The queen's composure shattered as the system interface flickered before her. What I teach ye world is that monster. The continuous rotation spear technique requires finding the perfect opening. The former Tuma king regarded her with a knowing, sharp gaze. A blinding flash of power erupts, shaking the very foundations. The sheer force of the attack echoed through the air. A sudden shockwave erupts as the former king witnesses an unexpected block. The immense power of the heavenly demon erupts, cracking the very ground beneath him. Nodius, why are you just standing there? Panic flared as the flames sputtered out. The invincible goddess will not fall here. The chaotic surge of power met the regal defense head-on. The former king regarded the queen with a discerning eye. The sheer force of the impact radiated through her stunned form. The Tuma tribe warrior readied his stance, glowing with dark energy. I cannot win like this. Time is running out. A shriek of agony echoes as the light of truth binds the struggling captive. Restrained and beaten, the former queen looked up, her eyes blazing defiance. The chains tighten. The tide has truly turned now. He barely dodged the decisive blow. That momentary lapse nearly costing him everything. A sudden, raw cry escapes him as the otherworldly power manifests. A sudden surge of vibrant, overwhelming power erupts. The clash erupted with blinding, crackling energy. The former king, surprised by the unexpected surge, questions this unfamiliar power. The colossal warrior channels raw power, his imposing frame radiating intense energy. The immense burst of power hangs in the air, waiting to be filled. These eerie, bony soldiers watched silently, surrounded by their heavily armored brethren. The powerful demon, the former king of the Tuma tribe, stood before the kneeling challengers. The former king, showing unexpected mercy, made his request. The mighty warrior glared, while the purple-haired woman puffed her cheeks, stubbornly holding on to her pride. He was known for his sheer ferocity, an inherent desire for conflict. His sharp gaze betrayed a moment of intense focus, the glowing blue aura hinting at power surging beneath. Shadows solidified, revealing a formidable line of challengers ready for combat. The Demon King, surprisingly, asked only for labor. A flicker of recognition crosses the face amidst the dark, smoky aftermath. Rain cloud? A desperate cry echoes in the darkness, a silent scream against fate. Hundreds of years ago, a shadow fell. The defeated warriors knelt before Regal, their silent shame palpable in the humid air. The unexpected request leaves the powerful queen momentarily speechless. The former king reflected on the past, still bound by the honor of a debt repaid. The massive warrior's declaration left his allies stunned and horrified. I too will not regret this path. The air crackled as an ominous, dark energy erupted around him. A triumphant, dark energy enveloped the victor. Warriors, by nature, are never afraid of death. The raw power descended, shattering the vibrant sky. The Tuma tribe's wild nature flared, yet the former king showed a shred of mercy. The former king, now humbled, stood before her, a rare truce declared. A moment of thoughtful hesitation, the request hanging in the air. The former king was finally granted his request, a strange labor for one so powerful. The queen stared down the laborers, her unexpected arrival echoing through the mine. She's quite excited, he noted, observing her reaction to the exchange. Even when granted anything, the request felt like a profound insult. The grand new nest for the ant kingdom stood complete, a testament to swift labor. Clay soldiers labored tirelessly, their movements precise and disciplined. The princess ant acknowledged his favor, basking in the successful completion of their exodus. The newly empowered princess ant shed a single tear, the success of her escape finally sinking in. The prince's energy flowed, enveloping the little queen in crackling purple power. The newly acquired treasure gleamed brightly, pulsing with latent power. A parting gift, offered with a knowing smile. He accepted the queen ant's sincere gesture. A final, sad farewell from the little ant princess. The prince offers a casual assurance. The divine vessel glowed, a heavy promise held in hand. The princess ant held the golden vessel, her expression knowing, as the prince listened intently. A rare item materialized, granting the secret to replicating divine power. A faint acknowledgement in the jungle's deep, humid quiet. Her expression shifted, relief washing over her features as the energy transfer concluded. The princess ant's gratitude shone, vowing to repay the prince's incredible kindness. The successful conclusion of the queen ant's escape, a quiet victory amidst the jungle's vibrant green. Midian continued to challenge me often, and I taught him sincerely. Enveloped in radiant power, the inscription begins. I must reach the 7th star. Energy pulsed, a final transfer before the inevitable parting in the vibrant jungle. Silence filled the shadowed forest, the hunter's presence noted by a sharp, unreadable stare. The princess ant's escape concludes with a final, heartfelt farewell, her future secured. A simple request, a transfer of energy before they parted ways. The princess ant seemed truly content, a happy ending secured for her escape. The glowing energy enveloped her as she offered her parting words. I've never been told I was oblivious. The time for settling down arrived, focusing on the sacred celestial mantra. Even as the trials ended, some nightmares chased him back to reality. The timer hits 0. The time spent in the jungle is finally over. The moment of meeting him. An echo from the past awakens. The door stood closed, the sounds of the trials fading as silence descended. The ordeal is over. The connection is made as he steps back into the world. The blacksmith Hakan of the 5th floor Sky Garden recognized the returning voice. Back in the forge, the battered hunter sought out Hakan for essential repairs. The overwhelming reality of his expenditure struck him, leaving him speechless. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of treasure, the blacksmith nervously sweats. The blacksmith Hakan sized up the returned hunter, pondering the extent of his recent trials. The 7th star was finally inscribed with his latest victory. A flash of movement as someone rushes toward him, concern etched on their face. She greeted him, overwhelming him with sudden warmth and affection. She recoiled, struck by the raw shock of his return. The stench of the tower clung to him, a brutal reminder of his ordeal. The grime of the tower finally washes away. The finality of their transaction hung in the air as they walked across the opulent floor. "Hunter Minchell, are you heard anywhere?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. The attendant ushered him forward, confirming the meeting was set. What is this sudden atmosphere? A blinding surge of light, the climax of the ordeal. The moment of truth arrives. The connection from the second floor, Gerard, had found his way back to Earth. Silence descends, marking the end of their shared journey on this floor. The hunter returned, stepping back onto familiar ground. A memory flashes back. A moment shared on the second floor. Wouldn't it be better this way? He pressed, a friendly chuckle escaping his lips. That's impressive. It must have taken your utmost strength. A massive explosion of energy, marking a pivotal moment. The escort concluded. He stepped back into the familiar, opulent halls of the association. S-rank evaluation. The words hung in the air, promising a new level of scrutiny. A moment of quiet contemplation before the next stage. The tension in the hall was suffocating, awaiting the arrival of the S-rank contender. A sudden, chilling focus entered his eyes. Electric blue energy crackling. The examiner, Dr. Kim Bojang, sits ready for the S-rank evaluation. He's approaching the moment of truth. Indeed. The moment of truth, steeped in quiet reflection. The screen glitched, obscuring critical data as the evaluation hung in the balance. The glow of forgotten legends fades, leaving only him standing within the association's halls. Let's go. The moment of truth is here, stepping into the blinding light of judgment. The intense glare of the flashing camera captures the moment. The flashbulbs erupt as the legend finally steps into the spotlight. The press surged forward, flashes blinding the star hunter. Why hadn't the director disclosed this exposure? While one prepared for battle, the other checked on their small companion. He knew his manipulation was succeeding, watching the shock bloom across her face. The stage is set, a modern fortress beneath a blinding sky. The air thickens. Two formidable presences stand ready before the silent observers. Hunter Kim Bojang. A familiar face greets the S-rank hopeful. Kim Bojang, the living legend, takes his stance, ready to test the rising star. The moment of final judgment arrived, radiating immense pressure. A sudden, intense surge of power breaks the silence. A tense stance, radiating focus as the confrontation begins. The air cracks under an impossible strain. How strong is this man, truly? A crushing, oppressive atmosphere descends, reflecting the sheer weight of the moment. The impact rings out, a sudden, violent eruption of energy. A violent shockwave erupts as the command rings out. A blinding shockwave emanated, shaking the very observation room. The veterans could only concur with the awe-inspiring display. Only a year since his awakening, yet this power defies belief. The sparring was supposed to be mentorship, but the battle was truly equal. That they're engaging in an equal battle at a glance of wits. The S-rank sparring was meant for mentorship, but this looks like an equal battle at a glance. The clash reached a zenith, an almost equal battle of wits unfolding. The S-rank hunter stood ready, channeling immense, radiant power. The clash of power erupts in a brilliant, crackling display of raw energy. The clash escalates, an overwhelming display of dark energy meeting blinding light. The clash erupts, a sudden explosion of power against the white arena. A faint smile touches his bloodied cheek. The spar concluded with mutual respect. The director's wide-eyed shock suggests the unexpected has just been revealed. If only I had pushed him just a little further. A sudden, sharp intake of breath cuts through the charged silence. A deep, formal bow, a show of profound respect after the battle concluded. The sudden recoil, a raw flash of panic crossing Minchell's face. The pressure of the hidden audience was almost suffocating. The S-rank appointment ceremony commenced, flashes erupting as the media clamored for the newly crowned hero. The flashbulbs popped, capturing the arrival of a newly acknowledged legend. World peace. The charismatic hunter declared, as his weary companion pleaded for restraint. The director's party watched, their anticipation palpable as they awaited the emerging star. So, this is the hunter undergoing the S-rank evaluation? If it's your request, I'll do my best to help. A confident, almost predatory smile played on his lips. The S-rank evaluation was far from over. The imposing structure of Pandemonium's forces pierces the bright heavens. The branch manager's eyes gleamed with manic excitement at the prospect of the mission. But of course, the manager's ambition burned brightly. He paused, the weight of the conversation settling in the opulent room. The atmosphere hangs heavy, the shattered cityscape their grim destination. Is this truly an opportunity, or just a dangerous gambit? The branch manager presented the critical list, his imposing presence demanding attention. The manager pressed the advantage, cornering the hunter with a bold proposal. The mysterious green artifact glows, connecting with the vastness of space. The synergy of their backing exploded with excitement. The handshake solidified the deal, a pact sealed in shimmering light. The branch manager smiled, confident that the prototype would be secured without complication. A warm welcome masked the sharp, expectant tension of the meeting. A triumphant roar echoed as the fallen beast served as a pedestal for her victory. Even in chibi form, the sister's enthusiasm was infectious. Someone you know. The guild master's words hung in the air, a strange prelude to the revelation. The guild master was certain. This was their moment to rise above the rest. OH. What's UP2? Even if it's a failure, it'll still allow us to get closer to you. She has such grand ambition, perhaps born from her corporate lineage. A smug grin spread across his face, convinced of the chaos he would sow. Silhouetted figures stand over mountains of currency, a testament to the scale of this gamble. If it's a failure, it'll still allow us to get closer to you. Hunter Minchiel. A looming figure emerges from the shadows, confirming the identity. The branch manager grinned, seeing his grand plan coming together. The guild master finally lets down her guard with a knowing sigh. Someone you know is being called forth. Appa, have you really become an S-rank? A blinding light bursts forth, signaling the dawn of a new, intense focus. Her eyes shone with an almost predatory excitement. This was a golden moment. The S-rank hunter license, finally revealed in a burst of light. His knowing smile suggested Min Chiao already saw the bigger picture. S-rank? The question hung in the golden afternoon air. Min Chiao firmly introduced his younger sister, demanding proper gear be arranged for her. The guild master's ambition was clear, to claim the title of Korea's #1 guild. Heavens. The sheer scale of the accumulated wealth was staggering. The necessary supplies are confirmed, and the guild master assures him it will be handled. The guild master was waiting. Someone Min Chiao knew was about to enter. Let's go to the department store, she declared, eyes glittering with excitement. A sharp realization dawns as they browse the luxurious displays. A shared, knowing glance across the room. Perhaps a question hanging in the air. The weight of the moment hung heavy in the air between them. A thoughtful moment. A brief acknowledgement of the conversation unfolding. A flash of manic excitement crosses her face as she playfully flashes a peace sign. Appa, have you really become an S-rank? The younger sister's wide-eyed delight was undeniable. The night held silent, illuminated only by the distant glow of the building. The past self's enlightenment now directs true cosmic force. The universe born from his mind finally shattered the old boundaries. The infinite cosmos, born from the memory of stars, expands into true reality. Suspended in the void, the transformation begins, a burst of star-like energy signaling the shift. The system confirms the next milestone. Room for 5 more constellations. The universe, once a miniature cosmos within his mind, began to break its shell. The void shattered as the mental world expanded, breaking the mold into a true, infinite universe. Finally, I can add more constellations. The universe within him expands, shattering the limits of his former existence. Wouldn't it be better to use this power? The celestial realm expands, manifesting new constellations under his ascended power. Myth Hunter grants resilience, resisting pressure by dampening magical force. The newly etched constellations shimmered within the expanding cosmos of his mind. Even against spectral threats, this power offers a crucial advantage. The Death Side's dark curse remains useless, yet a strange reaction ignites. The dark patterns of the unknown world blurred across the surface. The ancient power of the Death Scythe awakens, reacting violently to the concept of the Immortal Legion. The power reacted to the constellation. A low hum escapes as the celestial power settles within the newly ascended being. A blinding light erupts as the forces converge around him. But what does that blue rank mean? That's ridiculous. The rigid honor of the knights was immediately challenged. Battle. The command rings out, echoing the confrontation to come. The new Finhir knights are brought before him, their shock evident. A wave of shame washed over him for his past self. A raw cry erupted as power surged, radiating intense light and energy. Plum Blossom is unleashed. Confusion flashes across the battlefield. The sudden burst of power draws sharp, concerned cries. The master's shadow looms, but the little companion still finds cause for excitement. A mischievous chuckle escapes the shadowy creature as power radiates from the clenched fist. The newly formed Einhir, now offering guidance, stands amidst the surging energy. A familiar scent pierces the air. His loyal subordinates have arrived. A subordinate arrives, immediately showing recognition and deference to his majesty. A familiar, cheerful face bounced in, seemingly bored yet eager for action. A sudden cascade of new gifts appears, catching him by surprise. A small, happy gesture. A moment of genuine delight shared between them. A cloud of dark energy dissipates as an unexpected visitor arrives. A digital post surfaces, showcasing a fluffy, dark creature contentedly asleep. The subordinate arrives, his grin wide and unsettlingly eager. A grand gift is presented, sparking confusion. Every man's dream revealed. An exquisite sports car awaiting its new driver. A moment of levity, the triumphant laughter echoing between them. He paused, the air thick with anticipation as he considered the request. A new, shadowy presence approaches, the air suddenly thick with recognition. The air crackled as the immense, demonic silhouette materialized under the chilling moonlight. The blue rank, an unknown tier outside of Earth. The subordinate's declaration ignites, his loyalty a blazing testament to his lord's power. The weight of ambition settles heavily as he contemplates the conquest of Earth. A sudden, sharp refusal cuts through the air. "I will stay by your side," the subordinate declared with glittering fervor. A single, glowing orb hangs suspended in the chaotic aftermath. He seemed utterly pleased with his preparations, a master of his own game. "I will have to find out within the tower." The sheer force of the concept reacting to the constellation, a shocking new synergy. "Sure," he agreed, tossing the small dark shape that followed them through the sky. The power of the Death Scythe reacted, causing a massive surge in immortal points. Two figures stand in the ornate hall, one distracted, the other silently observing. Joining? The report confirms the influx of new allies for the upcoming campaign. An expedition? The scale of this mobilization is staggering. By the way, is it okay to include the demonic guild? The memory of the past attack on Jiranju Gate flashed through his mind. A tense silence hung between them before the word broke the air. Recalling the perilous battle for the Jiranju Gate, a tense memory washes over him. A terse confirmation hung in the air between the two figures clad in darkness. "Wow." A small gift, presented with genuine surprise and shining approval. A knowing smile, a subtle shift in atmosphere between the two. The beautifully presented gift finally reveals itself. A thoughtful gift, presented with a knowing smile. He considered which powerful constellations to imprint next. "If you return safely from the Lost Land, I hope you can put it on yourself then, please." A confident, almost smug smile plays across his lips. A chilling sound echoes across the desolate, snow-capped peaks. The advance force is mapped out, with Minsu taking the lead as the S-class vanguard. He looked on, an imposing figure amidst the chaotic energy. "Marthan, are you truly joining this perilous endeavor?" Marthan's enthusiasm was infectious, a bold promise of support. The bearded man leans in close, sharing a hushed thought against the desolate, snowy backdrop. A sharp, focused gaze, catching the slightest detail amidst the whispers of doubt. The weight of their assigned tasks settled over the assembled guilds. A moment of quiet contemplation before the next move. The initiative has been seized. His quiet authority settled the discontented. The harsh wind howls a cold welcome. They had finally arrived at this frozen frontier. The expedition pushes forward into the frozen expanse. A stark, frosted wilderness stretched before them, demanding immediate respect. The rugged landscape of the lost land lay before them, now demanding immediate focus. An unseen presence, eyes glowing crimson in the dark woods. The intensity of the cold mirrored the tension between the leaders. After the swift victory, the air cleared, and Minsu offered a gesture of cessation. The Holy Guild prepares its defenses, arming the front lines with familiar turret technology. Sweep them all, the order thundered, cementing the ruthless resolve of the expedition. The sheer power emanating from the monster was unbelievable. The S-class evaluation begins, a tense, glowing confrontation. The clash erupts in an explosion of violent, glowing energy. The shadow of doubt, the harsh realization that he had profoundly misjudged. The cold air of this forgotten land bites at his exposed skin. The celestial warrior meets the encroaching shadow, a silent command hanging in the air. The power of three major guilds converges, ready to challenge the beast. His gaze swept across the frozen landscape, the cold mirrored in his stern expression. The monstrous brute could only utter a choked sound as the blinding force struck. Lost Land Expedition. I never thought I'd return here. Hunter Minchell, your moment of reckoning has arrived. I have a request. A cold silence hangs heavy as the leader fixes his gaze. The smooth operator offers a request, hiding his true intent behind that confident smile. He understands the balance required between duty and personal life. Well done. The approval was immediate, earning a pleased smirk. The winged hunter surveyed the horizon, a commanding presence in the stark, pale light. We've made a lot of progress, he confirmed, standing before the massive, scarred trunk. Deep wounds scarred the surface of the ancient wood. The A-class monster's territory lay ahead, bathed in an ominous red glow. Preparation for a full-scale war commenced from a position overlooking the monster's lair. The Holy Guild swiftly sets up their heavy artillery, preparing for the siege. Multicolored crystals were carefully buried, emitting a distinct energy. Multicolored crystals, clearly manufactured, are being deployed at the front lines. The expedition moves forward, the air thick with anticipation and cold mist. Our first battle. This is the chance to make the demonic guild name known to the entire world. The Black Tongue's influence is being counted, lowering their dangerous potential. He recognized the allure, naming the hidden talent. Seductive sub-ability Demon Lord Rosalind. The moment of decision is upon them as they face the frozen wilds. The protagonist watches the surging crowd, a calculated smirk playing on his lips. Should we risk a full-scale engagement right now? The silence hung heavy in the frozen air. Fire. The command rings out as raw magical energy explodes forward. To the vanguard, 100. He roared, charging forward. The digital interface screams a warning. Nightmare. A chilling, manic grin flashes as dark power ignites within him. Victory hangs by a thread, and there is no surrender. The demonic guild is a worthy opponent. But now it's time to show them the might of the Holy Guild. LET's GO. A grim figure emerges from the shadows, ready for battle. They're watching, cloaked in the frozen wilderness. The coordinated assaults begin, executed within the flawless geometry of the formation. Finally, my time to shine. Leave it to me, Woof. The master unleashes his secret weapon with a burst of raw power. A primal cry echoes through the cold, hidden darkness. Where did that monster even come from? Panic erupted as a terrifying beast materialized. That enormous beast is your pet. A blinding force strikes down, scattering shadows and essence, sweeping. The dark power surges outward in a massive arc. A sudden alarm rang out. Behind, raiders have arrived. Push forward with overwhelming force. The power surged, crackling with immense blue energy. A blinding surge of blue lightning tears through the air. The demon lord's subordinate smiles, his dark power binding the battlefield. A devastating impact, leaving behind the ruin of a fierce battle. A sudden, unified roar echoes across the frozen expanse. Master Pengu, you were amazing. I feel embarrassed even calling you my junior. He graciously acknowledged the victory, attributing the miracle to their unified strength. His eyes held a knowing, almost cocky glimmer. The first engagement a resounding success. Distance TO. Deep Mist Magic Circle 15 activated. Master Pengu, you were amazing. The second unit has encountered a group of monsters. Why yes. This ISTHE location where THE gates core WAS. The massive construct moved through the snow-laden forest. An undeniable display of power. Master Pengu, you were amazing. The information cube vibrates wildly, confirming the location. The information cube is vibrating. This must be the location. The glowing core is secured. The main event is about to commence, marked by an intense surge of energy. Marthan's leadership saw the golems construct the base with incredible speed. The day ends as the cold, snow-dusted structures settle under the night sky. Ah, don't worry. It's my pet. The first successful deployment of the Gaia former signaled a brilliant start to the expedition. The high-orc shaman unleashes a savage roar, its form glowing with arcane energy. A furious command cuts through the chill. DIE. Burst flare. The chains of darkness bind. But this power is mine alone. The cold, unforgiving landscape stood silent as he turned, power subtly glowing. A colossal structure impacts the frozen terrain with immense force. There really is something here. The information cube vibrated intensely, confirming their location. From experience, the cores lie deep within the stronghold's heart. A crushing blow shatters the crystals in a blinding flash of power. A sudden, silent burst of motion through the frozen woods. Soon, I will hit level 60, and my fourth power will be a great asset in future battles. Harpy dive bombs, but the shield holds against the brutal impact. A smug smile, a golden glow. The secret weapon is unveiled. The harpies swarm down, shrieking into the cold, white expanse. A chilling sound echoes as he prepares his next move. The first strike lands with overwhelming force. A shattering explosion of power. The enemy screeches in panic as the hunter unleashes his fury. Retreat? Against me? The harpies' desperate flight only met my cutting judgment. Let them come. A chilling promise hung in the air. The thunder flash blade arts tore through the air with resounding force. A blinding flash of power erupted as he swung the blade. The harpies that tried to flee were brought down with my thunder flash blade arts. The harpies, realizing my strength, initiated their long-distance assault. The thunder flash blade arts met the enemy head-on, a brutal, undeniable impact. The battle climaxed in a brutal, sudden impact. The dust settled, revealing the hunter standing amidst the wreckage. Just as expected, the gate's core is buried deep within the monster nest. The system interface prompts a final confirmation, moments before a colossal mechanical form slams into the frozen landscape. The monster core, a generator of chaos, is finally exposed. The system's powers, a manifestation of past life memories, begin to align. The chilling white expanse contrasted sharply with the dark figures approaching. The silence after the storm. He surveyed the carnage, confirming his location. The long grind concludes. Level 60 achieved. The monstrous presence is discovered, shrouded in sickly green energy. A chilling power manifests, rooted in the darkness of a forgotten life. As expected, the system confirms the power's progression. The final power is within reach, glowing on the screen. The Warlord Dymas. Could this power truly be his? The new power was put to the test. The brute's roar shattered the frozen silence, charging forward with monstrous intent. Activating the power of the evil eye, an overwhelming surge of energy erupts. The monster's desperate cry was abruptly silenced. The air shatters as the force of his technique slams down. The cold air of the mountain mirrored the growing resolve in his eyes. The evil eye manifested, a black void radiating immense, unknown power. He simply sighed, asking the grave question lingering in the air. The military general sat heavily, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Frustration boiled over. Their grand scheme was crumbling once again. The energy of the gate's core pulsed, radiating its strange, luminous power. The winged guardian stood resolute, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. The dark lords who fell before him in his last life now manifest as his ascent. A flicker of thought crosses the warlord's mind as he exhales. A sudden, frustrated exclamation breaks the tense planning session. So demanding, he plots from his shadowed throne. The warlord speaks of his abandoned plans, the chaos he intended to unleash. Loyalty. A harsh demand echoing in this tense situation. We have intruders, SIR. The warning crackled through the tense silence. A chilling presence descends from the desolate heights. The system interface flickers, tracking captured territory on the holographic map. I agree with the expedition leader's opinion. We've come this far. The euphoria of victory propelled them forward, their sights fixed on the next objective. A chilling decree is passed down, binding them from uttering that forbidden name. The commander stood firm, facing down the northern warlord's grim representative. The convoy crept forward, shrouded in mist and the heavy silence before battle. Yetis and cockatrices. The northern force is bringing allies we did not expect. Engaging the northern warlords wasn't in the original contingency. A heavy, echoing thud signaled his arrival amidst the lingering smoke. An imposing military figure bellows a territorial challenge across the tense battlefield. The commander meets the gaze of the northern warlords, the air thick with unspoken tension. A tense silence hung over the military officer. His cold smile offered no comfort, only an icy challenge. And what to? I'll show these South Korean brats the true power of our supreme leader. An S-class fiend unleashed, far beyond the expected reach of the gate. Gore and tattered cloth clung to the metal Devilsaurus's terrifying maw. Could it be evidence of their brutality? The commander turns, enveloped by the encroaching shadow. The warlord bellowed, mocking the South Korean brat before them. In all my countless battles against monsters, these new foes are a significant step up. A tense silence falls as an electric current crackles between them. The northern warlord sneers, drawing the dark power into a glowing orb. The sound of impact thunders as a devastating force shatters the fragile scene. Leave it to me. A resolute voice cuts through the tension as latent power surges. The prismatic wall flared to life, deflecting the incoming assault with blinding force. The metal Devilsaurus unleashes a deafening, mechanical roar. A guttural, savage howl rips through the tense air. The chilling ultimatum hangs heavy. Cooperate or face annihilation by the mechanical horror. Don't fall behind the commander. Even as the clash erupts, their resolve solidifies. The confrontation ignited in a blinding rush of cold energy. A grim resolve hardened his features as the confrontation began. What are these beasts? The North's twisted arrival brought only chilling uncertainty. An enraged commander unleashes dark, crackling power. There will be no retreat now. Pengu responded instantly, its imposing form radiating cold power. The raw power unleashes, a brilliant blue wave sweeping through the ranks. A monstrous roar shattered the air as Pengu surged forward. Pengu's immense maw descends, its glowing eyes promising a savage feast. A devastating blow shatters the air. The North Korean leader's desperate cry meets cold defiance, a faint acknowledgement of the unfolding situation. Affirmative, we are approaching the enemy position. The northern forces arrived, their appearance twisting the carefully laid plans into chaos. A furious North Korean commander asserts his authority, demanding immediate deference. A terrifying surge of dark, crackling energy erupts from the commander's hands. The air crackled as a malevolent power surged, manifesting a phantom weapon, the Star Mace. The northern warlord's heavy-set enforcer trembled, utterly outmatched. The air crackles as a terrifying figure shrouded in dark energy surges forward. A raw, agonizing scream tears through the tense air. The aftermath hung heavy in the air, a brief, brilliant rainbow piercing the smoke-filled sky. The golden winter light spills over the temporary base at Kisong. The aftermath reviewed. All battlefield concerns accounted for. 10 lost, 300 injured. The cost of victory tallied against the fallen enemy. Though the losses were minimal, the weight of death was undeniably present. The shadow of conflict looms large. It seems North Korea is now the focus. The commander absorbed the raw data extracted from the broken enemy. The evidence, stark and clear, confirmed the cannibalistic horror lurking beneath the surface. The commander stood firm, his decision already hardened like steel. A sly grin spread across his face, confirming his resolve. The commander's gaze held the exhaustion of command, yet a stubborn resolve remained. With the cleanup complete, he offers a confident, knowing smile. With Minsu and Verdi assisting, his methods were more than enough. The stern commander watched as his flamboyant ally reacted with misplaced glee. His eyes glowed with malevolent crimson intensity, demanding more information. We're still picking up the pieces from the devastating engagement. The captive general was reduced to silent agony. The captive thrashed, gagged and utterly powerless beneath the interrogation. A muffled, desperate plea cuts through the silence. The commander's rage erupted, a physical impact shaking the room. That damn bastard. The sheer fury of the North Korean officer erupted. The commander's fierce resolve boiled over, sparking a demand for total war. A sharp electronic tone broke the tense silence. A flash of realization, or perhaps horror, crossed his face. The brutal sounds of impact reverberated through the scorched earth. A primal scream tears through the silence, staining the air with crimson evidence of carnage. The victor stood over the fallen, his demeanor cold amidst the carnage. The aftermath settled, the weight of the recent battle still palpable. Verdi belongs to the Yokai clan, masters of every dark craft. His spirit shattered. The confession burst forth in a torrent of terror and tears. The raw, explosive power of the commander's strike echoed across the ruined landscape. The monster's massive form offered an unsettling perch as the commander gathered his thoughts. Standing atop the vanquished beast, the commander surveys the devastation of the battlefield. That evening, the urgent summons broke the cold night. A stark silence descended, shattered only by the lingering echo of a firm refusal. A moment ago, contemplation. Now, sudden, enthusiastic support. A triumphant subordinate calls out, his excitement clearly uncontained. The commander remained silent, absorbing the weight of the decision ahead. He realized that acting alone earlier was part of a much grander scheme. Their stunned and glittering adoration washed over him. A sudden, overwhelming wave of support. The commander traces the contours of the contested land. The main force will adopt a defensive posture while the smaller units prepare for the strike. He raised his hand, offering a decisive halt to the gathering tension. A grunt of affirmation, the commander acknowledges the report. We'll seize that opening and launch a rapid blitz attack. A stunned disbelief washes over the burly man. With preparations complete, the commander's face hardens with grim resolve. The real fight is finally here. A triumphant, knowing laugh escaped her lips. The reports are finalized, the aftermath accounted for. A brief moment of lightheartedness breaks the tension. His satisfied smile belied the dark maneuvers he was plotting. He was always as cold as ice. A sudden surge of conviction echoes through the room. Right. The temporary base at Kisong was bathed in the cold, lonely light of the night sky. She savors this moment, basking in the glow of success. A brilliant light shines down upon the Rosenberg estate, signifying a momentous call to action. The initial loan, now proven so effective, began drawing international attention. A stiff, earnest gesture, his words poised on the air. A quiet assessment, the weight of the situation settling in the gaze. The confident man observed, his gesture suggesting a casual yet calculated appraisal. It's time for us to act for the nation's honor and its people. The documents were stamped with unforgiving red X's, a catastrophic failure. This utter failure points to a devastating leak in our intelligence network. Frustration boils over. The pressure to fix this impossible situation mounts rapidly. A month of relentless failure weighs heavily on him. A terrifying surge of power pulses beneath the suffocating crimson darkness. The general seized on the desperation, his wicked smile reflecting a terrible hope. The director offered a terrifying proposition, accepting the power of a demon, a sharp intake of breath, the air thick with burgeoning power. Show weakness to the younger generation. The director reluctantly steps forward, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He laughed softly amidst the gathering gloom. A firm handshake seals the pact, the air thick with unspoken agreements. A massive force of 2,000 agents and hunters prepared to move, shameful to sit idle. He vowed to act, by himself if needed. At this just go right? The older man concedes with a weary sigh. A cold, isolated location, where unspoken words hang heavy in the falling snow. His confident smirk belied the gravity of the unfolding situation. He held a grim expression, forced to endure this ceaseless campaign. Starting today, Senior Kim Bojang will be taking on the role of expedition commander. Exhaustion weighs heavy, yet a weary smile suggests even this grueling effort is worth it. A sudden, violent strike, the path forward brutally cleared. The air thickens as the director arrives, his intentions cloaked in shadow, a confident smirk as he passes the responsibility. Then, please take care of us. I still feel the need to press on, though my methods might seem unconventional. A gentle hand strokes the happy creature. A favored weapon, perhaps. Let's head to Haiju, Munquan's central city. Heading straight for Haiju, the central city. These menacing figures deliver supplies with unsettling smiles, ignoring the devastation around them. But something seems strange. This village is near Haisu. He strides forward, a silent protector accompanying his small, dark companion. Yet, not too long ago, this was normal life. Only human footprints marked the path ahead, leading toward the city of Haisu. A sudden gasp, a tension held tight against the growing dread. A sudden, shocking realization dawned, stripping away all pretense. Human. A small voice whispered before the command. Hold tight. The destination is clear. Haiju. With a sudden burst of power, they charge forward, their surprise echoing in the charge. The pieces align. This terrifying conspiracy is rooted with the Black Society, the architects of pandemonium itself, breaking through head-on. We're finally here, gazing upon Haiju, breaking through head-on. That's it. The scent of sulfur is undeniable. We locate them, deploy the elite. And they just vanish? A silent confrontation, the commander demanding to know the full extent of the failure. The enemy's arrival is confirmed. The Southern Joseon army is here. Open fire immediately. Protective demon steel activated against the onslaught. A sudden surge of power. An overwhelming declaration. The arrival of a terrifying power, masked in chaotic green and blue energy. A blinding surge of dark energy erupts. Dark mana pulsed, gathering fiercely around the outstretched hand. No time to waste on these small fry. The city center pulsed under the otherworldly violet surge. A blinding surge of power erupts. A clash of light and shadow consuming the battlefield. With dark mana overflowing, even the Hellfire Blade's intensity has spiked. The desperate charge met the hooded figure head-on. An enemy's final, furious scream. Fenrir's monstrous form unleashes a blinding, spectral blow. The dark sanctuary's overwhelming energy pulsed, signaling a deadly confrontation. He steeled himself, the oppressive purple aura surrounding him. Time to strike at the heart of the darkness. The sterile city architecture offered no sign of the expected carnage. A stark, blood-splattered hand lay still, the sound of a sharp gasp echoing in the oppressive darkness. The shadowy ground pulses beneath his imposing presence. A field littered with the fallen. A heavy breath escapes into the corrupted atmosphere, the city skyline fading under a menacing sky. A voice cuts through the encroaching darkness, demanding to know the hero's name. The oppressive aura of the dark sanctuary suffocated the cityscape, its influence radiating outwards. That man is the brazen fool who's been interfering with our great mission. There was nothing left to discuss with this arrogant foe. The enemy reels, overwhelmed by the surge of dark power. A chilling chuckle echoed as the mastermind revealed himself, confident in his trap. The demon lord leaned in, his grin wide and sinister. He grips his arsenal, the knives gleaming in the shadowed space. Who said you could? A swift, challenging strike cuts through the chaotic energy. The demon lord smiles, utterly confident in his demonic power surge. The surge of power was tangible, crackling around his focused gaze. The very flow of existence detected this anomaly. The very fabric of reality shudders, detecting something immense. Could it be pandemonium's sky? A roar of agony erupts amidst the encroaching shadow. Under the oppressive shadow, the protagonist braced against the overwhelming force. The clash of powers unleashed a deafening impact. The transfer of my very soul into this avatar was finally complete. The chilling confirmation echoes from the abyssal depths. The system identifies the demonic entity, Asmodeus. His true power remains hidden. The demonic energy surges as the forbidden rite calls for a descent. That man is the brazen fool interfering with our great mission. A moment of stunned silence before the inevitable response. This opponent rivals the thunder god I faced within the tower. Here, take this. The offering was made with a chilling, wide-eyed intensity. The air crackled as the being descended, a divine nature forced onto the earthly realm. A blinding surge of dark energy erupted, accompanied by the sound of shattering reality. A monstrous claw descends, marked by raw, guttural impact. Fenrir roars its defiance, empowered by the deepening darkness. A sudden surge of power, the very aura of authority clashing in the dim light. Defeat me first, then you might earn the truth. Such petty tricks. Surprised? This is only the beginning. Heavenly demon dominion and authority of overwhelm erupts. All right, this is doable. I'll use all the knowledge and abilities I have. A deafening scream rips through the distorted, red-tinged reality. The Dark Star unleashes its furious might. An echoing challenge against the Demon Lord. A deafening, cosmic impact shatters the air. The air shudders under an overwhelming presence. A realization dawns as the symbol glows, illuminating the desperate scene. A chilling command, reaching out with darkened intent. The collision unleashes a storm of energy, shaking the very foundations of reality. Even the most durable weapon would falter against that raw intensity. The shockwave hit, a blinding collision of raw power against the inferno. The surge of dark mana was met with blinding, sacrosanct power. The countdown of doom begins. His fate is sealed here. That cunning smile betrays recognition. A name spoken in disbelief. The dark energy surges, a faint recognition in the abyss. Angel. The clash of dark mana erupted, a blinding storm of purple energy. A raw, terrifying power erupted, marked by an agonizing snarl. Jormungandra's venom, delivered when his wings were severed, begins to spread internally. The fallen angel recognizes the forbidden power being mirrored. The poison has taken hold. Jormungandra's venom spreads internally now. The countdown of doom begins its inevitable final sequence. The user unleashes an unseen power, labeled gravity, a chilling pressure. The surge of power explodes outward, met by a terrifying, crimson manifestation. The golden light blazes forth, met by a blinding clash of spectral forces. The impact reverberates through the air, a deafening bloom of shattered energy. The torrent of power unleashed a deafening sound barrier break. A blinding surge of energy erupts, signaling the climax of the attack. Despite the agonizing impact, he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. Even Asmodeus's raw strength could not match this newly forged power. The final moments of closing the distance were achieved. The sheer force of the confrontation rips reality apart. Utterly enraged, he screams out his insult. A chilling smirk twists his face as the true nature of the fight reveals itself. From here on, it's a battle of endurance. The Dark Star strikes, a barrage of crimson energy piercing the space around him. Your swiftness is noted, insect, but your end is drawing near. The poison has taken hold. Jormungandra's venom finally spreading deep inside. The poison is finally taking hold. Jormungandra's venom spreads internally. A faint, eerie golden halo flares around him, signaling a shift in power. The poison's slow work begins, a secret wound festering beneath the facade of power. The memories resurface. The weapon of the hero. Kalite. He laughs, a fallen angel finally realizing the impossible combination of powers arrayed against him. A weapon capable of obliterating Dymas's soul. A weapon imbued with such immense power. Dread fills his eyes as the grand, chilling scheme is finally laid bare. The demon lord presses forward, an agonizing sound echoing as the struggle continues. I cannot reveal anything further. The poison of Jormungandr finally starts its deadly work internally. The very air crackles with forbidden energy, shattering his composure. The poison, Jormungandr's venom, is finally taking effect. The hunter is recognized as the poison finally takes hold. Even the fallen angel recoiled, shaken by the blow that defied death itself. I see you, insect. But acknowledgement, you were just calling me an earthbound worm. I claim destruction. His voice resonated, cloaked in the encroaching darkness. The poison of Jormungandr finally begins to take hold. The resistance falters. The poison concentrates its deadly effect. The power of Asmodeus, an ultimate authority, hangs heavy in the toxic air. A fierce, unholy halo frames the defeated foe. A chilling question hangs in the void, while bloodstains mark his tormented hands. The deadly curse, broken. A sharp gasp as the impossible triumph settled in. The death brand, that seal of absolute doom, was suddenly gone. Good. The power of life resists the sentence of death. The legendary potion, elixir, glows with life-saving power. A legendary potion, the elixir, glows fiercely in his hands. A legendary potion, the elixir, capable of cleansing any curse, glows with celestial power. The legendary potion, elixir, a reward from the tower's trial, touches his lips. The elixir glows, its life-saving power resisting the curse's dark brand. The system detects a surge of power, enveloping him in crimson energy. This impossible outcome shatters his very understanding of the curse. A mythical battle unfolded in the old lands of North. The venomous attack rips through the air, a sickening burst of shadow against an unholy green light. The battle is over, marked by a deafening, explosive release. His level has skyrocketed. The long battle finally subsided, leaving a sigh of relief under the fading twilight. The dust settled, revealing the quiet aftermath of his victory. The Demon King's descent sends shockwaves across the globe once more. Mustn't. A silent directive hangs in the ruined air. The very air recoiled from the manifestation of Asmodeus's power. The tiny, familiar soul rejoiced, awestruck by the transformation. Divinity, forged over eons, is not easily acquired. Divine power surged, manifesting as permanent status enhancements. Now, the ability to appoint a single apostle appeared. Divine energy floods the scene, signaling a monumental shift. The titles apostle and divine blaze forth. The city skyline burns behind him under a dramatic, fading sun. Since I have the authority, I must empower a capable subordinate. Ah, yes. There is one who is perfectly suited for this role. The world erupted in brilliant light, signifying a seismic shift in power. The Lord appears before the captive, presenting an unsettling sense of victory. The jubilant subordinate offered a crisp salute, basking in the aftermath of victory. The demon tribe's Verdi knelt, basking in the Lord's favor. The demon king's power is transferred, granting a new stage. A strange, ethereal interface appears, cataloging the power bestowed upon the newly appointed servant. A sudden, profound realization dawned as the oppressive power began to fade. The former enemy, now Verdi, exploded with joyous emotion. He offered a casual laugh, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The death brand, the mark binding soul and heart, was gone. The battle was done, the victory secured above the clouds. After 3 long months, he finally returned to Seoul. The world reacted to the Demon King's defiance. The immediate aftermath was a flurry of reports and reactions regarding the shocking collapse of the Kim Moonkwon faction. The power of life resists the sentence of death. The end has been nullified. The residual power of the clash still hung in the air. He felt a surge, a pure release of strength. Since I no longer had a reason to remain in Wanghe province, I decided to return with Martha. A brief, shaky sound cuts through the silence as he gazes upon the recovering city. The Yongsan branch head is expected to change soon. I plan to climb the tower again, leaving the immediate glory behind. After 3 months, I finally returned to the capital, Seoul. A tense silence hung in the air of the Grand Hall. This sudden shift in command caught even the loyal subordinate completely off guard. The heart of the interstellar union, the Yongsan branch, looms beneath the bright sky. The imposing figure turns, their sudden presence stirring the quiet air. The inspector, sweating under the pressure, was forced to listen. The air crackles with suppressed fury, his shadow consuming the frame. The stout figure gestured wildly, clearly taken aback by the news Minchell revealed. Is this sudden reassignment merely a demotion shrouded in celestial politics? The imposing supervisor stood by as his comrade offered hearty, booming laughter. Damn it, if it was good news, you should have said so properly before letting me misunderstand. Congratulations. A grand entrance signals the start of something new. The door announced the arrival of the expected guest. Huh? The casual arrival of the new branch chief only deepened his confusion. The new branch chief has arrived, radiating a confident, familiar energy. The new branch chief arrives, flashing a confident smile, ready to take the helm. Of course I was surprised. There have been quite a few surprises today. Minchell smiled, knowing his supposed demotion was anything but. She covered her mouth, unable to contain her delighted laughter. I have something to give you. Give me your hand. Ellie smiles, a soft light catching the jewelry she fastens onto his wrist. Are you surprised? The exchange of gifts begins now. I'm so glad I finally got to give it to her, and that she's happy with it. What is this? A ring lies waiting in the brilliant red box, accompanied by strange script. It's a marriage registration form pledging a century of commitment. Minchell reeled back, stunned by the arrival of the new branch chief. A sudden, sharp realization cuts through the air. Could she possess something truly magnificent? The system interface glowed, revealing the item's rarity. Rare. A startling notification flashes. Durability remains, but the after effects linger for an hour. A tense meeting begins, the silence broken only by the smallest of movements. Moved by his concern, Ellie tried to hide her true reaction. I've heard great things about your achievements, Inspector. They ascended the grand staircase, the air thick with unspoken anticipation. Were you very surprised? Us. A warm reassurance given amidst the gilded splendor of the Union halls. A wry smile plays across his face as he casually declares he'll simply invent the title needed. The blinding sunlight seemed to herald a momentous arrival. J.E.O. With a flourish, he welcomed the moment, basking in the spotlight. The tension was palpable as the new branch chief faced him. He sneered, dismissing the feelings of a lowly canine girl. A chilling presence rose, engulfing the air as Minchell braced himself. The tension broke as laughter echoed, masking the true weight of the introductions to come. It's to make it easier for Verdi to leverage my name. A heavy hand descends, a silent command towering over the one below. Suddenly, Minchell's presence erupts, radiating blinding power before the assembled crowd. A decisive placement. The transaction begins. A sharp intake of breath as the newly promoted executive stands silhouetted against the grand window. The press swarmed, a sudden, inescapable tide of lens and shouts. He paused, surveying the sterile, imposing architecture of the Union. The plan was set. Focus on climbing the tower, leaving Verdi to manage the spotlight. If I say even a single word, wouldn't that benefit the Interstellar Union too? The paperwork slid across the desk, the name Daniel now officially listed. Inspector, how have you been? The voice crackled with enthusiasm. A brilliant ascent into the sky garden, leaving the mundane world behind. Verdi, the apostle, bursts with ecstatic energy over the victory. A moment of awkward pause, the exchange of pleasantries cut short by a sudden, practical demand. Pandemonium's vile actions have been exposed, restricting their movements. The disruption means their plans are stalled. but the receiver simply nods in cold understanding. Overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the transaction, Hakan could only bury his face in his hands. A chilling, immense gate stands before him, radiating icy power. Long time no see, Hakan. A flash of suspicion crosses his face as the craftsman demands payment for his flawless work. The legendary pants settled perfectly, promising immense defense and absorption. The weight is almost non-existent, feeling perfectly molded to my form. A sudden, tight grip around the throat. The raw power asserting dominance in the dimly lit room. A firm, red-gloved hand grips the fabric of the tailored black suit. Long time no see, Hakan. Is this what I requested? Hakan presented the finished work, a testament to crafting that matched his style. A tense silence descends as Hakan's imposing presence looms, awaiting a response. Well, I'm asking for the material cost. A massive ledger of wealth appeared before him. Hakan presented the crafted legendary item, shimmering amidst a sea of gold. Hakan, bathed in the forge's infernal glow, sweats beneath the weight of his craft. The wealth from the Ant Empire, entrusted to Hakan for disposal. Surrounded by mountains of gold, the craftsman Hakan presented his creation. Hakan presented the finished work, bathed in the ominous red glow of his forge. A sudden realization, a cold, sharp focus in the dark. The sword is drawn, reflecting the intense, blood-red atmosphere of the aftermath. The sheer intensity of the encounter was palpable, hidden behind veiled words. Word came from the Information Guild about a rookie purchasing intel. Just before the chaos, a shadow lingers on the 6th floor. The artisan confirms his assumption. He'd been advertising his deeds. I crafted it to match your style, Hakan declared, the blacksmith's pride evident. So, it'd be wise to stay cautious in various ways. His sharp eyes caught the subtle truth behind the deception. A tremor rips through the air as he arrives on the 8th floor. This place is a ruin. The system interface flashed, revealing the grim nature of the new quest. Disaster. The quest objective materialized. Break through the shroud of death looming over New Camelot. They have recreated a world destroyed by calamity. This must be what the cities looked like after the Great Collapse. The chilling groan echoes through the ruins, confirming a grim reality. Zombies, of course, standing amidst the sepulchral ruins as the sun sets on a destroyed world. The desolate landscape confirmed the quest's grim title, Shadow of the Forgotten World. A sudden, blinding light erupts amidst the ruin. The zombies charged blindly into the purifying fire, their essence fading to ash. Too weak. The infinitesimal increase confirmed his overwhelming power. You idiot. Get out immediately. The roar echoed, shattering the sudden calm. Trace. Is this a stealth skill or something more? Humph. A momentary dismissal of the coming conflict. The overwhelming golden light flashes, signifying a catastrophic impact or arrival. A sudden, overwhelming power erupted, silencing the surrounding chaos. A primal, agonizing shriek tears through the air as the monstrous form recoils from the unseen assault. Incredible speed. The attack ripped through his defenses instantly. A flash of blinding green and yellow energy erupts, overwhelming the grotesque foe in a devastating strike. It's the impossible creature. The rookie remains silent, an empty bubble waiting to be filled. The devastating power erupts, shattering the cityscape in a blinding, golden flash. A sudden, agonizing cry splits the darkness. The initial assault, a torrent of green, failed to find purchase. An overwhelming flash of divine power obliterates the target, a silent testament to true strength. He readied his power, an unnerving golden light blooming around his gauntlets. Wait, were these the elven allies they had spoken of? The Vulcan warrior stood firm, enveloped in a burning aura of resolve. Was this power truly impossible to overcome? Correct, he confirms, his hands glowing with ethereal power. The initial shock has given way to an intense, almost divine presence. The Vulcan warrior recognized the face he was looking for. The imposing warrior reveals his true identity with a firm handshake. The rubble-strewn arena of destruction framed the mysterious stranger and the imposing warrior. The world outside the building blazed under the sickly light of night. The Vulcan warrior confirmed the truth, hanging heavy in the fading sunlight. A casual smile from the elf, but the dwarf beneath him seems uneasy. The rookie finally meets the imposing Vulcan warrior, Mithrang. The Vulcan warrior stood firm against the burning, golden horizon. His eyes narrowed, seeing something he hadn't expected: kindness. A shark-like grin promises aid, but with a clear caveat: this help demands recompense. This desperate plea cut through the tension. Saving a comrade was all that mattered now. I will owe you a debt from the 6th floor. The ruined city lay bathed in shadow, the infected spilling out like a tide. Under the veil of night, the ruined city pulsed with a terrifying, unnatural glow. He pauses, shrouded in an ominous green aura, his expression unwavering. The ruins are bathed in eerie light as a sudden, sharp sound cuts through the night fog. The divine power unleashes. Conventional defenses shatter against the hunter constellation's might. The variant numbers explode as darkness falls. A horrifying, mutated mosquito erupts from the shadows. A zombie blood mosquito. A blinding flash of energy erupted, the sound echoing off unseen walls. The air thrummed as he lashed out, an aura of violent energy flaring around him. The Vulcan warrior recoiled, realizing the overwhelming power closing in. The Vulcan warrior and the rookie faced the darkness, their weapons drawn and their auras shimmering. A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the ethereal atmosphere. The Vulcan warrior steps forward, his axe raised, ready for the inevitable confrontation. The Vulcan warrior held his comrade back, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. The terrifying glow of Nemesis blocked the clinic's activation. A low hum escaped him as he regarded the situation. A low hum of power surrounded the imposing figure, ready to face the threat. Is that so? The colossal silhouette loomed over the desolate cityscape. Let me show you that there's no such thing as absolute in this world. The sheer, overwhelming power of the infernal flames erupted. Trouble. The powerful figure emerged, an aura of sheer force erupting around him. This isn't a fight just anyone can handle. Nemesis nullifies over 90% of all conventional attacks. An SS-grade manifestation of raw power erupts from the Vulcan warrior. A blinding flash of purple energy erupted, signaling overwhelming power. I can tell. The power building around him was unmistakable. The explosion echoed, shaking the very foundations of the ravaged cityscape. The air thickens as a colossal, spectral character materializes against the ruined cityscape. A sudden surge of power enveloped the form, crackling with dark, vibrant energy. The sound of impact echoes as raw power surges through the desolate cityscape. A sudden, overwhelming flash of light, the ultimate price paid for victory. A chilling reward appears. A fragment of myth. A heavy sigh escapes, the exhaustion of battle still clinging to him. The Supreme Commander stands small against the raw, overwhelming manifestation of power. Mithrang's goodwill, offered freely, was now repaid in full. The system detects a power entirely alien to its records. A new being is forged in the ruins of battle. The essence of immortality now flows within him. The new host possesses a power entirely different from the deaths recorded. The chilling potential of the Summon General is laid bare, its essence tied to the infernal number. The newly resurrected general pledged fealty to the Supreme Commander. A terrifying surge of dark, purple energy erupted from the newly summoned general. Relief washed over them now that the ordeal was done. A faint, luminous cross sign glowed against the night sky, perhaps marking a sanctuary or a place of sterile certainty. The battle's aftermath leaves the resurrected general barely clinging to consciousness. The relief was short-lived, now focused only on the missing antidote. A sudden jolt of alarm pierced the air. Captain, you did it. Relief washes over them. The immediate danger has passed. A sudden shock, a soundless gasp as new power surfaces. Learn. Thank goodness. You made it back safe. That's plenty for me. A chillingly confident smile spreads as the conversation concludes. Mithrang's goodwill, offered freely, now feels repaid in full. I finally assimilated all that power. The digital interface flickered, displaying an image of a sharp-featured man. The administrator's presence loomed, revealing the mysterious figure known as Ordo. The final remnants of power unleash a deafening surge. A sharp, final command echoes in the void. The arrival is acknowledged, heralded by an imposing, spectral figure. A jarring notification. Supreme Command operations are being disrupted. The Supreme Commander's operations continued unabated. They fight well now, and the new system has become far more convenient. A final, agonizing shriek cuts through the dark. It seems I have extracted nearly everything of value from this confrontation. The deputy serving under Lord Tordoy has arrived to speak with Challenger Jen Minchel. A sudden shockwave of dark energy erupted, silenced only by a sharp exclamation. The trial system itself had sent an envoy to address him. A powerful new presence emerges from the darkness, its intentions masked by shadowed eyes. A stark realization, indicated by that sharp intake of breath. Ordo. A name whispered into the void. The divine aura of the Naga deputy, Favner, was momentarily obscured by the heavy shadow of the past. A moment of tense silence hung between the Naga deputy and the challenger, punctuated only by a subtle sound effect. The deputy's intense gaze conveys silent confrontation before she delivers her proposition. This unintended ease undermines the trial's true purpose, allowing passage without full qualification. A heavy silence hangs as the deputy's imposing presence is revealed in the oppressive darkness. The challenger calmly dismissed the deputy's concern, turning his attention back to the task at hand. The deputy's stern gaze confirmed the gravity of the situation, her silent reaction speaking volumes. The challenger acknowledges the administrator's subtle move, realizing his lingering presence was interpreted as a search for this hidden objective. The deputy, Favner, stands solemnly within the oppressive, violet-tinged chamber. The system confirms the new directive: enter the underground and confront the progenitor. With a decisive gesture, the hidden quest details were apparently accepted. Her determined gaze solidified, swearing her intentions with conviction. Despite the deputy's formal offer, the challenger dismisses the sidetrack, ready to move on. The challenger stepped forward, ready to face whatever awaited him within the laboratory. He easily dispatched the undead threat, his focus already shifting to the next step. The sudden, sharp sound echoed in the dark space as the deputy paused, mid-sentence. The administrator's gaze was now fixed upon the deputy, acknowledging the reality of the situation. The deputy finishes his statement, pausing as the challenger processes the terms of his proposal. The deputy, looking slightly taken aback by the challenger's mere presence, finally begins to speak. He inspects the monstrous form, noting the segmented, sharp protrusions and the ambient, vibrating sound filling the laboratory. The deputy confirmed that the challenger's interference was making the situation much harder for the system. The administrator and her deputy observed the challenger's reaction to the proposed hidden quest. The deputy's casual certainty shattered upon witnessing the challenger's sheer destructive power. Favner charges forward, a blur of imposing power, as the deputy struggles to articulate his next thought. Despite the immediate explosion, he offered a blunt assessment of the situation. His initial reaction to accepting the quest was one of anticipation, but now the reality of the situation set in. The explosive sound effect signaled the challenger's dramatic entry into the laboratory. A blinding flash erupts as the challenger forcefully breaches the containment. The challenger has finally entered the laboratory, his arrival marked by a surge of power. The solemn assessment from the deputy is interrupted by a sudden, sharp alarm blaring through the system. The terrifying source of the crisis reveals itself, consuming the frame in a bloody red aura. It is the virus. Despite the usual protocol requiring the vaccine system activation, he forced the laboratory door open. The deputy watches, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his masked face as the challenger processes the details. The deputy's silent assertion conveyed immediate gravity to the challenger. The powerful impact of his entry shattered the restraints, ignoring the required safety protocols. The challenger violently breaches the containment, bypassing the intended safeguards. The impact reverberated, revealing the true nature of the awakened entity, a mythical beast. The system immediately alerts him as he encounters the awakened progenitor virus. The progenitor virus awakens, forcing a direct confrontation before any preparation. The heavy thud signaled the challenger's arrival, shaking the very air with contained energy. The perfected nemesis unleashed a terrifying power. The heavenly demon dominion technique and authority of overwhelm. The challenger accepts the hidden quest, anticipating a genuine challenge this time. The challenger's sheer destructive force met the lab's defenses with an explosive impact, unleashing the ominous power. He readies his ultimate attack. Flames of Gehenna. The intense blow lands, validating his confidence in facing this horrifying progenitor virus. The progenitor virus recoiled from the challenger's devastating physical strike, groaning in pain. With a sinister grin, he channeled immense, crackling purple energy into his weapon. This raw excitement, fueled by the hidden quest, explodes outward as he prepares for the challenge ahead. The challenger accepts the hidden quest, accepting the challenge with quiet confidence. The trial concludes, leaving the observing officials stunned into silence by the impossible outcome. Startled by the sudden appearance, they finally recognized the familiar figure. Ordo. The air crackled as the key materialized, defying all expectations. As the final core vanished, the desperate, tense moment broke with a sudden expenditure of power. The overseer, recalling his earlier assessment, starts to voice a regret tied to his interaction with Favner. Despite the overwhelming odds and the consequences of his misjudgment, the challenger commits to the final, explosive strike. The final clash concluded with a burst of raw power, overwhelming the toxic residue. The administrator, still stunned by the challenger's success, begins to process the impossible feat before him. The final core shattered, unleashing the last burst of power just as the otherworldly reward appeared. The final, corrupted foot touches the platform, unleashing a powerful, guttural sound of overwhelming finality. The sheer power of the final technique erupted, cloaking the scene in blinding red and deep purple energy as the last core was annihilated. Even as the air thickens with lethal gas, he realizes the extent of the restrictions they imposed. The final surge of power was contained, the challenging object finally secured. The challenger calls out from the toxic, shadowed expanse, ready for the final confrontation. The final core is destroyed, unleashing the latent power of the divinity trait in a blinding surge of purple energy. With a final surge of blinding energy, he stood victorious amidst the golden aura. With a decisive grunt, the challenger channeled his final reserves just as the threat of the toxic gas closure loomed. The challenger unleashed their final, desperate strike, bathed in brilliant, searing light as the monstrous core thrashed below. The final, desperate surge of power demands a conclusive showdown now. The final, agonizing blow landed as the challenger screamed through the pain. He pushed through the pain, channeling the last of his strength for the final move. Unleashing the mixed lightning blade, the challenger slams down on the eighth core. The final core was destroyed, releasing a tremendous shockwave of energy and agony. The toxic gas surged around him, yet his grim resolve only hardened as he struck another core. Even with his defenses up, the relentless nature of the toxic gas remained a critical threat. With the last core struck, the challenger lunges through the intense crimson environment. The deputy hesitates, forced to acknowledge the challenger's impossible victory. The toxic gas erupted, accompanied by monstrous silhouettes, screaming a terrifying challenge directed squarely at him. With the final core destroyed, the toxic gas peaked, but a final, desperate move revealed something hidden. The final core exploded, unleashing a deafening sound and blinding energy. The final, desperate blow struck the monstrous core, illuminated by a violent burst of purple energy. With the final core destroyed, the challenger unleashed everything, determined that this ordeal must finally conclude. The final strike connects, unleashing a devastating wave of energy as the enemy roars in agony. He unleashed his ultimate move, activating the gaze of the Absolute against the final threat. The final core destroyed. The monstrosity shrieked in ultimate agony. The final core is struck, and the oppressive red aura screams that this is the absolute end. With the final core destroyed, the challenger roared their intent to finish this battle decisively. The administrators watched the impossible results unfold, utterly speechless at the challenger's triumph. The administrator's admission hung in the air, confirming the desperate gamble taken moments before. The deputy is left speechless, struggling to reconcile the impossible victory with the earlier odds. With all cores destroyed, a surge of immense power exploded outward. Should we call it luck? Or just incredible intuition? Was it mere luck? Or something far deeper that drove that impossible victory? The sheer impossibility of the feat hung in the air. Yet here they were. The deputy, still reeling from the challenger's impossible feat, suddenly snaps back to attention. The shocking activation of the master key caused an immediate, chaotic reaction from Ordo. The dust settles as the hidden quest concludes, revealing a sudden, unexpected reward. The final core vanishes, and a magnificent, ominous tome materializes before the challenger. The system tracked the successful completion of the preceding task with another achievement notice. The unexpected appearance of the map feature made him pause, eliciting a thoughtful, The ethereal energy surged as the tome's identity resolved itself within the system interface. The sheer power contained within the tome manifested as an aura, hinting at the chaos energy within. The ancient, powerful script stared back, overwhelming him with its implications. The cryptic runes shimmer, confirming the connection to the Drenka's trial grounds. The mysterious tome was finally in his grasp, the sound of its heavy cover closing echoing in the quiet space. A sudden, dark shockwave emanates, cutting off the preceding instruction. The system confirms a target is marked as a new entity is found. He acknowledged the reality unfolding before him. The system confirms the target's data is being processed, but the resulting change is unexpected. The heavy pressure of the immortal king's failed resurrection dissolved into a final, resigned utterance. A sudden surge of energy was contained, the last vestige of his previous resolve. The mysterious figure in the cat mask pauses, processing the gravity of what he's just learned. Of course, the tomes of the sun and moon are incredibly rare. The system announces the final command needed to initiate his plan. Act. The ominous figures exchanged silent acknowledgement as the path ahead was confirmed. The system stabilizes, transitioning from the previous chaotic energy into a structured sequence. The system highlights the stakes. This battleground transcends the ordinary. He absorbed the final details of the quest, confirming his mandatory role in this conflict. Regal's manipulative grin confirms his enjoyment of the impending conflict. This looks fun. He decisively selected the desired option. His fate in this new challenge sealed. The guide, an ethereal wolf-like figure, immediately acknowledges the protagonist's arrival. The guide, Silver, begins to explain the situation, starting with the city's faction. The guide, Silver, confirms his name as the player looks on, still processing his surroundings. Regal readily agrees, preparing to follow his comrade's lead into the fray. He looked up at the grandiose structure, wondering if this was truly a temple. The wolf confirms the faction name, Danan, as the protagonist processes the unexpected choice. The savage roar echoed, met only by a tense silence from the observing figure. With the key to his past potential in hand, he resolved to prepare before moving on. The mysterious beast, perhaps a guardian or a guide, materialized, offering an enigmatic farewell. "Hope we cross paths often," he mused, immediately followed by a dismissive question about brushing off imaginary pests. The newly acquired map displayed the contested terrain, highlighting the active conflict zone. The sheer force of the clash echoed in a blinding flash of light. The defender roared, bracing for the inevitable clash against the invaders. The battlefield erupted as the faction influence tally paused momentarily at 31%. He adjusted his cuff, the golden aura signaling readiness against the looming structures of the fortress. The defenders roared, their combined energy surging as they prepared to repel the invaders. Regal, seeing the dire situation, unleashes a powerful command to rally his forces. The sudden appearance of the enemy forces immediately galvanized the defenders. The unexpected arrival of familiar faces caused immediate shock and confusion. Recognition flashed across her face, meeting my unexpected presence. Recognition dawned sharply, The enemy before him was an unwelcome surprise. A moment of silent contemplation hangs heavy as one asks the fundamental question of the dire situation. The confident challenger from the Cloud Twin community offered a mocking retort. Seeing the dire situation, he had to ask about the local leadership structure. The young man, glowing faintly, looks on with surprise at the strange marking on his armored shoulder. Despite the obvious struggle, the young fighter insisted she could manage the threat alone. "I'll take care of it," she declares with fierce determination. "All right, thanks." The hero accepts the guidance, steeling himself for the next challenge. The sheer force of the sudden attack sends shockwaves through the battlefield. The planned counterattack initiated by Regigal had been anticipated, and the enemy immediately sounded the alarm. The advance guard reacts instantly, their spear points meeting the incoming threat with a unified, brilliant flash. The sudden application of overwhelming power slams into the enemy lines, revealing the target's name. He absorbed the shock of the devastating attack, his intense focus unwavering amidst the glowing purple energy. The enemy commander, enraged, could only stammer at the sudden reversal of fortunes. The commander, struck down, succumbs to the relentless assault, his final moments marked by a sickening impact. The Roman soldier screams as the raw, terrifying power of the shadowy aura consumes him. The commander's urgent retreat order signaled the devastating impact of the sudden arrival. The unexpected surge of power left the enemy bewildered by this unknown factor. The sudden, overwhelming assault results in immediate, visceral agony for the soldiers. The numerical advantage had decisively flipped in his favor. Now, his focus narrowed instantly. The chaotic, fiery explosion culminated in a deafening impact. As the battle concluded swiftly, a subordinate questioned if the fighting was finally over. The blinding light and explosive impact confirmed the devastating strike, eliciting pure shock. Despite the enemy's shock, the Queen's decisive counterattack was already underway, enveloped in a brilliant surge of energy. He stood, wreathed in golden energy, the fallen commander's defeat now confirmed. The shocking realization hit the enemy commander. Surviving that blow was impossible. A sharp impact, a digital flash, and the sound of sudden defeat filled the air. The imposing figure, shrouded in purple energy and chains, reemerges from the smoke after crushing the enemy commander. The mysterious figure grounds himself, chains shimmering with potent violet energy. The shocking victory and sudden eruption of purple energy confirmed the impossible. The overwhelming attack concluded swiftly, leaving devastation in its wake. Nodius clears his throat, ready to explain the desperate situation to the newcomer. The countdown for their counterattack had begun, his eyes sharp amidst the dust and smoke. The supposed victor paused, mocking the downed commander before realizing the trick. The chaotic aftermath of the sudden confrontation is momentarily obscured by a chilling, silent void. The system registers a defeated foe, but the true impact is felt as enemy stats drop within the radius. He absorbed the revelation, finding the narrative of simple misfortune hard to accept. The concept of advancing via contribution points is laid bare, illustrating a stark ladder to success. Nodius exhaled, recognizing the sheer desperation of their situation. The hero checks in with his unexpected teammate, perhaps sensing a moment of weakness. The brutal counterattack had begun, catching the defending troops completely off guard. Nodius shrugs dramatically, implying a clear outcome to the protagonist's situation. The reality of their dwindling time hung heavy as they questioned the remaining duration. As the urgency of the situation pressed in, a swift, decisive thought formed in their mind. She recognized the name, remembering how readily Regigal had agreed to the daring counterattack plan. The commander, now identified as Nodius, stands ready amidst the smoke and chaos of the recent battle. The tide has turned. The enemy's flag is raised high amidst the chaos. The Queen's audacious counterattack targets Belfast, a third-class fortress, aiming to exploit gaps in Olympus's vast defenses. Nodius shielded his eyes from the rising light, surveying the newly engaged battle lines. The plan was to hit Dundalk, yet the enemy forces are already here, attacking. Nodius's casual confidence, even amidst the aftermath, makes the purple-haired woman blush slightly, clearly taken aback by his presence. The crimson carnage stains the fortress walls. The consequences of the battle are clear. The strategy hinges on exploiting Olympus's widely dispersed forces to strike a key target. Belfast, Regigal, clearly seeing the tactical advantage, readily agreed to the desperate counterattack plan. Despite the chaos, the queen settled into the grim reality of their third siege. Nodius, witnessing the scale of the assault, affirms the crucial element in warfare. Nodius, having just explained the dire situation, reacts with quiet contemplation to the startling news. The enemy commander roared, signaling the start of a desperate charge. The exchange continues as the younger man asserts his identity. "I'm not Kid, I'm Nodius." A young soldier watches, wide-eyed, as the battle erupts around the leader he is tasked to protect. With his enemies routed, he solidified his dominance, ready to secure his gains. The explosion of power engulfed the area. Even as a renowned conquering ruler in his home dimension, he understands the unforgiving nature of war here. The overwhelming might of the towering foe loomed, its shadow eclipsing the B ranker. The sheer cost of such immense power stunned the challenger observing the battlefield. The mighty strike unleashed a blinding surge of purple energy, shattering the surrounding space. Even after witnessing this demonstration, the sheer, unknowable nature of his strength remained astounding. The stunned Olympian commander could only question the sheer, unbelievable capability of the B ranker who just defeated their forces. Despite the overwhelming odds, their initial success left the enemy baffled by the B ranker's power. Danan's forces stood ready, a grim, spear-wielding silhouette against the fading battle. The infinite life Buddha reeled from the unexpected, brutal impact of the B ranker's counterattack. The immense power of the infinite life Buddha's technique struck with shattering force. A deafening impact echoed as the foe was struck down hard, signaling the brutal end of the skirmish. The final toll of the battle registered. The third-grade fortress, Belfast, was successfully captured. The messenger delivered troubling news of Olympus's massive strength, yet the great hero seemed unfazed. What's the issue? However, the captured fortress of Belfast lacked the crucial transport gate. The speed of troop replenishment hinges entirely on this feature. The immediate threat passed. The young ruler absorbed the gravity of the situation. The messenger delivered startling news. Danan had successfully struck back against Olympus. The crucial obstacle was the lack of a transport gate, demanding an immediate follow-up target. The news of Danan's surprising counterattack left the opposing side utterly bewildered. The clash of power erupted in a blinding flash, signaling the end of the skirmish. The B ranker's final, desperate move, Infinite Life Buddha, unleashes a blinding surge of power. The battlefield subsided, leaving the B ranker standing with a confident, unsettling smirk. Even after their minor victory, exhaustion hung heavy between the two survivors. The tide had turned, and with the swift capture of Belfast, the next objective was already in sight. The massive fortress, battered but standing, seemed to groan under the assault. Having taught the deserters a lesson, the hero turns back toward his ally amidst the wreckage. A sudden chime signaled a system notification, pulling focus back to the immediate status. The great hero's reputation preceded him, drawing questions about the recent victories of the Danan faction. Even with few soldiers, the quality of Danan's elite druids cannot be ignored. Even elite druids struggle when they cannot effectively deploy their numbers across the terrain. The defeated challengers, realizing the futility of their efforts, could only stare in confused silence as the victors stood over them. The victorious skirmish ended, but the realization of their manpower shortage brought a wave of chilling dread. Amidst the fading glow of battle, the exhausted challengers stood, seemingly overwhelmed by the chaotic aftermath. They returned to Aaron, the home base, under the bright, clear skies. He silently assessed the resource cost, perhaps calculating the next move in this brutal territorial exchange. He stared blankly, barely processing the mention of the temple. As the powerful forces of Olympus approached, the remaining Danan members gathered, anticipation heavy in the air. The victorious general returned to Eren, only to be met by his colleagues' exasperated reaction. The great hero paused, processing the unexpected success of the counterattack. The defeated faction recoiled, their leader watching the B-ranker with intense, yellow-eyed scrutiny. The colossal defender's sheer presence was evident, echoing the previous display of power. His satisfied smirk promised further action, seeing their captured fortress as merely the starting point. The monstrous brute was finally subdued, its last pained cry echoing as the B-ranker assessed the defeated foe. The great hero listened intently, receiving news of the Danan counterattack. Ignoring the massive odds, the B-ranker stood firm, ready to confront the monstrous general. The hero's unexpected aggression elicited only bitter contempt from the defeated enemy. Enraged by the insult, the powerful opponent unleashed his fury, clearly feeling the weight of the defeat. As the spell connected, the intimidated local challenger roared in disbelief. The B-ranker, having faced down supposed superior forces, simply stated his intent with a chillingly confident smirk. The Danan banner flutters defiantly amidst the chaos, its capture a sign of victory. The grim realization struck. They were 100 short on the manpower needed for a full push. The B-ranker's decisive victory over the deserters only stoked the greater conflict. The tactical deployment of glowing, crossed blades heralded the next phase of the assault. The elder considered the current situation, his expression unreadable as he reviewed the data. The taunt rings out, fueling the raw intensity of the attack. Despite the intense display of skill, the sparring partner could only grit his teeth in effort. The tense standoff continues as the imposing challenger demands the source of his fighting style. A menacing smile spreads as dark energy surges, readying for the proposed battle. The intense sparring session had just concluded, leaving Midian humbled yet strengthened. The imposing envoy from the Brahmin faction, radiating palpable killing intent, finally reveals himself. The demon cultist recoiled, his intense questioning met only by Jinmu's sheer ignorance of their power levels. The power surge culminates, visually representing the tower's elusive chromatic realm. He processed the foreign term, the concept of colors hanging in the air. His confident smirk promised a difficult price for the knowledge requested. The implication of reaching the chromatic realm fully sinks in, leaving him momentarily stunned. Sounds like there's even a colors level ranker among them. He processed the newfound information, the term chromatic settling in his mind. His power level was apparently on par with the demons of Pandemonium. The intimidating energy surged, announcing the arrival of the demon cultist. The mysterious opponent, Blood Fox, pauses, the confrontation hanging heavy in the air. He stared at the glowing interface, processing the implications of the chromatic realm. He was about to accept the challenge, pressing yes to the impending battle. The system feedback confirmed his aggressive plan. Immediate resource expenditure. She managed a small, breathless affirmation despite the tension of the confrontation. Blood Fox paused, his demeanor shifting as he surveyed the unseen information on the holographic screen before him. The triumphant laugh echoed as the enemy's banner unfurled, signaling a brutal declaration. The newly trained minion explodes onto the scene, announcing his completed resurrection with brute force. The challenger's aggressive opening immediately forces a reaction, leaving the youth stunned by the sheer force. The man with the relaxed, sinister smile questioned the state of the person he'd just confronted. His challenge accepted. The sheer power radiating from the challenger made the man's grin widen with excitement. Minion's penalty period finally ended, prompting an immediate, eager challenge from his companion. The clash of power erupted, marking the intensity of their confrontation. His composed demeanor hides the true power he'd just unleashed. Minion's penalty period finally ended, allowing him to re-enter the fray. A familiar, challenging energy returned as someone stepped forward. The intense pressure of the looming fight manifested as a sudden, solid impact. The sheer force of the impact erupts, confirming the technique used. The powerful exchange left the opponent stunned, reeling from the unexpected force. The imposing figure stood over the fallen warrior, unleashing a final, crushing blow, confirming the defeat. One of the victors offered a brief acknowledgement. That proud Mirim actually wants to ally with us? As the envoy's energy flares with killing intent, he is identified. The tension erupts as an unseen force radiates an undeniable, murderous intent. She looked utterly confused by his bold declaration of confidence. The intensity of the previous clash still hangs in the air as the newcomer introduces himself. The moment we meet, it's all about martial arts, he challenged, sensing the connection. The mention of a sect clearly catches Blood Fox off guard, interrupting his aggressive posturing. The realization sinks in. This imposing figure must be the emissary from Mirim. Oshim? The name echoed, catching his attention immediately. If this man is truly Jakeshim's descendant, his reaction to Bangkwan's technique makes immediate sense. The true explanation was too unbelievable. Instead, he focused on the anomaly before him. His expression hardened, finally regaining awareness amidst the chaotic energy. The confrontation reaches its peak as he makes his demand. A duel to gauge the current state of Mirim's strength. Blood Fox's intense glare meets my challenge. He seems ready to fight about it. The raw power of the perfected strike radiated outward in a blinding, concussive wave. Sohyop unleashed the full force of the true technique, the air trembling with overwhelming power. Sohyop, having witnessed the true technique, now received a compliment on his own energy flow. Despite his weakened state, a sudden surge of rage propelled him into a desperate final scream. The original master's technique, the pure essence of Thunderbreak, manifested powerfully before them. He emphasized the true essence of his technique, noting its direct power without deceptive maneuvers. He unleashed the partial technique, the Iron Mountain Slash, as proof of his incomplete understanding. Struck down by the true form, the defeated martial artist could only utter a pained groan. His raw power erupted, fueled by the revelation that his technique was incomplete. Witnessing that immense power, his shock registered instantly, recognizing the technique. The opponent was stunned by the display of the true technique, questioning the sudden surge of power. The roar of his true technique echoed, revealing the complete power of the destructive Thunderbreak fist. The raw power of the fully unleashed technique crashed down, leaving only explosive sound effects in its wake. The true form of the dark, heavenly Asura technique erupted, demanding attention. Having shown his true technique, he prepares to deliver the ultimate blow. Sohyop unleashed the true, complete form, the dark, heavenly Asura fist. This is the true essence, the complete form of the technique. Mushim's imposing display of strength shocked his subordinates into stunned silence. The defeated warrior sputtered, utterly broken after witnessing the true peak of Sohyeop's technique. The defeated warrior struggled to utter the name of the technique he had just witnessed. Sohyop, having proven his sincerity, was met with a quiet acknowledgement of the tense alliance. He revealed the second version complete of the technique, shocking his stunned opponent. The shock of the true technique faded as the martial artist began to explain the history behind the incomplete art. The history of martial arts corruption now points toward a terrifying figure, a being called Dimas. The former rival, Mushim, stands illuminated, revealing his true, powerful presence. The dramatic confirmation of the alliance was sealed with this ominous display of power. The exchange concludes, and Dimas begins to feel the strain of his translocation. He notices his signature dark mana is severely suppressed. The demonic figure smirks, his true power beginning to manifest in the crimson aura. Dimas absorbed martial arts to fuel his clan's desire for continental domination. The demon boasts that his clan's greed for strength only grew after seizing the demonic cult's knowledge. Sohyop sighed, realizing the true manual had been lost to his past self long ago. The defeated man slumped over, bloodied and defeated by the display of true power. The defeated warrior, bloodied and humbled, is now being dismissed by Sohyop. The humbled martial artist dismissed the lingering doubt, deeming the display of true power utterly ridiculous. Sohyop, despite his injuries, prepares to demonstrate the true power he spoke of. The defeated martial artist, bloodied and enraged, threatens to demonstrate his supposed superiority. Omushim finally let his guard down, reflecting on his past life and what he'd gained. The momentary shock of the alliance's formation dissolves into a brilliant, almost blinding spectacle. Having acknowledged his shortcomings, the powerful warrior beamed with sincere gratitude. Sohyop's words hung in the air, causing confusion as the speaker continued to detail their surprising intentions. The ally, Omushim, prepares to share the details of their surprising agreement. Having revealed his true power, Omushim now sits, contemplating his next words. With the truth revealed, the alliance solidifies, and Omushim now speaks with clear intent. The temporary alliance against Olympus had been solidified through shared understanding. The revelation about Deimos leaves the demon cult members bewildered, questioning the history of their own arts. Sohyop accepts the challenge, ready to demonstrate the true power of the technique. The tense standoff dissolved into an unexpected, shared moment between Omushim and Sohyop. Isn't hidden malice the most threatening thing of all? The demon cult emissary, now satisfied with the understanding reached, offers a final, meaningful expression. The tense negotiations concluded as the sun began to set over the building. Zero Mushim returned, not alone, but with subordinates ready for battle. The triumphant Blood Fox revealed his true strength, flanked by his imposing subordinates. Omushim leans in, whispering his intentions to solidify the alliance. The two grim figures from the demonic cult stood ready, their intimidating presence reinforcing the fragile alliance. The sheer force of the technique left him reeling, confirming the immense power difference. The campaign to capture Galway, Olympus's first-grade fortress, begins with a deafening impact. The imposing barrier, a transparent shield, shuddered violently under the unseen pressure. The enemy recognizes the breach, their initial composure shattering into frantic orders. The breach of the first-grade fortress, Galway, sent shockwaves through the huddled defenders. The challenger's satisfied smirk confirms his control over the battle's outcome. The divine being recoiled, registering the pressure of an external power prying into its realm. That smirk confirmed it. He knew the trick wouldn't stop him for long. The supposed guardian prepares his counterattack with immense, glowing power. The resulting clash was immediate, the young warrior bracing against the incoming threat. The brute force of the attack shattered the enemy's composure, leaving him stunned by the sheer power displayed. The trap is sprung, promising to make this place his inescapable prison. My successful capture of Galway has brought me straight to the temple's entrance. The divine power pushed back, Nuada's stark warning echoing in the sudden, oppressive silence. The raw impact rattles the air, obscured by smoke and ruin. The barrier's magical force meets a defiant laugh, the impact shattering the illusion of safety. The shock of the barrier's activation was instantly met by overwhelming force, shattering the illusion of safety. The hooded figure scoffed at the mention of Mirim, clearly dismissing the threat. Where did the challenger even come up with such nonsense? Do you really think I wouldn't have anticipated a trick like that? He smirked, unleashing raw power. That reaction confirmed it. A hidden divinity was indeed trying to look deeper into the matter. The darkness answered his challenge, demanding greater fortifications. The immediate, shocking realization of being trapped caused an audible gasp from the cloaked figures. The external deity's probing drew a sharp, agonizing reaction, confirming the hidden barrier's true depth. The divine power surge confirmed the sheer destructive force of the impact. That guy is. His furious roar confirms his lineage. He hails from the Tuma clan. While the main focus was on Galway, the true blow was already struck elsewhere. That ominous figure confirms the simultaneous assault on Amric. The true casualty of the diversion was Olympus, who fell for the feint hoping for a swift engagement. With the barriers up, the protagonist stands amidst the shattered remnants of his opponent's trap. The external divinity's probing met with resistance as Jen Minchell pushed his query deeper. The successful capture of Galway signaled an immediate return to Erin. Acknowledging the unprecedented feat, the Danan leader smiled, calling the challenger quite remarkable. The successful capture of the first-grade fortress, Galway, earned a simple, yet profound acknowledgement. His satisfied gaze swept upward, confirming the calculated success of his scheme. The glorious, shimmering facade of the Dinan temple appeared before him, awaiting his entry. The mystical glow illuminated the lush, ancient growth, highlighting the ethereal fruits hanging heavy. Arriving at the Dinan faction's core, the atmosphere felt immediately different. A complete, lush forest enveloped them. The overwhelming presence of the divine being caused a stunned silence, even for the accompanying regigal. The stone visage of the Dinan leader remains impassive as the challenger's audacious inquiry settles in the sacred space. The external divinity's probing gaze was met with an immediate, intense reaction. The display flickers, hinting at a powerful, unseen presence attempting to probe deeper. After a brief delay, the figure of Nuada Argetlami materialized before the challenger. Nuada smiles confidently, ready to claim his next words. He offered a self-assured smile as the girl beside him looked on with slight confusion. The exertion of the plea causes a sudden, strange flicker of recognition. Finally standing before the imposing structure, the grand fortress of Galway loomed. The divine presence shifts, confirming the transformation to its spectral, silver form. The challenger, now standing before the ancient tree, began to speak his mind. The sound of something solid bracing or yielding echoed as an external divinity pressed against the established boundaries. The Supreme King, Nuada, places a reassuring hand upon the challenger's head. Nuada acknowledges the challenger's inherent divinity, yet Min Chial affirms his mortal status for now. Nuada acknowledged the request, basking in the glowing confirmation of his power. Nuada presented the rewards list, urging me to observe the treasures available. The sheer pressure of his inquiry caused an external divine entity to try and peer into the matter. The powerful deity's reaction confirmed Jen Minchel's hunch. The item definitely existed. The air hummed with tension as Minchel stood before the Dinan leader, the request hanging unspoken between them. After being granted permission, the challenger finally stated his request to Lord Nuada. That reaction confirmed his suspicion. A divine entity was indeed trying to probe deeper into his request. Jen Minchel processes the temple's offerings, a slight hesitation crossing his features. That reaction confirms it. The presence of an external divinity trying to influence the selection process. The forbidden artifact, the fruit of paradise lost, manifests in a wash of blinding, golden light. The fruit of paradise lost. The mythical artifact remained elusive even here. He absorbed the martial world's proposal, yet the lingering doubt remained in his eyes. His internal struggle continues, the required 5 million points seemingly out of reach. With a plan set, the great hero asked the martial world representatives for their final confirmation. They were clearly underestimating my current capabilities, thinking 5 million was an unreachable sum. The demanded tribute is paid. The system acknowledges the offering with a bright, resounding flourish. The sheer force of the counterattack was undeniable. Olympus had been utterly wiped out. The blinding light of power consumed the scene, the devastating impact echoing through the ravaged cityscape. A shadowy figure in golden robes paused, the ominous sound of a tremor echoing around them. The massive being's bare foot stepped down with intimidating weight, signaling the start of a tense confrontation. The cost of divine intervention is made clear as the assembled deities are named. With the immediate threat assessed, the two heroes stand ready, illuminated by the dark chamber's strange glow. The Olympian envoy stood firm, their imposing presence demanding attention amidst the tense negotiations. With their plan to strike the main camp, the figure in yellow demands Omisim watch the rear. The king of the gods, Zeus, is finally revealed, presiding over the supplicants. The hero listened intently as the masked figure delivered their message. The exchange concluded with a nod of submission, and now the divine contingent introduces another key figure. Mobius acknowledged the steep price, yet the offer itself was a necessary step. The summons was answered as the assembled might of Olympus radiated a palpable, divine energy. The hero processed the final assessment, the word echoing as he prepared for the crucial next move. Seeing the hero hesitate, the divine being offered quiet approval to their decision. The identity of the summoned divine being is revealed. Ares, the god of battle. With the plan settled, the group prepared to move on Thebes. Good. The divine being confirmed that only comparable power can challenge the encroaching god. Under the fading twilight, the camp hummed, ready for the next move in this perilous game. He stared at the strategic map, his grunt betraying his deep contemplation of the situation. Despite the massive territorial gains, the sheer scale of the remaining objective looms ahead. Amsim eagerly confirms his commitment, ready to follow his benefactor's lead. The tension remained high as they confirmed their lack of intel on Olympus's current movements. As Emusum ascended, the memory of life with Oyaxum surged back. Amsim, having reached enlightenment, now bowed deeply in repayment of the grace he received. Ringmoko seemed smug, while the hero listened intently, sensing a trap. The martial world leader simply stared, his expression unreadable beneath his ancient facade. The king questions the obvious military move to reinforce Thebes. The Taoists sensed the great hero's agreement, prompting a brief, tense pause before the next move. The leader, having carefully considered the situation, was ready to voice her concerns about the suspicious invitation. Despite the grand setting, the king privately found the proffered chair lacking in regal dignity. The offer was accepted, and now the summoned warrior is presented in miniature form. My subordinate Nodius used his clairvoyance to gather intelligence. From the shadows, the scout peered out, eyes straining against the twilight. Even with all arrangements made, a sudden, unsettling realization flashed in his widened eyes. The martial world faction, taking the bait, prepares to march on the deserted fortress. His internal debate was interrupted by a simple, non-committal sound, reflecting his unease. Galway has fallen. The Tuatha De Danann now pressed their advantage on the map. The martial world leader, sensing the immediate opportunity, declared his eagerness to act. The protagonist conceded the point, his quiet contemplation interrupted by the gravity of the situation. The hero registered his surprise, momentarily lost for words. She leaned in, confirming their shared suspicion with a sly smirk. Amsim, having just pledged loyalty, prepares to voice his opinion on Olympus's movements. The great hero seemed confident, while his companion looked on with mounting suspicion. The hero's conviction was met with a sly, almost unnerving grin. The final, tense orders are given as the unified force prepares for the decisive advance. The assembled forces watch from the precipice as the sun sets over their occupied stronghold. Even with the trap laid bare, the question remained, what choice did they truly have now? I've made the necessary arrangements, she assures, feeling confident in their bold move. The martial world faction, now focusing on Olympus, scouts the formidable stronghold known as Thebes. Even with the enemy close, Omusum's confident expression promised unwavering loyalty. Even recognizing the potential trap, his confidence remained unshaken. He intended to exploit whatever trick Olympus set. The war god's dark energy surges, accompanied by an ominous sound effect signaling his arrival. The immediate danger shifts focus. Their goal now is to prevent the fortress breach at all costs. The overwhelming impact echoes, forcing the self-proclaimed war god back from his arrogant stand. The war god's sudden, massive explosion behind them confirmed the trap had sprung. The enemy scrambles, desperately trying to reinforce their defenses against the onslaught. The confident anticipation of a quick victory suddenly shattered as a distant, massive explosion rocked their positions. As the dust settled from the battle, Ares' shadow made his intentions clear. The war god's final, arrogant strike connected, tearing through the fortress wall with explosive force. Just as the protagonist stabilized, a sharp, blinding light erupts, drawing a shocked reaction. The shocking exchange, fueled by past torment, has culminated in a blinding display of overwhelming power. The sudden, brilliant explosion from the rear momentarily stalls their assault. A chilling realization dawns as the protagonist's senses react violently to the rear attack. The defeated Ares, laughing through his bloodied face, mocks the notion of victory. The battle was won, but the price was steep as he carried his fallen comrade away. The victor looms over the defeated Ares, unleashing a divine flame upon the fallen shadow god. The battle concluded swiftly. The shadow of Ares fell broken and defeated. The war god's boasting was met with silence. only internal monologue remaining. The arrogant Ares, the self-proclaimed successor, stood utterly shaken by the mortal's defiance. The war god, Ares' shadow, smugly observes the status screen confirming his victory. The war god's arrogance boiled over, fueled by the direct insult. He demanded accountability for the thug label. A searing, golden light explodes outward as the defeated god's divine essence begins to coalesce. Even without his divinity, Ares' shadow still boasts immense power against mere editors. The system screens flash, confirming the impossible claim of victory. The war god's shadow, fully revealed, dismisses the protagonist as a lesser deity and vows to crush him. The war god's domain power is suddenly weakened, nullifying the stat reduction penalty against the user. The shadow Ares dismisses the mortal's insult with chilling contempt, signaling the true battle is about to begin. The shadow god, Ares, is momentarily restrained, his boastful confidence meeting an unexpected halt. Even with overwhelming power, the shadow god's blows were met with sheer, desperate resistance. The war god's arrogance surfaces as the sheer force of the mortal realm's attack throws him violently backward. The chains of divine power bind as overwhelming. Radiant energy erupts in a deafening clash. His blinding golden aura erupted, fueled by his arrogant claim as the rightful successor to the god of struggle. As Ares unleashed his fiery intensity, a singular resolve burned in his declaration. A blinding surge of power erupted as the war god's domain struck, ending the arrogant display. The clash of titans erupts in blinding light and sound. The supposed war god, Ares, was left utterly stunned by the unexpected counterattack. The newly crowned shadow, Ares, flashes a chilling, triumphant smile amidst the dust of battle. He roared, his supposed divine status merely fueling his frantic, desperate final attack. As Ares specializes in weapon mastery, the hero vows to meet every strike head-on. The enemy god's power shatters into pieces as the attack lands, sending jagged shards scattering across the ethereal sky. The victor stands amidst the fading aftermath, the brief triumph settling in. The war god Ares collapses, his defeated hand falling limply onto the blood-soaked ground. Even after that overwhelming exchange, the war god's heir could only choke out a single word. Impossible. Even broken and bleeding, the vanquished Ares declares his true, terrifying status. The triumphant shadow looms, its weapon raised high above the fallen warrior. With a final, chilling declaration, the clash reaches its brutal, definitive conclusion. Even with the divine usurper boasting, a chilling realization dawns on the victor. Reflecting on the fallen foe, a slight regret lingers about not pursuing a full commitment earlier. The good sign flashes, confirming the successful acquisition of the war god's wrath replica. The divine light streams down, illuminating the glorious realm of Asgard. The silhouettes of the Gehenna challengers loom large, their intentions shrouded in darkness and demonic energy. Amidst the mounting pressure, Gehenna's challenger, Luton, reveals himself with a sinister smirk. Even the efforts of Gehenna's challenger, the high-ranked demon Luton, did not fare well. The shadowy figure stands resolute, confirming the unbelievable identity. The shadowy figure's clawed hands closed around the glowing, ominous relic. The old master contemplated the precarious alliances as his expression shifted to deep thought, marked by a thoughtful, young Wolge's calculating gaze showed he was already weighing his options regarding this unexpected new player. The satisfied challenger bids farewell, his gaze holding a knowing confidence. Beneath the surface, a deep, unsettling feeling remains. The mysterious figure in yellow stood watching, contemplating their next move amidst the chaos. Weighing the complex choices, the individual ponders a direct engagement with a Tuatha De Danann. With the proposal laid bare, a sinister smile confirmed the unspoken agreement. After securing Thebes, a temporary, eerie silence fell over the escalating conflict. The aftermath of the conflict against Ares left Thebes captured and secured, yielding the formidable war god's wrath. The relentless attacks forced the protagonist to constantly shift defenses against the elusive Mobius mages. The urgency in the young challenger's voice cut through the tension as he rushed toward Jen Minchell. As the alliance leaders debated strategy, Nodius offered a final, perhaps cynical, self-introduction. The tense negotiation concluded with a surprising proposal from the cunning elder. The second envoy from Miram is introduced, Tang Soryang. He formally introduced himself, confirming his identity amidst the chaos. The youthful envoy smiles mysteriously, her status confirmed as one who has reached the peak of transcendence. The raw, primal energy surges, but the targeted individual merely resists the overwhelming aura. The proposal hangs in the air, leaving Midian momentarily speechless as he processes the implications. The maniacal laughter preceded the final, devastating blow. He commanded his opponent to take one more hit. Omushim accepted the challenge, his newly refined power radiating intensely as he stood his ground. The shocking transformation of Blood Tiger prompts an astonished reaction from the Miram envoy. The rigorous training session concludes, leaving Omushim satisfied with his growth. Omushim, his newly refined technique ready, offered a respectful martial bow to the newcomers. Blood Tiger's surprise confirmed the arrival of someone from Miram, likely related to the envoy. His surprise confirmed her assessment. The aging suppressing poison worked perfectly. Lord Midian found the situation highly amusing, ready to leverage this newfound political opening. The stern gaze of the Brahmin challenger lingered, processing the shocking upheaval caused by the non-ranker. The power surging around the great warrior was palpable, leaving observers stunned. He contemplated if revealing the mythical poison now would sway Tang Soryang. Despite her vast experience with deadly toxins, this glowing substance was entirely new to her. The realization of the deadly contract hung heavy in the tense silence. She recognized the potent, mythical nature of the poison offered by Midian. The mysterious, potent poison he offered stunned the elderly poison master into momentary silence. Caught off guard by the sudden, rough contact, she let out an involuntary cry. He grinned sharply, possessing a confidence that always preceded a decisive move. A sharp intake of breath cuts through the ethereal, dust-mote-filled air of the grand hall. Tang Soryang savored her victory, having successfully secured Jen Minchell using her soul-captivating incense. Yang Wolja, satisfied with the outcome of his tactical maneuver, finally expressed his approval. Midian smiled, deciding to play along with the envoy's visit for strategic benefit. His sinister smile confirms his intent. The terms are laid out for cooperation. With a threat of poison neutralized and a new contract established, the confrontation concludes. The journey upward was met with a blinding, ethereal shimmer off the massive peaks. The door, once considered impenetrable, now yields with an echoing thwack. The raw power erupts, marked by a resounding crack against the icy expanse. The confirmation of Nuada's acknowledgement secured my new assistant's loyalty. As the deception concluded, I finally reached the domain of Lunu, marked by their banner fluttering proudly. The journey's true essence, hidden within the blinding white peaks, begins to reveal itself. The Frost Giant commander offered a brief, dismissive chuckle before laying out the true obstacle before me. She assured me that with her deception in place, young Wolja would remain distracted. My calculated approach allowed me to ascend swiftly into Lunu's frigid domain. The path was clear. Lunu's territory lay ahead, and now the alliance was solidifying. The promised entrance to the Mimir well revealed itself with blinding light. The chill of the north was immediately evident as I landed, the cold energy surging around me. Confronted by the colossal guardian, the challenger could only recognize the sheer power radiating from that person. The formidable figure confirms his identity, a chillingly imposing frost giant. As predicted, the vanguard bought the lie, allowing my true objective to commence. The giant's internal assessment concludes. Jen Minchell, so the field commander, Polstark, was introduced after the initial demand for a joint front was flatly refused. The giant's refusal had a condition. Reach the summit of Mount Siga. The towering frost giant commander suddenly grips me, his immense strength shocking my system. The Titan commander, Polstark, regarded the young challenger with an assessing gaze. The giant commander dismissed my request for an alliance outright, telling me to turn back. Polestark's imposing presence solidified the challenge. Now, what would the Titan commander say? The commander's gaze remained fixed, ready to respond to the challenger's final question. Even when rejecting my proposal, you owe me a proper explanation, don't you? The colossal impact shook the very air as the Titan descended, the sound effect emphasizing its sheer weight. My attack was easily intercepted by the massive frost giant standing guard. The giant regarded my rapid approach, unimpressed by my ability to keep pace with his stride. The frost giant commander dismissed the challenge, unimpressed by the challenger's speed. The frost giant commander stared, his icy gaze challenging the young challenger before him. The Titan commander regarded me with a cold, ancient gaze, addressing me simply as kid. The frost giants and the other mythic races once ruled eras, their glory immense. The air grew instantly frigid as the imposing figure of the Titan revealed itself, his presence confirming the goal, the ninth floor. His stunned expression captured the sheer shock of the sudden, unexpected opening. Breaking through the icy river, I confronted the Titan's imposing presence. The commander arrived at the sacred well, only to be met by another figure already present. The chilling waters wash ashore as my mind immediately turns to the powerful entity they mentioned. The heavy, waterlogged lid finally gave way, confirming the arduous months spent investigating the submerged entrance. The protagonist, now submerged, approaches the mysterious, sealed door, ready to confront whatever lies beyond. The compass, hidden within the shell, suddenly reacted, resonating with the very fabric of infinity space. Emerging from the darkness, I was met with a radiant, almost celestial glow. The heavy, sealed door resisted, but the accumulated energy finally broke through with a resounding thud. The powerful surge of blue energy erupted around me as I materialized in the frigid domain. I hadn't expected the entry to be this smooth. Even after all this manipulation, the ancestors' unspoken threat remained suspended above them. The tension in the air was palpable, a heavy silence preceding the inevitable clash. Standing upon the rippling water, he held the prize aloft, the shimmering essence of Mimir's well. I held the well of Mimir, a powerful artifact now bound to me. This was far better than merely handing it over. The path to the well of Mimir, finally illuminated by the pearl's power, stood revealed. The young one descended into the light, claiming the prize that held the ancestral wisdom. The mythical artifact, now bound to him, glowed brilliantly within the water. The successful land assault on Athens was a feint. Confusion reigned as the true target was revealed. Overwhelmed by relief, the elder expressed gratitude as the ancestral wish was finally realized. The great warrior, having successfully diverted the Titan's attention, was ready to unleash the true strategy. The sudden appearance of massive enemy forces leaves the watchman completely bewildered. He held the shimmering artifact aloft, the well of Mimir now his possession. The artifact's essence fully transfers, declaring the well of Mimir irrevocably his own. The abstract transition continued, signaling the rapid exchange of information between the two parties. The Titan Elder's triumphant expression falters as he realizes the trickery afoot. He laughed, recognizing the leverage the bound artifact granted him over the furious Titan ancestor. With the promise now twisted, he shamelessly claims he'll drink the wisdom himself. Ignoring their desperate pleas, he lifted the well of Mimir to his lips. Desperation turned to greed. They would stop at nothing to secure the well's power. He confirmed their agreement, holding the bound well of Mimir aloft before the disappointed Titans. The defenders of Arcadia were utterly stunned by the sudden, impossible appearance of the enemy fleet. He leaned in, a chilling grin spreading across his face as he played semantic games. The young warrior, having secured the ultimate prize, now faced the immediate demands of the Titans. Can't, he asserts, holding the newly bound well of Mimir away from the eager Titan. The trick was successful. The Titans looked on, completely bewildered by my audacity. His smirking confidence clashed with her deeply suspicious stare. Having secured the Titan's cooperation, the focus shifts to the next critical move. The Titan commander questioned the aggressive approach, remembering Olympus's past attacks. Regigal's casual confidence seemed to slightly irk the attentive warrior beside him. The illusion of peace shatters as the true weight of their risky gambit is about to be revealed. The Duke, having successfully seized Arcadia, smugly anticipated the next phase of their offensive. With the Titans secured, the protagonist confirmed his leverage, a sly confidence radiating alongside his amused companion. The overwhelming golden light signaled the final approach to the target, Arcadia. The initial skirmish concluded with a surprising show of force, but the true confrontation was only beginning. The guards, feeling secure in their fortress, mocked the approaching threat. The Duke regarded the approaching forces with a calculating look, considering the next move. The guard's nonchalant watch was suddenly broken by a startling observation. "Look over the horizon," the lookout urges, pointing toward the burning sunset. The lookout squinted, confused by the bright horizon. His partner challenged his lack of sight. The shock of the unexpected maritime approach shatters the complacency of the guards. A terrifying, brilliant power erupts as the attacker finally unleashes their might. Omusim roared his identity, unleashing a blinding burst of power. The enemy is stunned as the outer wall finally collapses under the ferocity of their assault. The initial assault strikes Arcadia's supposedly safe walls with blinding force. The successful ambush on Arcadia was attributed to the enemy's utter complacency. Under the blazing orange sky, Omusim and his companions surveyed the captured fortress, Arcadia. The shockwave subsided, the immediate threat neutralized, but the declaration hung heavy. The real battle starts now. The Olympian soldiers stood ready, but their perceived safety was about to be shattered. Agreement secured, the powerful warriors confirmed their unified resolve. The fierce battle erupted, a clash of raw power and elemental force. The ensuing clash was raw power against sheer might, as both warriors unleashed their terrifying strength. The triumphant display was shattered as the spectral figure confronted the warrior. The masked warrior, cloaked in eerie light, appeared to mock their misplaced confidence. Foolishness was all they saw in the Mirim's supposed aid. Despite the stunning success of the feint, the lingering threat of Olympus remained. Despite the overwhelming odds of the battle, the enemy leader displayed an unsettling, mocking smile. The overwhelming force deployed by Olympus, even against the unexpected diversion, was still a staggering number. The chaos of the unexpected assault on Arcadia was quickly reported up the chain of command. The shocking news from the front lines immediately shattered the calm. The intensity of the summoned power hangs heavy in the air, painting the sky in hues of desperate twilight. The massive giant confirmed his acceptance of the arrangement, acknowledging the undead as mere tools. The summoned deity's sheer presence radiated immense, terrifying power across the chaotic field. With the cost agreed upon, the transaction concludes with a blinding flash of power. The immense power being called forth manifested in a terrifying dark aura above him. The battle lines are drawn. The enemy response confirms their desperate state. Prepare for battle. As the immense power surged, the battleground transformed into a terrifying spectacle of divine arrival. The summoning of a Tuatha De Danann deity signaled a massive shift, causing shock even among the Olympus forces. Enraged by the past indignities, the masked figure summons immense power. Arcadia was reclaimed, but the cost was clear, painted in the crimson spray of conflict. The relentless assault pushed the defenders to their breaking point as the territory fell. Witnessing the summoning, the observer cries out the name of the summoned entity, Yunu. The arrival of a Tuatha De Danann deity has dramatically altered the battlefield's dynamic. The summoned deity materialized, their eyes burning with fierce, emerald energy. Despite their minimal losses, the enemy remained shocked by this so-called low ranker leading the charge. The summoned deity manifested as a horrifying, spiky vortex of dark energy. The enemy's arrival has shifted the momentum. Holding the front lines won't last. Just as the summoned entity was revealed, the forces of Tuatha De Danann charged forth in a blinding, unified advance. The terrifying presence of the summoned Hydra marks a seismic shift in the ongoing engagement. The battle raged, but the summoned deity's presence signaled a major escalation. The summoned deity now observes the unfolding chaos with keen intensity. The summoning ritual culminates as the energy focuses, impacting the ground with intense, brilliant force. The high-stakes gamble pays off. A deity is summoned to shift the tide of war. The surprise attack from the flank was immediate, striking the startled Olympian ranks. Faced with the enemy's massive force and magic, the general calmly agrees to the next move. The summoned entity, a deity from the Tuatha De Danann, has arrived, drastically changing the tide of battle. The shock of the unexpected arrival leaves the robed figures momentarily stunned. The sudden, unexpected attack leaves the cloaked figure reeling from the impact. The arrival of the God Slayer brings sheer terror, as Lord Demon feels an immense, terrifying presence wash over him. The immense power surges as the deity prepares to intervene directly onto the chaotic field. The summoned deity unleashes a burst of pure, blinding power onto the battlefield. Desperation fueled his plea as he offered everything to call forth aid. The sudden divine energy crackled, confirming that a major power had entered the fray. The summoned deity, Artemis, materializes amid an explosion of divine energy. The ground violently shatters as the massive deity descends, announcing a true shift in the war. The battle lines were drawn, and now, from Olympus's side, a mythical horror was revealed. The summoning was complete as a blinding golden energy erupted around the central figure. The shocking arrival of a Tuatha De Danann deity sends visible shockwaves through the surrounding soldiers. The sudden summoning of a divine being left the nearby general utterly stunned. Since Mobius wants a direct confrontation, he realizes he must respond in kind. The sudden summoning of a Tuatha De Danann deity made her pause, looking up at her companion. A sinister chuckle precedes the imposing arrival of the summoned deity. The exchange complete, a fearsome, glowing-eyed wolf emerges from the dense foliage. 3,000,000 points, a colossal sum, offered to bring the final fight to a close. A deity from Tuatha De Danann has been summoned, turning the tide of battle. The enemy's sudden appearance jolted the battlefield's observers. The air crackled with immense power, announcing the arrival of a summoned entity. The sudden surge of light engulfed the scene, marking a dramatic shift in power. The divine power surging within him was palpable, signaling the culmination of his gambit. The fierce intensity of the emerging Tuatha De Danann champions illuminated the scene. The golden-haired deity observed the unfolding chaos with calm appraisal. With the temporary enemy dispatched, a grim satisfaction settled on the victor. With Apollo defeated, the triumphant Tuatha De Danann faction members emerged from the blinding light. With the stolen divinity now his, the true fight was finally ready to commence. The lingering chaos of battle fades, replaced by a moment of ethereal calm illuminated by a radiant, warm light. The blinding light of the final attack pulsed across the battlefield, signaling a massive shift. Apollo's shocked exclamation shattered the intense atmosphere following the divine theft. The blinding assault concluded with a shocking impact, shattering the god's composure. Just as the tide was turning, the feared Jen Minchel finally arrived, charging toward the chaos. This raw power surge confirmed the intruder's identity. Jen Minchel had arrived. Even the powerful Mobius could sense the sheer force bearing down on him. The collision unleashes violent energy, marking the intense exchange between the powerful combatants. Apollo, wounded and robbed of his divine power, acknowledges the mortal's strength with a grudging compliment. The chaotic clash of powers explodes, shaking the battlefield violently. The sheer arrogance of the attacker fueled the enraged god's rising power. Despite the overwhelming divine power flooding the area, the victor remained surprisingly composed. The enemy recoils, momentarily stunned by the precise technique that carved through their powerful blast. A confident smile plays on his lips as he prepares his final retort. His smug expression only intensified as the final blow approached. With a confident nod, the battle reached a deadly equilibrium. The calculated counterattack strained his control, eliciting a pained grunt. After dealing with the immediate threat, the powerful figure checks on the younger combatant's condition. The shock of the unexpected attack left him reeling as a grotesque, stony object blocked his path. Even after such a devastating blast, the opponent clearly wasn't finished. The triumphant figure surveyed the aftermath, unbothered by the gruesome scene below. The unexpected theft of divine power left the former god reeling, his very being unsettled. The brilliant explosion subsides as he directs his attention elsewhere. The devastating impact erupts in a violent spray of crimson and blinding light. The stolen divine power rips through Apollo's shadow, eliciting a desperate cry amidst the catastrophic impact. Apollo, reeling from the loss of his divinity, could only stare in disbelief at the unexpected victor. He savors the divine clash of light and sun unfolding before him. A sudden strike leaves one fighter reeling in pain as the victor stands ready. As the light faded, a determined shadow prepared to strike, clutching her blades tightly. The Tuatha De Danann deities have arrived, ready to clash with Olympus. His focus narrows amidst the chaos of battle, spotting a critical element below. The intensity mounts as Jen Minchel prepares his devastating counterattack. With the enemy momentarily stunned, the victor stood ready, anticipating the final clash. The resulting explosion of blinding white light and violent purple energy consumes everything. The blinding celestial light washes over the battlefield as the newly empowered deity and his companion watch. The blinding light of the massive power surge signals the climax of this confrontation. The Tuatha De Danann deities appeared, their presence shimmering with otherworldly power. The raw energy of the newly stolen divinity surged, manifesting in a blinding, purple-tinged discharge. The divine essence of Apollo, Sun's throne, was successfully absorbed, doubling his power. The fiery battlefield fades as a sudden, violent impact echoes through the void. The poison from Jormungandra's venom was deployed. The explosive finality of the attack rings out, leaving only chaos in its wake. The otherworldly power surged as he finished his business with the Hydra. The decisive blow landed, echoing with a sound that seemed to shake the very heavens. The victor stands before the assembled challengers, their presence commanding the scene. The victorious challenger, bathed in the fiery sky, continues his quiet, unsettling assessment. The victor stands amidst the fading echoes of battle, the system confirming his success. Their observation complete, the announcement of victory sparks a sudden, focused reaction from the young operatives. The moment of victory had arrived, signaled by a cold, final declaration. The victor of the ninth floor proxy war is officially declared. The Tuatha De Danann faction. The victor of the ninth floor proxy war is finally revealed. Sky Castle Damocles. The formal setting suggested by the elegant tableware and chandelier prepares the stage for the pending reward distribution. Despite the victor being clear, the distribution of spoils remained a complex calculation. The crowds buzzed with stunned disbelief regarding the unexpected victor. The sudden conclusion of the proxy war leaves the assembled challengers bewildered by the unknown victor's power. The other challengers looked on, some confused, others regretting their lack of participation in the decisive fight. The victors celebrated, but the true power broker arrived with chilling self-assurance. The crowd hushed, their attention entirely fixed on the victorious challenger. The Gehenna demons finally approach, their interest piqued by the victor's display. The attention-grabbing non-ranker is finally revealed, an intimidating figure introducing himself as Luton. The enigmatic demon from Pandemonium introduces himself with a knowing smirk. "And I'm Zedir." The mysterious figure offers a curt acknowledgement, his expression unreadable amidst the shimmering aftermath. The battle's immediate aftermath resolved into cold, calculated percentages. The Gehenna representative offered his opinion, met with a clear rejection. The demons observed the victor's quiet triumph, offering a dismissive remark on the outcome. The mysterious figure reflects on the battle's narrow margin, a moment of potential reversal just missed. The triumphant victor, still radiating dark energy, challenged his admirers to face him again in the next trial. He finally pauses, a slight acknowledgement of the ongoing reward distribution commencing. The masked figures, likely from a rival faction, watched silently, simply observing the aftermath. That confident gesture affirmed his belief in the protagonist's potential success. The victorious challenger, still enveloped in shimmering afterglow, stands ready while others approach. The exchange was concluded, a silent agreement sealed by the transfer of power. What felt like a simple transaction, however, caused him pause. He displayed the ancient manuscript of paeans, obtained from the fourth floor. The victor offers a cryptic directive, pressing an unseen item into the other's hand. The warrior accepted the terms of the deal with a knowing smile. The satisfied demoness held up the vial, concluding her successful exchange. The reward, finally presented, shimmered with intense, golden energy. The hulking figures stood ready, their offers or agreements hanging in the air. The enigmatic victor sips her drink, observing the battlefield's aftermath and her rival's pronouncement. The dark figure, having just confirmed the successful elimination, fades back into the shadows. He finally met the victorious challenger, assessing them with a calculating gaze. The victor, having settled his debts, finally approaches. But his arrival has not gone unnoticed. As Minchell stood before them, basking in the aftermath, he offered a calm reply to their shared scrutiny. His sudden appearance interrupted the victorious leader's contemplation, leaving the general momentarily bewildered. The victor acknowledges the successful campaign as he turns away from his subordinates. He paused at the threshold, a knowing, victorious smirk playing on his lips. The long, arduous war had finally concluded, signaling a transition from conflict to reprieve. Verdi considered the situation, the weight of the promise and the massive reward settling in. Despite the limitations shown by the divine scrutiny, the hero reflects on the divine power he still managed to acquire. Regigal, kneeling with a small figure, accepted the advice as the mystical light bathed them. Big Sis Ellie sometimes visited to play with me. The trial of the proxy war concluded, granting the ultimate reward. The blinding light of Ascension enveloped them as he watched his companions depart. His genuine acknowledgement confirmed the solemn promise still held sway between them. The colossal contribution score, 5.2 million, flashed before his eyes. With the proxy war trial complete, his ascent continued. The system confirms his unparalleled success, highest contribution among all challengers. The system flashed a massive reward for conquering the trial, confirming his unprecedented success. Even with the promise kept, a fraction of his points went to expanding his influence back in Belfast. Regigal's light fades as the challenger takes the reward, ready to face the final promise. Finally, with the mythic item secured, he returned to Earth, the glowing fruit of good and evil in hand. The overly eager familiar launched itself forward, joyfully greeting its long-absent master. The dog's enthusiastic welcome was met only with silence and a cloud of static-like fluff obscuring the master's face. The reunion was warm, as the little companion greeted its master's return with an excited bark. Having successfully concluded the trial, the blinding light signaled his return from the tower. The happy reunion with the dog was cut short as he seemed to realize someone else was present. The intense internal sensation, perhaps the aftermath of the ritual, settled down. Returning to reality, the familiar happy greeting of his loyal companion washed away the tension of the trial. After months of intense trial and reward, he finally returned to the solace of his bed. Finally, the promised reward materialized, the mythic fruit of good and evil, pulsing with cosmic power. As the abstract trials faded, a final, profound transformation began. He was finally ready to maximize the fruit's power. The energy surges around him, the culmination of his efforts reflected in the system's display. The next day, bathed in brilliant sunlight, the imposing headquarters of their growing influence came into view. Returning from the tower, the master finally reunited with his loyal companion. The towering, gleaming skyscraper, marked by the prominent D logo, shimmered brightly. Verdi awaited judgment on the private training facility he had prepared. Riding high on that massive investment, Verdi happily announces the guild's new headquarters. Returning to the familiar streets of Gangnam, the mundane world felt strangely distant. Then, someone recognized the entourage. With Verdi's unwavering declaration, the true test, the sparring session, was about to commence. Verdi's delighted greeting, amidst a throng of cameras, pulls the protagonist from his thoughts with an unexpected address. The transfer concluded, and the reality of the title hero settled heavily upon him. The towering golden gi marked the culmination of their achievement in Gangnam. Silhouetted figures wait by the doors as the protagonist arrives, eliciting an impressed Verdi, looking upon the fruits of his labor, acknowledged the impressive growth of the guild. Verdi grinned confidently, assured by his liege's question about trust. Verdi's dedication was absolute, but the ordeal had only just begun. He questioned the command with a chilling, intense smirk. "Leave the rest to me," he assured, a confident smirk spreading across his face. "I'm going to train you," he declared, leaving Verdi stunned by the unexpected proposition. The master stood above, radiating overwhelming presence as Verdi knelt, bracing himself for the transformation. Verdi's initial hesitation gave way to quiet acknowledgement of the master's unwavering commitment. The power of the ritual, a forcible transformation by an external will, began to take hold within Verdi. Acknowledging the strong threats ahead, "I know Verdi needs to catch up to my power. Let's begin the enhancement." The dark, foreboding ritual begins. The forced evolution, the forced harmonization of the soul begins. A violently transformative process. The forced transformation complete, Verdi grunts as the immense restructuring of his very being takes its toll. Despite the agony of the forced transformation, he commanded Verdi to endure this agonizing change. The ritual's intense pressure manifested visually, shaking the very environment around them. The ritual's intense process forced a deep, agonizing breath from Verdi. The brutal soul harmonization ritual is complete. He adapts quickly, just as expected. The system displays Verdi's status, revealing his current affiliations and inherent skills. Verdi, having just undergone a forced evolution, felt the profound shift in his very essence. "Get up, we need to spar, right?" The master's grin was challenging as he offered his hand. The intense purple aura pulsed around the small figure. The sudden surge of power caused a violent, internal reaction, forcing a harsh cough from the user. The sudden surge of unfamiliar power made Verdi buckle under the strain. The intense confrontation ends abruptly, the opponent's dark laughter echoing before the scene shifts back to Verdi. Acknowledging the difficult situation, the subordinate responded with simple compliance. The mandatory stop complete, Verdi simply calls out to Pengu. Yin Minchul looked up, acknowledging the arrival of the visitor who had been seeking him out. Ellie's energized response confirmed their shared path forward, the silent understanding hanging in the bright, glittering air. Director Kim Bojong, now overseeing the vibrant reconstruction, questions the sudden arrival. Ellie's warm smile radiated genuine happiness in her elegant office. Her satisfied smile was almost unnerving, a chilling presence in the dark. Pengu rushes forward, overjoyed to see Ellie waiting, basking in her sisterly affection. The branch manager warmly embraces Pengu, clearly delighted to see him again. With her point made, Ellie ends the conversation with a decisive departure. The offer for dinner was politely declined due to overwhelming work demands. The awkwardness of the rejected dinner offer lingered, but the smile returned. Her slight smile confirmed her expectation after Verdi's little plea. The sheer volume of paperwork surrounding Kim Bojong highlighted the gravity of the situation he was facing. Kim Bojong gestured towards the marked-up documents detailing the redevelopment. The small dog happily crunched its meal, content in its little world. Caught off guard by the sudden invitation, she could only stare blankly. Following Verdi's brief visit, Ellie revealed the increased attention he was attracting. Many influential figures were seeking him out. Kim Bojong paused, clearly taken aback by the sudden mention of his name. The president of Rinswood seemed genuinely surprised to see him arrive so unexpectedly. Verdi's sudden mention of Wang He-do immediately captured Ellie's focused attention. He weighed the trouble of the stalling redevelopment against the potential stock boost from his presence. She smiled warmly, confirming that her current business dealings were proving successful. Verdi reviewed the detailed list of rare materials needed for the absorption ritual. Ellie offers a simple gesture of hospitality, marking the polite conclusion of their catch-up. The moment felt strained. Ellie, immersed in her tablet, waited for his response in the plush office. Ellie laughed warmly, clearly pleased to see her friend again amidst her busy schedule. The polite farewell marked the end of their brief catch-up, prompting a shift in focus. Verdi, no longer needing his sister's direct escort, realizes only one person knew his next move. Riding with Ellie in the Union vehicle, the scenery outside the Unification Bridge began to shift. The branch manager, Ellie, greeted Verdi with a bright, welcoming smile. "I am busy," she confirmed, still smiling confidently. The journey north to Wanghae-do began, traveling alongside Ellie in the Union vehicle. They offered assurances, but the road ahead was clearly uncertain. The low-level monsters were quickly dispatched, offering only a trickle of the experience needed. The supply run to Wanghae-do begins, with Verdi joining Ellie in an interstellar Union vehicle. The imposing figures of the local security detail framed the newly arrived hero of Heiju. The sound of a solid landing echoed as I stepped onto the ravaged earth. The scenery past the bridge had changed quite a bit over the past few months. Rinswood, Ellie's company, was clearly a major player in this massive redevelopment effort. Ellie seemed pleased with his presence, sharing her company's significant involvement here. Director Kim Bojang's expression showed surprise at the sudden appearance of their powerful guest. Having secured the necessary materials, the next stop was a necessary visit. Their surprise was evident as the head of Rinswood immediately recognized the unexpected arrivals. Kim Bojang laughs, seemingly pleased, perhaps seeing an opportunity in the situation. The energetic Pengu enthusiastically greets his big sister, Ellie, who seems equally delighted by his presence. The new location, Heiju, already shows signs of rapid development under Rinswood's influence. Contemplating the current situation in Heiju, he processed the weight of the redevelopment effort. Director Kim Bojang finally revealed the growing political tension in Wanghae-do. The unsettling smile widens as the shadowy entity makes its ominous offer amidst thorny darkness. The relentless assault continues against the monstrous infestation. The Lord surveyed the aftermath, seeking confirmation that the area was fully secured. The immediate victory felt complete. The oppressive atmosphere of the battle instantly cleared. The immense energy of the Ninth Heaven Stone was now contained. But the true challenge began. A harpy sighting was instantly noted, but the priority remained clear: maximizing experience gains. The overwhelming energy flowed, yet only his internal skill kept his form from shattering. The final cleanup in Wanghae complete, he pauses, the sounds of the forest echoing his focused scribbling. I didn't bother chasing them down and simply marked their locations on the map. Clearing the remaining stragglers was explicitly delegated to Kim Bojang's forces. It was time to depart. So, the final step of the ascension begins amidst the ruins. The grinding effort ceased as the milestone was finally met. A joyous, almost childish outburst erupted from the creature. The energy of the ninth gate fully manifested, surrounding him in an intense, blinding aura. He finally reached the pinnacle, the culmination of his efforts. Level 100. The inherited authority, indomitable, begins its powerful transformation process. The core authority, indomitable, unleashes its raw power, demanding immediate application. The raw, overwhelming energy threatened to tear him apart, yet he forced his will upon it. The martial artist deeply contemplates the nature of this new power, perfectly suited for his physical reliance. The celestial light gave way to a dark, ominous aura as the transformation continued. The burning energy surged, demanding absolute focus as the absorption began. The overwhelming energy surge was precisely managed. Everything proceeded as planned. Arriving in Seoul, the brilliant sunlight washes over the imposing Hunter Association building. The agreement sealed, they stood ready for the next phase of operations. So, he couldn't say the final word, letting the cleanup continue without him. He recalled the Dark Moon Guild Master's exceptional skill, clairvoyance, which made the remnants' escape futile. The blinding light of achievement fades as he steps into the clear daylight, an imposing figure awaiting him. He finally acknowledged the overwhelming power he had attained. The journey back to Seoul commenced, the rainbow lens flare symbolizing a dazzling, yet unsettling, return. The master finally granted the moment of appreciation, earning a happy, slobbery sigh from the magnificent beast. Having successfully cleared the initial threat, the hero returned to Seoul with Ellie, ready for the next phase. Ellie, looking satisfied, confirms the status of the requested materials as they travel back to Seoul. He smiled, satisfied with the progress and ready for his next move. The journey back to Seoul begins in a quiet, luminous sequence, the destination drawing nearer. The crucial ritual begins, energized by the support elixirs Ellie procured. Now, the culmination of all his efforts, the crucial ritual must begin. The final reward, the prize for all that grueling effort, was finally within reach. His grimace showed the sheer effort as he grasped the glowing core, the first step toward ultimate transformation. Having prepared everything, the moment to absorb the final reward had arrived. The colossal energy was unleashed, forcing him into a battle against its very nature. There is only one chance to absorb this immense, searing energy. The intense, raw energy, described as opposing forces, collided as the evolution reached its peak. The sheer, overwhelming force erupted, signaling a monumental breakthrough. The sheer, blinding energy pulsed outward, marking the beginning of the critical transformation. I must master this vast power, using everything available to force a breakthrough. The newly acquired authority, born from his ascension, demanded immediate refinement. The tremendous wave of energy released by the transformation washes over the cityscape. The final surge of power explodes outward as the arduous transformation finally concludes. The residual energy shimmered around him as Minchell stepped forward, perhaps toward the next engagement. The exhausting preparations were finally over, leaving a moment of profound relief. The intense transformation is complete, and the overwhelming surge of power settles within him. The physical changes are complete. Now it's time to assess the true extent of the power surge. The transformation complete, Minchell surveyed his prize, a crystallized fragment humming with captured power. Having confirmed his overwhelming new power, Minchell turned his attention back to his familiar, waiting for confirmation. Even with the transformation complete, the lingering stench was apparently unbearable for his loyal familiar. His companion's extreme reaction confirmed just how potent the transformation's after effects truly were. The intense energy surge subsided, marking the completion of the transformation. Now, the aftermath reveals the crystallized dual energies settled within me. With the immediate threat seemingly handled, Minchell surveys his diligently waiting subordinates. The small talk continues as they stand amidst the modern, automated coffee setup. The dinner conversation continued, but this young woman seemed entirely preoccupied with her drink. After finishing his initial report, Minchell paused, clearly apologetic for some part of their conversation. The prince had laid out his incredible offer. He wished to become Minchell's patron. The conversation shifts back to the pressing matter at hand, Minchell nodding in understanding. The meeting with the second prince concluded, shifting the focus back to the immediate business at hand. The prince's request caused a flicker of recognition as Minchell glanced down at the data. They have even gathered skilled clansmen from her old workplace and set up an arcane engineering research team. The scientists continued their focused work while Minchell finished his critical review. The intricate blue magic circle, familiar from a past request, held the key to chaos fragments. After the impressive business report, Minchell held up a device, clearly focused on the discussion ahead. A sudden, powerful surge of energy manifested, completely shocking Minchell. As the pleasantries ended, the prince moved directly to his purpose. The concentrated chaos energy manifested as a brilliant purple crystal, promising unstoppable power. The culmination of the ritual confirmed his terrifying new power. With this array set, he would indeed be unstoppable. Minchell, now back on schedule, took the call while meeting the Vanaheim CEO. The dinner continued with an unexpected, slightly awkward moment interrupting the formalities. The powerful energies within him now settled. Minchell briefly turns his attention to the day's affairs. I accepted the invitation and visited the Vanaheim embassy, surprised by the ambassador's personal greeting. The elf ambassador greets Minchell warmly at the entrance of the embassy. The prince, observing the polite dinner exchange, decided to cut the formalities and get straight to the point. The ambassador, clearly pleased, continued the conversation, pressing for a direct address. The CEO, Heron Rinswood, stood politely, awaiting Minchell's response. The formal greeting solidified into a pact, an exchange sealing the Vanaheim prince's intent. The conversation shifts as they approach the ornate doors of the embassy. Prince Erden's stunning declaration leaves Minchell reeling, forcing a moment of surprised realization. The mention of family caused a sudden, shocked reaction from the pink-haired girl beside him. The ambassador, recognizing the gravity of the meeting, began to speak with a subtle, knowing smirk. The formal setting continues as the ambassador welcomes his esteemed guest, showing high regard. The elaborate dinner spread sat ready, a testament to the high stakes of this formal meeting. The prince leaned in, the gravity of his statement hanging in the opulent room. The excited elf continued his proud, boastful explanation about his daughter's achievements. The prince's knowing chuckle punctuated the atmosphere as he welcomed the powerful hunter inside. The prince, taken aback by Minchell's unexpected presence, can only stare in stunned silence. The young noble, Erden Cyanidel, offered a cryptic initial reaction to Minchell's arrival. The prince concluded his offer of patronage, but Minchell's focus narrowed on the implication of his status. The conversation turned serious as they settled in for dinner, yet the atmosphere felt strained. The elven ambassador, looking pleased, offers a subtle nod across the polished table. Minchell simply absorbed the news, the prince's direct proposal hanging in the opulent air. The prince's blunt statement hung in the opulent air, forcing Minchell to process the weight of the words. The young prince's casual inquiry cuts through the tension, fueled by rumors of earthly fame and past dealings. The prince's blunt assessment hung in the air, leaving Minchell momentarily speechless. The assembled company waits, taking in the weight of the prince's solemn declaration. The ambassador notes the prince's youth, yet recognizes the sharp ambition in his eyes. Despite his youth in human terms, his aptitude for rule was undeniable. Despite the grand offer, the prince seemed cautious, pausing to address his attendant. The prince's forced laughter suggested a brief moment of triumph, masking his underlying tension. Lord Barris's forced composure cracks as Erden directly calls him out, demanding attention. The prince smirked, his hands clasped, revealing an unnerving self-assurance beneath the veneer of youth. Lord Barris was clearly unsettled by the display of power, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. He processed the harsh rejection, letting out a deep, weary sigh. The tense silence hung heavy as the prince waited for my response, his youthful face betraying nothing. He leans into his point, quoting an old proverb to underscore his skepticism. His final, silent dismissal hung heavy in the air, filled with unspoken threat. He paused, calculating his next words as the ornate clock ticked on. The towering structure pierces the sky, dwarfing Sol Station below. The prince's bold promise hangs in the air as the handshake solidifies the Vanaheim Empire's commitment. The intense standoff concluded, leaving Erden to process the meeting he had just fumbled. The earth, shining brightly amid the void, represented a source of immense, often misunderstood, power in the multiverse. Erden asserts that their relationship must evolve beyond mere diplomacy toward a much closer bond. Despite the veiled threats and aggressive posturing, Minchell concedes, acknowledging the prince's sharp read on the situation. The prince, still processing the stunning dismissal, could only stammer a single, disbelieving word. The shadowed presence above the prince looms, whispering the name of his empire. The abrupt sound of furniture being struck emphasized the tension as the prince suddenly called out. His shock was palpable, registering the prince's unspoken challenge against his authority. The prince faltered, the weight of his bold declaration momentarily crushing him. Despite his youth, Erden Cyanidel held an unsettling ambition in his gaze, now momentarily flustered. Erden pushes back against the duke's patronizing tone, his eyes flashing with genuine intensity. Minchell's silence hung heavy, forcing Erden to question the true nature of this man's focus. The young Prince Erden sighed, already exhausted by the political maneuvering. The prince's disdain was palpable as he dismissed her like an insignificant footnote. Now that the pleasantries were over, Minchell demanded the true value of the prince's offer. The young prince paused, sweat beading as the sheer audacity of his proposal hung unspoken in the air. The prince, having revealed his hand, now waits, his expression unreadable in the opulent room. The young prince's facade cracks, startled by the direct confrontation. His composure shattered as the prince's true, dangerous ambition was laid bare. The tense standoff concluded as Ayrton dismissed his guard, determined to have a private reckoning. He was left reeling, his pride wounded by the sharp rejection and the uncanny insight displayed. The pressure intensifies as Erden's own intent flares, threatening to consume the room. The threat hung heavy, palpable. The command to drop guard echoed with lethal intent. With a veiled threat delivered, the older man placed a dismissive, almost patronizing hand on the young prince's head. Lord Barris recoiled, visibly startled by the prince's sudden, menacing shift in tone. He stood, dismissed, letting the weight of the rejected offer settle between them. He dismissed the prince's hollow offer, demanding a genuine partnership based on prepared worth. Erden's composed facade visibly cracks, revealing the immense pressure of the moment. The tension dissipates as Erden, having failed his attempt at leveraging the protagonist, leaves in his opulent limousine. After firmly rejecting the prince's hollow offer, Minchell drives away, leaving the snubbed royal behind. He admitted that Erden's instincts were surprisingly well aligned with the current political currents. The cosmic weight of Earth's value in the multiverse sinks in, leading to his final determination. The overwhelming aura intensified as he revealed his true, dark nature. His shrewd judgment, born from ambition, had captured my interest after all. Shaking off the encounter, he returned to his own journey, checking a message in the cool night. Days later, the aftermath of political maneuvering gave way to the everyday reality of Anyang Gate. The intense pressure of the confrontation finally breaks as the prince dramatically departs. Now, suddenly standing before Minchell, someone else causes utter shock. The unexpected departure left the remaining elves reeling in shock and confusion. The prince recoiled, startled by the unexpected dismissal of his offer. His political game had ended with a sharp ultimatum. Now, the narrator reflects on that tense exchange. The training session was over. The scene shifts to a tranquil, misty lake nestled among dense pines. Minjung unleashes a powerful surge, letting out a sharp cry as the concentrated energy explodes outward. The massive crocodile roars in agony and rage as the blinding strike lands. Her roar echoed as she unleashed a devastating, radiant strike against the massive beast. The mentor stared, processing the sheer power he had just witnessed. Minjung, this. After confirming the necessity to empower Earth, he considered his options. Despite his personal reservations about the visit, the overwhelming warmth of their welcome immediately dissolved any lingering awkwardness. I've left the power-building efforts to Verdi, focusing instead on raising Minjung as an ultimate weapon type. The battle concluded with Minjung standing victorious, the defeated monster beneath her feet. The master observer noted her fighting style, identical to the damned hero, confirming her uncanny resemblance. His thoughts lingered on the terrifying similarity between her fighting style and that damned hero. After an hour of intense reflection, Minjung looked up, ready to resume the training. Her brief acknowledgement precedes the system assessment of her combat data. Minchell tried to downplay his assessment, but Minjung, energized from the sparring, disagreed wholeheartedly. The intense focus continued as Minjung's rapid progress resulted in further gains. This description. It's basically a trait symbolizing that hero. The observation was finally over, leaving him momentarily spent and reflecting on the immense effort witnessed. His earlier internal monologue about the decision solidified into a clear, enthusiastic affirmation. The sheer adaptability and talent, even stopping to reflect mid-sparring, left her stunned. With the decision made, he merely smiled, receiving a warm welcome despite his initial apprehension. Minjung, surprised by the abrupt offer, questions the proposer's intent. The spar began, Minjung instantly wrapping herself in mana for an aggressive charge. The training resumed, the instructor offering a confident, inviting challenge. She finishes her declaration with a menacing, confident smirk as the golden light engulfs her. The blinding flash of their clash was immediate, a pure burst of golden mana energy. Her body is enveloped in energy, charging forward just like that damned hero. The blinding flash dissipates as Minjung's raw power is fully revealed. Yes, this exponential growth is astonishing. The sudden stop in the duel signals Minjung is actively processing his critique. A shocking feat of rapid self-awareness. The moment of realization was blinding. Her intense focus illuminated her features against the hazy background. The intense sparring paused as the former hero began his cold, analytical breakdown. I have 3 major problems for you now. I'll start with the first. The sheer force of her technique unleashed a blinding, overwhelming counter. The feedback sinks in. Minjung pauses her relentless assault to process the necessary changes. The clash erupted in a blinding flash, showcasing her mastery of mid-air maneuvers. Minjung's self-defense shattered, leaving her stunned by the overwhelming power directed at her. The immediate cessation of combat shocked even the observer. Minjung sat, centering herself after the intense exertion. The blinding light fades, leaving only a shimmering, textured calm after the intense internal reflection. The intense focus breaks as Minjung finishes her internal processing, a moment of hard-won reflection. His internal monologue was abruptly broken by something unheard, a shocking realization. That momentary pause, that strained smile, hid an overwhelming, almost dizzying realization. This level of instantaneous comprehension, only achieved by the strongest fighters, confirms her potential. The sudden silence, punctuated by heavy lines, suggests an intense emotional reaction or a moment of profound realization following the sparring session. The fight continues beneath the bright, cold moon as Minjung unleashes powerful bursts of energy. A brief, guttural sound escaped her as the collision ended in a flash of power. She perfectly replicated the preceding hero's signature move, enveloping herself in mana for an overwhelming, familiar charge. Minjung, still radiating power, crashes hard onto the ground with a dramatic thud. The intensity of Minjung's mana-infused charge created a dazzling, almost crystalline trail in the air. He lets out a soft chuckle, marveling at her immediate self-correction. The moment of exhaustion was brief. A triumphant, almost mocking smile surfaced before the world dissolved into shadow. The shimmering light and the sound of his voice marked the beginning of their return. The beast thrashes out in agony as the unseen attack slams into its monstrous form. The thunderous impact echoes as Minjung unleashes her newfound power against her opponent. Minjung's summoned creatures cheered wildly as she smirked, a clear indication of their successful combat application. The warring guild leader, still radiating arrogant confidence, clapped Minchel on the back. Her combat proficiency, honed over 3 days, is clearly showing massive improvement. Minjung demonstrated her refined control, effortlessly repelling the massive energy assault. Confirming Minjung's readiness, he concluded that his future apostle was truly solid. The direct confrontation with Warang's rising star, Xiao Lingwu, finally seems inevitable. The guild leader, Qianjian, approaches, her smile disarming as the raid concludes. Qianjian, the guild leader, approaches Minchel with an unnerving, knowing smile. Silence fell as the warm glow of the lantern illuminated the wooden crate. The Warring Guild's appearance signaled an immediate shift. Now, an unexpected confrontation was brewing. The guild leader's unexpected interest focused immediately on the upcoming gate raid. The others watched the energetic helper drag his load along, unimpressed by the display. A heavy sigh escapes her as she seems to be apologizing for something personal. The successful information gathering completed, he paused, contemplating the next move. Minchel digests the gravity of the situation. Warang's involvement isn't casual. The confrontation was set, and now the Warring Guild's rising star, Xiao Lingwu, stepped forward, demanding a talk. A chilling familiarity washes over me as I recognize Warang's rising star, Xiao Jingwu. The sudden outburst cuts through the tense stillness. The Warring Guild arrived with force, their intent for confrontation clear as their boots hit the ground. Then, the Warring Guild's vanguard arrived, ready for the confrontation. Minjung, startled by the sudden appearance, looks up to see who arrived. Minjung's stunned reaction suggested they had stumbled upon something unexpected in the dense woods. After the team finished gathering necessary intel, he stood, gesturing out into the wild terrain. The sudden appearance of the warring guild, fully mobilized, clearly caught Minjung off guard. The quiet lapping sound of water against the rocks confirmed they were near the surface. The scouting deployment of the Einherjar confirmed the swampy terrain, revealing these submerged, red-faced monsters. The summoned Einherjar detected the sudden battle erupting nearby. Phantom embodiment art. A sudden violent strike. The warring guild was clearly making its move. The gathered intelligence complete. The Lord issues a decisive command to conclude this operation swiftly. The air thrummed with energy as the phantom embodiment art unleashed a violent burst of power. The Einherjar scout deployed its true purpose, mapping the battlefield for the Shinsung Guild. The powerful technique concluded, leaving the protagonist to survey the aftermath before his system displayed a notification. A sudden, jarring interface flashes, capturing his pure, stunned reaction. The gathered intelligence confirmed the new accumulated level system. Now, subordinates sensed something troubling in their lord's reaction. The system data revealed a monumental change, making him realize his potential hadn't stalled after all. The experience required per level is now fixed, leading to a massive bonus. Recalling his old system's rewards, he wondered if these new special rewards would function similarly. This power, I feel it now, will allow me to surpass my former self. Minjung's rapid ascent was now confirmed. Her loyalty answered with a resounding declaration. The faint sound of conflict registered through his senses. The warring guild was making their move. A sudden realization halted his momentum as he recognized the familiar, imposing figure. After concluding his personal status check, an immediate disturbance catches his attention. The familiar system window blinked, marking the end of the previous notification. The reconnaissance mission concluded. The grim reality of the warring guild's aggressive pursuit had set the stage. The noise of the battle reached him, shattering his focus on the new system window. A familiar, unwelcome face suddenly interrupts Minchell's focus. The rival hunter, clearly confident, announces his intention to handle the aftermath alone. The shadowy figure observed the approaching warring guild, a calculating smirk appearing on his face. The technique revealed a dark opening, suggesting something important was about to be said. The tense negotiation reached a temporary lull beneath the twilight sky. The poodle companion landed with a soft thud, its presence immediately noted. The tense atmosphere culminated as the sword's hilt was grasped, signaling readiness for the impending clash. The blinding clash sends a shockwave, punctuated by a sudden, guttural cry. The leader's wide, stunned eye reflects the shock of the poodle's unexpected transformation. The poodle begins to showcase its unexpected combat prowess, drawing a moment of focused contemplation from the team. He presented his proposition with a confident, unsettling smirk, his cybernetic hand subtly displayed. The guild leader stiffens, realizing who he is speaking to across this tense reunion. Having considered the stakes, the hunter reluctantly prepares his reply, perhaps asking for clarification. He leans back, satisfied, ready to hear the current status of the warring guild. He readily agreed to the condition, his self-assured smirk confirming his confidence. He accepts the challenge, his words ringing with quiet assurance as he draws a weapon. The arrogant smile returned as he processed the one condition. A match. The promise fulfilled. The anticipated sparring match began under the twilight sky. He let loose a powerful battle cry, cloaked in vibrant emerald energy as he raised his blade. Reflecting on that past self, the youthful arrogance now feels distant and untrue. The memory flashed back. A monstrous earthworm besieged during the Palbagdong raid. His surprising commitment to a sparring match made them pause, contemplating the weight of this unexpected request. My assessment of him was wrong. The man before me was far more powerful. The memory of that moment, feeling the impenetrable wall, solidified his resolve. Since that day, he dedicated himself completely to training and raids, even taking on menial cleanup tasks. He resolved to humble himself, ready to return to fundamentals and seek true strength. His attack landed, clearing the immediate area with a burst of otherworldly energy. What was that immense power? The reality of his newfound power manifested in a terrifying, glowing burst. The power erupts, a blinding flash confirming the immediate danger. The intensity of their previous spar lingered, forcing a stark realization. His skills had drastically improved. The reinforced command was accepted with a decisive grip, cementing Mitchell's role. That moment of certification flashes back, the intensity undeniable. The silent, intense aftermath of their agreement hung heavy in the air. The encounter was over, leaving the exhausted hunter gasping, his sword driven into the earth for support. The intense sparring match had left the air charged, but Yu Sung-woo simply seemed unfazed by his opponent's presence. The hunter's smirk returned, finishing his terse reply regarding their prior agreement. His earnest request for a match was met with immediate, flustered acknowledgement. A sudden, urgent cry cuts through the cold night as the figure stops short. His satisfaction was palpable. The condition was met, and he was ready to fight. The earnest sincerity in his expression was a stark contrast to the cold logic of the information he now shared. The gathered intelligence, fused with Yu Sung-woo's intel on Warren Guild, was now compiled. Despite the incoming information, the guild leader's progress outpaced expectations. Minchell pointed out the marked, impassable routes on the crude map. The revelation hit him hard. The Warren Guild truly boasted an S-rank hunter. Of course, Hunter Minchell, you're also S-rank. The promised spar was postponed. 2 days were allotted for rest before the next engagement. I'll agree, he stated, flashing a confident, almost mocking peace sign. Hunter Minchell confirms his understanding with a knowing, confident smirk. The promise accepted. He stood firm on his solitary condition. The mechanical hatch seals shut, signaling the start of the assault against the gate's core. The secret weapon poodle instantly confirms its allegiance with an enthusiastic, booming call. The reinforced hunter finally approaches, his expression unreadable as he accepts the strange, fluffy companion. Acknowledging the successful completion of the prior task, the leader offers a satisfied salute. With the alliance secured and his presence established, Minchell prepares to lead the charge, a determined little shadow tucked safely in his arms. The enigmatic Jen Minchell confirms his commitment to the sparring match, his smile radiating confidence. The excitement was palpable as the newly appointed commander made his grand, if slightly jarring, entrance. The path forward is clear. A direct strike toward the final objective. With the raid plan set, Jen Minchell and his appointed support team move deeper into the ominous terrain. The raid members watch in stunned silence as the dog prepares to engage the oncoming threat. The secret weapon, the small black poodle, acknowledges the order with an enthusiastic bark. The leader sought confirmation about the poodle's combat role, clearly skeptical of its mere appearance. A terrifying sound erupts as Minchell's power slams down, shaking the very ground beneath them. The team leader's doubt was immediately challenged by the poodle's sudden, terrifying transformation. The team leader, skeptical of the poodle's power, is about to witness its transformation. The massive impact of the attack created a blinding, verdant shockwave. The crushing impact echoed through the confined space as Minchell delivered the final, decisive blow. The immense power unleashed results in a devastating crimson explosion. With newfound physical prowess, Minjing struck with exhilarating force. The pressure was immense, but Minchell commanded the surge of power, demanding continuous output. As the central figure smiles confidently, presenting his ornate blade, the moment of declaration arrives. He stared intently, his face set in grim focus despite the surrounding chaos. The final, decisive blow rings out, confirming Minjing's stunning victory over the King Slime. The shockwave dissipates, revealing the enemy team closing in against the green backdrop. Their exhaustion was palpable. Even a moment's reprieve seemed impossible now. Despite their exhaustion, the two hunters stood poised at the entrance to the boss chamber. As expected of you, Hunter Jen Minchell. You remember our agreement, right? Minchell calmly acknowledges the necessity of the power-up, accepting the sacrifice of his old gear. Minchell's cool composure contrasted sharply with Minjing's visible exhaustion as they reached their final objective. The shadowy figure murmurs as the eerie sounds of the forest echo around them. The king slime defeated. He grinned, ready to claim his reward. With the sacred flame ignited, Minchell's power surges forth, radiating intense, divine energy. He casually dispels the dangerous external poison with a triumphant smirk. The system processes the new information, displaying the next crucial step. Vulcan's oath is. The shock of the sudden change makes Minchell recoil, staring at Minjing's newly powerful aura. The broken remnants of the gear finally crumble away, signaling the end of their usefulness. His physical enhancements allowed him to move just in time, saving the necessary gear. His internal assessment confirmed a drastic leap in power, ready for the next stage of his plan. Pengu, now tasked with guarding the stored items, gave an eager affirmative. With a path ahead clear, the leader confidently tells his companion that this won't take long. As Minjing absorbed the sickening essence, a cry of profound agony erupted from the remaining monster. Her shock at the revelation was palpable, her expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. They had reached the final chamber, only to face an unexpected, monstrous form. The oppressive black sludge enveloped the area, a visual representation of the creature's resilience. The king slime explodes violently from the impact, scattering black debris everywhere. Minchell, now powered up, asks if she wants him to finish this swiftly. The intense confrontation escalates as Jen Minchell surges forward, enraged by the unfair pairing. The king slime's final, desperate shriek contrasts sharply with Minchell's composed, almost satisfied expression. Slimes interfere with mana control and have absorption traits. Despite the strain, Minchell gripped his weapon, preparing for the final, decisive blow. With a final, guttural scream, Minjing unleashed the full force of her attack upon the core. The creature recoils slightly, but Minjing's sharp warning cuts through the tension. As Minchell prepares his ultimate attack, his mind dismisses the opponent's previous strike as a useless move. Despite the initial struggle, Minchell watched as Minjing effortlessly mastered the new flow of power. The massive creature cracked under the intense power, revealing its glowing core. The lingering effect of absorbing the vile essence translated into incredible physical growth. The intense battle reached its climax as Minchell prepared his next move. The defeated king slime whimpered, its form sputtering as the final blow landed. The final, decisive blow shattered the king slime's defenses, marked by an explosive impact. The air thickens with tension as the dust settles, revealing the victors enveloped in a radiant victory aura. So, the power of the Dark Star is about to be bestowed upon his new apostle. The king slime vanquished, Minchell confirmed her readiness. She looked up, confused by his curt declaration. Accepting the burden, Minchell's expression shifts to a reluctant agreement. Her surprised reaction confirms the weight of his declaration about the apostle designation. And just like that, Minjing became my second apostle. The system chimed, signaling new, urgent notifications filling the holographic interface. The cost, though steep, was framed as an investment in a powerful future apostle. The cost of this second appointment was steep, 5 times the initial decree. Facing the looming shadow and armed with new resolve, the final confrontation begins above the verdant canopy. The crowd watches in awe as Minjing raises her blade in triumph, a stark contrast to the imposing figure of Minchell observing the victory. The successful raid is immediately plastered across the news, boasting of the Shinchong Guild's dominance. The relieved little companion announces their safe return with a cheerful woof. Pengu offered an affirmative woof as Minchell prepared for the next challenge. He exhaled sharply, the energy coalescing around him. With his new powers secured, he prepared for the next rigorous training session. The contract is sealed, presenting a formidable cost, yet he views it as a necessary future investment. The raw power surged within him, a vibrant aura confirming his massive leap in strength. With inherited skills assimilated, the next crucial step involved range. The abstract purple visual fades, signaling the end of the skill acquisition summary. The chain attack faded, leaving behind a chilling sense of finality and impact. The intense concentration manifested as raw energy, a blinding power ready to be unleashed. Pengu, ever the dedicated guard, clearly thinks Master's impending journey is something worth cheering about, even while handling a device. The newly acquired Dark Star Spirit Bow pulsed with captured chaos energy, the satisfying thwack of a perfectly executed draw, finally testing the new Asura Demon Bow. The newly acquired skill allows him to manifest arrows by compressing his chaos energy. The final system check confirmed the new martial arts were ready to be tested within the specialized training grounds. The arrival in America was immediate, yet he felt a strange sense of culmination observing Korea from above. The delivery was not what he expected, as Pengu announced a package's arrival with a surprised bark. The small dog, Pengu, eagerly confirms the delivery man's assessment with an enthusiastic bark. The friendly face of the branch director, appeared, ready to greet the newcomer. The delivery finally arrived, and Pengu happily recognized the packages. Alfred Grape. That's TG Atlas OFTHE Angel Taniel. The mysterious package sat waiting, a silent harbinger of the serious news to come. The urgent, cryptic message concluded with a stark warning to Lord Michael. Run. The note detailed Appel's sinister plan, a descent ritual of invading human bodies. The Angel's report detailed how Appel was expanding his influence by using humans, uniting guilds and key figures. The urgency of the message from Daniel weighed heavily as Michael processed the sinister implications. Daniel's urgent message confirmed that Appel now possessed the ominous artifact, the Mirror of the Fallen. The ominous bubble of thought signaled a profound realization regarding the dark artifact. The ominous contents of the Mirror of the Fallen, suggest a connection to fallen angels and dimensional breaches. The voice from the mysterious sender concluded their urgent message. The notebook described the Mirror of the Fallen, linking it directly to communication with fallen angels. The demonic emblem pulsed, revealing the name of the likely contact, Asmodeus. Lucifer's disappearance leaves only Asmodeus as the most probable contact point. He paused, still absorbing the weight of Daniel's urgent warning. The transfer was complete. The next challenge awaited him in the U.S. The horrific message confirmed his fears. Daniel had been captured. My summary of Daniel's urgent message crystallized the dire situation. She questions if his sudden trip is linked to Elysium's involvement. Heron, checking the message, showed clear surprise at the ominous contents. With the immediate threats assessed, I offered a confident, knowing smile. The ominous message from Daniel hung in the silence of the study. The director, appeared eager to assist the hunter arriving at the Las Vegas branch. Director gestures toward the location marker, confirming the rendezvous point in Las Vegas. The new shadowless step was put to the test immediately. The transition to the new life felt strange, even as the plane carried him toward unknown shores. The last sparring session ended, and now it was time to face the unexpected summons. The airplane finally touched down, bringing him to the bright, unfamiliar American landscape. The media surge surrounding his overseas deployment was immediate, a chaotic crowd pressing in. The flashes of the paparazzi's cameras obscured everything as they departed Korea. Jen Minchel and Pengu, now in his fluffy form, waited for their contact. The Hunter Association official, recognizing his departure, immediately questioned if he planned to defect overseas. The director, greets him with a friendly, slightly predatory smile upon his arrival. Pengu sighed contentedly in his human's arms, waiting for the next instruction. The affectionate sister vows to keep watch over the master while he is gone. Pengu happily greets his master, oblivious to the urgent developments. Looking down at Korea through the airplane window felt oddly moving. The director of the Las Vegas branch, offered a warm, albeit slightly awkward, greeting upon his arrival. Looking down at Korea through the airplane window felt oddly moving. Flying by plane, the journey toward the new mission finally begins. Looking down at Korea through the airplane window felt oddly moving. And just like that, we arrived in America, the glowing modern cityscape contrasting the quiet memories of home. The arrival was announced loudly, but Minchel remained characteristically stoic, Pengu clinging silently to his shoulder. A cheerful, brightly dressed man waved him over, holding a sign. Jen. The confident smile belonged to Like, director of the Interstellar Union's Las Vegas branch. The neon glow of Las Vegas, a city of fleeting pleasures built on unstable foundations. From Like, the branch chief of the Interstellar Union's Vegas division, assistance now began to flow. The sheer spectacle of the casino completely dazzled the small beastkin companion. The master's companion remained excitedly hopeful, asking if he could join the casino fun. The intense focus of his gaze caught something unexpected deep within the Mopagate. His amused expression confirmed he was enjoying Like's enthusiastic presence. He noted the minimal clothing, which, surprisingly, suited the tribal aesthetic. The raid was deceptively engaging. Now, a familiar threat emerged in the canyon. Like, always ready for action, offered a simple, confident confirmation. He calmly finished explaining how the beastskin tribes cooperate, cementing his expert knowledge. The discussion shifted from Las Vegas arrangements to the actual objective, the gate raid. He confirms they must prepare thoroughly for the distant gate raid. The official conversation concluded, but Like still lingered, clearly interested in their next move. A familiar, confident expression plays on his lips as he considers the next move. That jovial, knowing grin confirmed the Union leader's smooth reassurance was genuine. The sleek vehicle signaled their departure as the Union's swift arrangements concluded for the night. Like's enthusiastic nature was a welcome change. He quickly offered his name, ready for the mission ahead. The formalities concluded, our protagonist exits the grand establishment, feeling satisfied with the arrangements made. Tight fist clenched, perhaps in silent frustration or sheer determination. The energetic beastkin, Pengu, couldn't hide his excitement for the dazzling casino lights. The successful initial dungeon test led to the promise of tomorrow's departure under a bright, hopeful sky. What's wrong, master? Didn't expect TORUN into them as so soon. The next morning, they sped toward the desolate landscape of the Mopa Valley. The driver, Like, continued explaining the situation while the protagonist listened intently. Like's candid observations about his own people were amusing to the man. The true, secret objective was always the investigation into traces of Elysium. The Angel Burst Guild's crest, a winged insignia, is revealed, followed by a stark internal reflection. A familiar, unsettling tension suddenly seized the air as he recognized an approaching threat. Even the desolate canyon opening revealed something unexpectedly pretty. Breaking through the narrow canyon mouth, the vehicle bursts into the bright, arid expanse of the Mopa Valley. What's wrong, master? Didn't expect TORUN into them so soon. The master executed his descent with blinding speed, the aura around him illuminating the bright sky. Despite the intensity of his speed, Pengu's excitement remained pure and unreserved. Master exploded into motion, leaving Pengu struggling to keep pace with the incredible speed. The master's powerful aura pulsed, suggesting a breakthrough or a sudden realization. The creature roared, its hostile presence shattering the calm as it dove toward the advancing master. Just as I had mastered the flow, an unexpected encounter cut my practice short. The system confirmed the new combat technique was ready for field testing. The master unleashed a spectacular, lightning-infused attack, concluding the intense martial arts practice. The powerful energy coalesced, ready to strike the unsuspecting wyvern below. The monstrous presence roared in defiance, just as the master's fierce attack struck true. The satisfying confirmation of the Dark Star Spirit Bow felt good, but Pengu's excitement was immediate. The monstrous form, encased in ancient armor, hurtles downward with intense, concentrated force. His internal monologue was abruptly interrupted as masked figures approached, one holding a syringe. The master's speed overwhelmed Pengu, who expressed his amazement at the sudden burst of movement. The intense battle continued beneath the ominous black orb hanging in the sky. The wyvern collapsed under the master's overwhelming assault, its last breath fading into the dust. The monstrous creature roared in agony as the unseen attack sliced through its tough hide. His shadowless step was immediately followed by a devastating strike from his unique weapon. The monster recoiled, screaming out in agony from the powerful, unseen blow. The explosive impact of a perfectly executed strike resonated through the humid cavern air. The initial combat test ended in a flash of blinding, swift movement. The rapid integration of new martial arts felt jarring. But suddenly, Pengu reacted to something nearby. Master channels his focused internal energy, Qi, readying his newly refined martial arts. Pengu was momentarily lost in his simple enjoyment while gathering intel inside the Mopa gate. A familiar power crackled around his hand, a quiet display amidst the forest. The relentless training inside the gate was abruptly halted by the master's command. After a full half-day of non-stop hunting, the initial groundwork was complete. This early encounter with the Angel Burst Guild was an unexpected variable in the mission. So, the new group from the Union arrived at the entrance of the Mopa Valley Gate. The master's gaze fixates on the distinct insignia of the guild they've encountered. The day's intense groundwork concluded, only for a sudden shadow to fall across the master's path. While their performance truly impressed him, Brian White gestures confidently, his smile betraying nothing about his true intentions. The supposed mercenary agreement was sealed with a firm handshake, a pretense for the inevitable confrontation. The Angel Burst leader, Brian White, appeared flustered after being confronted about his seemingly casual departure. Brian feigned approachability, waving cheerfully as they arrived at the staged location. The feigned exhaustion vanishes as Minchell steps out, his true intent now clear. The short beastkin puffs up, watching Jen Minchell expectantly, ready for his next command. Brian White's smug grin confirms his hidden agenda as the system readout flickers to life. Jen Minchell finally reveals his familiar, a small, fierce-looking beastkin companion. The Angel Burst members dissolve back into the woods, their immediate usefulness exhausted. Brian, with an unnerving smile, affectionately pats the small, excited dog he brought along. The Angel Burst members were clearly moving with astonishing, unnatural speed. The trap was sprung. A monstrous, multi-headed beast roared as it lunged forward. The Angel Burst members rush forward as the powerful attack connects, revealing their true, violent intent. The summoned weapon manifests in a blinding, vibrant surge of demonic purple energy. The Angel Burst members taunt lands, but Jen Minchell sees only the transparent deception of their ploy. Having called out their bluff, Minchell was ready to finally unleash his true power. With that crucial strike landed, Minchell confirms his overwhelming advantage in the staged confrontation. The support team watched in stunned silence as the terrifying Wyvern pack fell, defeated solo. The confrontation was inevitable. The Angel Burst members finally revealed their true, mocking intent. The realization hit Jen Minchell like a physical blow. This was no accidental meeting. The elaborate ruse collapses as Jen Minchell calls out their blatant deception. The Angel Burst member pause, caught off guard by Jen Minchell's blunt dismantling of their charade. The beastkin happily devoured the absorbed souls, confirming the gate's rapid experience gain. Brian White's angelic facade shatters as he recognizes the terrifying presence before him. The Angel Burst members unleash their disguised attack, but Jen Minchell sees through their pathetic charade instantly. His initial shock instantly snaps into cold, calculated focus as his cosmic flow activates. The bait was set, and now, after several days, the trap was sprung. Minchell had swiftly dispatched the initial threat, leaving the Angel Burst members stunned by his efficiency. The confrontation had begun. The world dissolved into blinding light. The little beastkin seems content after gobbling down the spoils of the successful hunt. Brian White, with a knowing smirk, seemed to anticipate the next move in this carefully laid deception. He stood calmly, the hologram hovering, while his tiny companion looked utterly bewildered by the confrontation. Brian White returns, seeking Minchell's recognition with an overly familiar smile. The moment of confrontation had arrived, shattering the pretense of the mercenary request. Brian White names the behemoth looming behind him, Hecadentiaries. The Angel Burst member reveals his smug satisfaction, having successfully lured Jen Minchell into their carefully laid trap. The dazzling light and rainbow spectrum washed over the rugged, green peaks, signaling a powerful presence. The trap is sprung, and the Angel Burst members recoil from the unexpected, blinding counterattack. The Angel Burst members watched in awe as Jin Minchul effortlessly struck down their target. The blinding light of the attack slammed down, echoing Minchul's explosive power. The supposed threat has fallen, and Jin Minchul holds his companion close amidst the lingering, brilliant energy. The Angel Burst member, caught completely off guard, recoils from the sudden, overwhelming burst of power. The Angel Burst Guild members feigned awe, trying to draw Minchul into their obvious trap. He realized their entire performance was a ruse, simply pretending to hold back their true power. The Angel Burst member begins to state their identity, but the moment is interrupted by Minchul's sharp retort. Brian White, momentarily startled, prepares to speak as Jin Minchul calls out his bluff. The Angel Burst members feigned exhaustion, clearly telegraphing their manufactured distress. Confronted with their obvious deception, Jin Minchul finally drops the pretense. Minchul finally reveals his true awareness, challenging the Angel Burst members head-on. Brian White, momentarily stunned, questions the hidden meaning behind the words he just heard. With a sharp snap, Jin Minchul signaled the end of the charade. The beast reacts with a desperate, drawn-out howl as the overwhelming force strikes. The final facade crumbles as Jin Minchul rejects their ridiculous ploy. The pretense shattered. The hidden words finally emerge from the encroaching darkness. The Angel Burst member recoiled, utterly speechless as Jin Minchul exposed their ruse. The Angel Burst members realize their ruse has been exposed, met instead by Jin Minchul's overwhelming power. The Angel Burst member, fully illuminated in brilliant, blinding light, drops the pretense entirely. The overwhelming aura of the angel-possessed hunter was now fully revealed. The celestial being materialized, radiating overwhelming, divine radiance across the corrupted battlefield. His smug defiance remained, now punctuated by a chilling pronouncement. His smirk deepened, surrounded by ethereal particles, setting the stage for his next condescending remark. As the beast fell, a cold realization dawned. His arrogance had cost him everything. The angel channels divine energy, preparing a devastating counterattack against the perceived threat. The command rings out as the metallic construct glows with intense power, poised to strike. The world reacted violently to the devastating power unleashed, signifying a shift in the tide of battle. The overwhelming power of the seven-star demon sword struck, bathing the battlefield in blinding radiance. The system registers the profound change. Code VF150. Now upgraded after ranking. He dismisses the creature's appearance, preparing to identify the true nature of the threat now summoned. The robotic warrior, Elam, took the full force of the attack, its systems immediately flagging severe damage. My true form approaches, my divine energy overwhelming the mortal before me. The proud angels of Elysium made their resolute descent, their heavenly mandate clear. The monster snarled, its glowing eyes fixed on the bounty before it. The powerful strike connects, erupting in a brilliant, shattering force. Despite the blinding light and immense power unleashed, the angel recoils, calling the source a filthy beast. The angelic warrior, momentarily stunned by the transformation, defiantly challenged the beast below. The blinding attack connects, eliciting a furious, desperate cry from the towering construct. The clash of power erupted, the beast roaring in pain as the radiance consumed it. The overwhelming power shattered the angel's defense, his cry muffled by the searing pain. The feast is over as the shadowy figure revels in the carnage, the angel's essence consumed. Despite the blinding flash, this proud angel could only muster a pained grunt of exertion. Despite the overwhelming display of power, the angel realized the severe threat of facing this behemoth. The angel, cornered, refuses to break under the weight of the mortal's threats. He vows, preparing to counter the angel's arrogance with a direct threat. The battle rages on, but the cosmic darkness swallows the frame, perhaps signaling an impending shift or a terrible realization. The blinding light erupts as the command rings out, NOW. The blinding divine power unleashed by their strongest weapon was overwhelming. The resulting shockwave obliterates the immediate area, leaving only confusion in its wake. The flash attack landed, leaving only stunned silence and the sound of heavy machinery collapsing. With a blinding flash of divine energy, he unleashes his power to strike down the enemy. The energy radiating from the sword was immense, but even this divine power couldn't contain the sheer force of his next move. With a chilling grin, the mortal declared his pure, raw enjoyment of the clash. The purple energy explodes outward as he declares the final move, the heaven-breaking sword. The 7-star demon sword, a weapon of overwhelming power, declares its maximum state and immediate operational failure. The battle system screams for immediate withdrawal to the high-ranking angel, Mariel. The powerful 7-star demon sword secures another victory, boosting his cumulative level. His victory was sealed, yet he held back, his smile promising a far worse fate than death for these arrogant angels. Now fully unleashing his power, the authority of the 7-star sword begins to manifest. The archangel, struck by the divine power, paused in stunned realization. The implication of corruption and exile hung heavy, shattering the angel's composure as he recoiled. The loyal companion warned of the sudden danger, an unseen ambush closing in fast. The monstrous dog seemed quite pleased with its catch, presenting the hapless angels like trophies. The small creature watched in sudden terror as the powerful interrogation began. The threat of being utterly disgraced hangs over them, and their denial begins to crack. The colossal beast roared its final, terrible greeting, Bon Appetit. The immense power unleashed left devastation in its wake, triggering a frantic plea for defense. The overwhelming power had stripped the angelic combatants bare, leaving only their pristine white feathers scattered on the cracked earth. The angel, clearly defeated and clutching his wound, can only manage a single, desperate command: die. The captured angel confirmed the horrifying truth of his potential return to Elysium. You only spared me to ask about the traitor Taniel's whereabouts, didn't you? The defeated angels remained silent, having learned the hard way that their proud defiance meant nothing. My true answer hangs heavy in the cold air. Elysium simply ceased to be. He grit his teeth against the pain, realizing what truly bound these proud angels. The corrupting touch of Asmodeus left a profound mark. Blackened wings, the undeniable symbol of a fallen angel. The dark energy surged, and the captive angel could only utter a choked denial as the corruption took hold. Asmodeus gleefully prepared to unleash his corrupted power upon the captured angel. With his dark plan laid bare, the sinister grin intensified as he explained the mechanics of Asmodeus's corruption. The corrupted mana surged, forcing the angel into agonizing submission. The cold, blue void seemed to confirm his grim understanding of the situation. The information about Elysium's Earth Purification Project, led by Angel Edel, is confirmed. The slot machine spins, its purpose now clear: the relentless pursuit of human desire. Despite the heavy security and opulent displays, Wolf confirmed the masks used the same voice distortion tech seen at the auction. This corrupting influence felt like the very greed demons thrive upon. Yet even Mariel hadn't grasped the full truth behind these actions. Even with the promise of a painless end, his true destination remained vague. The stark reality of the situation settled in, as the captured angel finally spoke. The vow, etched upon the soul, ensures silence. There's nothing more he can reveal. The captured angels, bruised and defeated, still desperately sought assurance for their fate. With the creature defeated, he casually displayed the resulting ethereal residue, seemingly pleased with his dark work. The monstrous Fenrir, satisfied, awaits its master's command to claim its gruesome meal. The lingering power dissipated as he stood, resolute in the desolate, cavernous space. The dark, corrupted mana settled, visually marking the nature of the fallen angel's taint. The monstrous creature dissipates, leaving the confident man and the small, dark creature bathed in an unnatural green glow. With the target in sight, the next objective was clear: find someone who knew the location of their hidden base. The limousine arrived, delivering them directly to the dazzling, secretive Black Casino. The eerie sound effects emphasized the immediate, damp darkness of their arrival. As the informant confirmed his readiness, the harvester gave his final warning before departure. The man smiled, dropping the pretense of shared purpose after obtaining the information he needed. The shadowy figures remained silent, their words hidden by the oppressive darkness of the room. The sinister reality sank in. Elysium's plans were deeply tied to Paradise Street. The masked figures stood rigid, surrounded by the intense blue glow and sonic booms of the confrontation. The escort pointed towards the parking area, while an internal thought noted the significant investment made here. The man, holding the fluffy dog, maintains a guarded expression as he listens to the other person. The analysis continues, identifying the visual obfuscation tactics employed by their target. With the disguise finally shed, Teresa felt a wave of relief wash over her. The golden glow of the high-stakes casino enveloped the bare-masked figure as he considered his infiltration plan. The mission was complete, so a trip to the casino was the reward. Now, time to check out the machines. Since everyone wears a mask here, visual identification is completely useless. With the disguises in place, it was time to scan the hidden elite gambling within the casino. The energy transfer was complete, and the masked figure confirmed his success, confirming Mariel's suspicion. The overwhelming atmosphere here is designed to extract pure avarice. The shock of revelation still pulsed, leaving him momentarily stunned by the veiled threat. The flow of the universe registered an unusual reaction to a specific pattern, suggesting someone significant was nearby. Amidst the velvet opulence, a bizarrely masked figure is revealed, confirming the target's bizarre identity. The strange, dinosaur-like mask immediately caught Wolf's attention, reacting to an unusual mana signature. With their disguises firmly in place, the players meet in this opulent private room. The bizarre teddy bear mask was still looking for something, its voice heavily disguised. The masked figure confirmed his suspicion regarding the unusual mana sync. My opponent threatens exposure, knowing my pride won't let my reputation crumble. Minchell remained silent, his question met with the abrupt removal of Teresa's disguise. The dinosaur mask remained firmly in place as the tension thickened between the two masked figures. Removing the disguise, the tension lifts as the true intentions begin to surface. The conversation with the masked operative ends abruptly, replaced by this striking figure in the opulent bar. The masked handler finishes his veiled threat, leaving Teresa to wonder about the implications of refusal. The unsettling reveal of her identity forced an immediate change in tactics. Removing the disguise brought immense relief, allowing Teresa to finally speak her mind directly. The masked man, obscured by the shadow of his speech bubble, remains silent for now. The fiery devastation fades, only to be replaced by a stark, echoing silence. A mysterious interface appears as the woman offers a smug, knowing look. He processed the revelation of the labyrinth, a slight uncertainty clouding his determined gaze. Minchell remained silent, his gaze fixed on the divine feather he held aloft. Minchell felt the latent divine energy within the feather, recognizing the sheer force it contained. The benefactor's surprise was evident. The human was an ally, not an enemy. The benefactor's guarded expression tightened, recognizing the danger in Teresa joining the fray. Minchell's direct action, revealing the feather's divine energy, left Teresa utterly stunned. Minchell's summoning caught Teresa off guard, leading to a shocked outburst from her summoned being. Her face contorted in shock at the sudden revelation of hidden angels within the casino. Minchell confirmed his search target, the casino, while glowing particles hinted at the spiritual energy he was sensing. Her surprise deepened, realizing Minchell's knowledge extended far beyond mere reconnaissance. "I've got a score to settle with them," Minchell reveals, his resolve hardened. The mention of the second cataclysm hints at a deeper history, prompting her to question the nature of their current friction. Minchell's orb of summoning revealed the presence of another powerful entity, Taniel. With the common goal established, Minchell prepared to state his intentions, awkwardly holding a bulky plush toy. Minchell pulled out the strange, heavy orb, remembering his own need for aid. Minchell paused, absorbing the implications of Teresa's willingness to join his perilous quest. "We're safe here, away from prying eyes in the back room." Teresa's inviting tone and playful use of the affectionate term left Minchel momentarily stunned. The magical interference of the labyrinth was now apparent, its paths woven by holy power. The falling snow continues to blanket the city as Minchel realizes Teresa's power is the key to navigating the subterranean maze. The bartender, unaware of the danger, continued his routine cleaning. The bartender's surprise was evident as the powerful being summoned a relic for navigation. Teresa smiled, seemingly satisfied, while Minchel held the small dog close. Minchel seals their sudden alliance with a firm handshake. Despite his earlier misgivings about her identity, the benefactor's tone shifts, playfully questioning Teresa about her casino losses while cuddling a very happy-looking creature. Teresa ushered Minchel past the bartender, securing a private space away from the casino floor. Teresa, pleased with the prospect of working together, prepared to survey their surroundings. Minchel dismissed the idea of a private room, implying the bartender friend had offered a better alternative. The mysterious glow intensified as the benefactor sensed something concerning about Minchel's human ally. She casually inquires about the location of their base, clearly confident in their partnership. Teresa's knowing smile betrayed her curiosity about the powerful artifact Minchel was using. Minchel watched her approach, his gaze intense, sensing the shift in their dynamic. The benefactor's realization was chillingly clear. This human ally was now on the angel's side. The horrifying truth of the drug is unveiled, shocking Teresa. Minchel leaned back, waiting for the fiery-haired woman to finish her dramatic exit. Minchel paused, his expression hardening as he processed the labyrinthine complexity they now faced. The tension hung heavy as Minchel considered their alliance beneath the casino's glow. The location of their base required no long journey. It was much closer than expected. He felt a sense of vindication, confirming his suspicion about a hidden path beneath the building. Minchel confirms the existence of a hidden path, signaling they must descend further. Minchel's summon, seemingly just a fluffy dog, expresses its fear of the dark labyrinth. Minchel realized his summoning orb was the perfect tool for navigating this impossible maze. He instantly understood the chaos the maze represented for an angel. Diverging paths. The maze of the angel's space stretches out before them. The benefactor's surprise melts into sudden alarm upon recognizing Teresa's true identity. Minchel begins, finding the perfect partner for this subterranean journey. Even with the entrance revealed, Minchel admitted that complex pathfinding wasn't his strength. Minchel, having identified the hidden enemy locations, coldly demands the angels reveal themselves. Minchel prepares his strategy, remembering he has friends to navigate this labyrinth. The orb pulsed with light as the small entity whispered a final, mournful plea to its prince. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Minchel's shock erupts as he calls out for Teresa. Teresa's fascination with the summoned creature broke the tension of their covert mission. The summoned creature recoiled, overwhelmed by the sudden shift in allegiance. The entity's warning echoes, raising the question of whether Minchel himself is perceived as an enemy here. The descent concludes with a heavy thud into the cavern below. The air cracks with a thunderous impact, shaking the very stone around them. The silent aftermath of the swift attack hung heavy in the cavern's blue gloom. The immediate mission, dispatching threats and mapping the path forward. He deployed Sasha's summoned ants for subterranean reconnaissance. My powers neutralized their hired hunters quickly, swiftly eliminating the threat from a distance with the Asura demon bow. The long descent finally ends as a massive, clawed foot touches down, signaling arrival. The ant confirms the discovery, holding up the vile substance to its benefactor. After 30 tense minutes, they emerged into this vast, unnatural cavern beneath Las Vegas. The complex, overlapping magic circles dominate the cavern floor, confirming their suspicions about the sheer scale of this operation. The massive magic circuits, constructed with copious amounts of mithril, confirm their true purpose. The shocking realization of their true intentions finally surfaced as the full scope of their mithril reserves became clear. This immense, glowing vial pulsed with the refined essence of negative emotion. The massive container pulsed, holding a strange, bubbling crimson substance. The benefactor surveyed the scene, anticipating the confrontation. The sudden, deep silence of the cavern walls amplified the sounds of their entry. A blinding presence fills the cavern, striking silent terror into the figures below. The enemy's arrogance was palpable, dismissing them as mere vermin. But then, a chilling realization dawned. The sheer intensity of this being's divine power immediately struck the hero. The ominous discovery of the hidden facility concludes as a celestial figure is revealed. It's Edel. His surprise was palpable as he registered the sheer scale of the operation before them. "So," he began, a cold smirk playing on his lips within the cavern's dim glow. His sharp retort cut through the tension as he reacted to the enemy's arrival. The red-haired antagonist roared, meeting the protagonist's divine assault with her own dark power. The benefactor calmly observes, realizing the sheer power emanating from the approaching foe. The enemy leader, bristling with power, acknowledged the protagonist's strength, but remained utterly dismissive of humanity. The benefactor's subordinate was ready to join the fray, awaiting the order. As divine energy flared, manifesting spectral wings, one accepted the dangerous challenge before them. The benefactor called out to his angelic forces, a clear signal to move into position. The benefactor's arrival commands immediate reverence from the surrounding guards. The chilling realization settles in as he points toward the source of the disturbance. After 30 minutes of descent, a massive cavern opened beneath the surface of Las Vegas. The intensity of the descent abruptly cuts to an ominous transition. The divine power surging through him met an unyielding resistance, evidenced by the violent snap of the restraint. The captive let out a pained, echoing cry, suspended by heavy chains in the ominous darkness. Daniel awoke, bruised and bound, a faint glimmer of resistance in his eyes. The blinding energy surge finally connects, prompting an anguished recognition. Sir Minchell is caught in the blast. The masked figure looms over the wounded Daniel, his presence a suffocating shadow. What a mess. The situation in this vast cavern felt overwhelming. He lay battered, his eyes holding a faint, lingering awareness amidst the darkness. The benefactor observed the overwhelming divine power, realizing this confrontation would be far more challenging than anticipated. "Pingu, you're coming with me." The wounded subordinate was enveloped in a brilliant, powerful radiance, his recovery beginning immediately. The overwhelming power of the divine flame began to erupt around him. The opponent unleashes a primal scream, fully committing to the assault. The supreme being recoils violently as the potent divine power collides. The benefactor sneers, enraged that a mere human dares to challenge their divine authority. The benefactor's subordinate dismissed the protagonist's very existence as mere nonsense. The blinding light intensified as he skillfully summoned his weapon. The benefactor's overwhelming divine power erupts, silencing all doubt about the impending confrontation. The clash of powers erupts as a blinding divine radiance erupts, stunning the opposition. The clash of dark power and divine might erupts in a blinding flash of energy. The overwhelming divine power unleashed caused an immediate shockwave across the cavern floor. The royal guard prepares to intercept, shouting a desperate command to stop the intruders from reaching the facility. The benefactor orders the royal guard to destroy the facility at all costs, bracing for the confrontation. The air crackles as a terrifying purple energy erupts, labeled the power of calamity. The benefactor unleashed a torrent of energy, forcing the supreme being to recoil from the intense divine power. He unleashed a power that defied expectation, cloaked in cosmic energy. The enemy's sudden surge of suppressed mana revealed a crucial opening for the approaching assassin. The benefactor unleashes a blinding surge of power, preparing to meet the overwhelming divine might head-on. The sudden overwhelming divine power caused an immediate, shocked reaction. The radiant power emanating from him confirmed their worst suspicions. The jarring transition signals the end of their journey into the cavern, ushering in the chapter title. They are forced to witness the sheer magnitude of the incoming celestial energy. The backlash of the Holy Spirit's final gambit was staggering. The immense energy pulses, culminating in a shocking, focused burst. The sight of the summoned Holy Spirit of Light left the onlookers utterly stunned and horrified. As the shocking transformation begins, Minchel simply questions the reversal of expectations. The crushing impact of Minchel's attack sends a massive shockwave of purple energy outward, her arrogance shattered. Even the divine summons were proving difficult to control. The Holy Spirit Falcon, burning its power, finally showed its core. The divine being was forced to reveal the glowing spirit orb containing its very soul. The raw, blinding power of the Holy Spirit surges, just as the enemy predicted. The summoned Holy Spirit Falcon unleashes a terrifying, earth-shattering shriek against the standing mortal. Despite expending its final reserves, the Holy Spirit recoiled from Minchel's unexpected counterattack. The blinding light finally settles as the immense form of the Holy Spirit Falcon manifests, radiating divine power. The Holy Spirit's core, the soul orb, is finally revealed after its power is spent. The Holy Spirit's overwhelming power burns away, exposing the core. Minchel had been waiting for this moment. The transformation is complete. The divine power of Elysium now engulfs the being. The summoned Holy Spirit now radiates with divine, comforting energy, feeling like Elysium itself to the summoner. The massive expenditure of power finally revealed the core, the spirit orb. The Holy Spirit Falcon, basking in the light of Elysium, prepares to strike as its master commands. The summoned Holy Spirit Falcon charges forward, an undeniable force of immense power. Even as the Holy Spirit Falcon struck, Minchel stood resolute, claiming the true prize. The summoned Holy Spirit Falcon recoiled, struck by the sheer power radiating from the mortal. The Holy Spirit Falcon begins to falter, its magnificent form struggling against the unseen assault. The blinding light of its ultimate attack was overwhelming. The Holy Spirit Falcon obeys the command, descending rapidly upon Minchel with divine fury. The Holy Spirit Falcon poured out its final reserves of power, forcing the core into visibility. The Holy Spirit Falcon unleashes its final, brilliant attack. Labeled as Heaven, the Holy Spirit unleashes its maximum output, forcing a critical reaction from Minchel. The Holy Spirit Falcon is bewildered by the divine aura Minchel now exudes. Watching Minchel force the Holy Spirit to expend its final reserves filled her with dread. As Minchel dominates the Holy Spirit, another angel steps forward, ready to intervene. The ominous resonance echoed as the surrounding energy intensified, drawing the focus of the observing party. The moment of final exertion had passed. Now, only the spectral form of the Holy Spirit remained. The Holy Spirit pulsed with furious, divine energy, yet Minchel simply grinned in anticipation. Seeing the overwhelming power displayed, the enemy questions the situation with a sly challenge. The summoned Holy Spirit Falcon unleashes a blinding wave of divine, fiery energy. The Holy Spirit mocks Minchel's arrogance, confident in Elysium's divine blessing. The Holy Spirit Falcon unleashed its terrifying command, initiating the gate of hell. As the Holy Spirit Falcon prepared its attack, Minchel prepared his response, ready to engage. The power flares, forcing the last vestiges of its divine energy to erupt. The summoned being of light emanated an overwhelming divine aura, shocking the onlooker. The Holy Spirit's attack, meant to be devastating, is violently repelled, striking the acolytes back with terrifying force. With the Holy Spirit drained and its core exposed, the true target was finally revealed. The Holy Spirit unleashes its ultimate command, aiming to obliterate those it deems unworthy of its sacred power. She watches the final, desperate exchange with cold calculation, convinced of her victory. The Holy Spirit Falcon's divine attack met a wall of shimmering power, repelled by the mortal's counter. Honestly, this victory feels almost too easy now. The Holy Spirit fully manifests, its divine, towering presence overwhelming the battlefield. The Holy Spirit's power rapidly depleted, revealing the core he desperately sought. He waited until the Spirit expended its last reserves of power. This was what he was waiting for. Even after the heavy blow, the Holy Spirit refused to surrender, desperately clinging to its fading might. Despite the devastating impact, the divine avian screamed that its power had not yet faded. Yes, This is the moment he was waiting for. The Holy Spirit Falcon, cornered, vowed to fight on, even if it cost its very life force. The ultimate prize, the Spirit Orb, is finally revealed as the Holy Spirit exhausts itself. With the Spirit Orb finally exposed, Minchel grips his weapon, ready for the final confrontation. Minchel had successfully forced out the Holy Spirit's last reserves, revealing the glowing Spirit Orb within. Minchel unleashes his final, overwhelming strike, the sky-splitting sword. The Holy Spirit's immense power surged, causing a deafening, visible tremor across the very fabric of the space. Thanks, Dai. You made find me, he declares, fully illuminated by the fading divine light. The final, devastating blow lands, and the system announces his ascension. The aftermath of the interrogation echoed with a chilling sound effect. The monstrous energy dissipates, leaving the battle's grim aftermath. The main task was complete, but the collateral damage was now being reported to Teresa. His pride, however, remained the only shield keeping him alive, refusing to crack under pressure. The ruined form, barely alive, struggles to utter a final thought. Ainuila steps forward, the culmination of her ritual finally at hand. The horrifying effects of the blue drug, hallucinations and euphoria are revealed. Teresa accepts the information, ready to carve out the cancerous elements causing corruption. His satisfied smirk confirms that his immediate goal is met, but the investigation into the larger network continues. After securing the crucial information, a moment of shared understanding passes between them. The moment hangs heavy, the darkness of the aftermath illuminated by a soft, cold light. The aftermath of the confrontation leaves behind scattered, blood-speckled white feathers drifting over the cold, broken ground. The kneeling victim, utterly broken by the prior interrogation, finally begins to surrender all. The battered angel lies still, their halo dimming against the oppressive darkness. The ecstatic display contrasts sharply with the grim reality of the preceding events. Despite the horrific scene, the angels erupted in an overwhelmingly enthusiastic, almost manic, cheer for their master. The blinding light intensified, a visceral sound emanating from the divine presence as Edel's fate was decided. With Edel near death, the protagonist applies his power, hovering a luminous ring over the fallen angel. The interrogation concluded. Edel offered his final, chilling admission. The little creature was clearly satiated after consuming whatever was necessary. The ethereal darkness enveloped them as the final words of the ordeal echoed. A moment of quiet contemplation as the intel is handed over, a slight sound escaping him. The requested data exchange is complete, but Teresa's reaction suggests surprise at the method of delivery. Teresa accepted the damning file, now knowing exactly which cancerous elements to excise from the operation. The heavily battered captive finally breaks, offering up his secrets in exchange for his life. The captive angel recoils, shocked by the unexpected denial of mercy. The wounded angel looked up, bewildered by the strange reprieve. You're not even fun to tease. So, you were working on something with Hydra's corpse, weren't you? Battered man, realizing his fate was sealed, could only look up with a desperate, pleading expression. The captive, despite receiving mercy, still cries out against the perceived injustice. The brute force interrogation concludes with a single, agonizing scream echoing through the blue-tinged abyss. The creature materialized in a flash of blue digital light, its alien form pulsating with energy. The ritual is complete. A formidable presence materializes amidst swirling blue energy. The prisoner, barely clinging to life, finally breaks under the interrogation. The interrogation complete, the mastermind remains impassive, processing the final delivery of information. The fallen angel, brought low, winces as the cold, hard ground meets his hand, the dark presence still causing distress. The tense aftermath settles into a desolate, suffocating silence. The man, barely alive, is left to contemplate his fate after his confession. The culprit, barely alive, could only look up as his victor offered a chilling, ambiguous response. The object, now revealed, holds a potent energy, signaling the next step in their investigation. Anilu, ready to be presented, glows brilliantly as the ritual concludes. The truth about Edel's fall, revealed through the powerful mirror of the fallen. Tarnia looks on as the artifact pulses, confirming the connection to the fallen angel's influence. The aftermath of the interrogation left the fallen angel utterly broken, yet miraculously still breathing. As Edel's treachery was exposed, the light returned to Taniel. Taniel, now an angel of virtues, stands ready with the recovered evidence. The fallout from Edel's corruption is officially being cataloged under these recent achievements. The immediate threat was neutralized, but the focus now shifts to the next crucial player in this mess. Edel's influence, amplified by the mirror of the fallen, was clearly revealed in this terrifying display of power. With the immediate threat handled, the blinding sunlight reflects off the massive tower. Back in his room, the protagonist lies still, the immediate danger neutralized. With the immediate danger handled, the master finally allowed himself a moment of rest. The interrogation concludes with the creature still clinging to its secrets, prompting the next casual demand. Now that the main threat was neutralized, the master prepares for the next phase. The captured culprit, broken but still clinging to a sliver of hope, begins to speak. The ritual completion earns a sharp, satisfied confirmation from Ainulu. The celestial darkness descends as their grim report is delivered beneath an ominous eclipse. He looks thoroughly exhausted, leaning into the immediate, intense aftermath of the confrontation. The dark anticipation hardens into certainty as the ritual concludes its work. The final report is delivered, a testament to swift and brutal efficiency. The intense light and energy signaled the arrival at the Mopa Gate. The newly forged Azitahaka demonstrated its raw, untamed power with a resounding impact. The newly forged immortal death dragon, Azitahaha, presented its intimidating legion to the Supreme One. The command was absolute. Unleash power, AT-1s. The raw, untamed power of the newly summoned dragon erupts in a terrifying wave of magenta energy. The Supreme One observed the display of raw power, simply acknowledging the creature's emergence with a low "oh." The raw power of Azitahaka pulsed outward, commanding an odd silence. The raw power radiating from the newly formed being caused Fenrir to sense overwhelming danger. Even Minchel had to admit, the display of raw power was staggering. The Supreme One stared up, utterly dwarfed by the menacing, newly forged immortal death dragon. The newly forged creature manifested with an aura of pure, terrifying immortal death. Self-awareness, he mused aloud, thoroughly intrigued by the creation's advanced state. A deafening thwack sound effect punctuated the display of Azitahaka's massive, newly formed wing. The newly forged death dragon, Azitahaka, unleashes its terrifying power with a mighty roar. The Supreme One, standing atop his new creation, prepared for the ultimate field test. The Supreme One, now fully satisfied with the hunting spree, held the fluffy familiar close. The newly forged immortal death dragon, Azitahaka, accepts its assigned name from its Supreme One. The Supreme One prepares to test the raw, imposing power of his newly forged immortal death dragon. The Supreme One reviews the newly generated dragon's base attributes and skills on the system display. The Supreme One pondered his next move, casually asking Pengu about human transformation. Two monstrous, shadowy forms emerge, their glowing eyes piercing the darkness. The newly forged Azitahaka acknowledged its creator with absolute obedience, awaiting the next command. The subordinate confirms the success of the latest creation, finally eliciting approval from the Supreme One. A sharp exhalation marked the beginning of the grand display of power. The brute spots its next target, but something far more dreadful looms behind it. The true measure of Azitahaka's overwhelming power erupts in a blinding flash of destructive light. The lingering shockwave of power dissipated, revealing the dense, untouched jungle flora, punctuated by a sharp sound effect. The newly born Azitahaka waits, a faint promise of obedience hanging in the air. 5 out of 10. The Supreme One delivered the harsh verdict, immediately dampening the immortal death dragon's excitement. Despite the win, the Supreme One noted a severe lack of efficiency. His control was clearly sloppy. Azitahaka, now fully formed and imposing, silently questioned the Supreme One's assessment. Its ego was clear, viewing itself as a true dragon, unlike the mindless machines. The Supreme One stood amidst the swirling mists, holding the small, happy creature. The nascent Azitahaka immediately unleashes a blinding surge of deadly energy upon command. Azitahaka unleashes a wave of catastrophic purple energy, overwhelming everything in its path. The Supreme One observed his new creation, noting its self-awareness, but also its deficiency. The system confirms that Dragon's heart trait remains inactive, signaling Fenrir still hasn't reached his full potential. The Supreme One affectionately patted the happy, newly formed Death Dragon. Understanding the creature's unique birth, the Supreme One simply acknowledged the explanation. His confident smile conveyed pride, though the Supreme One deemed his power control sloppy. The newly forged Azitahaka soared into the bright sky, ready to display its might. The Supreme One names his terrifying creation Azitahaka. The hunter looked uncertainly at his commander, ready for the next instruction. The Supreme One stands tall, ready to move forward, while his companions watch from below. The Supreme One, pleased with his new creation's power, confirms his decision. The Cyclops Legion surge forward, their glowing red eyes an immediate threat to the Supreme One below. The aftermath of the intense display left the Supreme One momentarily stunned, Fenrir equally shaken by the raw power unleashed. The relentless hunting spree continued until the final day approached. Minchel confirmed his growing strength. The newly born Azitahaka radiates terrifying, palpable energy, imposing its presence on the cavern. The supportive force behind him unleashed a blinding, golden burst of power. The time for polite sparring was over. Only utter annihilation remained. The earth itself shuddered from the sheer force of the impact, shattering the terrain. The monstrous Cyclops could only cry out as the axe swung down violently. The Cyclops King's single eye widened in a final, desperate shockwave of pain. The King Cyclops recoiled, reeling from the sheer impact of the solo hunter's assault. The prince's shocked outburst was immediately followed by an overwhelming burst of raw, concentrated power. The Cyclops roared its rage as Minchel descended, bathed in ethereal energy. The intense, lingering sound effects emphasized the raw power of the confrontation. The flashbulbs flared violently, capturing the sudden explosion of worldwide attention on his conquest. The sudden eruption of flashbulbs confirmed the intense media interest following his conquest. The dog chimes in, perhaps sensing the overwhelming attention focused on its master by the flashing cameras. The enthusiastic underlings excitedly hauled their spoils, prompting a simple, knowing acknowledgement from Minchel. The second prince confessed his current lack of standing, but his earnestness piqued Minchel's interest. He acknowledged the immense power that fame brought. The sensational news of an S-rank hunter's conquest flooded the media, demanding attention. The power he wielded against the monster was now officially classified an S-rank subdue. The reporter recognized him instantly, perhaps recalling their earlier underground encounter. "I told you I've been busy." Minchel remained coolly distant, letting the Vanaheim representative speak first. The prince, standing amidst the sparkling night, finally conceded his current disadvantage. The prince's direct challenge hangs heavy in the air, eliciting a simple, questioning sound from Minchel. "Rest," I cheerfully announced, waving goodbye to the reporters after wrapping up my obligations. The interviewer, still beaming, held a folder containing the settlement details. The mysterious purple orb, the core of the King Cyclops' power, materialized before him, his gaze fixed on the legendary Mana aperture, the fruit of his ultimate battle. The monster was engulfed in a shocking crimson aura, its power inexplicably reversing in action. After securing the rare Mana aperture, Minchel politely refused the offer of American citizenship. The prince, surprised by the quick refusal, watched Minchel and his subordinate depart. The long journey concluded as Minchel boarded the flight, leaving the neon glow of Las Vegas behind for home. The prince, expecting immediate dismissal, found himself instead being called out by a persistent visitor. After wrapping up business and collecting his prize, the hunter finally returned home to rest. Back home, The dog wonders if the master delegated the tedious cleanup after the King Cyclops fight purely out of laziness. The intense conversation concluded. Minchel finally agreed to hear the second prince out, resting back in his room. She processed the rejection, realizing that if the prince wanted an audience, he would seek him out directly. The gravity of the situation made him pause, a brief moment of reflection before responding. Despite the prince's importance, he firmly instructed them to tell the persistent royal to come to him directly. The elven prince regarded the shocked employee with a cool, self-assured expression. A brief moment of peace finally descends as he sinks into his much-needed rest. Knowing his foresight, she smiled smugly while confirming the message. The call concluded. Minchel's immediate business in Vegas was finally finished. Leaning back, Minchel considered the situation with a relaxed, almost arrogant ease. The prince settled into the opulent chair, the moment of decision hanging heavy in the air. The sounds of the returning hunter cleaning up were abruptly interrupted by a confused from the little companion. The prince, finally face to face, claims he came for an honest discussion, referencing a prior challenge. The persistent young royal had shown up in person, demanding an audience. Minchel quietly pondered the identity of this persistent visitor. The prince stood his ground, facing the colossal figure across the makeshift table. He absorbed the prince's blunt assessment of his weak political standing. Having made his decision, he offered a simple, grateful acknowledgement for the prince's sincerity. The prince returned, clearly ready to put his best foot forward after 3 weeks of planning. The young prince maintained a disarmingly cheerful facade despite his precarious political standing. He calmly listened to the prince's blunt assessment of his current standing. The prince conceded his current weakness, prompting Minchel to press him further. His expression shifted subtly, recognizing the audacity of the young prince's proposition. He grimly continued outlining the political realities he faced back home. The prince finally sat before him, ready to state his case clearly. He paused, considering the weight of his next proposition, symbolized by this firm, gloved grasp. The young prince pointedly declared his ambition, linking his appeal directly to the protagonist's future. Erden was momentarily stunned by the gravity of the wager he had just proposed. The decisive moment of the agreement was sealed with a firm, unspoken vow. 1 year, Erden declared, setting the time frame for his ambitious gambit. He stared back, his expression unreadable as the weight of the wager settled between them. He wondered at the sheer audacity, using his backing as the foundation for an entire faction. The ambition, however questionable, was certainly intriguing. The weight of his promise was palpable, symbolized by the artifacts he offered as collateral. He was adorable as a puppy, but this humanoid form is just too strange. Minchel absorbed the weight of the situation. Fenrir's true identity finally unveiled. The earring, radiating genuine world tree energy, confirmed the sincerity of Erden's audacious wager. The abstract fade symbolizes the conclusion of that intense negotiation, leaving the air thick with potential consequence. The raw energy pulses outward, a tangible display of the world tree's essence. The newly designated sponsor leans forward, the weight of the agreement settling between them. He eagerly offered his hand, ready to seal the unprecedented wager. "Call me Erden," the young elf stated, sealing the unprecedented wager. The wager was set, a firm clasp sealing the year-long contract as Erden's future hung in the balance. The weight of the potential threat, tied to Elysium and Pandemonium, settled heavily on his mind. If Erden fails to form his faction, I won't get dragged into Vanaheim's power struggles. Vanaheim's destiny, bound by Elysium's influence, hung precariously in the balance. The Vanaheim dissidents yearned for freedom, whispering their desire to break from Elysium's control. The agreement was sealed, but the cracks in reality itself seemed to reflect the seismic shift about to occur in Vanaheim's power structure. The mounting political tension coalesces around a singular, looming threat. The political landscape was shifting, and with Pandemonium involved, this situation was growing far more complicated. The gravity of the situation, involving both Elysium and Pandemonium, settled heavily on his mind. The familiar, fluffy form of Pengu was momentarily distracted, lost in his digital world. The mysterious benefactor offered a chilling, self-satisfied grin as the deal was sealed. The Interstellar Union's headquarters stood bathed in divine light, a testament to powerful influence. Martin received the identification package with a bright, delighted expression, confirming his successful transformation. The master watched the childlike Fenrir nod in agreement. Fenrir, now in his human form, expressed unbridled joy about his newfound abilities. The dazzling light and particles emphasized the gravity of the deal just struck between Erden and the hunter. The immediate aftermath of the deal showed Erden's raw confidence manifesting as a powerful surge of energy. The system status displays his severe limitations in this new form, unable to access core abilities. The excited Ellie embraces the newly transformed, youthful Fenrir, perhaps seeing a bit of her own past excitement. He wasn't just a legend. He was the genuine article, prompting thoughts on the next steps. Ellie gently tends to Fenrir, who seems placidly enjoying the attention. The deal was sealed, but the shadow of uncertainty remained. Martin arrives, presenting gifts and the temporary ID, ending his initial business. Martin confirms the official ID will greatly simplify matters for Fenrir's integration. Ellie shows her complete faith in Fenrir's future potential, whatever form that may take. The newly polymorphed Pengu, now Fenrir, burst forth with pure joy, overwhelming his master. The sudden transformation left Fenrir looking like an elementary school child, wide-eyed and speechless. He confirmed his refusal, yet the smirk on his face suggested this wasn't the end of the negotiation. With his stats limited, I decided to teach Fenrir my signature techniques while waiting. The sudden, explosive surge of power was visually confirmed with a deafening impact effect. The shockwave of power erupts, momentarily dwarfing the small figure within the blue aura. The massive beast god watched silently as Pengu accepted the immense power, realizing the sheer speed of his absorption. The newly polymorphed Fenrir, full of childlike glee, rushed forward, ready for his new role. He cried out in dismay, protesting the end of his unexpected martial arts immersion. The sheer destructive power Fenrir displayed leaves Ellie concerned about the cleanup. Minchel affectionately ruffled Fenrir's hair, noting how much the little one enjoyed the sudden burst of intense training. Erda's bold wager accepted. The narrator acknowledged the weight of the commitment. Oh, it seems the temporary ID has finally arrived. Fenrir, fully accepting his new role, assures his master of his commitment to training. Martin confirmed the success of Pengu's latest transformation into a near-human form. With the temporary ID secured, Minchel's next task was ensuring Fenrir was prepared for independent action. He stared at the gifts, momentarily speechless, wondering about the true purpose behind the sudden offering. Ellie cheerfully gathered the gifts she prepared, certain that Pengu would be delighted with them. The newly transformed Pengu, now Fenrir, grinned with boundless, almost goofy, excitement. He acknowledges the gifts but remains reserved, noting her perpetually cool demeanor. The gravity of the agreement hung heavy between them as Min Chiel processed the implications. Despite the gravity of the situation, an official representative arrived to deliver the necessary documentation. The higher-ups of the union now wished to convene, sensing the shifting political tides. The title card fades, signaling the end of the tense negotiation and the dawn of Erden's ambitious year. After the heavy negotiation, the mood finally lightened as someone reacted to the perks of their new status. The question hangs in the air, acknowledging the persistent conflict between the powerful factions. The elder, with his imposing presence, now waits for the protagonist's decision regarding the meeting. The critical strategic value of Earth means neither side will relinquish control easily. The subordinate confirmed the meeting, clearly relieved by the sudden agreement. This status, bestowed upon beings of high rank, felt like a calculated risk by the Union. He quickly confirmed my identity. Jen Minchel, the dragon blood descendant. Knox's calm gaze met Minchel's, the silence holding the weight of the proposal just made. The mysterious being lands, illuminating the space with a faint, intense glow. The newly appointed Earth General Manager proudly shows off his magnificent, high-tech workspace. Martin was granted an incredible status, arriving in a magnificent vessel. The executive's high-tech setting faded as the narrator confirmed the opulent price of this interstellar communication. The opulent, high-tech meeting room within the massive airship hummed with energy. Knox presented his cold, knowing gaze, confirming the identity of the man before him. The executive is already waiting for you within this opulent, high-tech meeting space. Accepting the meeting, he ascends into the high-tech, luminous interior of the airship. The high-ranking figure immediately addresses him, calling out his alias with profound recognition. Knox's intense gaze fixed forward, accepting the gravity of the proposition. The ornate environment fades as Knox pauses, considering the next move. The air hangs heavy, filled with the faint, almost ethereal fall of petals against the dark void above. The executive's gaze pierced through, instantly recognizing Minchell's true nature. Stepping into the crowd, the cloaked figure seemed both alien and intensely focused. Knox's sharp, knowing gaze met mine, confirming he understood my true nature. Even through the masquerade, the high-ranking figure introduces himself with a grand title, Warlord Dymas. He acknowledges their shared sentiment. Seated across the ornate table, Knox offered a disarming, knowing smile. It's strange, meeting someone who knew me in a past life like this. The high-ranking figure responded cryptically, seemingly recognizing something about the VIP status. The high-ranking figure paused, considering the protagonist's casual agreement to their terms. The connection between their past lives and present meeting created an almost unsettling familiarity. The luxurious interior of the airship conference room, built with spatial sharing magic, shimmered under the bright light. The high-ranking figure, Knox, offers a small, knowing gesture, continuing his observation. Knox offered a casual reply, even as he sensed the other was probing for deeper secrets. He smiled gently, a knowing gesture suggesting satisfaction with the common ground they had found. Knox, seated formally, confirms his identity as Jen Minchell to the protagonist. Knox leaned forward, hands clasped, ready to unveil the core reason for this summons. With the final goal stated, Knox's expectant gaze held the weight of the impending proposal. Knox's sharp gaze locks onto Minchell, recalling a past life connection. The realization dawns on Knox, his intense gaze confirming his suspicion. Knox's sharp observation continues, confirming Minchell's independent status from the warring factions. The Union official adjusts his attire, his status emphasized by the visible insignia. The esteemed leader shared his initial thoughts, setting a formal tone for their urgent discussion. The conversation shifted, revealing the identity of the feared Pandemonium Lord who was driven into hiding. Knox, ever the discerning elder, notes Bale's cunning nature compared to Asmodeus. The proposal hung in the air, met by a resolute clench of his fist. I prepare. Knox remained impassive, assessing the woman, as the realization about this demon began to solidify. He absorbed the weight of the proposal, his expression unreadable as Knox waited. Knox, knowing I am a VIP, confirms the common goal, protecting Earth. The opulent setting emphasizes the weight of their conversation, as Knox makes his opening statement. The opulent, gilded furnishings of the meeting space shimmered under the intense light. The high-ranking figure sits upon their ornate throne, a knowing smile gracing their lips as they observe Minchell. Finally, Knox thought, realizing the moment of truth, the proposal had arrived. The Union executive, ready to deliver their grand plan, prepares to speak. The conversation concluded, leaving a powerful, abstract symbol hanging in the void. The mysterious benefactor was outlining the immense opportunity the Great War presented for Earth's standing. He paused, processing the immense, unbelievable scope of the proposal. The dimensional grand war. The unbelievable proposition hangs in the air, finally jolting his memory. The solemn proposal hung in the sunlit garden air, met with a thoughtful pause from the seated man. Knox offered a small, dismissive sound, knowing Minchell had just taken the bait. The light-hearted facade cracked as Knox saw the raw, frustrated anger simmering beneath the surface. He regarded Minchell's sudden acceptance with a self-satisfied, knowing smirk. The swirling energies signify the grandeur of the dimensional grand war. Knox's smug laughter echoed, still amused by the mortal's challenge. His sly smile remains as he gestures, clearly expecting an answer to his proposition. Winning the war would finally prove Earth's martial might to the cosmos. The massive shadows of Pandemonium and Elysium loomed, representing the immense powers keeping Earth subdued. The mysterious benefactors smiled, extending their arms wide as if embracing a grand destiny. A brief, cryptic image flashes within the shared thought bubble, a strange vision appearing before Knox. A mysterious, obscured figure watches from within the swirling void above. The realization struck him, his expression tightening as he accepted the challenge Knox laid out. The grim realization of the required preparation hit him immediately. The director, satisfied with his manipulation, watched the determined look in Mitchell's eyes. He continued, noting the existing leverage they already held over Mitchell through his past conflicts. The glowing projection shimmered between them, forcing his full attention back to the proposal. Knox's sly smile confirmed his absolute confidence in Mitchell's potential. "I'll participate," he conceded, accepting the challenge laid before him. He leaned in with a confident, almost predatory smirk, ready to seal their partnership. Knox smiled, satisfied with the agreement, already viewing Mitchell as an invaluable business partner. The agreement was struck. Now for the harsh prerequisite. Mitchell must first dominate his own world. The confident smile of the dark-haired man was met by the uncanny, contented smirk of the winged figure. The reality of the dimensional Great War began to materialize, focusing intensely on his determined eyes. The agreement was sealed with a firm handshake, signifying a partnership bound by mutual interest. Having laid out the stakes and the necessary proof, Knox shifts, ready to move to the next phase. The instantaneous arrival was marked by a sharp, digitized whoosh sound effect. This figure, reminiscent of a deer or forest entity, observes Mitchell with unnerving, yellowed eyes. Knox, having accepted the challenge, now waited for the intermediary's next move while the director nervously appeared on screen. The director's words echoed, confirming the footage existed, yet Knox remained skeptical of the arrangement. The intense motion blurs, showcasing the sudden, downward impact of his attack. The recording played, a stark demonstration of Mitchell's raw combat power. The realization dawned. Was Mitchell merely an avatar for something far greater? The cloaked figure sits before glowing screens, reflecting on the gravity of their proposal. His power grew exponentially, consistently leaving a wake of success. With the agreement settled, Knox leaned back, the looming figure behind him a silent promise of backing. His satisfied expression confirmed the deep connection he felt to the past. He accepted the challenge, determined to prove his worth and honor the implicit trust placed in him. Knox's self-assured smile confirmed his commitment, while a dark, spiky shadow suggested a powerful hidden pressure. The shadowy figure mused, their words echoing with the weight of their plan. With his resolve solidified, Knox vanished in a flash, departing the opulent setting instantly. A sharp sound resonates as Mitchell plants his feet, readying himself for the next steps. Knox felt a familiar presence, reminding him deeply of a figure from his past. Knox listened intently, his expression hardening as he processed the implications of the Great War. He shifts the blame for the battle recording entirely onto director Martin. The director, caught off guard by the sudden rip, sweats as he waits for Mitchell's response. The chairman's shocked realization was met with Mitchell's casual, triumphant pat on the back. The director admits the recording was part of Martin's condition for the mercenary appointment. Stung by the director's admission, Mitchell resolves to take charge of his own path. Stunned by the sudden green light, he sheepishly concedes that Martin can continue recording his fights. Knox paused, the sheer audacity of the request settling in the sudden quiet. The stunned official realized Mitchell had known all along about the hidden battle recordings. "If you want to be useful, keep securing me S-rank gates." He was openly provoked, his pride demanding acceptance of the challenge. He looks up, recognizing the sheer scale of the structure before him. Time was already counting down. With the decision made, Mitchell firmly declared his next destination. His partner acknowledged the plan with a curt "understood." The stage is set for the dimensional Great War, and the hero returns to an unexpected reunion. The immense cost of the commission hung heavy in the air, leaving the artisan momentarily speechless. The young man grinned with mischievous delight, his earlier lessons seemingly forgotten. Despite his pleas for more allowance, the master could only sigh at Fenrir's hopeless spending habits. His realization hit him. Pengu's previous frivolous spending habits were just the beginning. The master was dumbfounded, realizing the extent of Pengu's financial cluelessness. With Fenrir sorted, the path to the tower reopened, illuminating the goal ahead. The master's internal monologue reveals his true shock at Fenrir's utter lack of financial sense. The woman readily agreed, clearly amused by the request to discipline her little brother. With Fenrir safely entrusted to Ellie, the narrator confirmed his arrangements were set. "I'll make sure to visit more often next time," she promised warmly. The recipient of the training, Fenrir, suddenly felt an unnerving chill as Ellie's stern discipline took effect. With Fenrir entrusted to Ellie, he allowed a moment of quiet assurance to settle in. With Fenrir temporarily cared for, this cleared his schedule for a few days. The immense power surging from the newly reforged heart created a brilliant, resounding shockwave. The master, now prepared, finally returned to the craftsman's shop. The prodigal disciple, now reformed, questions the master's sudden change of topic. The final stop before resuming the climb. A local fried chicken shop. Returning home after a successful break, the warmth of family embraces them both. My parents greeted me warmly, welcoming me home from my adventures. The warmth of family enveloped him as he was heartily embraced. Dad's fried chicken is the reason I was able to strengthen my resolve once more. Her excited acceptance of his plea was immediate, showing just how quickly the allowance was gone. The sheer lack of financial sense from Fenrir was more shocking than his online shopping habits. After securing Fenrir's financial education, the craftsman paused before continuing the subject. With the promise of strict financial education accepted, he finally had the time he needed. Surrounded by family affection at home, I was able to strengthen my resolve once more. With his obligations met, the protagonist's time for family rest concluded. The climb resumes under the brilliant, hopeful sun. The newly financially disciplined Pengu quickly presented the results of his training. The successful training concludes. I acknowledge Ellie's remarkable, newfound financial sense. Pengu's manic delight at the prospect of endless allowance abruptly turned to shock at the master's declaration. The master returned, only to be greeted by Fenrir's utterly chaotic joy. Ellie reassured him with a cheerful grin, confident in the financial lessons she had imparted. My looming presence surely reminded him of the seriousness of his new financial training. With Fenrir disciplined and ready, my schedule cleared. It was finally time to resume the climb. The necessary training concluded. Now, it was time to meet the blacksmith Hakan. Having secured Fenrir's financial education, I finally revealed my purpose for visiting the craftsman. The craftsman absorbed the request, clearly weighing the unusual nature of the commission. The armorer, with the commission accepted, decisively moved to the next step. The intense atmosphere of the armory crackled with energy as the commission was finalized. The alchemist's intense concentration manifested as a powerful surge of magenta energy. The Dimension Lord's subordinate, witnessing the displayed mana iris, recoiled in stunned recognition. A monstrous, glowing form materialized, eliciting a terrified question from the observer. The craftsman surveyed the powerful entity I presented, noting that this required more than simple forging. The Dimensional Lord's agents finally located their target, now having tracked him to the 9th floor. The newly educated Pengu was eager to greet his master, but the imposing, armored beast and its small companions required a firm command. The transaction concluded. The final cost was tallied for the custom creation. The artisan assessed the materials, his expression shifting as he considered the request. The master craftsman assessed the request, deeming the base material insufficient for the creature's power. He paused, realizing the required component was not readily available. The alchemist's words hung heavy in the smoky air, met only by a slow, intense realization in his eye. The craftsman carefully examined the pulsing mana artifact, his expression serious. The coveted mana iris, obtained from the Mopa Gate, was presented as the crucial catalyst. He presented the small, glowing orb, awaiting confirmation on his proposed fee. Despite the steep price for the Earth-originated crystal, the master deemed the expense necessary. Understanding the necessary power, the cost became irrelevant. Ajdahaka's growth potential demanded this investment. With Fenrir's training complete and finances sorted, the protagonist is finally ready. With his affairs settled, the path to the 10th floor finally opened before him. The lords decreed that the dishonored mortal must be hunted down immediately. The higher powers issue their orders. Dispatch the third-rank magic corps to track him down. As the protagonist prepared to resume his tower climb, shattered figures received ominous new orders from on high. Lord Baal himself demanded the mortal's capture, promising untold rewards for success. The ominous presence of dimensional forces closes in as an unknown figure issues a chilling decree. The chilling wind howled, signaling the intense transition across the floor. The harsh, freezing air of the 10th floor finally met my determined step. The instant immersion into the 10th floor's theme left him shivering violently. The chilling realization hits as the system updates. The 10th floor's theme is a stark, unforgiving snowfield. The blizzard howled, the icy air stinging his exposed skin as he consulted the luminous panel. No wonder it's so cold. They actually recreated the chill of Niflheim itself. The initial contact, a fierce burst of power, signifies the true start of this confrontation. The chilling aura slowly receded as he poured his own energy inward. My unending walk through the soul-freezing cold of the snowfield was suddenly interrupted. Just as I pressed forward, something massive and chilling approached. Channeling the holy heaven blessings made the bone-chilling cold of Niflheim somehow bearable. The dragon's power surged, radiating intense golden energy as he silently questioned the strange reaction. Suddenly, a hulking, frost-covered entity erupted from the blizzard, its eyes burning white. The searing heat of Ifrit's domain now enveloped me, a stark contrast to the previous frost. A wicked smile spreads across his face, anticipating the fight ahead. The clash was immediate, a burst of chaotic energy meeting the chilling form of the Yeti Guardian. The chilling aura of the Yeti solidified, its glowing eyes fixing on the intruder, unleashing both his holy heaven blessings and burning chaos energy. He prepared to meet the challenge head-on. A blinding shockwave of purple energy erupts, signifying an overwhelming clash. The final wave of chilling energy erupted, signaling the end of the Yeti confrontation. The dragon's form shimmered, enveloped in a brilliant blue aura as it accepted the command. The angelic figure and the demon stared down, delivering a grim ultimatum amidst the relentless snowfall. The angelic warrior remained resolute, while the lesser demon below offered a grim response to the warning. The Yeti's solemn warning hung in the air, but I had no intention of retreating. Having survived the freezing horrors of the Yeti, the path finally shifted. The cold ordeal ended, yet the next trial was already looming. The chilling cold of the snowfield suddenly gives way to an explosive surge of searing heat. Having navigated the intense cold, I now stood confronting the infernal heat of Ifrit's domain. The terrifying heat of Ifrit's domain washed over him, a stark contrast to the frozen waste before. The chilling climate of Ifrit's domain contrasted sharply with the previous snowfield. I braced myself against the intense heat. Without that transformation, this intense heat would have been absolute hell. With the chaotic landscape of Ifrit's domain stretching before him, he hoped his pursuers were keeping pace. The narrative seems to shift momentarily, implying a return or a deep dive into the hierarchy of supernatural forces. The chilling snowscape gave way to a fiery domain, the transition marked by a chilling realization. Mobius was involved. The spell, manifesting as dark, ominous energy, has finally been cast. The dragon's true power erupts, cloaking him in searing, crimson energy as he prepares to descend. The chaotic red energy flared, signaling a sudden, fierce response to the approaching threat. The ground beneath the fire suddenly began to violently shake, eliciting a sharp reaction. He charged into the eruption, enveloped in a crimson aura against the inferno's blinding light. The protagonist, wreathed in crimson energy, recognized the clear threat ahead. Even the Yeti's warning now seemed moot. The explosion of power tore through the blinding light, scattering debris in a chaotic symphony of impact. Bracing against the searing environment, I channeled my power and charged straight toward the threat below. Ignoring the warnings, he plunged into the inferno, ready to face whatever was deep inside. The dragon's intense, blue-eyed focus meets a sudden, startling reaction. The chaotic white and black transition signaled the dramatic shift from ice to the blistering heat of the land of fire. The figure, shrouded in crimson energy and wielding an axe, emerges with overwhelming intent. The overwhelming heat intensified as I peered into the glowing depths of the crater. The heat here was intense, a stark contrast to the ice, yet I felt surprisingly capable. Even as he pondered his need for backup, the pursuers were certainly closing in. His hand touched his head, channeling the intense demonic energy throughout his body. The descent into the lava crater began, the intense heat now serving as a mere backdrop for the impending quest. The Yeti's dire warning hung in the air, but he only scoffed, readying his power. The enraged, demonic presence beneath the lava made its demands clear. With the dragon's power assuring safety from the intense heat, I prepared for the descent.